will not be surprised if it ends up going to 3 games, because that's how evenly matched both these teams are.
He is Victor Fernandez. Follow him on Twitter, @Erie Hockey. Actually, @ETM Fernandez as well. I knew that another Twitter handle existed, but you know I'm a hockey guy, so I follow your hockey Twitter as well. But nonetheless, follow him on both, and then check out his work, goerie.com. Victor, you're a Giants fan, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
All right. They're doing all right. I know it's a crazy football day. You're a hockey guy, but the Giants, they brought in a wide receiver. You saw that, Brandon Marshall?
Yes, and Brandon Marshall. And now if they can find an offensive line that's going to give Eli Manning just enough time to find Marshall and Odell Beckham and Sterling Shepard, I think they'll be in great shape. Defensively, they were vastly improved this year from last year, and certainly Paul Perkins has come around as what I think will be their number one back, moving forward. So if they can solidify that offensive line, which was, to be honest, the reason they lost this year, the reason they weren't as good as they could be this year, because they simply couldn't get their offense going because of that leaky offensive line, I think they'll be in good shape, But it's hard to think football right now when you're when you're getting into OHL and NHL and college hockey playoffs and so forth. But certainly it's a step in the right direction for a team I've followed since I was a kid.
Good stuff. Victor Fernandez, it's always a pleasure. We'll catch up again next week. Thank you for Tuesday. Thanks for having Zach along again. We had a great time, man. I've watched that video about 100 times now. It makes me happy.
Absolute blast for both of us. It's something we'll definitely remember for a long time.
Good stuff. All right, Victor. Thank you, sir. Enjoy the game tonight.
Thank you.
He's Victor Fernandez, Erie Times News. He's the man. He'll be writing about the Erie Otters. They're in action tonight, 7:05 puck drop. They take on Windsor. It'll be important for them to get a win, get back to what they do best, and that's winning hockey games, that's winning at home, and then that's winning in the playoffs. And I expect them to do that this season, no doubt about that. I got to take a break. I've got 3 commercial breaks to get in, so I'm going to get one in now. We've got Mike Pastewska calling in soon. We'll be talking about wrestling in the area. 2A tournament is going on maybe as we speak. 3A due to start soon as well. So we'll be talking about all that on the other side. It's the Sports Blitz.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Now, here it comes. On stage and in person, The Price is Right, live. April 23rd at Erie Insurance Arena. All the games, prizes, and excitement. And now, more winners than ever before. You could even win from your seat. Tickets on sale now at ErieEvents.com. The Price is Right, live. Produced by Magic City Productions. No purchase necessary. For complete rules, visit or call the box office.
Spring is almost here. I'm with Matt Pabonik, owner of iRock, here to fill you in on why iRock is the go-to for quick body transformations.
What's up, Erie? We get results for you fast, and it's because of the variety of exercises you do and can only do here. Our members lose an average of 6 pounds in their first month. And here's the best part. Anyone can do circuit training, and your first class is always free. Check out the schedule at iRockFitnessErie.com and call us with your selected workout time. We can guide you the rest of the way.
iRockFitnessErie.com. Start now and let your body rock.
Seaway, made in Erie. Seaway, made with pride. Product, service, installation. Seaway does it right. If you want the best, don't look any further. Your community, made in Erie. Seaway Window.
Factory direct savings this Saturday from 9 till 4 only at Seaway Window Open House. See incredible savings on all windows, doors, siding, awnings, sunrooms, and walk-in tubs. Receive additional discounts just by taking a factory tour. Plus, special sunroom seminars available all day. Circle your calendar for this Saturday from 9 till 4. See it all this Saturday. Seaway Window Open House.
Seaway Window, 33rd and McClellan, 899-9900.
Contractor number PA35.
ErieHelpWanted.com.
salutes the Employee of the Month, the one who works hard for that special parking space and shiny brass plaque. Wouldn't you like more of them and fewer? Well, let's just call them Dave.
Oh, hey, Dave.
Hey, Mr. Employee of the Month. What you been up to?
Oh, just consistently meeting my sales projections, adjusting my workflow to compensate for low-performance staff, and still finding time to brew that second pot of coffee when the first one runs out. How about you, Dave?
Oh, me? Well, let's see. I made an origami hippo out of your Q4 report, and I set it up with an InstaFace page. Already has 22 winks from the other Daves.
Love the hippo, Dave!
Thanks, Dave. See? Dave gets it.
Yeah.
We believe local businesses should be packed with more local employees of the month and fewer Daves. ErieHelpWanted.com. Local jobs that work.
We don't discriminate against people named Dave. Dave is a common name, fun to say, and so we're using it as a catch-all for lackluster employees everywhere. Please don't write us to tell us you were insulted by this ad. That would be a real Dave move, Dave.
You really got me going. You got me so I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, you really got me now. You got me so I can't sleep at night.
Welcome back into the Bud Light Studios. Alex Former here. We've got till 6 o'clock. Check out sportsradio1330.com. Phone lines are open. Sports Obsession guest hotline, that is, 461-1330. If you're obsessed with sports, got to stop in to Sports Obsession. It's an NFL day. Heavy on the NFL today. Of course, the Erie Otters are in action tonight at 7:05. They take on Windsor. They've got quite the stretch coming up in their schedule, and they'll need to win some of those games. So we'll be definitely tuning into that tonight. Aaron Cooney will be on the call right here. John Kleiner producing as always. By the way, he's always producing these things. You wonder who's turning the dials back here? John Kleiner, man. All right. In the NFL, the Bills, it sucked to see that they had to release Aaron Williams. I kind of like that guy at safety, but he was just apparently an injury concern. And it seems like the type of guy who should probably hang it up for his well-being. I don't know if that's what will happen. A competitor's a competitor. You can't really take that out of someone. So that may not happen, but it sounds as though with the problems he's had, spine problems, I mean, you should probably hang it up. But a team, if his services are available, I'm sure will take a chance on him. Not the smallest story of today is Brock Osweiler being traded to the Cleveland Browns. We'll see what they do with him. A lot of people think that he will end up being released. I don't see the point in releasing him unless they're going out and getting another quarterback. So I don't see the point in trading for him unless they're going to trade him, if that makes sense. Because if they pick him up and then release him, there's a salary cap hit. But if they pick him up and hold on to him for a minute, then do they have to pay? I mean, isn't it the same whether they keep him or not? So why wouldn't they keep him? But I may not be fully understanding. This broke as soon as I was going on air, so I really haven't gotten to read up on it as much as I'd like. That said, we kind of have grip on what's going on. Phone lines are open. Sports Obsession, guest hotline, 461-1330. Go ahead, caller. You're on the Blitz.
Hey, good evening, Alex. How are you?
I'm well. How are you, sir?
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. I'm kind of glad you aren't hearing anything about my Chiefs and free agency, other than Eric Berry signed a long-term deal.
They did something. It was, I think, low impact, but let me try to figure that out for you. Yeah, nothing bad, that's for sure.
No. They made Eric Berry the highest paid safety, about $13 million a year, I think. But
impossible.
Yeah, something about that Osweiler. That's a little trade bait dangling. I think they will release him.
You think? Release him? I just don't see why they'd release him, pay the cap hit. I don't understand why, even if you leave him as a backup, they wouldn't hold on to him. But I don't know as much as I think I do sometimes.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking, it's going to be a little bit of trade bait. But yeah, who knows? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what the consequences, as far as cap hit are either. To tell you the truth, but you never know. You never know. From what I'm hearing, none of the quarterbacks coming out in this class are going to be, plug and play. But
right.
Hey, look at Dak Prescott.
True. That's true. Well, he found a great situation.
Yeah, but, that's true. You handed the ball off.
I don't know. I think that with Osweiler, if I understand this correctly, if they release him after 2017, the calendar year, then they don't have to pay a cap hit. So I would expect him to be employed unless they're going to trade him up until that point. Maybe he gets traded to the Pats, But, again, I could see the Pats kind of chuckling at this if they actually told the Browns they were interested in trading for Brock if he got to town. So I just don't see the point in releasing him before 2017 is up.
Yeah, it's a little bit beyond me, that's for sure. I think you'd have to be a capologist to figure out some of this stuff. And,
no, that's true.
Yeah, well, who knows?
We'll see, man. But
like
football.
I said, it hasn't been a real crazy free agency. Like I said, Alshon Jeffrey signed with the Eagles.
Yeah, Deshaun Jackson went to the Bucks.
Yeah.
Still waiting to see on Tony Romo.
Lemon got overpaid, but hey, what the heck?
Right. And then Zeitler with the Browns, they signed a couple great offensive linemen, so they're working on something. They're working on something.
I'll tell you what, I remember when Hugh Jackson was the interim coach for the Oakland Raiders, and they were pretty much a dumpster fire. They took them to 8-8.
Right, and then they canned him.
They canned him.
It made no sense. Oh, here you go. Hold on. We might have breaking Browns news. If I just read that correctly, this is craziness. Did I just read that correctly? Hold on. I got to find this now. Oh, never mind. Marcus Martin. The Browns claimed a center off of waivers, Marcus Martin. Okay, I read a completely different name. Well, they got a center.
Yeah, hey, that was a voice that Alex Mack left and he went to the Falcons.
Right.
So, but, I really have a lot of faith in that Hugh Jackson. I think he's a pretty good coach.
Yeah, well, they're doing the right things, it seems, but you can almost smell it. Football, it's right around the corner, man.
Yeah, well, I told you. I thank God for the NFL Network. Way to go, Richie Eisen.
Yeah, they do a great job, man. It's hard not to enjoy. It's kind of like Eric Berry. It's impossible not to love,
Yeah, well, I've been accused of having about one string on my banjo when it comes to sports, but oh well. I guess there are worse things.
Well, you don't need any more than one sometimes.
There you go.
Appreciate it,
All right,
buddy.
Alex, you have a wonderful evening.
Hey, you too. We'll talk again soon. Good to hear from you. 461-1330, Sports Obsession Guest Hotline. We got a special guest right now, though. It's Kevin Pastewka. And I know he's got his eye or his ear to the ground when it comes to wrestling going on in Hershey right now. Kevin, how you doing, man? Maybe not. See ya. I think Kevin might call back. I told him around 5:30. I believe that was Kevin. I might be wrong about that. So we'll keep the phone lines open for now. The Sports Obsession Guest Hotline. Whoever was on line 1, call back 461-1330. We'll get you right on. Talk about NFL if you'd like. Boye ended up going to the Jaguars. Are they assembling a team that might end up being good? A 5-year deal? They got a good cornerback for 5 years. That guy apparently the third best cornerback in the league. And all of a sudden we have this rating. You can rate any position player. And he's third behind 2 in Denver. 2 cornerbacks in Harris and Aqib Talib. So you've got Boye now in Jacksonville. Jeffrey went to the Eagles. Calais Campbell signed with the Jaguars. So they got a defense coming together. The Ravens are going to sign Woodhead. Gilmore set to be a Patriot. That hurt Bills fans, but they did just agree to terms with Micah Hyde. So, man, NFL, baby. Go ahead, caller. You're on the Blitz.
How you doing, Alex?
Great. How are you?
Good.
There you are.
Hey, before I ask you about a punter that the Colts picked up, the Browns are already shopping Brock Osweiler.
Yeah, I heard that. I know, but I just don't know. Unless they find a partner, there's also been talk of them releasing him. So yeah. I wouldn't be surprised to see him traded, but I don't think that they release him until after 2017.
Well, they're shopping him for a third-round pick for next year, cut his salary in half, and pay half of his salary, and give the team a late-round draft pick this year.
Okay, all right, that sounds good. Heck yeah.
So let's see what Perch bites for that one.
Well, they might as well if they've got money to spend, and if you think about it, they're really in no rush to spend it. So it's becoming more and more clear that maybe they just pile up draft picks for the next 2 years, and then all this cap space that I've been saying they'll go out and get free agents with, they might just pay all those rookies in that time and just, they'll figure something out, right? There's enough bodies there.
You would think.
Yeah.
All right. Where did Jeff Locke putt for last year? Was it Green Bay?
I think he was a pitcher for the Pirates. No. Let me see where he was. I saw that today, too, and I thought I was trying to come up with a joke that would be funny about that pitcher I had.
Well, I was going to say maybe they locked one up.
they needed some long relief for when they're losing.
They got rid of, our punter retired.
Yeah, that's true, and in a funny way. It was kind of funny how he did it. Would you agree? Did you see all that?
Well, yeah, that's what he is. He's a comedian.
Right. Jeff Locke. Of course, the first guy that pops up is wearing a goofy baseball hat. Looks like he was a Viking.
Okay.
Yeah. So
All right, well, that's maybe the GM that we got this year. He might be, might have known him, so.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, that's one thing we needed, so that's what I needed to know.
So you're a Colts fan. What else did they do? Nothing, really.
Nothing yet.
I don't know what there's.
Well, they traded Dwayne Allen to the Patriots for two picks.
That's right. You told me about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see, buddy. It's in the air.
Later, Alex.
All right, man. Appreciate it. 461-1330 Sports Obsession Guest Hotline. Good stuff. At this time, I think we got Kevin Pastefka now. Kevin, what's up, man?
Hey, Alex. How you doing?
Oh, man, I'm doing great. We're talking football.
All right.
Now it's time for wrestling.
Yep. Well, today's a big day. Opening day at Hershey. PIA, AA, and AAA state championships. So I would say so far pretty good results for Erie County.
Cool. They both start today, Kevin?
Yep. Okay. The AA started at 9 this morning and finished up around 2:30, and then they brought the AAA guys in, and that started about an hour ago for them.
Gotcha.
So first round, preliminary round, and first round action, and 1 round of consies today.
Nice. That's an exciting day. Have you been keeping track of the results?
I have, sure. I can give it to you try and give it to you real quick.
No, you don't have to be quick. Take your time. The stage is yours.
Right on. Well, in AA, Erie County brought 10 guys down there, and all 10 are moving on to tomorrow. So that's a good start. Fort LaBeouf had 4 wrestlers. 2 of them have made it to the quarterfinals. That's Isaac Crowell and Julian Goring. And their other 2, Steve McGarvey and Jarrett Kula, are down in the consolations. But they won, then they lost, and they won. So they will be back tomorrow in the second round of consies. Harbor Creek's got 2 guys going, and Nick Oosterkamp is in the quarterfinals. And their other wrestler, Zach Cassidy, he's in the second round of consolations as well. Joey Galvin from Iroquois, kid I used to coach for a while, is down there in the second round of consolations, still alive. Jeff Kramer, heavyweight out of Northeast, is in the quarterfinals. John Wheeler from Northwestern, quarterfinals. And Will Burgess from Union City is in the consolation second round. So we got 10 down, and we got 10 alive, 5 in the quarters, and 5 in the consies. So I'd call it a pretty successful day for AA.
Heck yeah, for Erie. And I mean,
yeah.
The thing I can't wrap my head around, because I was never a wrestler and I didn't play a sport that had this configuration, but is it tough mentally to kind of compartmentalize? Because you have to be able to focus on your individual success, and I'm thinking more so at earlier stages. At the same time, if the team's not doing well, I would think that could weigh on a wrestler, even individually. Or are they just mentally tougher than I am?
No. I mean, there's a certain momentum to all sports, and I think, you create scenarios where maybe you have a guy on your team go out there and just, really, leave it all out on the mat, and, whether he may come away with a 1-point upset win or maybe just fall short and lose by a point in a match that he wasn't supposed to be in. I mean, that's going to pick your teammates up when you see your practice room guys putting that kind of effort out there. It's going to push you to a higher effort. I mean, there's no rules on it. It is all in your head. But I mean, you just see situations where some teams just have a lot of success and they pull a lot of upsets. And I think it's just, when it's going your way, it's going your way, and you have a few upsets and everybody starts feeding off of it. So, there's certainly a team flow to the individual competitions. Not, of course, anybody could tank at any time, but, try to avoid that. You're going to put your best effort out. But I think, of course, the results of your fellow teammates, are going to, help as part of an ingredient into your mood when you go out there.
Gotcha. The other thing I wanted to ask is, when you're in Hershey then, when you do advance to that stage, is there like an Erie pride over there? Are guys from Fort LaBeouf keeping track of guys from, other schools, Harbor Creek?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. And, I would even, extend it broader than just an Erie pride, a District 10 pride.
Okay.
And I know, having been there, as a media guy many times, the AA guys are always asking how the AAA guys are doing, and the AAA guys are asking how the AA guys did, because they're in there at alternate rounds, and, they're not in a luxury situation. Although now, it's a different world where people have cell phones and you can check results. But I mean, I'm thinking even 10, 15 years ago down there, the guys in AAA were all excited when they heard this. I won it in AA, and they're cheering for each other. So certainly, there's a camaraderie, district-wide. I mean, there might be a few individuals that have little rivals, but even that sort of tends to get minimized when you're down there.
Sure.
Unless you really have a strong dislike for somebody, all the District 10 guys are rooting for each other. And for the most part, those dislikes don't really exist. There's only, just a rare occasional exception because, in the off season, which is, where you got to be working to get better to be in this tournament here. There's a lot of clubs in the area, and guys from different schools are practicing with each other, and they're all friends. They get to know each other, and we're all working for the same goals in that situation. So I would say for the most part, there's a lot of camaraderie in wrestling.
Talking with Kevin Pastewka. He's been wrestling in Erie, coaching wrestling, you name it, for a long time now. So wrestling expert, it's safe to say. Talked with Craig Smiley in hour number 1. He'd admit he's not a wrestling expert per se, but that said, the name he brought up was Ethan Laird, and just him talking about the accolades and the record. I mean, this guy's got to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, Laird's older brother was I believe, a 2-time state qualifier for McLean, and wrestled, I think, last year on the Edinburgh team, found his way into the lineup for some matches out there. So it's nice to have an older brother, who can start hammering you right away so you get ready for it. The younger brothers are always the toughest because they had to deal with the older brothers first.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Ethan has had a real nice career for McLean, and, he's a 4-time state qualifier, which is a great accomplishment, especially at an upper weight like he is. He's a 195-pounder now, but I believe 4 years ago he made it to Hershey as a 160-pound freshman, which is, that's not a freshman weight. You're coming in out of middle school in 9th grade weighing 160. You're going to be wrestling 18-year-old boys, 18-year-old men. So he's been real good for them from the get-go. And the statewide rankings have him as the number 2 or 3 guy in the weight. And off the top of my head, I don't remember who one guy is, but I know he's on the opposite side of the bracket of him. So he does have a real good shot to get to the finals. Then when you're in that situation, you're in the state finals. I mean, you might be an underdog, but you got a 50-50 shot still. One of you is going to win. So, yeah, Laird, he'll represent District 10 real well down there for McLean this year. And I would say Carter Starocki as well. I like his situation at 152 for prep. And he was a medalist last year, took 8th as a freshman, and I see him ranked like number 3, but I would think he's got a path to the finals. He's going to have a tough one in the finals. I just remembered Woodley was the name of the guy in Laird's bracket. I believe Woodley won it last year at 182. So he's got a returning state champ in his weight class. But, it's nice to be in that final match in that situation against him, and Woodley's not unbeatable. So, yeah, Laird will be fine.
And then there was a name you mentioned to me from Sagertown that I wanted to check on his day.
Well...
Or is that just a program?
Yeah. Well, no, we talked. There's sort of 2 people in a way from Sagertown, I think, that we had talked about. One is a kid by the name who's there now by the name of Cody Mulligan. That's the coach is Jim Mulligan. That's his son.
Gotcha.
And Jim was a real good wrestler for Sagertown back in the 80s. 2-time state place winner, I believe. 3-time district champ. But his son is a junior, ranked number 1 in the state. And in fact, that's who beat Julian Goring from Fort LaBeouf in the regional finals last week and in the District 10 finals the week before. I think in the section finals the week before that.
Wow, that's a rivalry.
And so, yeah, I mean, Cody Mulligan is a solid, tough wrestler, and like I said, at this point he's ranked 1st in the state, and when I look at that weight class, I like his chances, but Goring is on the opposite side of the bracket, and I think he also has if he wrestles his tournament, there's a path for him to get to the finals, and I mean, I've seen it before. It's happened, not uncountable times in the state, but I mean, you beat someone in the section finals, you beat them in the district finals, you beat them in the regional finals, and then they beat you in the state finals. So, I mean, you take two good wrestlers and you say if these two go at it 10 times, that guy's going to win 7 out of 10. Well, that means the other guy's good enough to get him 3 out of 10. So and I'm not necessarily giving those odds on Mulligan Goring, but, Goring is a capable wrestler, and the bracket is there for him. He could get in the finals with Mulligan, and, sometimes it's hard to beat somebody 4 times in a row when they're almost as good as you. So it'd be nice to see a second-time above state final at any rate, whoever wins,
Man, you're getting me all pumped up. You're getting me pumped up about wrestling. You called me last week, and you must have been right that I don't cover it enough, because all of these names still wrestling now at states, representing not just Erie but D10, the guys that are jumping out of me are from Erie, and I'm like, holy cow, these kids, they're wrapping up fine wrestling careers that we should have been talking about for 4 years now. But I know Jimmy was to a point.
Sure. Well, it's funny. Jimmy and I had a little argument last year. I don't know if argument's the right word, but a little disagreement. He asked me about Carter Starocki.
Jimmy was wanting to argue with somebody? You got to be kidding.
Well, I was surprised he picked this topic because Starocki was a freshman who finished 8th at 138 last year. And he asked me if I thought he was strong enough. Jimmy thought physically he didn't look as strong as the other guy. And I said, well, he's strong enough to be on the podium in Hershey as a freshman. So I wouldn't call him weak by any means.
Right.
But, one thing, you see kids come in as freshmen and then 4 years later you see them graduate, and that's a big growing up period for kids, not just as wrestlers, just, kids in general. But Starocki had an outstanding Junior Olympic or PJW career. And here he is as a freshman on the podium. And now here he is as a sophomore, ranked number 3 in the state. So, this is a kid that we're going to have a chance to watch, not only this year, but for the next 2 years coming up. And he's going to run into a kid who's and he just like Goring, he's got a clear path to the finals. He could get in the final. And you got to beat the people in front of you, but I don't think there's anyone there he can't beat. You still got to be on your game, but he'll make it to the finals, and he'll have a kid who's a 3-time finalist, 2-time champ, ranked number 1 in the country, who we'll have to battle with. I think he lost to that kid down at the Powerade earlier this year, maybe by a 10-4 score, which is, pretty much it was the other kid's match, but, he didn't get wiped out. He just got a decision, not majored or teched or pinned or anything like that. So, if you can find your way into the finals as a sophomore up against a kid like that, it's a good place to be, and it bodes well for what we're going to see the next 2 years. I think you're going to see a lot from Starocki and DeBow. You're going to hear those 2 names, if we're talking, you're going to hear those 2 names over and over because, and Goring as well, he's a sophomore. And like I mentioned on Monday, Mel Crosby's son, and another guy named Cole Reese, out of the prep junior high team, won junior high state titles last week. So those 2 are going to come in strong next year. So, while in general District 10 has been down, especially in AAA, AA, we've held our own. But in AAA, District 10 wrestling has not been as strong this millennium as it was the closing decades of the past millennium. But I see a real high-end talent coming out from the young guys. So, yeah, there's a lot to be encouraged about here.
Nice, and then we'll stay in touch throughout the whole process, so we'll probably catch up again. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Monday. I'll also be talking with Edinburgh head coach Tim Flynn on Monday, so that's always a pleasure. Tim, kind of short-spoken, but obviously he knows what he's doing on the mats when it comes to coaching. And then also, I'm looking at this PSAC wrestling tournament. Erie very well represented there as well.
Sure. Well, Mercier and Gannon are solid programs. Actually, the Mercier's heavyweight was a guy I coached down in Hershey a few years ago into the finals, Andrew Welton, who just won a regional title for them. And in fact, as we speak, they're probably weighing in right now, but tomorrow the Division II National Championships start. And I think that's down in Birmingham, Alabama. So Mercier and Gannon are going to be wrestling down in Alabama for D2 titles this weekend as well. So while there's a lot of focus on the PSAC basketball tournament, the Division II National Wrestling Championships are happening. Our March Madness is happening right now as well.
That's what I was going to say, Kevin. I know you got a lot going on elsewhere, but all in the wrestling world, you got to be ecstatic right now. This really is your time of the year, huh?
Oh, absolutely. You know, this is, I mean, next week is the NCAA championships, the D1 championships. So, yeah, this is, I mean, what better to be doing this time of year than out on the wrestling mat, you know?
There you go. Kevin Pastewka, hey, I appreciate the time, man. I would keep you longer. I got to go to commercial, but why don't we check in Monday? I've got Tim Flynn right at 5, but then for the rest of that 5 o'clock hour, it's as far as I'm concerned, it's the Kevin Show.
Hey, sounds great. Thanks, Alex.
All right, man. Thank you so much. Kevin Pastewka, and I just appreciate him calling in. Hey, I got no problem deferring to an expert. I hope you realize that by now. I know what I am. I know what I'm not. I've got no problem deferring to an expert. And a guy, Kevin, I think he was born onto a wrestling mat, and he's never left. So pleasure to check in with Kevin Pastewka. He's pumped about 2A, 3A tournaments going on right now. Division II national tournament tomorrow. You've got Gannon, Mercier sending a slew of wrestlers down. And then Edinburgh leaves for nationals on Tuesday. If you're a wrestling fan, you got to be excited right now. I'm going to take a quick break, come back. We got NFL news to wrap up for the night. We could talk about the Erie Otters if you want. I got nothing left to say about them. I think they're going to be just fine. So if you want to argue with me about that, then feel free to call in. They've got Windsor tonight at 7:05. Aaron Cooney will be on the call as always. Keep it here. It's a Sports Blitz. It's a Thursday. You know the station.
Hey Erie, this is Dave Warren, owner of Dave Warren Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in neighboring Jamestown, New York. You probably remember my voice. And now I'm proud to be reaching out to you as part of a large auto group offering 12 different franchises and over 400 pre-owned cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs. You have my personal guarantee that the short drive to Jamestown will be worth your time and money. You still just pay PA sales tax, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Check us out where we're always open at DaveWarrenSavesYou.com.
Henry, why is our parking lot flooded? How the heck are my tenants supposed to park in all this water?
I'm so sorry, boss. I'll get right on it. I'll call Great Lakes Sewer and Drain. With their hydro jets and vacuum trucks, they'll be able to clean the catch basins and flush the drains so we can clean up in a jiffy.
Even the smallest backup in your home or office can be a disaster. Whether it's your kitchen sink, toilet, or main sewer line, Great Lakes Sewer and Drain knows how to get the job done right the first time. They're Erie's #1 full-service sewer and drain care specialist, and they are proud of the work that they do, and they know you will be too. The only thing that Great Lakes Sewer and Drain leaves behind after solving your issues is a happy customer. Great Lakes Sewer and Drain. Call 454-5921. That's 454-5921. Or go to GreatLakesSewer.com for more information. Great Lakes Sewer and Drain. Done right the first time.
Kubinski Business Systems has been in business since 1938. From the Konica Minolta BizHub line of copiers and MFPs that scan faster, print better in color or black and white, and allow your staff to be more productive and get your message across better in color, or with in-house banner producing capabilities to state-of-the-art video surveillance systems. Kubinski Business Systems is the local expert and a one-stop shop for value and the right solution for local service and support. Kubinski Business Systems can help with your access control, time and attendance, POS and cash register needs, and even new technology voice-over IP telephone systems. Kubinski Business Systems has local experienced service and sales staff with an average of 20 years experience, and we represent the best brands such as Konica Minolta BizHubs. Call Kubinski Business Systems today at 814-833-4900. Check us out at www.kubinski.com or stop into our local showroom at 4525 West Ridge Road to talk to a friend in the office solutions business. We're local, we support local organizations, and we have the expertise to give your business a more productive solution with local service and support. Kubinski Business Systems. Let us help you today.
Paralyzed Veterans of America, National Service Officers.
We've got an entire generation of men and women who have seen war. They're going to need voices.
Paralyzed Veterans of America represents them.
We're going to make sure that the Veterans Affairs gives them everything that they're entitled to.
Get all the health care they need.
Making a person's house adaptable.
We also focus on getting them a job.
We help our veterans for free.
Changing lives, building futures. That's Paralyzed Veterans of America. To learn more, visit PVA.org. A public service message from Paralyzed Veterans of America.
Welcome back. We're in the home stretch. Not much time left. Phone lines are open. Sports Obsession guest hotline 461-1330. Steelers fans, don't worry. Backup quarterback has arrived. Actually, never went anywhere. Landry Jones, 2-year deal. Yay. Sports Obsession guest hotline. Go ahead, caller. You're on the Blitz.
Yeah, I got a baseball question for you. The kids at the Indians traded for Andrew Miller, Clint Frazier.
Yeah.
Do you know if he's on the Yankees spring training roster down there in Florida, or where he would be at?
Yeah, he's down there. He is down there. He's the one with the red hair.
Yes, I've seen him play for Akron. I was at the Seawolves game, and I just thought that kid had so much promise.
He does. It's a shame that he ended up with the Yankees. If you ask me, I don't know if you're a Yankees fan. For me,
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm an Indians fan.
Yeah,
I was just wondering. Yeah, I was kind of disappointed to see him go because boy was he. I mean, yeah, he's not very tall, but he was just muscular. He looked like he was just busting out of his baseball jersey.
Yeah. No, I think he's
And
going to
he
get
could
bigger.
hit.
He's going to get bigger. He could smack the ball. You're right about that. He hit that thing a ton. He even did it in Erie. I saw him play. Same with Bradley Zimmer. So
Yeah.
he's down there. Let me see if I can pull up some minor league stats. I don't know if they list these on here.
Well, if he doesn't, you wouldn't think he's going to make the Yankees roster.
He could, but with them, they probably have people standing in the way, so they wouldn't rush his development.
Yeah.
He's good enough, too. I think he might be good enough this year. He's like the 24th ranked prospect in all of baseball. So
Yeah.
it'll be sometime this year. It might not be till September, but at the very latest, it would be September, I would guess.
Yeah, God, I just want to see him play, and I hope really he does well because he just looks like a special kid.
I hope that they trade him back to the Indians or the Pirates.
Yes, that too. Yeah,
I don't know why they would, but anyways.
Yep. Okay.
All
Thank
right,
you.
buddy. Thank you. 461-1330 Sports Obsession guest hotline. Yeah, it is baseball season. I can tell you that. I saw a tweet earlier from the Erie Seawolves over there that they were sampling some food for the upcoming season, and I said that just so happens to be something that we here at Connoisseur Media specialize in. So if they need any help over there, let it be known that I will actually I'm done here in 7 minutes. I can head right over and we could get to work on some cheesesteak, or I forget what else I saw, maybe some roast beef in there. Saw a nice club. The Seawolves are throwing together a really fun season for you. And Tim Tebow might come to town. And I don't know what I'm just going to wait and see on that. I don't know how that would make me feel. I would just have to wait and see what happens once he arrives. It's going to be a circus. I would venture to guess that, and it happens early on in the year, as Tom Reisenweber pointed out Monday, I would venture to guess that it's going to be a national circus. ESPN will be here. Major League Baseball Network will be here. And I guess that's the positive to Tim Tebow being in the league. I was listening to, what would it have been earlier? It may have been this station. But it also, yeah, because I think I was listening to NFL radio all day earlier. But they made the good point. They asked this guy what he thought of Tim Tebow. It was maybe Mad Dog Sports, and they were interviewing Kay. He's apparently a commentator for the Yankees. I wouldn't know. I do my best not to watch the Yankees. But he said, I don't get why people are giving the Mets such a hard time, and I've gotten to a point with Tebow where I'm like, I don't understand why I give Tebow such a hard time because he is a good guy. But I do understand that it's the circus that annoys me about it all. I'm just not so sure about my taste for Tebow himself. But that's neither here nor there because it doesn't affect me that he's playing for Binghamton Mets. But it does fill seats, and I think that it's going to end up having an effect league-wide. So for that reason, you can't fault baseball. You can't fault the Mets. And it's a good thing, right? He's going to fill the seats. UPMC Field will be full when he gets here. It may be from people to hate on him, and maybe people that really enjoy what he stands for. And he's a good guy, so I don't have a problem with them putting him on a platform. He is helping baseball. He's helping the popularity. I think he's going to get people out to AA, and I don't think he'll make AAA, but if so, the parks will be full. So I guess I got to take it easy on Tim Tebow. But the main point that I was trying to make here is the Erie Seawolves are killing it, throwing together this upcoming season for you. So you're going to want to do your best to win tickets on our stations or elsewhere, but buy them. Buy some season tickets now. Listen to this. First of all, hold on, I have to take a second to just look at this picture again. This food looks so good. At Erie_Seawolves. My goodness. I wonder if they'll send me lunch tomorrow if I asked real nicely. Whatever the case, the other thing is the promotional schedule. And I don't think that this is a small thing to say for somebody that's been around the game for so long, Fernando Aguirre. But he said this is the most creative promotional schedule that he's seen in his time in baseball. This is crazy. 13 different fireworks shows throughout the year. If you've never been to one, they're incredible to watch. They're right there in front of you, and if you do the right things, ask the right people, jump the right hoops, you can even sit on the field during the game, something I got to experience last year. I would recommend doing that at least once out of 13 opportunities this season. The Cowboy Monkey Rodeo is returning. That is a bucket list thing, all right? And it's coming to Erie. So if you haven't seen it already, then I'm looking at you. But especially now that it's coming back, you've got to get out and see the Cowboy Monkey Rodeo. Adult faux-back jersey giveaway. I remember them sending out a picture of this, and it looks awesome. It's definitely one that I'll have to get out to, and hopefully they'll have some jerseys left after I finished up my show. Carlos Baerga appearance. I actually ended up meeting Carlos Baerga at the All-Star game in Akron. He was signing autographs, and Zach Borland is, of course, an autograph hound, and he is down at the field trying to get everybody to sign his cards. So he sent me on a mission to go meet and get an autograph from Carlos Baerga, so that was pretty cool. Pillowcase giveaway. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that from a team, but I will gladly sleep on an Erie Seawolves pillowcase each night. Youth jersey giveaway. Unfortunately, I've outgrown that one. 3 bobblehead giveaways, and a winter knit cap giveaway that will go nicely with the scarf that they gave me last year. So it's baseball season, baby, and that promotional schedule gets me pumped. The picture of the food, maybe even more so. But I'm also interested to see who Detroit sends our way this year, and we'll be able to see play here in Erie, Pennsylvania. So that's it. If you need help being proud of something in Erie, the Erie Seawolves heavily involved in the hashtag #MyErie campaign. And if you haven't seen that, just go to Twitter, search it, hashtag #MyErie, tweet something you're proud about if you wish. It's going to be a fun year over at the ballpark. I just want to be out in the sun. Tonight, though, you got plenty to keep track of tonight. You got Erie Otters hockey. They'll be on the ice in Windsor. Aaron Cooney will be on the call at around 7:05 right here. Don't miss it. But they got to get the ship righted, as one put it throughout today's show. I think that you said that aptly, but some people seem to think that that's not going to happen. If I were a betting man, I'm not. If I were, I'd be willing to bet that the Erie Otters are going to be just fine. We'll pick some games off in the playoffs. It's no stretch to believe that'll happen. So we'll see if they get back on the right track tonight. 7:05 Windsor on the road right here. Fox Sports Radio, 1330 AM The Fan. Hey, thanks to Craig Smiley, Jet24, calling in hour number 1 of the Blitz. Thanks to Victor Fernandez from Erie Times News. Also, Kevin Pastefka, as he keeps us in tune. He's got his ear to the ground. What's going on in the wrestling world? It'll be a fun weekend. Tomorrow's show is going to be out of control. Absolutely out of control. Some of my best friends that I've done radio with will be here. Some of my best friends in general. So we're going to be messing around, I can tell you that, and we'll be glad to take your calls. But these guys are a great time, and I just can't wait for tomorrow's show. So, same time, same place, 4 to 6. It's the Sports Blitz. It's Fox Sports Radio, 1330 AM The Fan. I don't even want to leave. I might just stay. How about we do 2 more hours? Check that. I'm headed home. See you tomorrow, folks. Have a good night.
Fox Sports trending now.
Big upset in college hoops, surprising trade in the NFL. First off, the basketball, number 1 ranked Kansas in its Big 12 quarterfinal in Kansas City lost to TCU 85-82 on 3 late free throws. In the ACC quarterfinals, North Carolina and Duke each advanced. Duke eliminated 10th ranked Louisville 81-77. We're brought to you by TrueCar. With TrueCar, you can find out what other people in your area paid for the same car you're looking for, new or used. Visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. The Texans traded quarterback Brock Osweiler and a second-rounder to the Browns, who assume his big salary for now. They could cut or trade him. The Bears released Jay Cutler and signed quarterback Mike Glennon. Wide receiver Alshon Jeffrey goes to Philadelphia on a 1-year deal, and wide receiver Torrey Smith signed with the Eagles a 3-year contract. I'm Steve DeSager.
These drivers are taking a run at glory, looking to make a name for themselves, to battle it out on the racetrack in hopes of one day becoming a legend. The NASCAR Xfinity Series, live from Las Vegas, Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern on FS1.
This is a man's world.
Steve Gorman Sports is on.
Turn it up and experience the variety.
I don't care if you want to talk sports, music, film, series, whatever you got. We are available. Gorman Sports!
Spinning stories that matter to you in a unique way.
You guys, I love this show. I got to tell you.
Steve Gorman Sports is now.
That's exactly right.
Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Here he is.
Good drama. Great look. Good drama.
Steve Gorman.
Steve Gorman Sports, Fox Sports Radio. We're coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios in Nashville, Tennessee. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com. Get yourself a free rate. Whoa. I'm your host, Steve Gorman. Jeffrey Gorman's here.
My man, you know me. I'm excited. My guy's going somewhere. I just don't know where my guy's going.
I know you're excited. And I know that your guy's going somewhere because you told me, but just to be safe.
Yes.
Just to be sure.
Yes.
Who's your guy?
Oh, Jay Cutler.
Oh, that's right. Jay Cutler.
JJ.
The last man standing. You're going to die on that hill, aren't you?
He will win that MVP with this new team this year, take them back from the brink and give them, Super Bowl hopes. Woo! But boy, oh boy, he's in that MVP conversation. Wherever he ends up, he just needs a team, Steve.
Free agency's begun and Jay Cutler's been released. That's your kind of day. Let the wild, rampant speculation and unfounded rumors begin. Okay, then. Are we done talking about Jay Cutler?
Well, for now.
Okay. All right, very good. There's another move today that's pretty much calling, that's taking all the heat.
Russell Okung?
All the oxygen out of the room.
Russell Okung to the Chargers for $54 million? Yeah,
there's
they took
that
the air out of my wing. Yeah.
There's that one. There's another one I was going to mention. That would be Brock Osweiler. Huh. Brock Osweiler, he of the Houston Texans, after he of the Denver Broncos went for crazy money to Houston last year and then lost a starting job to a butcher from Houston, or was it a mailman? I can't remember who he lost his job to.
He did drywall.
Drywall guy, that's right. Yep. Brock Osweiler has been traded from the Houston Texans to the Cleveland Browns. And by the way, pretty much just a way to get rid of a contract for everyone involved.
Seems like it, yeah. It seems like it's a money-saving deal. It's a money ball. It's a baseball deal in a football league is what it is. And that team, what they're doing is saying, to hell with it. We're going to pile up so many draft choices that we're not afraid to take $15 million or $16 million off of our big surplus of money and waste it on down-the-road draft picks. I mean, if they're going to continue this monster, the Browns may win back-to-back Super Bowls in the year 2020 and the year 2021.
It's an aggressive move. It's the kind of thing that the franchise does when they're saying, hey, you know what? We're just going full bore for something. We've got a vision. We've got a plan, and it might look a little ugly at first, but by God, we're going to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately...
Can I just intervene for 1 second? It was a year ago today, roughly, that I said on this same microphone, and I said to Brock Osweiler, good for you. I said the words, son, go where you're wanted.
Yeah.
Go where you are wanted. For starters,
you said that a million times.
That is a great place to start with a new franchise. If Denver doesn't want you, go where you're wanted. And boy, $72 million in the Houston Texans. And a year later, I'm backpedaling.
And a year later, the Cleveland Browns are spending $16 million ultimately to acquire a second-round draft pick in 2018.
Yeah, but they're gonna get rid of Osweiler. They're gonna try to trade him, is my guess.
He's not there for long.
No. But they're going to get listen, I love what they're doing. They're going to get more draft picks out of this $16 million after they cut him when it's all said and done. If they can is what I'm saying. Rather than cut them, if there's teams that are saying, hey, we'll do a trade with you, and they're stockpiling draft picks, well, now you're talking it's more than $16 million for a second rounder. Now you might get a third in there. You might get a 2 fourths. You might get a fifth included on top of it. So I like it. They're buying draft picks.
Well, they're looking at this is a team with more than $100 million in salary cap room. Again, the Cleveland Browns.
Flush.
And they're saying, okay, $16 million. Osweiler's due $16 million this season. Yeah. And they're saying, okay, you know what? We'll get that for that kind of money for $16 million. Again, like you said, load up the cupboard with draft picks
and second rounders.
I mean, Osweiler actually is barely. He's not even a factor in this. It's just a matter of we can write a check. Essentially, we can clear some room for Houston. We'll cut a check for $16 million, and at the end of that check, is a bunch of draft picks that are going to hopefully boost us for a long and bountiful future.
We got one of those win-wins. The only one who's on the outside looking in, well, the quarterback we're talking about, but it's a win for the Texans to dump that contract. It's a win for them to acquire, and I mean the Browns to acquire Osweiler and the draft pick, and hopefully not done dealing him and end up with more. I just like what they're doing out there in Cleveland.
I tell you what's amazing to me is, I mean, a year ago when you said go where you're wanted and Houston's offering you the money, what turned out to be Houston's arguably the greatest mistake in that franchise's history, giving a guy like Osweiler that kind of money, turned out pretty good. I mean, a year later, it's kind of a win for the Texans without question.
Absolutely.
Because now they've been cleared. Now they're cleared to go pursue Tony Romo.
Yeah.
Man, that's a big start. That's a big start to the proceedings.
Well, there is a bit of a wrench in those plans because acquiring Tony Romo now, is it going to be a trade? Are they trading him, or are they releasing him today like it was previously announced? So far, as we speak, Tony Romo is still a Dallas Cowboy.
Well, we know that's not going to be for long. Tony Romo knows it's not going to be for very long that he's a Cowboy, no matter how he's released or traded. No matter how he leaves town, we know he's leaving town. In fact, Tony Romo, it was an Instagram post today to Dallas Cowboys fans. Here's Romo.
Hey, everyone. I just wanted to come and tell you it's been a crazy 48 hours here, and me and my family have felt the outpouring of support and love from all of you. It's been overwhelming, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So I want to say thank you, and we have a lot to think about here going forward, but we'll see what happens. Till then, I'm just going to keep listening to Bob Dylan.
Hey, not every day.
That's my wife. She just loves me unconditionally.
Until then, I'm just going to keep listening to Bob Dylan. Well, he's on the right track there. I mean, you could spend your time in much less fruitful ways.
Yeah.
You're going to get something out of a little time spent with Dylan. We all know that. So Romo's going what?
Ooh.
What?
Ooh.
What? I like the ooh. I
something.
like the unexpected ooh.
I like to think at this time of year, what's he really saying? I heard the thank you, but then I hear Dylan in the background.
Right.
I'm saying, what is he saying?
What is he saying, Jeffrey?
Where's Robert Zimmerman, a.k.a. Bob Dylan, from? Where?
He's from Minnesota.
Who's the quarterback in Minnesota?
The quarterback in Minnesota is
Sam Bradford.
Sam Bradford.
Is he really? Is he
Connecting
really?
the dots to the young man from Hibbing, Minnesota.
But we have conspiracy theories out there, and I'm just saying right now, after listening to Dylan start chirping in that Instagram post, I got Romo going to the Vikings.
Okay, you know what? I love it. First guy in the country to say Romo to the Vikings.
Why not?
Kirk Cousins, another guy that we have no idea where he might end up. Everybody's been banging the drum for him to end up with 49ers, and now the story has come out that Kirk Cousins, personally went to the owner, Daniel Snyder in Washington, and said, "Look, I'd like for a trade," and he was told, "Don't get your hopes up."
Yeah.
Boy, I tell you what.
How about that? I love the fact that he did that. And Kirk, I tell you what, just don't show up for camp. Not only that, on top of it, if they decide to keep him, Pierre Garçon, Pro Bowl receiver, Deshaun Jackson, Pro Bowl receiver. Now, they haven't been the last couple of years, but they're good, and they're big money guys. And if you don't believe me, look at the new contracts they just signed.
Of course.
With San Francisco and Tampa Bay. Who's he throwing the ball to? Jordan Reed?
I have no idea.
He's a great tight end. He's got nobody to catch the football.
That's right.
They're just retreads. Boy, am I going to get into it. Alex Marvez will be coming up here to clear up the air on this thing. Yeah. And I'm saying this, and I'll say it at the end of the conversation, what the hell? Where is Green Bay? Where is Green Bay? Where? Why? Why are you asking? Alshon Jeffrey, Brandon Marshall, Deshaun Jackson, Pierre Garçon,
good,
Torrey Smith.
A lot of receivers.
A lot of receivers out there. What did they have problems with last year? I know injuries came into it, but nothing from Ted Thompson and the Packers.
You know what? That's a great point. And what we've done, until Aaron Rodgers decided to go full superhero the last half of the season, last third of the season, what were we saying all year? What have we said the last few years? Which is what's going on with that front office in Green Bay? Do they need a coaching change? Do they need a GM change? Because you're right, Aaron Rodgers doesn't have the weapons.
He's got weapons. Those guys are young, they're small, they're quick. I love it. I'm talking about a 6'4" dominant receiver, Alshon Jeffrey, Brandon Marshall type, even Pierre Garçon for that matter, who's a big guy. Just give Aaron Rodgers a big receiver. We got guys out there. I'm just wondering what the Pack's doing.
He doesn't have the weapons that a man of his stature in his 30s now. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is on the back end. He might have 8 more years, but he's still. I mean, he's still prime, obviously, but he's getting towards the end of his prime. Yeah. Give him some giant targets. It's worth whatever you spend. Look at what he does with the guys around him. Give him top-shelf receivers, and look out. That's still a division that's theirs every single year. As long as Aaron Rodgers is there, that's their division to win.
Alshon Jeffrey, we talked about him. He signed a 1-year deal with the Eagles. He was with the Bears. And I'm just saying, I'm not a GM, but for $14 million for a wide receiver of his caliber, with the salary cap going up, I understand. I don't know the books on Green Bay, but I'm just saying, Ted Thompson, pay one of these guys one of these years. They're premier guys. I'd love to see Brandon Marshall wearing a Green Bay Packer uniform, a veteran receiver with a veteran quarterback. Love it. I just don't know what they're doing. That's out of the blue. We're talking about something that isn't happening. There's a lot happening, Steve.
There certainly is a lot happening. The Bears did sign Mike Glennon, and it was $15 million. 3 years, $45 million. And again, I'm going to go back to Washington here real quick, because if Mike Glennon's worth $15 million a year, and you're Washington and you just don't feel like committing to Kirk Cousins when you could lock him down for $25 a year easily, long term, maybe even a little less than what the franchise would be, maybe, if you give him long term. If Mike Glennon's worth $15 million, what's Kirk Cousins worth? Again, whatever. He's
playoffs. I mean, what do you want?
I know.
Hey, and by the way, Glennon's going to be a 1-year deal. He's going to play and start for $15 million, and they're going to still draft a quarterback or trade for a quarterback or something. Now, barring Garoppolo coming in, which will not happen in the Bears with this mix, I was looking at that, and we'll talk to Alex Marvez about it, but really it's going to be a 1-year deal where they say, hey, he's a plug-in-and-play guy. We've got to stop the gap. We don't have a quarterback. Cutler was just released. That's what they're doing. They're trying to get a quarterback. I don't know where they're going in the first. I don't know if they have their eyes on Deshaun Watson, Deshaun Kaiser, Mitchell Trubisky. I don't know.
You mentioned, and I went right past it, but Deshaun Jackson did sign with Tampa Bay. Now, you got Winston down, Jameis Winston, but you got Mike Evans and Deshaun Jackson.
Well, you got Mike Evans, who's 6'5" receiver.
I'm saying.
Okay?
You
got also have Vincent Jackson down there, another 6'5" guy, and now you've got a 5'9" guy that can absolutely burn and blow it over the top. I love Deshaun Jackson.
What it says to me is, hey, Atlanta Falcons, don't start the season slow. Don't have the Super Bowl hangover, because Tampa Bay is loaded for bear.
Hey,
they've got some serious weapons down there, and Jameis is in his 3rd year this year. He's going to be better than we've seen him.
And I got advice for Jameis.
What's
Just
that?
throw the ball to Deshaun. Don't hang out with him. Just throw it to him. That's it.
That is
on
good
Sundays
advice.
and at practice, throw it to him. You don't need to hang out with him.
Hey, speaking of quarterbacks who could use some advice, or certainly could have, Vince Young is going to be on the show today.
Yes, the man.
Vince Young, one of the great college players of all time, a guy responsible for probably one of the absolute greatest college games of all time when he was at Texas, the Rose Bowl win over USC, came here to Nashville, was a Titan starter for a few years, spun out miserably, an absolute grease fire, bounced around the league for a few more years. We haven't seen him on the field since 2011.
Going to get to the bottom of this.
And Vince Young is now a Saskatchewan Rough Rider.
Now, keep in mind, the fun part is Vince had 4 downs when he played in the NFL, and he had a tough time of it.
He
did. He had 4 downs up there.
He's got
now
3
he's got
downs.
3 downs now. So
he's got 3 downs to do what he had trouble doing in 4.
Yes, exactly.
But
we're going to talk to him about it.
But thankfully, he's going up against Canadian defenses. That will give him a little bit of an edge, hopefully. We'll see.
I hope he can run for 2,000 yards and throw for 5,000 yards.
Put it this way. If Vince Young goes to Canada and rediscovers himself and cashes in on all that potential and all the skills he had, he will run roughshod over that league. He will be a true Rough Rider. Anyway, in the next hour, we'll talk to Vince Young. That should be something. In the meantime, give me 30 seconds here. I'm going to throw a bunch of numbers your way, but seriously, stay with me. In 15 minutes, you could save 15% or more on car insurance. This company's been offering great rates and great service for over 75 years. And anytime you need help, you can speak to one of their trained specialists 24/7. The company is Geico. Go to geico.com today. All right, sorry for all those numbers. Give me 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, great. I'm out of town. I'm out of time.
You're out of town, huh?
I'm out of time. Alex Marvez is coming into town. At least he's coming on the horn. He's a football insider, and he's a good friend of ours, and he's with us next.
3, 2, 1. Happy NFL New League Year! Pop the bottles! Kiss your wife! Hug your kids! Hug her kids that she had in the previous marriage. Your team is either really crappy or your team is still damn good. Let's celebrate the NFL New League Year together on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, Steve Gorman here. As a sports fan, you have to have a lot of confidence in your team that they'll call the right play, draft the right guy, hire the right coach, design the right logo. But when it comes to buying a car, how much confidence do you have that you're getting the right price? At TrueCar, they show you real pricing on actual inventory from a TrueCar certified dealer in your area. And these aren't just any dealers. TrueCar certified dealers are a network of car sellers committed to transparency that offer competitive prices and an all-around better buying experience. You can even work directly with a TrueCar certified dealer to establish a fair price before you even show up on the lot. Need more confidence? TrueCar users, on average, save over $3,000 off MSRP for new car purchases. So when you're ready to buy a new or even a used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Learn more at TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience. That's TrueCar.com.
Hello, human. It's me, your dog. I know your car battery died, so you couldn't make it home on time, but I just wanted to let you know that everything is A-okay. I made you a couple presents. You know, the kind you pick up in a plastic bag? Yeah, I put one right on your pillow. I figured that'd be the best place for you to find it. Also, the couch needed a little shredding, so I took care of that, too. Also, I ate the mail. Who's a good boy? I am.
Make sure you'll be there. Get a car battery test today. Find a location at interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable.
Welcome to Geico's Motorcycle Meanderings.
Oh man, this is great. I sure saved a lot of money by switching to Geico. Scored some big savings, and now I can use their mobile app 24/7 for all sorts of stuff. Life just makes sense now. What doesn't make sense is if a highway splits, it's a fork in the road. Then wouldn't a long straight stretch be a knife in the road? And then wouldn't a cul-de-sac be a spoon in the road? What would a spork be?
Geico Motorcycle. Savings that make sense.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Peekaboo. Peekaboo, smile.
Smile, buddy.
Come on, smile. Oh, honey, he's still not smiling.
Maybe he's not a smiler.
Yeah, maybe he's just not a happy baby.
Maybe he's just being a boy. You know how boys are.
Or maybe he's teething. Oh, poor baby. I think his gums hurt.
Maybe he's just tired.
Or maybe his tummy hurts. He didn't eat that much.
Maybe he's not ticklish.
You think maybe he's scared of the dog?
Maybe he'll outgrow it. Maybe it's a phase. Maybe he just doesn't like smiling.
Maybe he has autism, and we can definitely do something to help.
Maybe is all you need to find out more about autism. No big, joyful smiles by 6 months is one early sign. Learn the others at autismspeaks.org/signs or see a doctor today for an autism screening. The sooner it's diagnosed, the better. And it can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Alice T. George, owner of Presque Isle Printing Services. Are you getting married this year? Congratulations! Check out our Getting Married page on our website, PresqueIslePrinting.com, to see all we have to offer for your wedding printing needs. Invites, RSVPs, stag and drag, 50/50 tickets, and more. It's always quick, easy, and affordable at Presque Isle Printing Services.
Go ask Alice at Presque Isle Printing Services, 4318 West Ridge Road. Look for the big yellow house. Like them on Facebook and follow on Twitter for monthly specials.
Goodbye February, hello March. Talk beer, taste beer, enjoy beer at You Pick 6. Our brewery of the month is Southern Tier Brewing, featuring New School IPA on tap all month long with more Southern Tier favorites. Our new craft beer night features $3 select craft beers every Tuesday, all locations from 9 to 11 p.m. Wait, there's more. You Pick 6 has a new loyalty program. You can sign up at youpick6.com to start earning your rewards and enter to win. Sign up in the month of March and you could win a beercation to Southern Tier's new brew pub in Pittsburgh and 2 tickets to a Pirates v Yankees game. The festivities continue for St. Patrick's Day. Visit us at the Tap House downtown for Parade Day on Saturday, March 11th with DJ Chris Kelly and live music from the Mulligans. Check out our website for all the St. Patrick's Day details with great Irish beers on tap and our fantastic Irish menu. Stop by any of our locations at You Pick 6 Beer Store on Upper Peachner I-90, Tap House downtown Erie 4th and State, Public House west side of Erie 26th and Asbury, and Harbour House on Buffalo Road and Harbour Creek. 4 great locations, 1 great website, youpick6.com.
Fox Sports Radio,
1330 The Fan.
Every day for the same reason.
Meta World Peace,
Bullying.
Sean Payton's our guest.
This is Mike
with us now.
Preston,
It's
president of the
Hill.
Pennsylvania
It's time
State
for us to
Education
remind you yet
Association.
again that you can go
Bullying
to
impacts nearly one-third of
foxsportsradio.com
all
and
students
podcast.
every
You're
year.
going to intentionally walk
The
somebody,
parents,
just point to
educators,
first and
and
he'll take
concerned
your
adults
Draymond Green
can
is
make
making
a
very
difference.
smart.
You gotta choose
It takes
between
just
Jay Cutler
one
and Colin
caring adult
Kaepernick. Who would you
to
bet?
intervene
Jay
and
Cutler.
help stop the
Podcast
bullying.
anything and
Victims
everything.
need an adult that will
Right.
listen,
That's
will stand up for them,
foxsportsradio.com
and most
for all your
importantly,
podcast
show them
needs.
they are not alone. Bullying and cyberbullying have far-reaching
MLS is
effects,
back.
from a
This
decline
Sunday,
in
don't miss
academic
the LA
performance
Galaxy
to
as they
physical
take on
illness,
the Portland
depression,
Timbers.
or worse. Help us create a safe, fully free
Live at
learning
7 p.m.
environment
Eastern
for
on
all students in
FS1.
Pennsylvania. One caring adult can make all the difference. Take the pledge to be that adult at NEA.org/fully free.
A message from the Pennsylvania State
Steve
Education
Gomer Sports, Fox
Association.
Sports Radio. We're in the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, Nashville, Tennessee. And on the horn with us right now,
Sounds like fish.
it's my favorite fish song. Alex Marvez is with us, Sporting News, Sirius XM, NFL Insider, Fish Outsider. What's up, brother?
Gentlemen, I am good. I mixed it up today simply because even like the Fare Thee Well concerts at Soldier Field didn't rake in as much money as some of the players today. Some of the deals make you pop your eyeballs out, but you have to get used to the new economics of today's NFL. Teams went into this thing $36 million average under the salary cap. Might have even been closer to $40 million by the time players were released. Teams were ready to spend to try to get better, and boy, oh boy, did they do just that.
Eye-popping money makes me think first and foremost of a guy named Mike Glennon that no one in America could pick out of a police lineup. He's going to Chicago. Cutler's been sprung loose from the Bears. What is the story with the Bears? Give me what's the take there? What's going on? And how is Glennon worth this much money?
Well, that's the whole thing, and I have a Sporting News column up about this, and it's just interesting to me because, look, I don't get the whole Mike Glennon obsession. I really don't. Guys, think about this. The last quarterback that was a backup, like a pure backup, who grew up in a system with a team as a backup, was Matt Hasselbeck, who took his team to the Super Bowl.
Right.
You have Tyrod Taylor, who maybe is okay. We don't even know what he is yet after 2 seasons. After that, you got your Matt Flynn's, you got your A.J. Feeley's, you got your Brock Osweiler's, guys that there's a reason that their teams, they're not starting there anymore. And that's the thing with Mike Glennon. I've yet to see anything besides people from the Bucs tell me he's great in practice. But what does that do for you? You know what I mean? Like, I just don't get it. And then, look, it doesn't preclude them from drafting a quarterback at number 3 and using him as a developmental quarterback, and Mike Glennon becomes that bridge quarterback. But you know what? If you're John Fox and Ryan Pace, I don't know how this moves you any closer to breaking that string of double-digit loss seasons than you did before.
Right. Alex Marvez is joining us, and when I saw the news, it's one of those stories, Alex. When I saw the news, I thought, what a typical Cleveland move. Brock Osweiler gets traded from the Texans to the Browns, second-round draft choice, but now the word is Brock Osweiler may not be long for the Cleveland Browns roster.
Yes, and the Browns did this move it's like an NBA type deal, and kudos to Adam Schefter of ESPN for having it and explaining it the way it was. Look, the Texans were looking for a suitor to basically take Brock Osweiler off their hands and that $16 million in guaranteed salary and go to somebody else. And the Browns, because they have more than $100 million available under the cap, were willing to do that. It came at a price. Now that the Browns and the Texans swap picks in the 4th and 6th rounds, respectively. Browns go to the 4th round now. The Texans fall, and they have Cleveland's 6th-round pick. Also, that 2nd-round pick in 2018. Essentially what the Browns did here was buy an extra 2nd-round pick in the 2018 draft. And this is a pick that could potentially be used if you're really trying to get Jimmy Garoppolo and you really think he's the guy that's the savior of your franchise. It gives you even that much more ammunition to try to convince New England to let him go. So I think from that standpoint it makes sense. You're right, Brock Osweiler may never take a snap for the Cleveland Browns. So he doesn't get to join that list of, 28 different starting quarterbacks that they've had since their return in 1999. Moneyball-type trade, I think it's an interesting one, and it went outside the box. Hey, if you're the Texans now, you have even more ammunition available to make that run at Tony Romo. But the Cowboys now sensing, there's that market for Tony Romo, hold on to him. So now the Texans are being held hostage, and of course we have to see how the Broncos handle this as well, and if they decide to get in the bidding for Tony themselves.
Okay, you brought up Romo, so let's go with it. Is there a chance that they that I know he said goodbye on Instagram, but he is still property of the Dallas Cowboys. Is he going to get released soon if a trade isn't available in the next week or two?
Well, that's the whole thing. How long is Jerry Jones willing to hold on to him? See, the Houston Texans right now, I don't see them as being in the market for another quarterback. What are they going to do? Go sign Jay Cutler? I mean, would they make a trade themselves for Jimmy Garoppolo? I don't see that as viable. I think that it's Tony Romo or bust for them. And if it's not going to be Tony Romo, well, then they got to go back to the drawing board. And that's where things get a little bit tricky here. Let's say a Patrick Mahomes, for example, of Texas Tech is available late in the first round. Do you draft him and start him right away? I mean, I think they're hoping that a viable option becomes available for them as a starting quarterback at some point here during this offseason. But are you going to rush out onto the market to sign Jay Cutler? Is that something? Do you want to go get Colin Kaepernick? I mean, look at these names that I'm throwing out there. It just shows you how bad the quarterback market is.
Nick Foles is available, Alex.
Like I just said, this just shows you how bad this quarterback market is.
Okay.
Kirk Cousins would love to be available, and the word is he went to his owner, Daniel Snyder, and asked to be traded and was told, don't get your hopes up. Honestly, what now for this franchise? Screw the long-term play. What's the short-term play? What are they doing?
Well, they got to get some stability. And Scott McCloughan, Peter Schaefer, his agent, goes on Pro Football Talk today, says that Scott McCloughan is healthy, and reports of his alcoholic demise are exaggerated. Well, take that for what it's worth. We've had people all around the organization saying not only did Scott fall off the wagon, but he also is in arrears with Bruce Allen, the team president. They need to find a way to resolve this situation. And it might just be the Redskins. You're talking about Dan Snyder here, a guy who served expired peanuts at games.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure we understand here that while he can spend on some things, he doesn't spend on others. And maybe, just maybe, this is a situation of a fight with the remainder of Scott McCloughan's contract. Whatever it is, the Redskins need to show something that says there's some air of competency there. Right now, they extended Jay Gruden for 2 years. I'm not sure if that's supposed to make Kirk Cousins happy or not. Kirk sees this dumpster fire that the franchise is becoming, and no wonder he goes to the owner. Of course, though, that makes you, that it's also, at this point, is he going to make it so uncomfortable for the Redskins that he's trying to say, like, look, why are we going to have this guy around if he's not going to be a positive influence on the team? I don't think Kirk wants to be labeled that way, but he wants that money. Mm-hmm. He wants that long-term security. So we can't completely dismiss yet the possibility of that trade. The Redskins saying, you know what, we'll start over from scratch. But again, this was a team that's had 2 straight winning seasons. They're not far from making a run. I really believe that with the Redskins, even with the loss of Deshaun Jackson, Pierre Garçon, they have some young players. I still think they're a good team, but so are you going to go back to square one at the quarterback spot? Hey, bring back RG3. How about that?
Oh, boy, Alex Marvez joined us. Don't say that. We'll get to RG3 in a minute. Alshon Jeffrey, one of the most coveted wide receivers in the free agent market. I don't get it. A 1-year deal for $14 million. I know he could have got an extended deal with a hell of a lot more money than that. What's up, Alex?
Well, here's the thing, though, about it. I think he was in the free agent market. I think teams looked. They weren't willing to give him the type of deal that he wanted. I think a 1-year, $14 million contract is outstanding for him. And I say that because he's right back in the free agent market again next year. And, that's the thing. If he wasn't going to get what he was looking for, and if he's looking for $20 million, $25 million guaranteed, and thinks he can get it, playing 1 year for $14 million at his age, proving himself in what is a very pass-heavy offense with a young rising quarterback, I think he's in a great position. So, but trust me, there were questions about Alshon. I mean, I think the concept of Alshon Jeffrey is a lot better than the reality of Alshon Jeffrey. And again, he's been saddled with some pretty poor quarterback play through the past couple seasons, but I can't tell you that Alshon Jeffrey is that big a game changer that you want to end up paying the guy as much as he was looking for.
Alex, last time we saw the Atlanta Falcons, they were collapsing in historic fashion. That Super Bowl hangover really can't last very long because now Jameis Winston adds Deshaun Jackson to the Tampa Bay offense. So you got Mike Evans, you got Deshaun Jackson, you got Winston in his 3rd year. Is this the year Tampa Bay gets over the hump?
They are really getting close. They really are. And we have to, of course, see what's going on at the running back position. They re-signed Jacquizz Rodgers, but everyone wondering, will Adrian Peterson end up making an appearance with the Tampa Bay Bucs? You can't completely dismiss that. Doug Martin trying to get his life in order. He is still with the Bucs. They plan on bringing him to OTAs. Can he get everything back together after checking himself into a clinic for substance abuse? I think defensively, if they can continue to bolster the pass rush, re-signing William Golston was huge because he's a run stuff guy, but he is getting better as a pass rusher. And Noah Spence really began to emerge last year as a rookie. So if they continue to build there, this is a team that can challenge them. And let's not forget about some other ones. You know, look, Carolina, they think they're better on the offensive line and signing Matt Khalil to a monster deal. They've
$55 million, Alex? Come on.
25.5 guaranteed. Just tell me what the guarantees are. And it's monstrous for a guy who's been a very average tackle the past 4 seasons in Carolina. So, I'm not in Minnesota, rather. So that's the thing, though. This is like monopoly money that people are using here. But it's the reality of today's economics in the NFL. When the salary cap jumps by more than $10 million every year over a number of years, what once was a reasonable contract, is now just like a pittance compared to what players are getting today.
New England signed Stephon Gilmore. What does that mean for Malcolm Butler, if anything?
Well, see, this one was the curious signing to me. First, because Stephon Gilmore is coming off a not-so-great year in Buffalo. In fact, look, the Patriots have made a living off of rating the Bills, right, and making them look stupid. So
right.
Maybe this is another example of this, and Stephon playing with a better organization will look like a better corner. But he was up and down last year. But I think they talked to Malcolm Butler. Malcolm's agent had some unrealistic demands for them, and I think they're going to probably be moving on. And the thing about it is, with Malcolm, I could see a scenario where, they've been talking about Brandon Cooks, trying to get him in and at least having him for 2 years, trading Malcolm Butler for Brandon Cooks. The Saints, though, they don't want to lose Malcolm Butler either. They need to find a way under their salary cap. If they think he's that shutdown corner that they've been lacking, that you're going to find a way to pay him, because you don't want to trade for a player who's going to leave.
Hey, you can sleep this weekend. Stay on it, Alex.
Thank you. I might go see Bare Naked Ladies tomorrow night, by the way. Think about this. $60, all you can drink at the Fontainebleau Hotel and Bare Naked Ladies. That's pretty darn good.
Are you talking about a burlesque show or a straight-up strip club?
Come on, no, burlesque. You know what
Okay.
I'm saying? Slow, the little tease with the scarf. Yeah, come on.
It's been one day since I had me. Alex Marvez, thank you, brother.
Be good now. Take care. Thanks, guys.
Hey, if you're driving in a car and you come to train tracks and you think a train's going to stop if he sees you on those tracks, well, he will stop. He's going to stop about a mile after he runs right through your car. Trains can't stop. You know what that means? It means you stop. Okay, I'm going to keep saying it until everybody stops getting hit by trains. Brandon Marshall has got a little something to say for his new teammates in New York. That's next, but first, here's what's trending.
Big upset in college hoops today. Number 1 Kansas lost its Big 12 quarterfinal in Kansas City to TCU 85-82. ACC quarterfinal wins for North Carolina, which ripped Miami, and Duke, which eliminated Louisville. Plenty more college basketball tonight. NFL free agency started today. The 2 big items, the Texans trading quarterback Brock Osweiler and a second-rounder to the Cleveland Browns, who assume his big salary. For now, they could cut or trade him. The Bears released Jay Cutler and signed quarterback Mike Glennon to a 3-year deal. Wide receiver Alshon Jeffrey goes to Philadelphia on a 1-year contract. Wide receiver Torrey Smith signed with the Eagles a 3-year deal. Philadelphia released defensive end Connor Barwin today and got offensive lineman Chance Warmack on a 1-year contract. Wide receiver Deshaun Jackson goes to Tampa Bay on a deal that averages about $12 million per year. The Bucs also get running back Jacquizz Rodgers and defensive lineman Chris Baker. I'm Steve DeSager.
We are Okay, FS1.
Don't laugh! This ain't reality TV!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
If you laugh at me, then get back together, come back and see me. 3 days in the living room. I realize it's all my fault, but couldn't tell you yesterday. Keep forgiving me.
Steve Gomer Sports, Fox Sports Radio. There's those bare naked ladies. Did you say something about a honey bun?
I tried. I don't know what he says. I just know the tone.
I do know this. I remember the first time I ever heard that there was a band called the Bare Naked Ladies, and if I'm not mistaken, the words that came out of my mouth were, they got to be Canadian. Well, that just sounds like a bunch of Canadians having fun, having a hoot.
They are. I've interviewed those boys.
We've had a couple of those guys on this show.
Yeah.
Great guys.
Yeah.
God,
that's
funny.
right. We did interview them. I met another time. I was working for Sports Illustrated, and I interviewed them in Minnesota. Great guys.
Really?
Isn't that a weird story?
It is kind of a weird story.
Canadian guy in Minnesota?
Just ready to cross the border.
You do the math.
No, I don't have to. I can just look right at a map myself. We can talk Bare Naked Ladies, or we can take a look around at a few other stories.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I please have your attention?
I've got a big story for you.
Oh, you didn't know? I've just been handed an urgent and horrifying news story.
Oh, my God.
Stop what you're doing and
Listen.
On the NFL Network's Good Morning Football.
Good morning, football.
Morning Football. This morning, Brandon Marshall, late of the Jets, now of the Giants.
Yes.
Brandon Marshall. He's got a future as a broadcaster.
Sure.
Brandon Marshall asked, "Hey, what about your now New York Giant teammates? And remember the whole frap last year during the playoffs when they took a trip down to Miami?
Oh yeah.
During a playoff week, on their day off, a bunch of receivers went to Miami. Brandon Marshall asked, "What if you'd been around?" Here's Marshall.
Well, I can't say that. Everyone's different. But I would have been against that. And partly because probably my pains, right? Like I've been in the league so long and I've never made the playoffs. And so these guys are young and they're studs and they'll get it. But for me, I'm just at a different place in my life. So I would have been against it. But I don't think it had anything to do with the performance on Sunday.
Wonderful. There's a leader right there.
Yeah.
That's what that locker room needs. Hey, good luck with OBJ. And if there's somebody that can get him and take him under his wing, sounds like that guy right there.
That does sound good. Yeah.
I mean, OBJ's got a guy. Obviously, he doesn't listen to Eli.
Right.
You know what I mean? He tries to, but he doesn't. But now he's got a guy in his meeting room with him. I love it.
In his meeting room, playing the same position.
No.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Might work. Might work. Might not.
No, that will work.
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Here's just a little gossip for you. Ready for this?
What do you got? I love gossip.
Well, A-Rod.
Okay, like him.
And
like him?
J-Lo.
Okay.
Are now A-Lo or J-Rod, whatever you want to call them.
Wow.
Yeah. Alex Rodriguez, Jennifer Lopez are now a couple.
Nice. Yeah.
What took so long?
I know.
That's a perfect fit. That's what I thought.
It really does. They've been through some ups to each other. They've been through some downs. They've got kids together. They got that. Perfect. By the way,
but they don't have kids together.
Well, no,
they both have kids.
They both have kids. I meant,
And previously, yeah,
and they're both probably worth about $600 million each, if not more. Yeah, that's a good union right there.
That's two people that are inarguably really talented, who've been in the public eye for a couple of decades, and I've never really had the time for either one of them.
No.
Never cared about a single thing either one of them did. So the way I see it is, they should be together.
Hey.
Why go ruin two other relationships?
Hey, that's
true.
You know what I mean? I'll cut their lawn if they want. They pay well.
I tell you what that is. That's great matchmaking on someone's part. J-Rod, how long? 6 months? 9?
No, that union's for good.
Is it for good?
That's locked in, yeah.
They've both been through the ringer a few times.
That's
yeah.
it.
They're ready?
That's
They're ready
that's the new Marilyn Monroe, Joe DiMaggio right there. That's my gift to you.
Yeah, that lasted like an hour, by the way.
He still puts roses to this day at her grave.
Yeah, he died in 1999.
Up until 99, he put roses at her grave every day.
It's America's greatest ever love story. He puts roses by her grave
every damn day.
Golly. And don't forget, serves up a nice hot brew of coffee.
He did.
Ooh.
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Okay, here's one of the rare opportunities where Jeffrey looks at me and says, "You should probably mention that Champions League game from yesterday."
Woof.
Yesterday.
Well, before you go on, why didn't you mention it yesterday? The comeback of all comebacks.
Well, I was in shock, is what happened. I had every intention of mentioning it yesterday, and it just got away from me. In Champions League, which is a European soccer tournament that happens every year, Barcelona, one of the more historic, legendary teams of all time, but of recent history, one of the greatest clubs, if not the greatest club in the last decade of soccer. They were playing Paris Saint-Germain, PSG. It's a home and away competition. You play a team twice. At the game in Paris, PSG beat Barcelona 4-0.
4-0.
So now yesterday was the second leg in Barcelona, and what that meant was
you got to make up the 4 goals.
It's an aggregate. So Barcelona, in order to win the game, in order to win and advance, they had to beat PSG 5-0,
or by 5 goals.
By 5 goals,
right.
But 5-0. But if you give up a goal, it's really the tiebreaker. If the game's 5-1. PSG advances because a goal on the road is the tiebreaker, and Barcelona had not scored in Paris.
Honey, I know you're excited. We got to get to this story. Tell me the good news.
I'm trying to make the point that early in the game, Barcelona comes out, gets an early goal. They get a lead 1-0. It goes 2-0, 3-0. Late in the game, Paris gets a goal. Late in the second half. The Paris goal was
like in
sometime in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s. It's 4-1.
No chance now. They got to get 2 goals up.
I'm sorry, it's 3-1, and there's a
3-1.
It's 3-1 late in the game.
6-1 at this point.
In the last 12 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, in the last 7 minutes of the game. In the last 7 minutes of the game. Wow. Barcelona scores 3 goals.
Is that extra time included?
Yes, with including extra time.
7?
It's in the history of the Champions League, it's the greatest comeback ever. And to have an aggregate deficit of 4-0, give up a goal at home, and then win 6-5 on aggregate, it's mind-boggling, especially when you're talking about two of the best soccer teams in the world.
If they won that game, let me ask you a question. If they won that game 4-0, 4-0, are they walking up that field dejected because they didn't get the aggregate score? Does the other PGS advance because they only won?
Well, it depends on what the tiebreaker. If it's 4-0 both games, then I'm not sure what the next tiebreaker is.
Okay.
If it's 5-1, but Paris scores a goal in Barcelona, Paris wins. So I mean, they had. Okay. So after Paris scored a goal, Barcelona had to get that 6th goal in. A 5-goal win yesterday puts them up on aggregate. Anyway, long story short, they walk off the field. One of the midfielders for Barcelona, Rakitic, said after the game, he said, "I really can't believe it. It's really impossible." 15 to 20 minutes later, it's still impossible, but we had to believe. We saw it in the Super Bowl, what is possible in sport.
Nice.
I got to think that's the first time a player for a team from Spain playing in a Champions League game against a team from France referenced a Super Bowl as inspiration. And today, if I'm not mistaken, the New England Patriots sent out a message on social media welcoming Barcelona to the comeback club.
Wow. That's an elite club to get into. Congrats, Barcelona.
Yeah, the Pats. And,
the Pats are hoity-toity.
Welcome to the comeback club. There's a photo posted of Gronkowski with Lionel Messi from last year. And Messi looks, of course, about to be the size of Julian Edelman. So, just a little fellow.
An incredible win. Yeah, we saw it in the Super Bowl, but apparently an even better comeback in soccer.
Pretty amazing thing to have all witnessed. Literally historic. And in a game that's been played at that level for that long, not a lot of historic wins anymore. Coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, we are Steve Gorman Sports. It's easy to save 15% or even more on car insurance with Geico. Go to geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. The only hard part is actually figuring out which way is easier. How about those Golden State Warriors? How about the fact that they suck in the fourth quarter? That's next.
The NFL free agency is here! The NFL free agency is here! Get all the latest. Right here. Right now. On Fox Sports Radio.
You don't have to drive like a pro to stop like a pro. All thanks to the new Duralast GT brake pads from AutoZone. They're like the ones used by Team Penske and NASCAR. They're engineered to be race-ready with a V-slot design and carbon fiber technology to reduce wear and increase stopping power. Because when you drive fast, sometimes you have to stop even faster. Duralast GT brake pads, proven tough from the tracks to the streets and sold only at AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Owner-operator truck drivers. Schneider's Tanker Choice program is off to a fast start with opportunities available for you to bulk up your business. Schneider's Pick Your Own Freight model, which has been popular with van truckload owner-operators for years, is now open to tanker drivers. Choose your routes and your revenue while saving on business expenses with the Schneider Purchase Power program. Tanker Choice is the right choice. See why and lease on at SchneiderOwneroperators.com. That's SchneiderOwneroperators.com.
Get going to Cunningham's of Edinburgh for their spring clearance event with money-saving deals popping up all over the lot. March is the time to buy or lease any new 2017 Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram. Put a spring in your step and head to Cunningham's of Edinburgh now.
Gerlach's Landscaping, a residential and commercial landscape company, is now hiring experienced supervisors, managers, and foremen. Plan on attending their career job fair on Saturday, March 11th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at 2227 West 18th Street. Gerlach's is offering pay based on experience from $15 to $22 an hour with full benefits, vacation, and 401ks. Check out their Facebook page, Gerlach's Property Maintenance, for more details, or call 838-5376.
Gerlach's Garden and Floral Center.
Medication adherence is a big problem in this country. Not filling your prescriptions, skipping doses, or taking the wrong dose can all lead to serious health problems, hospitalizations, or even death. As a pharmacist, it's my job to ensure you understand how to take your medication properly. Pharmacists are teaming up with medical professionals everywhere to give you the best medication therapy possible. If you're unsure of how to take your medication properly, talk to your pharmacist or medical provider immediately. For more information, go to lecom.edu/scriptyourfuture.
We'd like to congratulate the Erie Bayhawks on their new affiliation with the Atlanta Hawks. It was a slam dunk for hoops in Erie, and we're looking forward to seeing NBA superstars in the making. Gotta love Erie.
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes two. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese!
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzzed driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzzed driving, because buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Radio. Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Yeah, hi. I'd like to report a bear sighting.
Location.
In the forest near the side of the road.
No need for alarm, sir. The forest is where bears live.
But this was no ordinary bear.
No ordinary bear?
Yeah, 1 second I'm having a smoke taken into view. Next thing I know, I am face to face with Smokey Bear.
Let me guess, Smokey had a tip for you.
He did. He must have seen me toss my cigarette on the ground. He told me never to do that because it only takes one spark to start a wildfire.
He's a smart bear. Did you know that 9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans? That means 9 out of 10 wildfires can be prevented.
That's what Smokey said. I had no idea.
That's why Smokey's famous, and you're not.
Good point.
Get your Smokey on. If you see someone in danger of starting a wildfire, step in and make a difference, because 9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans. Brought to you by Smokey Bear, the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. Only you can prevent wildfires.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Podcast us everywhere.
Damn.
Check the list. iHeartRadio, iTunes, Google Play, and Stitcher.
Everywhere, anytime.
Let me repeat that again.
That's iHeartRadio, iTunes, Google Play, and Stitcher.
I listen
Everywhere.
You missed something? You can always podcast it.
Everywhere, anytime.
This is Fox Sports Radio.
Everywhere.
FS1. Yeah! FS1.
the best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. Look at me!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Steve Gomer Sports, Fox Sports Radio. The Smithereens.
Oh, no,
wow.
Big country.
Big country?
I did. I said, oh, it's big country. I know it, and it wasn't.
Not quite as Scottish as big country, if memory serves. New Jersey, Glasgow.
Never heard of that place.
Smithereens are from New Jersey. Big country's from Glasgow.
Oh, okay. I thought
somewhere
in Glasgow, New Jersey, or vice versa. Hey, I got something here for you that's an anniversary, if you will. Not a good one.
Okay.
The notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace killed 20 years ago today in Vegas. Drive-by shooting.
Okay.
I was in Vegas that weekend.
Were you really?
Yeah, that was a big fight weekend. But the reason I'm telling that now is to commemorate 20 years of his death, notorious B.I.G.
Okay.
And Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah?
he's wondering, and he talked about this on a podcast, and he said, I'm wondering if I went to that Soul, the Soul Train Awards, the music awards that were being held, and the after party that was hosted by Vibe Magazine, if he went to that, which he was invited to, and he overslept and never made it to the celebration or the party,
right?
While he was in Vegas, he said, if I went to that, I think Biggie would still be alive. He said, I'd have been, doing my thing out at the cars after the award show got out, saying hi to everybody, dapping with him, dapping with her.
Yep.
It's time for Erie Otters Hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, WFNN Erie. Now, let's go to the ice with Aaron Cooney.
Shootout in Niagara. The Ice Dogs and the Otters, shooting the lights out in the afternoon in the 2 p.m. Sunday game at the Meridian Center. As the Otters, after a loss to the Sarnia Sting the night before, Erie was looking to shore things up on the defensive end in the game against Niagara. Certainly didn't get that. Quite a different look from an Otters hockey game that you're expected to see this season. As the Otters did want to preach getting the first goal and having a good first period. They got that. At least on the scoreboard in terms of a 4-2 lead. Should have been 4-1. They gave up a goal with just 6 seconds left on the clock as the Ice Dogs were able to climb back in and gain some momentum with Castleman's first of the night. Go into the second period. A disasterful second for the Otters. Giving up 5 goals to the Ice Dogs and able to coagulate the bleeding just with mustering one of their own. Erie has suddenly found themselves trailing 7-5 in what was just a grotesque defensive effort from the Otters in that second period. And despite the heroics late in the third that the Otters would find themselves climbing within 1 goal, it still wasn't enough as Kyle Langdon would seal the deal with an empty net tally, and the Otters trailed and lost 9-7. The Otters didn't give up that many goals in quite a while. On the worst loss coming 8-3 with the Saginaw Spirit back in November. But the Otters are looking to pick themselves up. And it'll have to be against some of the top teams in the Ontario Hockey League. The next 4 are against teams either leading divisions or in second place. As they'll see the Windsor Spitfires tonight, London Knights tomorrow, Sunday against the Peterborough Petes leading the Eastern Conference. And then the London Knights again on home ice next Tuesday. The road doesn't get easy because the Otters have now found themselves just 4 points ahead of the London Knights, who have a game in hand for the division standings. And now the Sioux Greyhounds just a point behind them for the top spot in the Western Conference. It still holds that the Otters control their own destiny, but they got to exercise that, and soon, if they want to be at the Erie Insurance Arena all throughout the postseason. I'm Aaron Cooney. This is the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Lots to get through. We're going to look at their lineup as the Otters get a little bit of a break in getting healthy. We're going to see number 9, Kyle Maximovich, back in the lineup here tonight. Otters at the WFCU Center for the final time, the regular season. This is the host Memorial Cup. And a good chance you can see these Spitfires in the postseason. We'll get you set for tonight's matchup. That's next, right here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Hey, neighbor, cleaning the garage?
Well, if it isn't Gus, the second most famous groundhog in Pennsylvania.
Wow, look at this trophy case.
From back in the day, G.
Well, you can still go for gold.
Ah, $1 Million Gold Rush, the new game from the Pennsylvania Lottery.
With top prizes of $1 million.
See, I still got game, Gus. Instant game.
Keep on scratching.
The Pennsylvania Lottery. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
So we had just moved here from out of state when the phone rang and this nice woman introduced herself as our healthcare concierge. She wanted to welcome us to our new health plan. I thought, well, this is something nice. But then she took the time to find us a family doctor near our new home, and I thought, no, this is something different.
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Crossover utility vehicles, called CUVs, are more popular than ever, and there are too many to choose from. If you compare them closely, however, you'll know why we believe that only one CUV offers the most and costs the least. It's a 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport CUV, and you'll find it in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi. The Sport is now $19,990 or $239 a month, and that's with all-wheel control. The Sport also comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 7 airbags, 18-inch alloy wheels, and a 6-inch touchscreen, and more. If you like CUVs, please compare the Outlander Sport with all-wheel control for $19,990 at Interstate Mitsubishi, 1/2 mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99.
Special pricing includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending program. Lease figured at Tier S approval and is prior to tax, title, license, and dock fees. First month payment due with signing based on $23,390 MSRP.
All the exciting action of OHL hockey. The Erie Otters on Fox Sports Radio, 1330 The Fan.
Welcome back here inside the WFCU Center, where they just shut the lights out on me. So give me 1 second. I don't even have a switch. We're here in the press box. They controlled everything. So it's all right. We adapt. Simply born in the darkness. Otters come into this one 45-14, 2-1, losing 2 straight. This is their second 2-game losing streak on the season. Remember, they dropped 3 in a row back in November in that tough spot. So the Otters are looking to avoid another 3-game losing streak. It'll have to be on the road where they're 17-3-1-0. Otters scratches as we look at our Marsh Real Estate Services lineup. So you can scratch number 3, Ryan Martin, number 8, Carson Edwardson, number 20, Josh Wayman, and number 46, Cade Robinson. All healthy scratches for the Otters. So our UPMC injury report, clean bill of health for the Erie Otters. Troy Timpano will get the start, 31-7-0-0, 3 shutouts, a 2.48 goals against average, and a .900 save percentage. They're going to need Troy to find his form that he had before the illness that had him out for a month. And you know that Troy Timpano has it and can be one of the best goaltenders in this league. They have the vote of confidence. You heard it from the coaching staff, and you heard it from Wes Wolf, too, in the interview last Sunday during the intermission. And a guy that they believe is one of the best goaltenders in the league went on his game. This is a guy that did outduel Michael McNiven back in December in back-to-back situations. On the other side of the ice, the Windsor Spitfires, scratch number 17, Logan Stanley, missing his 20th game with a knee injury. He's out for the season, probably the postseason as well. They're hopeful they may see him in the when it comes time for the Memorial Cup. Not sure. Daniel Robertson, number 24, he's scratched as well, a leg injury to him. Also scratched number 96, Cristiano DiGiacinto, in a 10-game suspension. In the midst of it, this is game number 7. Michael DiPietro will start 29, 10, 4, and 2. 6 shutouts. Ties the league lead with McNiven. 2.22 goals against average and a .921 save percentage for the draft-eligible goaltender and the number 7 ranked goaltender in North America by the NHL Central Scouting Service. Garrett Podubny, centering the fourth line here for the Otters in his first year in the Ontario Hockey League. I caught up with him before the game. We're going to hear from Garrett Podubny next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzie's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzie's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times-News said Nunzie's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzie's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzie's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
The Otters are back in the playoffs, and you can follow the journey as they march towards an OHL championship. Purchase your playoff ticket package today by visiting OttersHockey.com or contacting the Otters at 814-455-7779.
National Fuel says, smell gas? Leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas? Leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
Hi, Mark from Tim Hortons here. Did you know you have a sausage and American cheese English muffin at the bottom of your purse?
No, just a couple bucks.
Perfect. All you need is $1.49 for a Tim's breakfast sandwich. Hey, sir, bet there's a sausage biscuit in your back pocket.
Nope, just $1.50.
That'll do it. Excuse me, miss. You might have a spicy sausage biscuit in that change purse. Introducing Tim Hortons breakfast sandwiches, only $1.49 plus tax. You got it in the bag at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
It's Erie Otters hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan, WFNN, Erie.
Welcome back inside the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Aaron Cooney here. Joining us this time, Erie Otters rookie forward Garrett Podubny. And Garrett, I wanted to ask you, now we're here at, 6 games left in the regular season. How have you come together, and how has the OHL, have you taken on this first season in the league?
Well, for sure from the beginning, and now I think I'm a completely different player, different person all the way. It's got more mature and everything. It's been a fun ride so far.
I want to ask you about Troy Quintano. Your billet brother, and it seems like every time you look around, you guys are together, or driving in, or roommates from the hotel. What's he been like, and how has he helped you this first season?
Oh, for sure, I love Troy. He's like my older brother, pretty much. He takes care of me and everything. He helps me a lot with the team and hockey and everything, so I appreciate everything he does for me.
Looking at the team and your production, it's got to be much tougher to score in this league, and you still come away 20-point score, 9 goals in the season. Comparing the game to last year, where you're putting up 100 points, 50 goals, how difficult has it been to find the back of the net in the OHL?
Oh yeah, as I said, it's a different game. I don't get as much ice time as well, so it's a lot harder to get points, but I enjoyed it. We have guys like Dylan Stroma. I just take advantage to learn from them and just become a better player next year.
How much fun are you having this first season? I mean, after what the team is, I'm sure you read, is going 5th straight 50-win seasons, a chance this time around. And with some of those other guys, you watch Alex DeBrincat, Taylor Radish, and you mentioned Dylan Stroma, but some of them perform each night.
For sure, it's just a dream, you know. Like, I'm just happy I have an advantage to learn from guys like them and just enjoy and have fun. And just play our game.
All right, thanks for this, G, and have fun tonight.
No problem, thank you.
That's Garrett Podubny of the Erie Otters. More hockey coming up, and Face Off is next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the Big White Building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome inside the WFCU Center, where tonight the Ontario Hockey League presents the Erie Otters visiting the Windsor Spitfires. Logan, everyone, Aaron Cooney here, high atop the WFCU Center for the final regular season matchup between these two clubs. It's very possible going to the postseason with 1 to 5 in the Western Conference up for grabs. It'll be like that going down the sprint to the final day of the Ontario Hockey League season, and the Otters in that control their own destiny going forward over the next 6 games, including this one here tonight. Erie with 93 points. They sit atop the Western Conference. 1 point ahead of the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds now after they won last night. They're just 4 points ahead of the London Knights. You see twice. But they also have a game in hand on you. 5 points ahead of Owen Sound and 7 ahead of the East Windsor Spitfires, as they do not want to fall and stay in that 5 seed. That 4-5 matchup that's going to be dangerous for any Western Conference contender. You do not want to start off there as we get underway here from Windsor. And they toss down right wing side. That's Graham Nunn as we get into action. Otters starting Timpano. On the other side, Michael DiPietro. Vogel ties the man up in the far side corner. In to help out is Eric Chernak, bumping back and forth and knocking him down to the ice. That's Luke Volko, ends up along the the ice sheet. But ahead, the Otters take the puck as Fogle will use the glass to get out to center ice. And there's Kyle Maximovich of the Otters. He's wearing number 8. Equipment malfunction. Either way, as the Otters look out, they drive the gauge, put it towards the net, but the goal was knocked off. It will not count on the near side. Adam Latham pulled through the goaltender, took the net off, and it was slid in well late by Graham Knott. 47 seconds in to start this one. The face-off will be to the left and outside the zone from Troy Timpano. Yes, Maximovich is back in the lineup. He missed the last 4 games with an upper body injury. The Otters 1-3 in those games without Kyle Maximovich, and he's wearing number 8 today, just with the equipment malfunction for the Otters. So, Maximovich back to the lineup for Erie. Here's Luchuk with a wrister. That's stopped by Timpano. Bounced out towards the front of the net. Mattinen looking for it. Taylor Radish and Darren Radish team up together, and will flick it out to center ice, and it's ripped right back in by Sean Day, who recently signed just yesterday with the New York Rangers, who drafted him in a third-round pick this past year, the NHL draft. Otters loose in their zone. The net comes off again. Again, right behind Troy Timpano. Whistle sounds once again to reset it, and we'll try again. This time the face-off stays inside your territory and to the left of Timpano, who's making the start. And I would assume he's going to get a lot more work in this one than he has in previous starts, where he has seen 14 shots in each of his last 3. Had to come into the relief from Joseph Murdaka Sunday, and that 9-7, whatever you want to call it, defensive lapse. The Otters, a entire game lapse. Even though they scored 7. Here, let's get back to playing defensive hockey, because allowing 9 isn't going to get you anywhere. Dylan Strome came out and said it after the game in Niagara to reporters on the Niagara side that the team is playing for stats, and if you give up the chances they do, you're not going to win many hockey games, especially when it comes down to a championship. The faceoff eventually moves back outside, and we get back to action here. 90 seconds into the game as the Otters work up the far side. Kicks ahead for Maximovich, who can skate the center with Anthony Cirelli. Fogle, the other pivot on that line. Then into the corner. Chatfield spins it loose. Picked up by Knott. They hand off. Right back to Knott. Laystrom ahead. Graham Knott left wing side. Former Ice Dogs. Bounce in front. Here's Boca. Kicks it towards the net, and it goes bouncing in the far side corner. Nudged ahead by Fergus. And here are the Otters controlling Darren Radish. Aaron pass out the center. Picked up by Sean Day. Softly sends it up the near boards as Darren Radish guides it right back, and off goes Warren Fogle. Pass to Maximovich. Off the back end of a shift here. He puts it in deep, and we'll head off in a change. Erie's looking for their first shot on goal. 2 of them belong to the Windsor Spitfires. Those are the only 2. They got the puck right wing side. Jeremiah Ashley with a man in front. Pass across, defended by Hedrick. Pops to the circle. Trying to move it ahead is Jordan Stanberg as he turns around. Big tough stick battle with Jeremiah Addison. This one ends up out of play. Flipped up by Austin McEnany of the Spitfires. And we'll have on the fresh puck. That one, no penalty because it was from the neutral zone. Draw will be out at center ice. And the Otters losing for the last 10, for the last 6. You go and look at it. Looking to break this skid, and you got to find your best hockey here going into the postseason. 6 games left. Some big-time matchups for the Otters. They got to find it. And it's a Windsor team that's been playing desperately here the last couple games, winning 3 in a row. Angling off the end boards, McEnany split out in front. The Otters poke it away up the near side boards, but not out. McEnany back in deep. Behind the goal, Jeremy Bronco, the former Kitchener Ranger. Run out of the boards by Jordan Sambrook as the Erie Otters pitch it ahead. Strome can carry to center and leaves it left wing side. Alex DeBrincat. Right on in front. That pass off the skate of Mikhail Sergachev and quickly push to center for Bronco to softly send in. 3 minutes and 10 seconds off the clock, and the Otters back behind their own goal. DeBrincat over skate. He's put into the boards by Tyler Engel. Chernak in to help out, and they hand off to Ivan Ladnia. Playing on this third line with the Erie Hunters, Kyle Pennant, Patrick Fellows, who has it now. Right wing side, Fellows sends it around through. Sergachev with a nice stick on Ivan Ladnia, able to move it up the near side. Cole Purbu. Run into by Fellows, who boost long on the near side, and Hayden McCool will send it down to Erie territory. Mitch Byrne back near his circle. Go back for his partner, Owen Hedrick, and ahead, Fellows out to center ice. Has headed ahead on the play. Instead, rifles it into the zone, and Lodnia is going to pick it up out of the corner. Hands off to Mitch Burns. Winds up with a half slapper. That one off a leg wide. The near side board. Here's Pettit. He's tied up. Purvu trying to dig loose. Fellows also in the neighborhood. Cross-checking back and forth along the lines, but the Otters get it out to the blue line. Owen Hedrick takes a shot, gets to Lodnia. He'll let one go, and that was blocked off the body of Corcoran. Up the near side from the blue line, Byrne will back up defensively as Patrick Fellows comes in, puts the body check on McCool, putting him down to the ice. But Tyler Nuther will escape the center and rip it in. Out from the red line, no icing. Nearly 5 minutes in, the feeling out process continues here from the WFCU center. And Garrett Badubby's going to carry out from the right wing. Fourth line on for the Honors. Cameron Lazard a part of that with Christian Gurn. The Honors 4 healthy scratches tonight. Dumping nearly regained by Garrett Badubby. He's held at the blue line from Darren Radish to send one just wide on the glove hand side. Fergus will try this one. Erie's first shot on goal. The rebound circles to the near corner. There's Cam Lazard. Centers for Gurney. Defended away. Moves up the wall. Fergus holds in. Cam Lazard. Back on the blue line, Darren Radish, one-timer wide up the M board, skipped down near side, and it's moved onto the board by Jalen Chatfield defensively, and now finds his partner in Day on the left corner to push it ahead. And escaping out of their zone is Windsor and Aaron Luchuk on right wing side. Curls at the honor circle, and puts it down behind the goal. Darren Radish there for Erie, but his pass is intercepted. McNamee lets the shot go. Traffic in front, and Pano makes the save and takes a whack from Gabe Velarde. Didn't like that and throws a blocker right back. But the stop made with traffic in front. That's a big body at Gabe Velarde at 6'2", 193. A top pick expected at the NHL draft, ranked number 3 by the midterm rankings of the NHL Central Scouting Service. On Sportsnet rankings, another shot right up to the draw goes wide. Dropped down to number 5, according to the rankings of Jeff Merrick on Sportsnet. As Warren Fogle finds the puck in some traffic, guides it on for Sambrook. His pass off the near boards. Maximovich ahead. It'll miss Sorelli, but Fogle will find it out of the corner. Sends it around the near side. Pinching is Sambrook. Backhander down low. Warren Fogle going to work for Sorelli on the far side. Maximovich in front. They go to the blue line instead. It's Chernak. Quickly on for Sambrook. Head fake. Wants to pass right back. Over skates. Almost lost the puck. He holds in along the line. Gives the Fogle behind the net. Warren Fogle, 37 in white. Back to the blue line. Chernak waits and fires. Sticks away by DiPietro to the near side. Off the stanchion, the Honors gets that biscuit first. It's Maximovich in the circles, and the backhander's blocked. They'll pick it back up and give the blue line to Sambrook. Cross ice to his partner Chernak. Wrist shot. Sails off the end boards, gathered in by Fogle. Centers in front, Sorelli. Oh, blocker save made by DiPietro. Otters keep the puck alive. Sambrook's shot. Blocked by Sergachev. Loose to the far side, and Sorelli on after it. Turned around by Lashram, and they will escape the center. Graham Knott will find the red line and dump it in cross corner. But the best chance of the night so far belongs to Anthony Sorelli. Boots between the face-off dots and the offensive zone. Fogle finds him. Just couldn't finish a great blocker save by DiPietro. Otters dump it back in. Here beginning to find their footing here at the WFCU Center early parts of the first period. Bracco turn around by Fergus. Loose piston in the neutral zone. Strome picks it up. He's in flight left wing side. Hands off to the Brinket. In the zone. Has a drop in Taylor Radish. Moves onto the circle. Strome in front. Can't get on the biscuit. Bounces down. Fergus will hold in. Nice patience from TJ Fergus. Even with the hunt of Bracco towards that puck, he waited and then knocked it off the bounce into the zone, continuing the offensive play until it's cleared back to Erie territory and the Otters control. Pass from Darren Radish misses the mark. And here comes Addison after the steal, right wing side. Wearing the C tonight. Ripped one, that one wide through the goal mouth and off the corner boards all the way back into Windsor territory. Erie changing behind the play. They quickly move it ahead for Bracco. Drop pass to Day. Down right wing side. Bracco in the corner now. Give behind the net. Poke right back for Bracco. Working with Brown, a couple Americans. Back off for Bracco in the corner. He's stymied by Ivan Lodnia. Radish in to help out. Works behind the net. And there's Owen Hedrick for the Honors to skate ahead. He'll find the twig of Patrick Fellows. It'll get into the zone, and DiPietro plays it on the near side corner. Tyler Nuther lost the puck to Pettit. Fellows has it. Slotted in front, looking for Lodnia. It's off a twig and pops out the center, and right wing side, Gabe Velarde in control. Around Hedrick, leads it to the corner. Third pairing on for the Honors as Mitch Byrne takes the tumble down to the ice. Luchuk picks up the puck. They give to Velarde now. With a cycle in the far side corner, Julius Natman back to the near side. And out to the blue line, Tyler Nuther. Hold. Right side. At the point, Rister. Blocked by Byrne. And the Otters move ahead. Christian Gurney. They'll wait out to center ice and toss it in. Here, 8.5 minutes in. No score. And Christian Gurney looking for the puck back behind the net. Poked away from him by Corcoran. Up to the line. Byrne trying to hold in. He's unable to. And on his back was there, and Luchuk. He was able to keep it away from him and avoid the rush. 11:15 to play. First period from the WFCU Center. You're going to hear from Windsor, Ontario Otters, and Spitfires the final time this regular season. As a puck off from body and out of play into the Windsor bench. Shots 3 apiece, but this one's tighter. And if you watch the Otters the last of the game, you got to like what you're seeing right now defensively from this team. They're getting up a lot of chances. I know the shots were low, the totals, but when they went back into looking at the Sarnia game, grade A chances, which is not even for both teams. The Otters dropping that one 5-3 at home. Their first regulation home loss comes to Sarnia team this past Saturday. And these are two of the top teams on home ice in the Ontario Hockey League. The Windsor Spitfires, the second best home record at 26-4-1. They trail just the Otters in home win. Sandbrook pasted onto the glass, but he's able to move the puck ahead for DeBrincat and slid up off the stick of Dylan Strom. It'll bounce into the zone, but McEnany quickly clears down the ice. No icing as it flows for Chernak to pick up at his own dot. Left on for Jordan Sambrook. And ahead, Taylor Radish out to the right wing side. So checks on the backhand, trying to bring it up the near side and get away from Adam Waystrom. Puts it out towards center. That's cut off, but the others poke it right away from Hayden McCool and get off to Taylor Radish up wing side. Cuts the spot, fires, bad save made, DiPietro. Here he gets the blue line. Sambrook, right side, Chernak with the lane. Good, blocker save made and trickles just past the goal line. Erie throws it back in front. It comes to Sambrook. They'll trade places and swing one towards the goal. Cut his own man. That was Radish. Bounce in the circles, gathered by Sergachev. They'll calmly settle things down here after the help of Skelter after the blocker save made. That puck rolled just past the goal line, and Strom couldn't get there in time. Chernak is on back, stripped to the puck, but it rolls Timpano just at the crease. He will cover. 9:50 to play, first period. No score. The Otters, a few days off, the bud leg seems to wear off here. They're responding their way. No score here in Windsor. Real food, real beer, real historic atmosphere. That's what you'll find at the Brewery at Union Station. Erie's original brew pub and restaurant, located downtown at 123 West 14th Street. That's the Brewery. Proud sponsor of the Erie Otters. The Otters this season have done rather well against the other top teams, the other 4 top teams in the Western Conference. We split it up between Sault Ste. Marie, London, Charlestown, and Windsor. 10-4-1-0 the Otters against the top of the Western Conference. 2 of those regulation losses come beginning of the season, that first week when you were missing a whole host of talent in this entire league out of NHL camps and such. So realistically, I mean, if you wanted to, you could say the Otters in real-time OHL 10-2-1 against the top in the Western Conference. Windsor this season 7-8-2-1. That's been the kind of story for them against top teams. Here's Sean Day. Oh, look out. Wheels around everybody. Puts it in front off the leg of Fergus wide. After the rush, and another one trickles to the front of the net, deflected wide by Velarde. Slips back in front, and it comes to the near side wall wide, and Chatfield in. It's off to Velarde behind the goal. Trying to work away, poked by Darren Radish, still loose, and Velarde turning around, trying to twist it out in front, takes it back behind the net. Looking and twirls around. Timpano trying to watch the play. Like the card game with the Otters moving ahead, and here's Sorelli to give off the Max from the left wing side. Here he counters. Sorelli into the corner on the near side. Looks to the blue line. TJ Fergus holds. Right side, Darren Radish with traffic in front. Throw it that way, and that one goes wide off the near side corner. Fergus holds in, gets to Sorelli up high along the blue line. Max Finch at the faceoff circle, fires a shot. It was blocked by Day. Back on the near side board. Flipped ahead, and it'll bounce to center. Getting back at the red line, it's Fergus to hand off to his partner Radish. Up the near side, Max Nuts will toss it in. It's been kind of a warning here for Windsor. They have had a hard time against top teams in the Western Conference. As I mentioned, 7-2-1. They picked up a couple of wins against top 10 CHL teams in London and Sioux. They've won 3 in a row now. This pass to Blake. The wrist shot from Brocco long range, fought off by Centeno. Erie knocks the rebound behind their own net. Sandbrook will find Ladnia. Gets ahead for Fellows. Pass off the mark, and he'll go down for an icing call against Erie. 8:18 to play in a scoreless first period. The Otters visiting the Windsor Spitfires. Get back to that point last week, going 3-0. Defeating the Sioux Greyhounds in overtime on Thursday. Then the Monday night hero on home ice 4-1. And 7-1 over Sudbury Wolves. But 2 wins that they got against top 5 teams in the CHL. As Sandbrook tripped up along the near side boards. Couldn't move the puck away. It's loose to the corner as Pettit goes to work against Logan Brown. Otters steered off of his stick, and Patrick Fellows can send it back onto center. Fellows gets shaken up and taking a hit to the glass as both teams made changes. He'll make his way off, Patrick Fellows, on his own power and everything. As the Otters settle it down behind their own net, they give up to Dylan Stone. 2 men on him quickly. They fired out the center ice for DeBrinket. Charges around 1 man, cuts across the line now. Protects and hands off to Dylan Stone to the right wing side. Takes and tries to push it around Laysham. The pass defended by Volk, a little dish to himself. And played out the center ice. Oh, look out. Graham not left wing side. Gets around the Otters D, but recovering is Burns. He gets the puck back after swept off the board. Sergachev now. Wrist shot. That one caught Hedrick. They have caught him on the helmet. And it appears to be all right. He'll stay in the play, Owen Hedrick, after that block. Back behind the goal, Boca. Trying to slide it out in front. Taylor Radish picks it up off the board. Angles it back behind his own goal. As Mitch Burns finds Alex DeBrinket. He's in trouble with the forecheck coming on 3 men strong, but they spring loose out the center. Taylor Radish. Hands off, looking for Hedrick. The pass behind him as Erie changes behind the play. And left wing side, it's flying Graham Knott. Looking for Laysham. Instead, shoot. That's sticked away by Centeno behind the goal. Lazat back out there. Hedrick still on. Darren Radish part of that defensive change. Here he slides it in for Christian Gurney. Gets the head up and moves right wing side into the offensive zone. Waits and fires it. Sticked away by DiPietro on the near side. Penalty coming up behind the play. And I believe it's going to go, against Cameron Lazat. A high sticking call. Caught Sean Day in the foot race towards the front of the net. Was trying to shake loose off that big body. Those are a couple of big boys. Sean Day just solid at 192 pounds. You know, Cameron Lazat at 6'2", 195. Erie's going to have to go and kill one off. Windsor's power play, 22.7% fourth in league, and the Otters penalty kill, 84%. But on the road, it drops to 11th at 79.8%. Road PK had a tough time this season. They were getting back into it. Decided to give us 3 power play goals the other night. This one swung in front, and Pano's going to cut it off and hold on. Reeling the puck in before Brocco could tap it. As Lazat will sit. 6:34 to play. Here in this first period, shot 6-10 in favor of the Otters. Face off, Perez and Pano. Sent back, Jeremy Brocco walks in. Drops it off down to the blue line. Quickly sprung on for Logan Brown. Holds and comes down the right wing side. Looking to shuffle it out in front. Instead goes out to the blue line. Mikhail Sergachev waits, holds, gets left side. And again, it's Brocco. Sets up Sergachev with a one-timer. Fades Timpano. Out to the top of the crease to hold on to that. Takes it right into the Otters logo. He gains the whistle. Draws to his right. Changing PK for the Otters. Pettit Fellows now. Dave Velarde sends it to him off. Close into the circle, and they'll drop the puck. Pettit kicks it loose. Darren Radish with some room on the near side. He can skate out the center, wait, and flick it from the left wing. That'll be slowed by DiPietro behind the goal. With 40 seconds off the penalty time. And Sergachev, first round pick of the Montreal Canadiens, will drop it off for Brocco. Left side, Logan Brown gets in and hands off to Luchuk. It will tie it on down towards the front of the net. The Otters intercept. Oh, look out, that one goes right to the Otters bench. The attempted clear by TJ Fergus. Just a little too Hits right off the body of Jordan Campbell. At the bench. Again, we'll change the unit. Vogel, Strelly, Byrne, Chernak, Warren Fogle. 3 short-handed goals with the Otters alone this season. Including one the other day against the Niagara Ice Dogs. It was set up by Sorelli. This one bounced onto the near side corner by Windsor. As they tie up along the near side board, the squirt loose. Stag is on the grab, not right wing side. One pick of the Chicago Blackhawks and leaves it on to the blue line. Day, not one more time. They'll charge down the right wing circle. Big body in front, and they fling it that way off the skate of Chernak as Addison was trying to block the vision of Troy Timpano. Bounce on the near side corner. Graham not retreats. Quickly given down low. And given in front for Chatfield. It's off the stick of the Otters. It'll bounce out to center. 30 seconds left. John Day moves on to Graham Knott. Big time stymie along the near side boards. Pettit whacking away. Radish is there also. Trying to flip up the near side boards. Throws Addison down to the ice. And coming to help out is Chernak. The Sky at down ice. 10 seconds left in the kill. The Otters have killed all 12 power plays in the season series for the Windsor Spitfires. And staring down number 13, and offside is Windsor. Whistle sounds with 4:47 to go in a scoreless first period here from the WFCU Center. Just 4 seconds left on the Cam Lazat minor for high sticking. Niagara went 3 for 6 against the Otters the other night. With the Otters looking to finish and close things up defensively, out of the box is Cam Lazat. That will help. Killing off the first minor of the game. Then up the boards, just gone. As Taylor Radish gives to Alex DeBrincat. Erie quickly moving it ahead, looking for Radish again, but Sergich is going to take it onto the board. Out of the far side corner, hit by Taylor Radish, but works right through it. And that big frame at 6'3", 212. Hands off to Luke Boca, second-year man, and down to the corner, Stambrook quickly shuffles it on for Strome, and ahead, Taylor Radish can skate. For TJ Fergus left wing side, has numbers and throws it right wing side. Radish back across the break and one-timer, stop DiPietro, and he covers quickly after the Otters cross-ice movement on the rush. I'm shocked that pass cut through. There's some dangerous passes coming through, and you had Windsor numbers the other way if they were able to spring loose. But Fergus sends it on for Radish, and Radish sets it up for Alex DeBrincat. Kind of handcuffed him a little bit with the pass in his skate. He's still able to get a quality shot towards the net with traffic in front. DiPietro with leading marks and shutout. Second best goals against average at 2.22 and the second best save percentage. Right there to make the stop. Even with all that lateral movement. Maximovich put up the Lodney, is the line. There's another blasted in from center edge. Slowed a bit by the paddle of Timpano, and out of the corner, Owen Henrik moves it on for Chernak as Tyler Engel runs over one of the referees back behind the play. Erie, though, springs loose. Podubny missing on the pass for Maximovich. Another back behind the goal. Poke check there. Bounce into the corner. Maximovich looking for it. Another knock down to the ice. Podubny still digging away and sends it back behind the net. Maximovich with a little bit of room now. Shuffles in the office to the far side corner. Hands out the blue line. Chernak waits. Wrist shot. Never made it on goal. Blocked by Engel. He skates ahead. Just tosses it in from the red line. Scoreless in the final 3:20 of this first period. Otters and Spitfires. Revisiting the WFCU Center for the final time this regular season. They hope to come back later in May. DeBrincat charges ahead. Just after the change and flies right wing side. Dump and chase against Sean Day. Chatfield, the other defender. They collide back behind the board. DeBrincat moves it on for Taylor Radish. Then back behind the goal. Radish controlling into the corner. On the far side. Leave it out for TJ Fergus, the left-hander. And on down low. Intended for DeBrincat. Bounce around off the stick of Brown and comes loose. DeBrincat has a fire save made. Rebound. Covered by DiPietro. After the try from the right circle by Alex DeBrincat. At the rate he's going. Put the puck to the net. Mr. DeBrincat. 60 goals on the season. And he has scored in 17 straight games. The old shift change there. Second unit on for Erie. Upgrelli, Fogle, Maximovich. Bounce down to the far side corner. Play it ahead. It'll bounce to center red. TJ Fergus in some trouble. He's tied up. Worked on left wing side and thrown in by Luchuk. Slowed by Timpano behind the net. They'll shuffle it on for Warren Fogle. Put up the board. Sheffield holds in. Quick slap shot to point it down in front by Luchuk, but the Otters able to disallow it from going on net. Bergen skates ahead with control. 4 bodies in front of him, and he just throws it down the length of the ice. And an icing call to the Otters. 2:21 to go in the scoreless first period. Haven't seen any scoreless first for the Otters this year. Only scoreless in the first period. 14 times on the year. They have scored here late before. Ivan Ladnia, who's had some good success against these Windsor Spitfires this year. They gained the deciding goal in each of the last 2 matchups. The Otters won, one of that being the shootout winning goal. But Bronco has the puck. It gives out to Jeremiah Addison, who fires this one from long range. That one skies over the net and catches the top of the glass. Then back behind the goal, trying to center with Bronco. He takes the rough ride, but the Otters take the puck. On for Ladny on the left wing, and he'll enter the zone, twirling around with McEnany. Dish up the near side, but Erie will lose the puck. McEnany almost turned it over. Trying to work it on D to D. Dylan Strome was there. Ladny now takes it from the wall, throws it down low. Sergachev on control for Windsor. Change coming up in the final 90 seconds for the Otters. They get the rest of that unit. Strome to Brinkett, Radish. Windsor will get their matchup as well. They hold the puck back behind the net. DeBrincat finally chases out Mikhail Sergachev, who charges out on the right wing side. Flip it off the glass. Glove down by Mitch Byrne, trying to turn up the near side boards at his own line. Lost the puck to Luchuk. Followed up by Natanen. Drags down to the circles now. Quickly pushes to the front. The Otters cut it off. Never made it on goal. And Byrne on ahead for Dylan Strome, rolling puck. Slides into the zone. Tries to duck around Sean Day. Taken out of his lane and moves up the near side. Chatfield just leaves it out center red. Hedrick, Taylor Radish, and thrown cross corner. And bouncing down the near side, Galen Chatfield moves it around Strome. Sean Day now. A hit from Taylor Radish as the puck loops by Alex DeBrincat. Taylor Radish follows up in the final 42 seconds here in the first period. Scoreless thus far from Windsor. Mitch Byrne, left side, slap shot, blocked in front. Erie gets it right back. A hit off. Strome for the right circle. Taylor Radish bounced on for Mitch Byrne and hands off to DeBrincat. 30 seconds left. First shot wide from DeBrincat. Out of the near side corner. Chatfield ties up Taylor Radish. As they slide it behind the net, Sean Day is there for Windsor. Ducks around to Brinkett and lurches a hit. Finds Gabe Velarde. He'll just backhand it into the zone. 13 seconds left. Owen Hedrick in control behind his goaltender. Windsor backs up. Otters just kind of hang loose. The final 5. And we're going to go scoreless after 1. Clock runs out. There it is. Both teams and all 5, you just stare each other down. We'll take a scoreless first period here from the WMCU Center. Otters out shooting Windsor 10-6. Also 1-for-1 on the PK for the Erie Otters. We'll step for a break. Otters and Windsor Spitfires scoreless after 1 period. We'll have more for you on the UPMC Intermission Report right after this on Fox Sports Radio 1330. The Fan.
Dr. Jones is right over there.
Early in the afternoon, Barbara checks in at a doctor's office. But if you look out the window, it's miles from the closest medical facility, because Barbara is in Highmark's Healthcare Mobile Clinic, a doctor's office on wheels that brings care directly to remote communities and members in need. By reaching out to Highmark members in need and inviting them to our mobile clinic, we're making access to care a little easier. Living proof of the difference you can make when you're all for health. Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Visit HighmarkLivingProof.com.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Why buy a used car when you can drive a brand new one for less than $11,000? The 2017 Mitsubishi G4 sedan is an all-new vehicle available in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi, half-mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99. The Mitsubishi G4 is one of the least expensive ways to own a brand new car that's a new car with many features. Right now you can buy this new sedan for less than $11,000. It's $10,999 or $149 a month. That's $149 a month to own it, not a lease. And the G4's mileage, up to 41 miles per gallon. Makes it even more affordable with the tax on gas going up. Think about it. A brand new sedan, the all-new 2017 Mitsubishi G4, under $11,000. Only at Interstate Mitsubishi.
Prices prior to tax, title, and license, and includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending service. Payment is figured at 84 months at 3.9% APR at Tier 1 approval and does not include tax, title, and license based on 14,830 MSRP.
My daughter needed a nebulizer for her asthma. So the first thing I did was call my healthcare concierge to see if it was covered. It was no surprise to me when she said that it was. But what was surprising was that she then called the medical company, scheduled the delivery, and before I knew it, someone was here explaining how it works. I mean, who does that?
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Otters skate here.
Fox Sports Radio.
1330, The Fan.
Back to the UPMC Intermission Report. Aaron Cooney here. Joining us this time is head coach Chris Knobloch of the Erie Otters. And Chris, I guess first, congratulations to being back with Team Canada. They bring back the entire coaching staff. I mean, Gang did pretty well to get to the gold medal game, unfortunately following the shootout. But to be back again for another World Junior Championship with your country, what's it mean to you?
I'm very excited about it. It was a good experience for me, and having another opportunity to go back and hopefully win gold next time, it was an opportunity I couldn't pass up.
And being in Buffalo, maybe we can get up and see you for a couple games too, if Price is right. What's going to be like to coach an outdoor game? Because that's the big draw for the Buffalo tournament. But Canada-U.S. Ralph Wilson Stadium, everything outdoors. What's that going to be like?
Well, I think just playing the Canada-U.S. game is usually pretty exciting as it is, just because of the situation. But being an outdoor game, I'm not sure what the situation is going to be, how many people are in the stadium, but I think it'll be something that coaches, players, fans are going to remember for a long time.
That's months away, but let's get back to the Otters now. After having the best February in record underneath you in the last couple of seasons, kind of a bit of a slump for this team in the last 2 weekends. Looking at the game Sunday, what do you take from it, and how does this team move on? It's got to be one of those that you look at it, you learn from it, and get ready, because the next 5 games are pretty important.
Yeah, the next 5 games are very important, and against very difficult teams. Starting off tonight against Windsor, then London, Peterborough at home, and then back to London. It doesn't get much more difficult than that, and we need to be playing much better hockey than we have the last 3, 4, maybe 5 games right now. And I think the first and foremost thing that we need to look after is playing good defensive hockey and making sure our goalie are only seeing limited opportunities against them, and not expecting them to bail us out all the time. And we feel that our goaltending situation, we've got 2 capable goalies who are very good. Troy being the starter, that we need to help those guys out. And if we do give them that structure, they'll play very strong for us.
I'm curious, because I look at the game against the first one against Niagara on Friday, and a 10-1 victory, and everybody had a ton of fun and everything like that, I'm sure. But was that just a Band-Aid to what needed to be fixed from the weekend prior and then moving forward?
Overall, I think that game we played really well. The score was 10-1. We were good offensively, defensively. We limited the opportunity shot. Saturday and Sunday were really pretty much rock bottom for us, where we were just trading chances with the other team. And when you're a better team, you shouldn't have to be trading opportunities. And sometimes you get away with it and win games, and I'm sure we have this season. But if you're the better team, that's not the way you want to play, and we need to. We're going to give up opportunities, but they have to make good plays and earn them, and not be given. And we were given too many chances.
At least it seems like that this group acknowledges that. And you look at what Dylan Strome said after the game to reporters in Niagara on Sunday, that in the end the points don't matter. Just kind of paraphrasing, the points don't matter, and we're not going to get away with this later in the future if we want to win a championship.
is this being addressed? The guys see it. For your captain to come out and say something like that, it seems like the group is aware and that there is a better level, and they know that there is a better level.
Well, our guys, I think, especially the guys who've been here for a while, know what the expectations are, how we play hockey, and what's acceptable and what's not. And Nolan's been with us for 4 years now, and the other guys, and even our rookies should also. But I think everyone acknowledges that sometimes we don't play well, and we luckily get those victories. But more often not, than when we play well, sometimes those victories elude you, even though you deserve them. We can live with those, but if we're not playing the way we should be disappointed. And I think everyone was after this weekend.
And when your team does play good, they always, all season long, they've played good against the best teams in the Western Conference, and that is the likes of Windsor and London you have up next. How do you expect your team to respond in these two games coming up Thursday and Friday night?
Going back to last season and this year, our teams have always played well against good teams, and as a coach, that's what you want. You always want your players to play their best in the big games, and I am very confident that my players will be ready to go, are excited. I've done some looking back and evaluating their play, and I think they understand what they need to do playing these two big games.
All right, thanks for this, Coach, and good luck tonight here against the Spitfires.
Thank you.
It's Chris Knobloch of the Erie Otters. More hockey coming up on Fox Sports Radio 1330.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzie's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzie's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times-News said Nunzie's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzie's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzie's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
It's March Ticket Mania with the Erie Otters. For the Otters' final 3 home games, March 12th, 14th, and 18th, fans can purchase select tickets for just $12. Purchase yours at the Erie Insurance Arena box office or by calling 452-4857.
National Fuel says, smell gas? Leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas? Leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
What makes Tim Hortons' new 100% Colombian coffee 100% delicious? Well, it's created from 100% Colombian beans, from an environment that's 100% perfect for growing coffee. And 100% of it is roasted and brewed by our coffee experts, who are 100% committed to bringing you the perfect cup. So, why not try it for yourself? You can probably guess how sure we are that you'll love it. Introducing Tim Hortons' new 100% Colombian coffee. Try a small today for just $1 plus tax at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
Welcome back here inside the WFCU Center. It's the UPMC Intermission Report. Aaron Cooney here with you as we're looking back at that first. We'll take a look around the league as well. But Erie and Windsor scoreless after 20 minutes of play. Erie out shooting the Spitfires 10-6 through the first. As we sit here in the UPMC Intermission Report, we'll go ahead into the Arctic Spas recap. Hop on in Water's Night to see what's going on. Now we got to here. Scoreless first period all around as the Spitfires had the first 3 shots on goal. And in the first couple minutes, you could see there were some bus legs for the Otters, and they finally got back in the swing of things. And their first shot on goal, probably the best opportunity for either team here tonight, as Warren Fogle back in his office behind the net, centers out in front. Between the circles, the wide-open Anthony Sorelli looking to pick a corner, but DiPietro coming off the left post to get back in position and makes a great blocker save and robs Anthony Sorelli of his 22nd of the season. That's the Otters' first shot on goal. And, man, that could have really turned the tide to start this one. But the rest of the way out, goaltenders taking advantage. The Otters able to kill off the only power play of the period. 1-for-1 is the Otters' PK. As the Otters held scoreless for just the 15th time this season. 8-5-0-1 in those games. And the first time they had a scoreless first period was just a couple Saturdays ago, back on February the 24th against the Mississauga Steelheads. The Otters won that game 3-0. A 2-goal second period sprung them on their way. So we'll see what happens. And a little bit later on, we got a lot of hockey left. 40 minutes, in fact, as you could tell there was still that this first period kind of feeling out where each team is at. And both teams a little timid at times, knowing how important this one is for both squads. This is must-win for Windsor. They're in must-win territory if they want to get out of the 5 seed and avoid that 4-5 matchup. If you drop one here, you only got 5 games left after that. It's looking kind of bleak, especially with Owen Sound up right now over the Ice Dogs. Windsor drops this one. It's pretty much all wrapped up. They're going to not have home. They're going to be on the road to start the postseason. The Otters definitely need this one as well to keep pace as the London Knights up on London. And why don't we up on Guelph, we'll just transition right into our out-of-town scoreboard, which is brought to you by the Sheridan Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels. Proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You oughter be staying with the best. We'll stop first in London, the Sportsnet game of the week. London 2-0 over the Guelph Storm. McDonald and Yalevi, the goal scorers. That's after 1 period of play. Over in Niagara, the Owen Sound attack with a 3-1 lead after 20 minutes. Paul Moo with a pair, Kevin Hancock the other. Ben Jones the only goal for Niagara after 1. Starting the second period in Peterborough, the Petes were up to a 2-0 lead, but the Ottawa 67s come rolling back in the final minute and 20 to tie the game at 2. Foggett and White on the board. Rollo and Gallant scoring for Peterborough. And a 2-2 game after 1. Erie's going to see the Petes Sunday at the Erie Insurance Arena. A whole lot going on. Ticket sales is one for that. We're going to talk about March Ticket Mania and everything else a little later on. But Barrie Colts 1-0 lead over the Mississauga Steelheads. That's into the first period. 11:45 to play there. We got the second period coming up. Scoreless here from the WFCU Center. We'll have hockey for you after this break on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs.
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs.
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and, of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the big white building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
It's Erie Otters hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan, WFNN, Erie.
Welcome back here inside the WFCU Center. Aaron Cooney with you as we buckle up for the second period. Scoreless after 1 between the Otters and the Spitfires. We get back into action now. But the Spitfires tossing the puck out the left wing side. No icing coming up here as Fergus is back behind his own net to get the puck. Bit of a feel-out process in that first. But two teams kind of timid at times, knowing how important this game is on both sides and how tight the Western Conference is. Here come the Otters charging the zone. Taylor Radish trying to put one in front. That's off a few sticks and pops right back onto his blade. Want to cycle down low for DeBrincat. Cut off and skating ahead, Jalen Chatfield, one of 2 co-captains here for the Spitfires, who's announced. Nicely poked off his stick by the Erie D and in control of DeBrincat. Jeremiah Ness, the other co-captain, he's wearing the C here tonight, as it kind of rotates on a day-to-day basis. Sent in by Luchuk, back to transfer that puck out of his own end. Eric Chernak, and he'll hand off to Darren Radish as he's looking to get the puck in deep and then head off. He'll blast it around the boards all the way to the far side. This one skips away, and Logan Brown will chase it back towards the Honor zone. Tempano out to play it. Moves it on for Darren Radish. Chips it up the near side, but it's taken by Brown and hand off to Sergachev. From the left side, wrist shot, stick just wide on the deflection by Addison. Here come the Otters to center, and it's Anthony Sorelli. A great chance back in the first period. Hands off to Fogle, and the slot misses wide on the shot. Erie gives back to Chernak. Waits, and hands off to his partner, Jordan Sambrook. He moves in, hands left wing side. Erie in control, Fogle. Turns off the wall, banks it out for Jordan Sambrook. Wrist shot through some traffic, and that off his stick wide. Sorelli was in front. Now Max Simovic. Back to Sambrook. Wrister. Blocked by Brown, out of play. Face-off will stay inside the Spitfire zone. But a good bit of work by the Otters on that shift. Sorelli, Fogle, Max Simovic line. Fogle loose in front of the net. Just couldn't settle that puck down in time to eventually get that shot off. That went wide on the left skate side of Michael DiPietro. Ranked number 7 amongst North American goaltenders by the NHL Central Scouting Service. He's been highly touted even since he came in the league last year as a rookie. The 17-year-old from Amherstburg, Ontario. The Windsor Spitfires' second-round pick last year, and essentially their first-round pick because they were stocked a first-rounder. And here we go. Now coming back from the Memorial Cup years that they were caught illegally benefiting players. As we get back into action, the draw, and a little bit of ice maintenance with our linesmen. The puck moves behind the net by Kyle Pettit. Jalen Chatfield is there. Moves it on to Luke Boca, right wing side. 61, and they're red and navy. Put it in behind the Otters net. Boca battling it with Pettit here. Couple forwards. And behind the net, Adam Langstrom, former Hamilton Bulldog and one-time Belleville Bull. Pinned to the boards by Stanbrook. Comes out in front and fires. He got away from Stanbrook, but the shot is fought off by Troy Timpano. Drive from the point. Save by Timpano. Oh, boy. He's trying to stick that one to the near side corner and ended up deflecting it on himself with the battle, Timpano. The shot from Connor Corcoran coming from the right side. Timpano makes the save. Third here of the... Make that second of period. My apologies. The Otters gave us the first 3 shots on goal to start the game before kind of finding their legs again. The scoreless first period. Just 2 minutes and 16 seconds off the clock here in the second. Garrett Podubny will pick it up out of the left wing side and skate out to center. Pettit took the face-off for the Otters. Now he comes off with face-off duty. The dump in. DiPietro's going to move it. Up the near side boards. Held by DJ Fergus. His shot through traffic. Off the stick in front of Garrett Podubny. Back behind the net. It's Christian Gurney to Lazat. Now out the blue line. Owen Hedrick. Wristers through some traffic. Off the leg. And it bounces to the corner. Tyler Nuther. Pinned to the boards by Podubny. Moved it along for Corcoran. He runs into Christian Gurney and has the puck roll off the stick to the near side. Corcoran trying to recover. Now Garrett Podubny digs in against him. Bounces it back to the partner, Tyler Nuther, the former London Knight. Moves it out right wing side, avoids a check, and leaves it on for Hayden McCool to play it off a stick off of TJ Ferguson. The Otters trying to stretch it forward. And we guilty of an icing call, just missing on that pass. Looking for Cameron Lazat in the tip-in. Couldn't get a stick on it. And Erie, where was that face-off? There was that shot taken, pass. Oh boy, that was in the Otters' defensive zone, so they can't change. Podubny, Gurney, Lazat, Ferguson, Hedrick have to stay out. And send out the big gun. Taking the face-off, Julius Natnan. Went on to Velarde. Hands off right side to Sean Day. Shot blocked by Cam Lazat. Got it right back, though, Day. Another one through traffic. Hit their own man, and Cam Lazat trying to clear. Cannot. Lost the puck in front. Velarde drags and fires. Blocked by Fergus. Bouncing on the near side corner. Turning Luchuk. And hands off to Velarde. Coming off of a 5-point night. Including a hat trick against the Sudbury Wolves on Sunday. Moved on to Luchuk in the far side corner. Drops it off for Cam Velarde. And behind the net, Julius Natnan. Trying to escape from Owen Hedrick. Forced to the wall. Garrett Podubny couldn't bring it out. Loose for Luchuk out of the near side corner. Spins back in low in traffic and hands off to Natnan behind the net. To the blue line now. Holding is Chatfield. Sean Day on the D-to-D pass. Wrist shot deflected wide. Erie picks it up behind the net. Podubny able to slide it around the board. Cameron Lazat will pitch this one ahead. No icing as it fortunately goes off the stick of Sean Day, and Erie can change. A bit of Barney on that one, but the Otters able to come away unscathed. Chatfield's going to run the gauntlet. Take it all the way down right wing side, trying to back down Owen Hedrick and fires one through the goal mouth wide. Kept in, now bounce to the corner, Logan Brown. Out near side, Sean Day with some room, fans and over skates on the play, and the Otters push it ahead. Looking for Dylan Strome left wing side. Open on the left wing. Drop it off for Darren Radish, who joins the play. Sends it around the horn. Lowered by Dylan Strome to the near corner. Shuffled on for Taylor Radish, who's forced into the boards by Sean Day. Moved ahead, but Strome gets out to DeBrincat. Loose in the slot. The backhander held on to by DiPietro. With 15:25 to go in the second. Scoreless here from the WFCU Center. This line is the Strome unit, at least today, just kind of off a little bit from what you're used to seeing in the previous team. Especially there. You don't usually see down behind the net. You get all three guys mixed up in one area. Just Strome and Taylor Radish trying to get to each other. Just a little off today. Trying to get the gears back in sync. Draw is the left of DiPietro. Strome will take it against Graham Knott. One back towards the goaltender. Sergachev in control now and bouncing off the leg of Boca, trying to get into Erie territory. He's tied up by Darren Radish just in front of the Erie bench. Brinket sends it ahead, but it's shuffled right back towards the Erie zone. On down and icing call. Ooh, that was close. Adam Layshram and Darren Radish heading towards the puck in the far corner. The Otters get the benefit of that and an icing call off of the zone draw coming up. And a change in unit for the Otters. Chernak and Mitch Byrne, your defensive pairing. Tried that earlier this season as well, and they've been trying to get that going. They can, the shutdown pairing. Here's Sorelli taking the puck out of the far corner, spins away from Sergachev, who throws him down to the ice. It's moved up the near side by Windsor in control. Adam Layshram. Backhand it flipped towards the Otter zone. Alniston Panda to play it. Quickly moves it around on the far side boards before danger could get there. Sorelli hands off to Fogle, charging ahead. Burst of speed right wing side. Drag. He's hit down to the ice by Mikhail Sergachev on that play, who comes out of the pileup with the puck. Stripped to the puck by the Otters' Maximovich, who puts the shot away. Another try, Maximovich. After the first one was blocked by McEnany. Again, DiPietro right there. Square to the shot, makes the save. Covers, and yes, the face-off upcoming to his left. That's what Erie needs to find. They need to find some second chance opportunities. You're not getting a whole lot. It's against a great goaltender here in DiPietro, one of the best in the league. Certainly to be picked up on draft day come June. But man, he has gobbled up pucks here this evening. The Otters have not been able to, despite getting shots towards the goal and having a couple decent opportunities, especially getting loose in the middle of the ice, which you don't see a whole lot of often. But there's been a couple the Otters have been loose between the face-off circles for chances. The try bounced in front off the stick of Pettit. Off the end boards almost get back in front, but Sean Day was there. Or it's moved across their own defensive zone, and Tyler Nuther plays it all the way down to Erie ice. Fergus is there. He wipes out. Oh, crashes hard into the boards, just lost an edge. Trying to pick himself back up, no stick. Jeremiah Aston is loose, and he fires it off the side of the net. As Erie pitches around the near side, a backhander whack by Kyle Pettit. Fergus gets back up. Sent back into the Erie zone. Fergus is able to play it, retrieves the stick and slides it on for Darren Radish. After that collision into the end boards, he appears to be all right. Icing call upcoming. Getting back is Chatfield for the whistle. That was a violent crash. TJ Fergus going back. It wasn't pushed or anything, just kind of lost his edge as he curled and moved back behind the net and wiped down. He's going to come off the bench, or come to the bench. He's allowed, even though the Otters iced the puck. Able to get the swap in personnel. Chernak replaces them as TJ Fergus heads to talk with Andrew Kutneski, the Otters trainer. They have cut himself open along the boards. Erie wins the draw and they control. Here with 13:30 to play in the second. Strome puts it behind the net. Chipped out in front to bring with Richter. Save made. Rebound knocked just wide. Erie has it to line. Sandbrook to Taylor Radish in front. Strome kicked away by DiPietro. Here's DeBrincat now out of the circles. Cross ice in front off the backhander. Strome just wide. He'll pick it up on the near side. Looking for DeBrincat. Couldn't get it in front of the net. As the Spitfires take away and Natanen on the left side for Velarde. Ducks back across line. Hands off one-timer. Dave blocked by DeBrincat. It bounces along the wall. Sandbrook rolls things down. He'll hand off to Chernak as he's trying to stretch ahead one more time. Alex DeBrincat into the zone. Cross ice pass. Taylor Radish right side. Back in front for DeBrincat. He couldn't get the stick on it. Alive in the offensive zone. Sent towards the blue line. That's intercepted. It may have a break here for Windsor. Luchuk left wing side with Chatfield. Luchuk holds, fires off the side of the net. Otters wipe out in the end, and a penalty coming up. Stick came up on Luchuk. Touched by the Otters. And I believe Eric Chernak is going to the box. Another collision behind the Otters net. And that was Luchuk that went down. The call is actually a tripping call to the Otters. Eric Chernak, my apologies. Luchuk went hard into the boards. Down to the far side corner, is slow to get back up. Has to get his I thought he took a high stick as he comes over to show the referee that he is bleeding. They called a tripping call. I thought it was a high stick. Chernak got it up, and then Luchuk went down and into the end board. But I thought Luchuk took the stick up high, but they called a tripping call, which is bizarre to me. And he's showing that he's busted open. But the call was already made, and a tripping call. It's bizarre sequence inside the Erie zone, and the Erie, I think, got away with one. Probably should have been the high stick tripping call instead for whatever reason. But Erie short-handed. Second time tonight. They win the draw and just whacked it all the way down. Fergus doesn't miss the shift. He's okay on that opening clear. Logan Brown winds it up and gives right wing side. Big bodies. Velarde on for Bracco. Fires. Save made Zimpano on the try from the bottom of the circle as Darren Radish gets underneath this one. It'll bounce and settle by Sergachev towards his own circle. Watched by Warren Fogle. Pivots as they hand off to Brown, charging out right wing side. Sorelli comes across as well. Erie does not give him the line. They got to back up. Sergachev as they reset. And from their own end, Jeremy Bracco, one-time Kitchener Ranger and the Toronto Maple Leafs draft pick. Sent down the near side. Darren Radish turns around. Natnan's going to hold in along the blue line. Moves on for Bracco on the right wing. Holding is the right-hander and wheels behind the near side. Watching, holding from the half wall now as he slows things down. Gives to Brown, set up for a one-time drive wide by Sergachev. Grabbed by Bracco to the near corner. Sends it back to Sergachev, the big defenseman. On right side, Brown's one-time rebound scores. It's Natnan. 1-0 Windsor. Natnan. Before the game against the weekend, he had just one assist in his last 13 games. Quickly picks up 4 points against London in Sudbury, and now has goals in 3 straight. And breaks the ice here at Windsor. 1-0 Spitfires. Natnan with his 11th of the season. A power play goal here in the second. Otters trying to answer back. They'll throw out the third line and swept in by Pettit. Playing in game number 299 of his OHL career. Played back onto the near side corner. Fellows will get there in time. In front for Lodney, and he sends it just wide on the try in tight quarters. Pettit with the one-timer go. That bounces wide. Fellows finds it. Goes behind the net. Hands off Lodney and slides it to the net. That's defended. Loose in front, and the Otters. Pettit couldn't finish it. Lodney, Pettit, Krister. Save made. Rebound in front. Day grabs it. Moves behind the net. And will slow things down, but they can't clear. Hendrick will try. That's off a body and nearly trickled towards the goal. Loose behind the goal. Lodney back after it. Sends it off the back of the net, and Patrick Fellows will follow up. Back on for Lodney and Fellows. Still loose behind the goal. It's Lodney, blue line, Sambrook. Owen Hendrick quickly on for Strome. Backs up, lots of traffic. Throw it to the front, defended, and pushed by Chatfield and lifted out the center. Lasham settles it down. In the Erie territory. 19 in the Windsor red and navy. He'll just leave it into the circles and then tied up into the corner. Owen Hendrick comes out of the pile-up with it, moves it on for Dylan Strome. Stretched out for Taylor Radish, has to bring it to the goal. Radish, Strome, right side, mass save, and held on to by DiPietro, who came out 3 feet atop of the crease to stop Dylan Strome. 9:59 to play, second period. The Windsor Spitfires take a 1-0 lead. The power play goal from Julius Natnan here midway through second period. Otters fans, keep your clothes in top shape with Chido's Dry Cleaners, complete with an easy, accessible drive-through. Yeah, free pick up and drop off. Chido's Cleaners is second to none. That's Chido's Dry Cleaners. the official dry cleaning service provider of the Erie Otters. To remind you that all this weekend, and then the last 2 games of the regular season, the final 3 home games of the regular season for the Erie Otters, you can pick up $12 tickets in select sections. For the last 3 remaining home games of the regular season, part of March Ticket Mania. Find that on ottershockey.com for more information. Purchase those tickets at the Erie Insurance Arena box office. The Otters trail 1-0. They were 9:59 to play. Second period. They came close to getting right back with this DeBrincat thrown Taylor Radish line. They pick up the puck. Windsor moving ahead. After Erie couldn't make much of it. Dumped in by Gabe Velarde. Santana wanted to play it, but too much speed from Velarde forces him back to the cage. And the near corner, put behind the net for Natton. He has the goal scorer on for Velarde. And that one blocked by the Erie Otters, TJ Fergus. And they got loose with that cycle behind the net. Velarde going back behind the net. Trying to get away from TJ Fergus and on to the near corner. Shuffles back towards the front. Fakes back to the near corner. And loses the puck out towards the front of the net, where it's picked up out of the blue line and given off to Sergachev. And in front, looking for Velarde. The Otters see him swing right through their blue paint as Taylor Radish goes ahead. Radish for DeBrincat. Burst of speed. Here's DeBrincat. He scores! That's booty, son! Alex DeBrincat. 818 straight. And the Otters tie this one up in the second. What a run for Alex DeBrincat. 18 straight games with a goal, 22 with a point, and the Otters tie this one up. That last little burst of speed, the pass from Taylor Radish coming across the line, flicked onto the backhand of Alex DeBrincat, quickly turns to the forehand and snaps it on the glove hand side of DiPietro. We're all tied at 1. That was the best bit of passing between that trio all night. Tyler Noder controls. Gets off near side, looking for Jeremiah Addison. The pass from Noder. The Otters take it away. Push out to center ice. Here's Brown. Back at his own line. Move it up ahead. Vogel steps into Addison. Puck is loose. Turn out. Looking for Sorelli. Loose after the center ice face-off dot. It's pushed in front of the Otters boards and picked up by Addison on the right wing side. On for Brown in the circle. Peels away. Day joins the rush, but the Otters defend it. Off the stick of Sandbrook and push to the head. Left wing side, Max Simovich on it. Drop pass for Sorelli. Right back to Max Simovich. Wheels behind the net. Wraparound try. Right through the goal mouth and didn't get on goal. 2 Otters there. Couldn't tap it home with DiPietro down and out. Quickly iced the other way. Out is Timpano to play it. Sandbrook is in his way as that puck is loose now. Give it on. Corcoran doesn't shoot. On the right side, Sheffield. They'll send it around the horn. And Addison, co-captains, go back and forth. Leave it to the corner. Garrett Podubny just on. Hits the break. Looks, and he'll find a defenseman in Jordan Sambrook. They got a stick wedged in the far boards. Where the Spitfires come out. They'll have to get out of there. But inside Erie territory, Garrett Podubny comes the other way. His wrist shot. Glove save. DiPietro holds on to that one. The Otters' 10th shot on goal this period. Fourth line on, but the Otters' Alex DeBrincat once again finds the back of the net. His 61st of the season. We're all knotted at 1. Goal comes nearly 10 minutes later, or 2 minutes later, 2 minutes and 11 seconds to be exact. 10:47 the time of the goal. Erie wins the draw. Hedrick. Gurney left wing circle. In some trouble, puts it down low. But the big guys go to work as Lazat comes crashing into the end board. McKinnon able to slide it ahead, though. But nice poke check from Gurney keeps it alive in the offensive zone. Garrett Podubny trying to get away from Sergachev as Perbu will lift this one high to the air and a foot race back to the Otters line. Owen Hedrick chased by Angle, no icing. The Otters do move it on to Mitch Byrne. Hands off. Garrett Podubny at center red. Ducks around, run into. He was lined up by Mikhail Sergachev with a big-time hip check. Podubny gets back up. In control, Graham Knott. Takes the hit from Owen Hedrick. The Otters hold behind their own net. Quickly pushed ahead for Christian Gurney, deflected into the zone, no icing, and the Otters would like to make a change. And Day controlling on the far corner, lost the puck to Gurney. It's loose in the circle. Graham Knott follows up. Stripped of the puck by Fellows on the far board. Pettit crashes in. Lodnia takes the biscuit, moving out the blue line. Fergus trying to gain some room. Hands off to Lodnia. Wrist shot through traffic, and that's off the leg of Chatfield. Picks it up on the right side. Poked away by Lodnia. Chatfield, though, bouncing it back to center. Able to recover. Push it into the Erie zone. On back is DJ Fergus. He's down the near side and hands off to Lodnia. He's looking for a goal. Hasn't scored a goal in quite a while. Only 3 assists over his last 9 games, but he's got the puck now. Try to drop it off for Darren Radish in the corner. Here in the offensive zone, Lodnia out far side. Doesn't give to Pettit, doesn't give to Ferguson. Holds out to the high slot. Wrist shot, deflected in front. Pettit looking for it. It's found instead by Windsor and knocked ahead. Pettit knocking that one down in front. Almost got it right back for a tap-in. Erie changes and they move the puck. Bounce towards the line and will make its way out on one last knife try by Adam Laysham. Erie sends it in on the backhand by Darren Radish. 5:56 to play. Dylan Strome finds the puck in the corner. Hands off to the brink into the right wing circle. Leave it for Fergus. Holds and fires through traffic. That one caught somebody in front. Trickles onto the corner. Fired ahead and over the stick of Fergus. No icing. Out is Timpano to play it. Velarde chasing. Erie spins around the far side. Picked up by Luchuk just on. And now Velarde behind the net. Erie back defensively as Velarde comes out near side. Pushed in front. Defended away, but Tatton lets one go, and that was blocked as the Otters' Darren Radish pushes ahead for Strome. Erie trying to push the pace of play, their own style, as Taylor Radish gets to Darren Radish. Just enough on it to snap it wide. Chernak in behind the net. Slide it all the way around just on Stambrook. Keeps it alive for Taylor Radish. And DeBrincat and Strome looking to work back behind the goal. DeBrincat got it loose. Puts it out ahead. Luchuk skates in front. Came out of nowhere to intercept that pass. And out from the left wing. Gives ahead off the skate of Sergachev in deep. 5 minutes to go in a 1-1 game here in the WFCU Center. Centering pass. Too much steam on it, and it's picked up by Maximovich. On for Strome late in the shift. Looking to work it back across for Maximovich. Loose in the slot. Can't get a shot away as this one flipped ahead, just neutralized by Luchuk. Just on Sorelli receives a pass from Eric Chernak. A nice play. Trying to deke his way in front. It's bounced off his stick onto the blue line. Chernak couldn't keep it. And a foot race here. Maybe a 2-on-1. Left wing side. Bracco with a man in front. Poked away by Timpano. Good bit of goaltending. Maximovich ahead for Sorelli. Tied up by Chatfield. And hands off to Kyle Maximovich. Works in from the middle of the ice. Trying to drag in front and hand off to Sorelli. Back to Maximovich. Going for the backdoor play. The shot instead wide. And gathered by Bracco. Reaches around Maximovich and drops off to Brown from neutral ice. 4:05 to go in the period. Nice little poke check for Brown. Recovers and trying to slide it on the glove of Bracco. Hedrick. They knock Brown down to the ice. Find it on the near side and stretch it ahead for Sorelli. Bounces into the zone with a wrist shot off the shoulder of DiPietro. Makes the save. Fellows tied up along the far side boards in the final 4 minutes of a 1-1 game here in the second from the WFCU Center. Ivan Lodnia back on with Fellows and Pettit. Moving on for Corcoran to the near side circle as Windsor takes control. Bracco into his shift, will flip it in. And he kind of peels off, looking around him. Nobody as they're making a change, and Owen Hedrick is back behind his own net. Chased out by Engel. Well, they'll wheel back into the corner. And in behind the net again, it's Owen Hedrick. Now makes his move. Again, to send it out to center ice. They miss. Two trying to pick it up. Sean Day and Garrett Badubney. So the icing is waved off here. Corcoran, the stick of, I believe that's Garrett Badubney launched in his midsection. Nothing called. There's a puck loose behind the net, and they just turn the puck over. Gurney gives out to Fergus. Wrist shot. That was blocked by Cole Purbu. As they come crashing in the corner, a hit from Cameron Lazat. As the puck shuffles on near side, Gurney knocks away from Sean Day. Garrett Badubney back in him. With whistled back around the net, the fourth line, causing some trouble. Another big hit from Cam Lazat on the forecheck. Now he runs Hayden McCool as it's bounced to center. The final three, and now a penalty coming up. This is going to go to the Spitfires. And here he's going to go to the power play for the first time tonight. The play was behind, and it's going to go to Hayden McCool, who did not like the hit from Cameron Lazat late. Gave that extra whack, and it's all right in front of him. The referee right there, and here he's going to the first power play of the evening for themselves. Erie's power play, second in the league at 26.2%. As DeBrincat goes forward with the draw here towards the net. A big pile-up, and DiPietro covers up. The Otters holding the Spitfires just 6 shots on goal here in the second. Once again, shots are 21-12 in this 1-1 game. 2:35 to play, and the Otters on their first power play chance. Sorelli's taking the draw. Usual suspects on the man advantage for Erie. Draw one back. Nice little tip play. Taylor Radish to Darren Radish. Now Stone goes cross-site. Cross to the near side corner and rolls down. Sergachev picked out of the corner by Sorelli and gives out to Darren Radish at the point. Leads on the defenseman in scoring. Stone, slap shot, tip play for Taylor Radish, and he deflected it just wide. DeBrincat. He'll hand out Darren Radish. One-timer. That was blocked. Got it right back now. It's DeBrincat, and he's loose 2 Spitfires on him near side. And they'll skate it out the center, and Chatfield slides it into Erie ice. Settled down by Dylan Strome. He'll make his moves out to center on the right wing side. Open ice, the cross ice pass. DeBrincat drags in from the left wing side. Peels off Latrim on him as Sorelli takes the handle instead. DeBrincat on the half wall. Latrim sweeping the stick around. They get to Darren Radish down near side. Strome holding from the circle. He'll back up. Way on the half wall. Trey plates with Taylor Radish. They come up high with it. Strome holding. Now makes his move. All over him. Gabe Velarde knocks him down to the ice. And he'll throw the puck on down the clear. Off the stick of Sergachev. Quickly moves up by Timpano. Erie from neutral ice. They get into the zone. Right wing side. Strome. Where's the second unit on? Strome fires. Another save with the mask by DiPietro. Whacking away at him, Maximovich. But Michael DiPietro taking another one off the noggin. And quickly laying on top of the puck. Face off will be near side knee. To the left of DiPietro. Second unit on. Vladimir Maximovich, Pettit, Vogel, Hedrick. Nice, clean face-off win Pettit. And Owen Hedrick holds the center point area. Waits, wrist shot, sticked in! Deflected in front. Not sure who it hit, but it goes behind DiPietro, and Owen Hedrick has broken this tie, his third of the season. And what does everybody want? 2-1 Erie. We had Pettit in front. And as that puck came towards on the angle, looks like it hit off his skate. Somebody in front of the net, either a defenseman or Pettit. And it skipped up over the blocker and went up high, nearest the far side post. But the Otters cash in on the man advantage and take their first lead of the game here in the final 1:05. There's Ivan Lotnia in control from his own end. Pettit swoops out wide left. Instead they pass right for Fellows. Erie battling around to the near side boards. And now it squirts loose back to Erie territory. Chernak to pick it up with 50 seconds left. Chernak comes near side, and he'll send it in from the red line. There's Patrick Fellows with Lodney in the final 37 seconds. Fellows going to shuffle behind the net and bouncing onto the circle. Lodney able to gain control. Out here with Chernak, Fogle, Stanbrook, now Fogle in the slot. Wrister just wide. Oh, a sneaky shot from between the dots. Just missing the blocker hand side as Luchuk picks it up out of the boards and ahead for Chatfield to jump in. Behind the net, Timpano. Hands off. 15 seconds remain in the period. Warren Fogle charges right wing side. Ducks around Sergachev. Gets the puck into the zone. Sorelli follows up with steal. Sorelli scores! Deuces wild! Anthony Sorelli with 6.4 on the clock, and it's 3-1 Erie. Great bit of work from Warren Fogle on the near side as he draws in two in the defensive zone and somehow gets that puck loose off the board. Sorelli does the rest. Bar down, Erie by 2. They'll win the draw back, and Fergus will take it to the circles, and time will expire on the second period. Well, we are tied at 1 into the final 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Otters cash in on their first power play chance. Sorelli with 6.5 on the clock. It's 3-1 Erie after 40. We'll step for a break. The UPMC intermission report is next. Right here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Otters fans, Bertrand here from Cloud9 Wine Bar. If you want a place to get great food and great drink specials before Otters game, stop in and see us at Cloud9 Wine Bar for happy hour from 4 to 6, featuring half-off draft beer, draft wines, and selected menu items. Cloud9 Wine Bar on the corner of 10th and French Street, Erie, Pennsylvania.
Crossover utility vehicles, called CUVs, are more popular than ever, and there are too many to choose from. If you compare them closely, however, you'll know why we believe that only one CUV offers the most and costs the least. It's the 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport CUV, and you'll find it in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi. The Sport is now $19,990 or $239 a month, and that's with all-wheel control. The Sport also comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 7 airbags, 18-inch alloy wheels, and a 6-inch touchscreen, and more. If you like CUVs, please compare the Outlander Sport with all-wheel control for $19,990 at Interstate Mitsubishi, 1/2 mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99.
Special pricing includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending program. Lease figured at Tier S approval and is prior to tax, title, license, and dock fees. First month payment due at signing based on $23,390 MSRP.
Whether you're a student athlete, a seasoned competitor, or a weekend warrior, UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is the only regional program with more than 30 years of experience treating sports-related injuries. From sports injury prevention to specialized treatment, visit us in our facility located in the Bayview Center at 100 Peach. UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is recognized for its expert treatment and rehab of any sports injury. Count on UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine, the choice of area athletes. Visit upmchammett.org for more information.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
All the exciting action of OHL hockey.
The Erie Otters
on Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back here inside the WFCU Center. Aaron Cooney here inside the UPMC intermission report. Second intermission. And this game, the greeting and the feeling out process that was the first period, and that's over. And we're seeing Erie Otters hockey here once again. This team was preaching to get back to defensive hockey and to getting back to controlling the pace of play, although it was a little slow in the first. Erie has found their way in the second period in controlling the pace of the game. They're out shooting Windsor 24-12. Haven't given up that many great chances. Windsor's best opportunities came on the power play as we hop inside the Arctic Spas recap to how we got there. Here we're at right now after a scoreless first period. Windsor out to the first 3 shots on goal. Torelli had a great chance in front. Found by Warren Fogle in between the circles. Snapped it off the blocker of DiPietro. Made a great stop on the play. So we ended up a scoreless first, and into the second we go. As Erie held scoreless just the 15th time on the season. And at 8:36, Windsor on their second power play of the night. They find Julius Natanen. Natanen, who had been held to just 2 assists in his previous 13 games for last weekend, now has goals in 3 straight. He gets on the board. Natanen with just his 11th, which I find for a guy that they went out and traded for and gave up a lot to get from the Barrie Colts as an import. This is a second rounder of the Anaheim Ducks. just 36 points on the year and just 11 goals from the gold medalist of Finland 2 years ago at the World Junior Championship. Nonetheless, Windsor leads 1-0, and the Otters respond. 2 minutes and 11 seconds later, who else? Tell me, who else would you have bet on to find the back of net in this one? Yep, it was that guy, number 12, Alex DeBrincat at 10:47 from Taylor Radish as they enter the zone. Radish slowly given the middle of the ice, which they have given up a lot, Windsor, here today. Eries had a lot of chances in finding the puck between the circles and given the middle of the ice, and that allows the entry with Radish coming across the blue line and then shuffles it over the stick of the defender. It's picked up by DeBrincat on the back end, quickly moves it to the forehand and snaps it over the glove before DiPietro could get set. We're tied at 1. Final couple minutes, and Erie gets their first power play opportunity. Second unit cashes in. 18:42. Pettit moving it out to the blue line. Owen Hedrick is there. The late part of the season signing for the Erie Otters, the 97-born defenseman coming from Lake Superior State in the NCAA. Just gets a shot low into the goal. That's one thing that I've noticed from him in just the short amount of time he's been with the Otters, playing in just 21 games, this being number 21. He gets pucks to the net, causes rebounds, but this one he gets the reward as he fires it to the net low, goes off the skate and trickles up over the blocker of DiPietro into the net. The Otters lead 2-1. Not done yet, because there's just 6.4 on the clock. Warren Fogle, and that big frame, 6'2", 190. This guy, relentless worker, draws in 2 Windsor Spitfires along the near side boards. Somehow gets the puck out of the pile-up. It's grabbed by Sorelli, goes short side, bar down. Time running out the period. The Otters take a 3-1 lead, with Fogle finding Sorelli for his 22nd of the season. There's your score after 40 minutes. And the Otters, it's been a while since we said, well, they lead by 2 in a after 2 periods of play. They're 38-0 on the season, and it's to be a big one to keep together. And you're going to see a lot from Windsor coming in this third period. This is a must-win game for the Spitfires. Looking at the standings. Back for the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Didn't get to play the whole interview. He caught up with Garrett Podubny. Just put together a pretty solid game for the 17-year-old draft-eligible forward in his first year coming from the Philadelphia Junior Flyers, the Otters' first-round pick in the CSL Import Draft. But we're going to hear from him, catch up that final parts of the interview that we got to miss. So let's hear from Garrett Podubny.
Welcome back inside the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Aaron Cooney here, joining at this time, Erie Otters rookie forward Garrett Podubny. And Garrett, I wanted to ask you, now we're here at, 6 games left in the regular season. How have you come together, and how has the OHL, have you taken on this first season in the league?
Well, for sure from the beginning, and now I think I'm a completely different player, different person all the way. It's got more mature and everything. It's been a fun ride so far.
I want to ask you about Troy Centeno. Your billet brother, and it seems like every time you look around, you guys are together, driving in, or roommates from the hotel. What's he been like, and how has he helped you this first season?
Oh, for sure, I love Troy. He's like my older brother, pretty much. He takes care of me and everything. He helps me a lot with the team and hockey and everything, so I appreciate everything he does for me.
Looking at the team and your production, it's got to be much tougher to score in this league, and you still come away 20-point score, 9 goals in the season. Comparing the game to last year, where you're putting up 100 points, 50 goals, how difficult has it been to find the back of the net in the OHL?
Oh yeah, as I said, it's a different game. I don't get as much ice time as well, so it's a lot harder to get points, but I enjoy it. We have guys like Dylan Stroma. I just take advantage to learn from them and just become a better player next year.
How much fun are you having this first season? I mean, after what the team is, I'm sure you read, is going fifth straight 50-win seasons, a chance this time around. And with some of those other guys, you watch Alex DeBrincat, Taylor Radish, and you mentioned Dylan Stroma, some of them perform each night.
For sure, it's just a dream, like, I'm just happy I have an advantage to learn from guys like them and just enjoy and have fun.
been a lot of fun for the team the entire season, and everybody's been enjoying it. I'm sure fans as well. But the last couple of weekends have been a little tough for the team. What do you guys need to do to get back to the mode that you're used to, and especially during the month of February where you guys are so dominant?
Yeah, you know what happens? I think we just got a little bit too excited about playouts and everything. Just got to get back at it and work our way to go as far as possible.
This Windsor team has been pretty good here the last couple games on home ice. They won 3 straight. They're coming off of victories against London and Sioux, some of the other big dogs in the Western Conference. What do you guys get to be aware of tonight and to come out with 2 points?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of teams out there that are really good, and I honestly think, like, with our roster, with the guys that we have, I mean, not a lot of guys can stop us. So, yeah, we just got to go and play our game and refocus from all the other closes and just play our game.
All right, thanks for this, G, and have fun tonight.
No problem, thank you.
That's Garrett Podubny of the Erie Otters. More hockey coming up, and Face Off is next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times-News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
Erie Otters 2017-2018 season tickets are now on sale. Take advantage of the advanced discount price by committing before May 31st. Visit ottershockey.com for more information or contact the front office at 814-455-7779.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
Hi, Mark from Tim Hortons here. Did you know you have a sausage and American cheese English muffin at the bottom of your purse?
No, just a couple bucks.
Perfect. All you need is $1.49 for a Tim's breakfast sandwich. Hey, sir, bet there's a sausage biscuit in your back pocket. Nope, just $1.50. That'll do it. Excuse me, miss. You might have a spicy sausage biscuit in that change purse. Introducing Tim Hortons breakfast sandwiches, only $1.49 plus tax. You got it in the bag at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
Welcome back here inside the WFCU Center. Aaron Cooney here with you. It's the UPMC Intermission Report. Big-time third period coming up in just a few minutes. But we're still inside the UPMC Intermission Report. Otters lead 3-1 after 40 minutes of play. A 3-goal period to answer the first of the game by Windsor's Julius Natanen. And Otters in a pretty good spot. 38-0 when leading after 2 periods. But before we get to the third, let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Brought to you by the Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels, proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You ought to be staying with the best. Around the league, London 4-0 over the Gulf Storm. 2 minutes left in the second. All tied up in Niagara. Kirill Maximov with another pair of goals, another 2-goal night. He had a hat-trick against the Otters. So they're tied at 3 after 2 periods. And London just won at 5-0 over Guelph. 3-3 in Peterborough heading into the third period. The Pete's and the Ottawa 67. The Barrie Colts and the Mississauga Steelheads. They're tied at 1 with 11 minutes to go in the second period. We got the third coming up. Otters lead 3-1. A must-win for Windsor. Expect quite the pushback on its way from the Spitfires. Third period is next on Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs.
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs.
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and 1 round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and, of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the Big White Building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
It's Erie Otters hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan, WFNN, Erie.
Welcome back inside the WFCU Center. Aaron Cooney here. We're set for a third period. The Otters answer the first goal of the game with 3 of their own in the second. 3-1 Erie. To start the second, this line cashing in, which is 6.4 on the clock. It was Anthony Sorelli with his 22nd of the year. Here's Fogle with a steal. Stumbles into his own left wing side and gains control. Pushes in front, looking for Sorelli. Lets a shot go instead after the block pass. And one goes wide off the end boards, and here's Sorelli again. They play it down to the corner. Loose for Fogle behind the net. Swing it in front. That's off a stick, then a leg, and gathered by Brown, who blocked the pass. Moves on to the right side, Jeremy Bracco. Right across, nice, wheeling in, wrist shot, Addison, blocked by the Otters, Sorelli, and off goes Fogle again. 4 men strong for the Otters. But offside they come in. On that last little move by Warren Fogle, good play on the left side by Jalen Chatfield. Keep that blue line. Towards and Fogle to pull the puck back. That's Sorelli crossed. Of course, the offside play just 37 seconds in. 3-1, the Otters lead 30-0 this season when leading after 2 periods. 2013-2014, the Otters are 152, 4-2-0 when leading after 2 periods. Chris Knobloch has had his teams, and they lock things up when leading. Is out the other way to go. Sergachev wheeling into the offensive zone. Poke check by Sandbrook. Loose biscuit behind the net. Luchuk follows up, hit by Eric Chernak. And then in behind the goal one more time. Chernak and Luchuk battle away. Split out in front. Oh, DePille had no idea where that puck was. Luckily, there was no one there. It springs loose, and DeBrincat flips it ahead. It's Natney down the near side. Rolled around behind the net, just on Owen Hedrick. He has the go-ahead goal right now. Overskates the puck. Look out. Moved ahead. Gabe Velarde jumping in. Chatfield 3-on-1. Velarde right side. Save made on the wrister. Luchuk to the goal, and it's blocked by a sliding Taylor Radish as the Otters. Now they get away from that opportunity. Come out again unscathed after a misplay by Owen Hedrick. Just overskated the puck on the right side and led to the chance. Chatfield opening things up by joining the play. Here comes Boca. He's trying to get out of their own end. He's hit by Pettit. The third line on keeps it in the offensive zone. Sean Day comes back. Pettit blocks the bouncing puck to the near side. Graham Knott crashes him. As he moves it up the near side, Boca slings it right back behind his goal for Tyler Nuther. Bumped by Lodnia. He'll slide it up the far side. And it just fired on ahead. Back to Erie territory. No icing. It's on goal. Directed on for Mitch Byrne to take over. Hands off to Hedrick, who looks. Gives back to Byrne on the right side. And his pass cross ice to Fellows. On out to neutral ice. Walks in left wing side. Just lays it off the stick. Picks it up off the near wall. Taken away from Nuther. And on for Lodnia in the corner. Ivan Lodnia comes out high and hands off Radish. Wrist shot through traffic. Oh, off a stick of Fellows in front and defended by Di Pietro away to the corner. And Boca charges right side. Chip and chase. Lasham going to retrieve. Arapodemi runs into Boca. They try to get that puck loose. Is that a helmet loss? Yeah, it belongs to Adam Lasham, who's still on the play, and now the whistle sounds. After the lid of Adam Lasham pops off behind the net, they're not going to make a call. He was tied up with Darren Radish. Reaching into the end boards, and because the puck wasn't moving and the helmet comes off of Lasham, they're going to move the face-off outside. Yeah, it'll be just outside the Otters line. A must-win situation for the Windsor Spitfires, so you're going to see it. Everything they got. Erie's up with just 12 shots on goal through 2 periods. And they need this one because, unless Owen Sound drops this game to the Niagara Ice Dogs, just tied at 3 heading to the third period. But still a log jam at the top of the Western Conference. Darren Radish, Erie Otters, they dump the puck in. Radish in on the play, but it's worked away and out to center ice for Jeremy Bracco. Peels off right side to the circles and trying to fire to the net. It's off the stick, pops onto the left side board. Where Brown hands off in front, poked away by Fergus. Addison with a little reflection, and Brown takes over the big center. The first round pick of the Ottawa Senators. Logan Brown gives ahead. He's got the left wing circle. Otters poke it away. Darren Radish. And move it ahead for Anthony Sorelli. Changes for the Otters. Expect short shifts. With a stretch ahead for Bracco. Winds up. Slap shot. Save made off the near wall. Tintano to stop. And Chernak muscles his way ahead for neutral ice. Here's Eric Chernak. Making his way down to the corner now and just leaves it behind the net. Running in the bodies, bouncing off everything. He makes his way back defensively. Bracco almost lost the puck to DeBrincat. Following up Corcoran, and now McEnany. On the near side, nearly stripped the puck that time by Dylan Strome, but the Otters take from center ice. DeBrincat looking for Strome. Off his stick, he'll tip it in, no icing. On back, Connor Corcoran. Lifted on ahead off the far side boards in front of his bench. Luchuk is there. He'll guide it off the boards again, but the Otters intercept. Strome hands off to Jordan Sandbrook. 4 minutes, 10 seconds in. Erie in control. 3-1, and they work out the center. Lifted in by Taylor Radish. DiPietro's going to slow it down. Hands off to Sean Dave behind the net. Quickly moves on to his partner as the Otters get 2 men trapped behind the goal, and they stretch it ahead. McEnany on left wing side. Leave it for Luchuk to dump in. Natman stepping in front of him. Jordan Sandbrook and the Otters will skate back out the center. DeBrincat hands off to Strome. They're going to wait. They're going to play here towards the end of their shift. The pass across ice from Strome off the stick intended for Hedrick. And it's fresh troops getting on for Erie. The icing is fired the other way. Graham Knott chases Hedrick. Crashes into the end boards. Graham Knott just sliding off the body of Owen Hedrick as Erie works ahead. Mitch Washburn gives to Gurney. Cross-ice pass for Lazat. Couldn't reel it in. Hits the near side boards. Lazat runs another into the near side boards. But they did get the puck into Erie territory. Owen Hedrick back behind his own net. Hands off the far side boards. Gurney on for Podubny with the drop. He's got some room to skate. Swing it into the far side corner. Hit there by Tyler Nuther. Graham Knott. Cam Lazat firing in also. Chatfield trying to get it from Gurney in the near corner with control. Up for Boca. Deflected towards the Erie ice. They'll say it went off there on Radish, so there's no icing here. This is the kind of game that you want to play against the Windsor Spitfires. They're built heavy. They're built big. They want to play that way. And that style and just impose their will and muscle on you. But the Otters can skate. And I don't know if this is a game that they can continue to keep up with Windsor, and especially to get into a 7-game series. That's what the Otters have been going for. Two-way play. And they have the puck again out through neutral ice after a steal from Garrett Podubny. Darren Radish skates left wing side, enters, but Ivan Lodnia ahead on the play. We've got a first whistle in a little while. 14:09 to go in the third. 3-1 Erie. All goal scoring coming in the second period. Windsor led 1-0, and the Otters rattled off the next three, including tying the game 2 minutes and 11 seconds later. And then goals in the final 2 minutes. Owen Hedrick, his third of the season. A power play goal at 18:42. And then with 6.4 on the clock, Anthony Sorelli with his 22nd of the year. Here's Fellows reaching. Knocked off the stick of Logan Brown, and Erie again in control. Pass intended for Darren Radish, picked up by Day, and they scoop it back to their own line. Windsor spinning around near side is Corcoran. Oh, lost the handle. Rodney was on his back. Now they head back towards their own goaltender and try again to wind things up. Logan Brown, little stutter step. Lost the puck to Patrick Fellows nicely on the nice play. Pettit left wing side. They wheel in behind the goal. Pettit comes out in front. Gishes for Lodnia, who puts it off the side of the net. Oh, Ivan Lodnia looking for his third goal against the Spitfires this season. Probably should have had that one, but he misfires. Here's Bracco trying to wheel ahead. They give a cross. They score. Corcoran, 3-2. Fifth of the year. After Jeremy Bracco steps through TJ Fergus, a lot of sticks and twigs on him, but he somehow gets through traffic and plays the puck on for Corcoran at the left circle. Timpano came across and got a piece of it, but not enough. It's a one-goal game here for Windsor. That comes just after Lodnia missed an open net. Hit the side of the net. Fired in by Windsor, slowed by Timpano, and he'll hand off to Jordan Sambrook. Working up the far boards, Fogel looking for Maximich. Pass poked there by Chatfield, and Natton is coming the other way. Going to reach around Sambrook. Body on him, but it's followed up by Luchuk. With a man in front, loses Natton, and they beat him, but he couldn't handle the pass. Back behind the net for Luchuk. Watched by Eric Chernak. A lot of stick work there. Still loose. Coming on near side, Velocity. Wraparound try. Stop it, Steph. Held on to by Timpano. Toe save by the skate of Troy Timpano. Gabe Velarde, and that's a long reach at 6'2". Tucking it towards the back end, coming back near side post. But Timpano in the split. Kicks out the left skate and holds it down for the whistle. Big time save on the wraparound right after that one. Right after the goal from Connor Corcoran. Defensive zone draw, picked up by Darren Radish. Spitfires did score 2 in the third period to tie the game at 4. Back at the Erie Insurance Arena. Just a couple weeks ago, Erie eventually took the game in a shootout. Erie only registered one shot on goal in that third, back on February the 15th. To see the game come back, slip out of their hands, and then regain possession in the shootout. They're going to try and avoid that tonight. Puck ends up out of play back in the near corner of the Windsor zone, so Erie gets an offensive zone draw coming up. Strome taking it against Julius Natton. One for DeBrincat, but it skipped over his stick past his skate, but DeBrincat does hold in. Launching it onto the far side corner, Radish looking to crunch in on Sergachev. Kept loose, Strome, hands off to Taylor Radish, and then near side DeBrincat, trying to drag onto the circle. Looking for an option as he comes back up high. It's Darren Radish on the right side. Wide slap shot deflected in front and then flipped ahead. The center ice, glove down, Darren Radish. Erie back in possession. Owen Henrik, 8 minutes off the clock. Here in the third period, a 3-2 game. The Otters with 3 in the second. The Windsor Spitfires come back. Connor Corcoran with his 5th to make it a 1-goal game. They lift the puck into the ice, or into the zone, rather, of Otters ice here in this third period. And it's Dave Velarde with a man. Coming down left wing side, putting it in front, looking for Luchuk, and goes right through the goal mouth of the Otters. They can push ahead. At least the center whacked right back in by Velarde. He has been excellent the last few games for the Spitfires as DeBrincat launches one from center red. Gave Velarde 4 goals, 9 points over his last 3 games for the Spitfires. And Sean Day hands off to Graham Knott, and they sky the puck onto the near side corner for Adam Langstrom. Looking for Boca. Darren Radish watching, also is Pettit. That's tie up with Luke Boca. It squirts loose for Graham Knott. He'll give to the blue line. Another. Sends it back down to the corner. Langstrom pinned to the ball by Kyle Pettit. Dig away, jostling. TJ Fergus trying to move the puck along. Turning is Graham Knott with a power move towards the front. The Otters just poke it away. Good stick from Patrick Fellows. Back to the goal by Boca. And a save out of the near side boards by Troy Timpano as Wadnia sends it in from center after the Otters clear. 3-2 game from the WFCU Center. Here in Windsor, Ontario, Aaron Cooney along with him. The Otters trying to hold to a 1-goal lead. Windsor offside allows the Otters to reset, finish a change as well. As Fogle sweeps the puck up the near side, trying to kick it along after it goes off the stick of Tyler Nuther, but it's followed by Adam Latham, who takes it across the Spitfires logo and leads it into the Otters zone. He got hit hard by Kyle Maximovich. Welcome back. There's Mitch Byrne turning in his corner. On his back was Bracco, and Byrne controls the puck. Pass ahead for Warren Fogle. Sends it in from center ed. It'll settle behind the net. Back is Corcoran, who just made this game a 1-goal game. Hit by Maximovich. Moves the puck on to his partner. McEnemy at the time, and on back Corcoran. Leave it in front, Otter steal. Maximovich for Sorelli. Stop made, rebound, loose near side. Covering DiPietro with 9:46 to go. Oh boy, Windsor almost gave it right back to Erie. Sliding it in front of their own net, and Maximovich just couldn't turn in time. Hits to Sorelli for another great chance for number 22. He could have 3 already. But it's a 1-goal game here from Windsor. Here in the third period. Otters fans, meet our neighbors at the new Arena Bar and Grill, located at 723 Front Street. Here before and after game meeting place at the Arena Bar and Grill. Saucer passed away from the Erie Insurance Arena. Erie just 4 shots on goal to start this third period. 5 so far for Windsor. Japan will get a little equipment work. A little skate work after the toe save on the near side. Got that one marked down. On that wraparound try, everything appears to be all right. Japan's going to head down. A little FaceTime for Steve Zaholski, the Otters equipment manager. We're getting off in his own draw here. They won it all the way back to their own end, however. Chernak is chased by Bracco there. Out of the far side circle, and Eric Chernak, 14 to white, skates into the zone. Rich shot off the leg wide. Picked up by DeBrincat to the corner. Strome with the one-time go, and that's sticked away by DiPietro. Out of the near side board, Chatfield trying to lift it up the wall. Strome, he's knocked down, and they go ahead. 5-man unit, strong ahead. Drop it off for Brown left side. In front for Bracco. Good stick from Taylor Radish. Deflects it out of play. We'll have a halt in action. I don't know why they tried that pass. Mikhail Sergachev with a gun cocked. Wide open on the left side. They try to get it across to Jeremy Bracco on the play. Erie's forced it there because Sergachev can bring the heat. The reigning defensive, or rather, reigning defenseman of the year, the OHL. Defensive. All things defensive. Bounce down to the near corner. Velarde chasing it. Patrick Fellows will get there, trying to get underneath it, as he's put to the wall instead. Velarde ties him up. Fellows able to back up, gain a little bit of room. Shuffle that thing back behind his own goal, and Chernak will just sling this all the way ahead and off the glove of net, and it'll slow down for Sean Day. Should have been a hand pass. The Otters are calling for a whistle. They didn't get it. Here comes McEnany out the center. Rip it in from the red line. Off over the stick of Troy Timpano. He's going to get back to his net as Luchuk going to move it down to the corner. Natnan now, tied up by Cirelli. He pokes it loose. It comes on to Maximovic. The Otters 3-on-2 the other way. Natnan trying to get back. They find Cirelli. Trying to kick up, skate the stick. Still loose in the slot. Settles down. Velarde comes in. Slodnia follows up. Winds up past Flapper. Tries to get off to Cirelli. Never made it on his mark. Here he does control. Here's Cirelli. On the near side. Lifted ahead and pass intended for Maximovic. As the Otters work back to their own line to clear from Julius Natnan. Give it on to Kyle Maximovic, left wing side. Darren Radish heads to the net. And off to Cirelli. Throw it towards the net. Glove save. No rebound. The Pietro gets the cover with 8:08 to go. 3-2 game. Otters ahead 1. Fourth line coming on for Erie. Draw inside the Windsor zone, to the right of Steve Pietro. Winners of their last 3, the Windsor Spitfires, doing a couple against top teams in the CHL. And the Otters to be aware after Erie didn't do so well as the number 1 team, and it's going off the stick of Christian Gurney. Moving on for Polka, but he can't get it across on the pass into Erie ice for Adam Laishman, and Gurney sends it the other way. Turns in the corner, Christian Gurney tied up there, Podubny to help out. Graham not also as Gurney sent down to the ice by Jalen Chatfield. Free agent, signed a couple years ago. Jalen Chatfield, puck still loose. This pile up continues in the far corner. Just waiting if they're going to blow the whistle. Where's the puck even at? It's underneath Christian Gurney, and finally, the whistle sounds. Some pushing and shoving. Graham not. Now Cameron Lazat comes in to help out Garrett Podubny. Just going to be smart here. Don't do anything stupid in the late parts of the game and take a penalty and put your team down. Cam Lazat, I want to calm him down just a bit. Now he continues to bark back and forth with Luke Boca. As Lazat is sent towards his own bench. And we'll slow things down just a little bit. 7:29 to go here in the third period from the WFCU Center. Otters holding to a 3-2 lead. Lazat settled down, and Erie makes a change. They're going to lose the offensive zone draw, I think, because of it. The Otters are pleading their case and wondering why, and it's going to be moved to center, or out to neutral ice, just in front of the Windsor bench instead. Strome and company on. Strome held pointless so far, didn't pick up an assist on the Brinket goal. He's on a 10-game point streak, and for him, it's an 8-game assist streak as well. It's into the offensive zone. Windsor after it in Erie territory. Strome finds it out of the corner, plays it off the corner glass. He'll throw out the center. Move for Brown, stripped off the stick by Strome. That would have been offside. I don't think Erie, I thought they tagged up on the play, but either way, Logan Brown's going to toss it in. Watched by Chernak as they bump down behind the net. Addison follows up. Sam Brooks swing it onto the far side boards. That's the play. And it's taken away by the Otters. Taylor Radish steps in front of Mikhail Sergachev, and off goes to Brinket now. Looking for Strome, right wing side. Wheels in behind the net. Hits the brakes. Going to turn it out in front. Bounce down to Taylor Radish. Want to move it back into the corner. And in behind the goal for Dylan Strome, but it's Sergachev taking control and launching it towards center on a play by Nother. 6.5 to go. The Otters deflect it in from center ice. Strome. And now he heads off. Holding to a 1-goal lead. 3-2 Erie. Later stages of this third period. The Otters play the puck. Oh, look out. Timpano is right in front of his own goal, but Erie able to recover. Pennant moved it on to Darren Radish. Here's TJ Fergus back behind his net. They get used to that. That's a much different look, and we've heard it from so many interviews talking to other defensemen and The Otters defensive coach, BJ Adams, and the Otters get a lot from Troy Timpano, not just with being a starting goaltender, but how much he plays the puck and how effective he is with it at the same time. Here he's able to clear and get it down the other end of the ice. And Ladnia picks it up on the pile-up, leaves it out the blue line. Fergus couldn't hand it. Went over his skate, tried to stop it with the blade. Evades him, and Erie moving on back to their own end. Pushed ahead for Anthony Strelly right wing side. Into the zone they come. Hits the break, the corner. Skates back up the half wall. Gives to TJ Fergus left side. He gives a little head fake and hands off to Darren Radish. Looks one go through traffic. Deflected down. Save made DiPietro. And the deflection by Anthony Sorelli. Here's Maximovic out of the corner. Ladnia heads up high. He's going to take a one-timer. That one, a headhunter, rises well high. Hits the end glass. Darren Radish holds in. To Sorelli in the near side corner. Anthony Sorelli, former captain of the Oshawa General. Put to the boards by McEnany, but the Otters onto the far side boards, off the back end of Fogle and out the center. Here's Lacey. They get out of their zone. The Otters collide and take him out of the play and take the puck. Maximovic left wing side. Back in offensively. Ahead for Fogle. He scores! Warren Fogle puts it over the glove, and the Otters are back up by 2. 4-2 Erie. Great defensive effort with Lashram trying to split the D. Windsor goes off the change, and Erie takes the puck and quickly moves it ahead in transition. Maximovic finds Fogle and snaps it from in tight over the glove of DiPietro. 4-2 Erie. They got to get back and get one back quickly. As Addison tosses it down to the near side corner. Chernak and Brown bump down to the end board. Sandberg will take the puck after all the jostling, and Strome will just put it out to center ice. It'll bounce down Chatfield to chase it. Pushes it right back towards center. Brown, let's go cross-side. It's off his stick, knocked out of midair by Strome, moved on by a high stick. Yes, whistle will sound. The goal comes at 15-12. Warren Fogle, 24th of the season. Look down the sheet. Look at your acquisitions mid-season. Warren Fogle on the board. Anthony Sorelli, Owen Hedrick. All finding pay dirt for the Otters. And again, the depth scoring that Chris Knobloch wanted to see towards the end of the season. It's coming alive for the Otters. Big time game here from Windsor, and we're not done yet. 4 minutes to go. The Otters lead 4-2. It's a must-win situation, and this one for Windsor. You can find themselves starting to trail in that 4-5 matchup, one that nobody wants to be involved in. It'll be a heavy one. Here's Sorelli. Erie back in offensively. Sorelli trying to bring the puck out in front. That's poked away, but Maximovic finds it behind the goal. Kyle Maximovic wheels onto the circle. Gives out to the point. It's off the stick of Darren Radish. A lot of steam on that pass. As Erie fires it. Timpano, Fergus, Darren Radish can skate the center and leave it right wing side for Patrick Fellows. 3.5 to play. Fellows moving in. Hands off to Fergus. Wrist shot. That was blocked by Day. He'll just chop it back down to the corner. Inside offensive territory. The Otters' third line going to work. So what Pettit Fellows is what this gang does. Father Time in the building, and he's just wasting away. 3:10 to play. The puck still tied up for Pettit. Finally just tossed down to the ice, and it's poked on loose, and Ladnia slides it up the boards, but not enough on it. Picked up by Velarde and Sean Day jumping in on the play. He skates into the offensive zone and peels off the near side circle and on down to the corner now. Day, wrist shot. Day, Timpano, loose puck. It's still kicked around near the paint, knocked to the corner. Velarde, Luchuk. Otters kick it loose with TJ Fergus. Recovering is Timpano. They give out the blue line. Sean Day deflected down near side. Sliding is Darren Radish on the kick save. Sean Day from the near side. Floated in front. Timpano the save. And he holds on. 2:34 to go. 4-2 Erie. The Otters controlling their destiny in the Western Conference. Final 6 games, and they're big ones, including this one here. against the Spitfires. You got the London Knights tomorrow, but you still got 2 minutes and 34 seconds to finish up here. We'll watch the net to our left. That belongs to Michael DiPietro. Down by 2 and 2:34 to play. Erie wins the draw back behind their net. Sandbrook will take. Gets underneath it. And little tap by Taylor Radish gets it ahead. And DeBrincat is loose. Drop it off in front for Strome. Pass off the mark. Push right back behind the net by Strome. Keep it in. Loose. On to the corner. Sergachev. Chatfield. Now looking ahead. Bracco cheating a bit. Red by Sandbrook. Loose at center. Chatfield looking for Bracco on the near side. Dished around for Brown coming into the zone. Left wing side at the circle now. Watched by Chernak. Couple big bodies as they shove into the corner. The Otters will take the puck. Just lift it onto the near side boards. Watching there, DeBrincat. Off to the stick of Dylan Strome after intended pass. Sandbrook takes it on the back and he'll lift it in. Minute 45 to go. 4-2 Erie. Warren Fogle with the last one. Put Erie back up by 2. GameDay comes across. He's poke check. Left onto the near side. The Otters back onto the biscuit. Sorelli gives to Maximovich right wing side. Fogle just ahead on the play as Maximovich went wide. 91 seconds to play from Windsor. The Spitfires taking on the number 2 team in the CHL. The Otters went 2-4 as the number 1 team. They have found that Otters hockey. Everybody's worried about things that they may have forgotten, but you're healthy. Erie's got this lineup that they want. You got Maximovich back on. Erie went 1-3 without Maximovich. Sent into Erie territory. Skipped ahead. Out to center ice off the stick of Warren Fogle. Goaltender off now. Empty net to my left. Bracco over skates. Loose to the near side. Slips on. Owen Hedrick just puts it out to center ice on a smart play. Fogle will poke it from center. It'll get in deep. 65 seconds to go. Mikhail Sergachev. He'll line it up. Watched by Maximovich. Gets the center end. Leaves the left wing side. Poke check. Stood up by Darren Radish. Knocks it away from Velarde into the Erie bench. We'll have a halt in action. So good with the stick, Darren Radish. You see it, both these guys. You may not have the most physical, pounding defensemen in the league, but these guys are effective. It's a smart defensive unit. Timeout call here by Windsor. You saw it right there. All the speed in the world, you got these big guys coming down on you. They're not going to dish the puck off. They're coming downhill. And Darren Radish with a simple sweep of the stick sends it out of play. Denies the opportunity. 4-2 Erie. Here in the final 65 seconds. Timeout by Windsor. Erie Otters fans. Trumu and Meadowbrook Dairy Beer Milk was the official milk of the Erie Otters. That's Trumu and Meadowbrook Dairy Beer Milk. Available at your local grocery. .4 remains. With the clock back on for us. Pettit, Sorelli, Fogle, Chernak, Darren Radish. 6 on 5. The net is empty to our left. Here's Timpano. He'll slow it down for Darren Radish. Send it around the horn. It's going to be an icing call. As it crosses the goal line, 46.7 remains. The draw now back in Erie territory. The Otters with a handful of centermen out there, all at 60%. Pettit's going to take the duty. The overage from Kamoka, Ontario. Playing a game number 299 of his career here in the regular season. They go forward with it. Fogle chips it ahead, and he'll send it towards the empty net. Just wide off the post. Erie will get their first no icing. Sorelli put it on in front, looking for Fogle. That's intercepted, getting back Velarde. Off they come with 32 to go. Brown, Luchuk, backhand in. Timpano will slow it. He waits, wants to shoot to the net. He got tied up behind and hands the puck off. Here he turns it over. Loose on near side. Sergachev, Brown, behind the net. Luchuk, 20 seconds up. Erie intercepts the centering pass. Send it down ice, wide of the net. But an icing call with 12.9 remaining. 4-2. Otters clinging to this 2-goal lead. Missing on the empty net just twice. Erie will not call the timeout. We'll keep going. You know, you got the other guys are tired also. Sorelli gets duty. Now he's waved out. Pettit will come in. The left-hander. You want to sit on top of this if you can. Looking to go with his backhand. Sticks down. Here we go. Bounce in the center dot. Pushed around and thrown to the net. That was just wide by Lasham. Boca tries for the goal. That's wide. Erie blocks it. Darren Radish will pitch it around the near side off the glass and out of play. Still some time left. 1.2 on the clock. But barring a miracle, the Otters end the 2-game skid. It will take this 4-2. Graham Knott heavy on the left hand, trying to get it towards the goal. He does off a stick wide, but it doesn't matter. Time expires. Rock from the WFCU Center. 4-2 Erie over the Spitfires. That's Erie Otters hockey. When you need it. After the win streak and all, it's going to go downhill. The Otters come up big when they need it. Their 11th win against the top in the Western Conference. And it's on to London tomorrow night. Dusk is Martin Funeral Postgame Show coming up next right here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Hey, neighbor. Cleaning the garage?
Well, if it isn't Gus, the second most famous groundhog in Pennsylvania.
Wow. Look at this trophy case.
From back in the day, G.
Well, you can still go for gold.
$1 Million Gold Rush, the new game from the Pennsylvania Lottery.
With top prizes of $1 million.
See? I still got game, Gus. Instant game.
Keep on scratching.
The Pennsylvania Lottery. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At 6:48 in the morning, Anthony decided that he'd quit smoking. The only problem was he didn't know how to start. Because for so many people with busy lives like Anthony, he didn't make time to take care of himself. That's why Highmark offers health coaches. Health support that's just a phone call away 24/7. Living proof of the difference you can make when you're all for health. Highmark, Blue Cross Blue Shield. Visit highmarkbcbs.com.
Hey, Otters fans, Bertrand here from Cloud 9 Wine Bar. Do you know where you can get a great Sunday brunch? Cloud 9 Wine Bar is now offering Sunday brunch from 11 a.m. till 2 every Sunday. Our brunch features over 20 items, an omelette, a carving, and a crepe station. Stop in and see me at Cloud 9 Wine Bar on the corner of 10th and French in Erie, PA.
It's Erie Otters hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan, WFNN, Erie.
Welcome back here inside the WFCU Center with the Otters. Wrapping things up against the Memorial Cup host. 4-2 the final. That's the response you wanted from the Erie Otters. As you finish this one, 4-2, you answer the opening power play goal at 8:36 in the second with goals of your own, heading to a 3-1 lead after 2. And boy, that's the hockey game you're looking for from the Otters. And I look back and I see defensive. Now, the first period might have been a little slow to start, but you hold. These Spitfires are just 18 shots on goal, 6 a period. Outside of the power plays, they weren't very threatening. You got the one try on the left side as you got Jeremy Bronco loose at the third period to set up Corcoran. But defensive hockey that you want to focus on. You did it here against the Windsor Spitfires team that had only dropped 5 games here on home ice all season long. And as the Otters wrap up this regular season, here against the Spitfires, and you're hoping to come back here to this building. We'll be back here in May. This is the Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show. Duskus Martin working tirelessly to give your loved ones dignity, as no changes in the standings tonight. The Otters maintain the top spot, move up to 46, 14, 2-1. Another 50-win season still within their grasp. And 95 points on the season. No jump back ahead of the Sioux Greyhounds by 3. As we'll roll on with the Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show and into our Arctic Spas recap. A scoreless first period. Sends us into the second, despite a couple tries, a couple good opportunities, especially Anthony Sorelli. What a game he had. This is tonight. This is why he went and got Anthony Sorelli. Timely goals, defensive play, face-offs. The guy just sparks you at times. And this second line was dangerous for Erie all night. Started the game back, Simovic, Sorelli, Fogel. Getting healthy. This is what was drawn up and was in the mind of the Otters' brain trust and Dave Brown and Chris Knobloch and company. As you head into the second period, you give up the first of the game, 8:36. Julius Natanen on the power play. Smart play by Logan Brown. He gets the puck right side with a little half-slap one-timer. Keeps it low to the ice. And it goes off the pads of Troy Timpano down on the butterfly with the big bodies in front. Let them go to work. Flips past Velarde, comes to an open Natanen, taps it home. 1-0 Windsor. The Otters answer that 2 minutes, 11 seconds later. Taylor Radish into the zone, coming across. And this is bizarre with the bodies you have and the defensive core you have. Windsor, I mean, they gave the Otters the middle of the ice a lot of this game, and I'm talking from the blue line in. Numerous chances between the circles, and Taylor Radish sets up this one by coming into the zone and gutting across the blue line just inside the offensive zone and flicks it on for Alex DeBrincat, who receives on the backhand and quickly turns it to the forehand, just snaps it. Probably the fastest release in the junior hockey leagues. And DeBrincat is 61st of the season. That's goals in 18 straight games now. Longest goal-scoring streak by an Erie Otter by far. And he's on the verge of doubling it up in the next couple of games. What was a streak of 10, Dean Fox and Taylor Radish did it this year. DeBrincat at 18 now in 22-game point streak. The longest point streak in team history was 27 by Connor McDavid. And the best Alex can do is tie that if he has points the rest of the way out. But we're tied at 1 in the second. And the Otters get their first chance with a power play. And they cash in the final minutes of the second. In 18:42, Owen Hedrick at the blue line. And so good at getting the puck to the net. Did it right there. Goes off his skate. Gets rewarded. Trickles and deflects over the blocker of DiPietro. The Otters lead 2-1 with 6.4 on the clock. Otters getting one of their own in the final minute with Warren Fogel drawing two defenders on the near side. Along the wall, he's able to squirt that puck loose and picked up by Sorelli. And boy, he just buries it. Bar down. Short side shelf. Otters lead 3-1. Into the third period you go. The Otters out shooting, doubling up the Spitfires 24-12 through 40 minutes. You know they weren't going to be done because this one a must-win for the Spitfires to try and stay in the mix and get out of that 4-5 matchup if you can. The Western Conference in the first round. 6:41, they do get one back. Jeremy Bronco finds Connor Corcoran coming in the left wing side as the defenseman. The 16-year-old jumps in on the play. Just snaps the puck after a quick little one-time snap. Beats Timpano blocker side, who got across and had a chance, got a piece of it, but not enough. 3-2, and shortly after that, Gabe Velarde behind the net with a wraparound try on the near side post. Timpano stretching out with the left skate, stops the puck, even with the jam attempt. With the Spitfires crashing the net, keeps the puck out. And the Otters, they escape. It opens things up for that second line again. Owen Hedrick sends it up to Kyle Maximovich, enters on the left wing side. Just how quickly the Otters can transition and scoop back into the offensive zone. Maximovich slows down, coming in left wing side, just flips it head over the defender's stick for a pass to Warren Fogle, and he just rips it from inside up high, beating them. DiPietro on the glove hand. Fogle's 24th of the year. 2-point night for number 37, and the Otters take this game 4-2. This is the Duchess Martin Funeral Home post-game show as we finish things up, and the weekend not over just yet. As 4,862 out to see the Otters and the Spitfires. Erie, the number 2 team in the CHL now, dropping a spot. And they snapped the 2-game skid. And it is back to the style of hockey you wanted to see from the Erie Otters, and against one of the top teams in the Western Conference. Erie now 11-4-1-0 against Windsor, Owentown, London, and Sault Ste. Marie. 2 more games coming up with the London Knights, and that'll be tomorrow night at the Budweiser Gardens. At the Knights on Sportsnet. Why would you put nothing against Guelph, but you got to know, if you're schedule makers, you know that the Guelph Storm are going to be a bit of a down year, still in the rebuilding process, so you put them on national TV against London Knights. Whatever. Let's look at tonight's Ironworkers local G number 3's Ironman of the game with tonight's 3 stars. Third star for his 5th of the season, the 16-year-old Connor Corcoran, the 3rd star from the Windsor Spitfires. 2nd star, Deuces Wild here at WFCU Center. Anthony Sorelli picks up the goal that put the Otters up. It ends up the game winner. 6.4 seconds left in the second period. And Alex DeBrinket, the number 1 star, 61st goal of the season, his 18th straight game with a goal. He's averaging a goal and an assist every game played this season. So wrapping things up here from the WFCU Center. I want to thank John Kleiner back in studio as the Otters take this one 4-2 over the Spitfires. They take the season series 3-1. And hoping to be back in this perch in May. And the Otters, I'm sure they want to be comfortable in that locker room come May as well. Time will tell in a big-time postseason, and we still got to finish out the final. Now 5 games left for the Erie Otters, starting tomorrow against the London Knights. I'm Aaron Cooney saying so long. Final score, Otters 4, Windsor Spitfires 2. You've been listening to the Erie Otters on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. 9:31 and change, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan. John Kleiner at the Boston Store, Aaron Cooney. Up in Windsor, Ontario, the Spitfires and Erie Otters just now. FSR back at you shortly. Right now, fan weather from meteorologist Dan Zabozian and Jet 24 Weather Authority. Tonight, snow showers likely, mainly before midnight, mostly south of I-90. Little to none Erie Lake Shore, 1 to 3 inches inland and mountains. Low 27, Erie 19 to 23 inland and mountains. Variable winds becoming north of 3 to 8 miles per hour. Calmer than yesterday, let me tell you. Tomorrow, cold and brisk periods of snow showers, inch or 2 in most areas except 1 to 3 in the snow belts. Temperatures in the mid to upper 20s, northwest winds 10 to 20 miles per hour, gusting to 25 to 30. Tomorrow night, very cool, blustery, snow showers, very cold that is. Additional inch or 2, 2 to 4 in the snow belts. Low 15 Erie, 4 to 10 inland and mountains. Northwest winds 10 to 20 miles per hour, gusting to 30 to 35. Saturday, cloudy and cold, high 26. Sunday, partly cloudy and cold, high 27. For church on Sunday. Right now, outside the historic Boston Store, downtown Erie, 35 degrees. And by the way, the St. Patrick's Day Parade, Saturday afternoon downtown. I believe it starts at 2. Now, do it for yours truly, John Clarence, and the things. Thank you for your patronage, your patience, your family. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. God bless you all. The good stats be yours. This has been Erie Otters Hockey here on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan. All the way on the web at ottershockey.com.
We talked to Ross Greenberg. What a track record he has as a Emmy winner 54 times, former president of HBO Sports. At Ross Greenberg 1. and Perfect in 76 premieres tomorrow night at 9 Eastern on Showtime. Ross, good to talk to you again. Did you want to do a deep dive on this team and get into it because it's never been done at the level that you guys wanted to conquer it?
Yeah, that's exactly it, JT. I mean, no one really has ever done it, probably because they couldn't get a hold of great Coach Bob Knight and convince him to do an interview. But I had Sandy Montag in my hip pocket, who's his representative, and he's my co-executive producer, and he helped convince Bob to sit down. And, it was really a wonderful experience, about a year in the making. George Roy, Steve Stern, and I sat down and plotted out the way to tell this story. And it's a fascinating story. It wasn't just a year. We really captured the whole storyline from when Bob Knight showed up in Indiana from West Point, and then 1975, they should have been undefeated, lost to Kentucky in the Elite Eight, and the rest is history. And the following year, he just decided, what? He challenged them to go undefeated.
All right. Now, first off, before we get into this amazing story, does Bob Knight at this stage in his life have rules? Because you're a guy that's not going to agree to do anything if a guy's giving you rules. What was the sit-down like when you finally got Coach Knight to agree on your terms?
Yeah, there were two-hour sit-downs, and, we really did want to ask all of the issues that popped up during that year and before. And he was amenable to talking about it. And, we really got most of our material from the other players when it came to the controversies that year. There was really only one with Weisman that when he took him off the court and kind of shook him up. But, I think that's one of the reasons he agreed to do it, because he trusted that we weren't going to talk about that incident of the chair flying across the court, because I know people have seen that 10 million times, but the fact is that happened way after our story was done. So we were able to focus on, mostly 75 and 76 and keep it nice and simple.
We're talking to Ross Greenberg. Ross, when you look at this team, what was really the key to this run? When were they closest to their biggest loss? When did Bob Knight have to have his big motivational speak? What was the turning point of the entire season?
Well, interestingly, there were a couple of big scares. One was with Michigan early in the season, mid-season. They had a tip-in from Kent Benson very late at the end of the game, almost miraculous tip-in. Ball went straight up in the air, and I don't think, he had total control of the tip. And then they won in overtime. So that was probably the biggest scare of the year. They had a couple of others. Wayne Raymond came off the bench and scored like 12 in the fourth and out of nowhere to win another game. So they had a few scares, but it was a very dominant team. I mean, it was almost scary. They were 63-1 in 75 and 76. They only lost the one game to Kentucky, 92-90 in 75. So this was an extraordinary team. And it was also, JT, let's not forget, it was a time when guys went for 4 years to college and played and went to class and, and they stayed there, so they became superstars. And, when you look at this lineup, I mean, you're talking some of the greats who ever played college basketball all on the same team, Bobby Wilkerson and Quinn Buckner and Kent Benson and Scott May. I mean, this was an incredible all-star team, and, they took advantage of it.
One of the great storytellers in the history of sports joins us, Ross Greenberg from Showtime. Ross, while I have a few minutes with you, I really want to get your opinion on the chaos in sports cable television now and some of the good things and bad things as different networks are trying to debate over each other, as there are rumors that ESPN are going to have big layoffs to individuals in front of the camera. And now that we're looking at the heads of these cable networks and regular networks look at broadcasting rights to carry teams and to carry everything from the Pac-12 tournament to NASCAR to all the other sports that we watch every day, the NBA and the NFL going forward. Where are we? What do you think? Take a deep dive on what you like about this and what really aggravates you as we're living through it.
Well, it is interesting. The skyrocketing rights fees have obviously hurt ESPN. They're not able to keep up, going from 100 million subscribers down to 87. That's a big loss of revenue, and the rights fees just went up on all of their rights. So that's hamstrung them. Fox is obviously dealing with similar rights issues to a degree. It looks like the two of them are fighting it out, trying to just give guys microphones and putting them on a set, and the banter, I think, has gotten a little out of control. I think honestly, JT, I think there's a lack of creativity in putting programming together. I think it's too easy to just kind of take people and have them give their opinions on the different goings-on in sports on a daily basis and just kind of let them duke it out on camera. I think the American public is more sophisticated and smarter than that. And I think that, I know it's a little self-serving, but these kinds of documentaries and reality programs that I do on a consistent basis are really, I would consider, the next generation of interesting programs that people kind of want. They like to go a little bit deeper in their storytelling, and they, it's a visual medium. It's not just about looking at guys on sets. So I'm a little discouraged that there's been a lack of growth in the programming area. In terms of live sports, I think it's a dogfight going forward. I think the Amazons, the Netflix, the Hulus, the Twitters, all of these different outlets are going to start becoming a force 10, 15 years from now. I don't think right now. I mean, Les Moonves was quoted today saying, hey, let's not rush into this. The leagues still enjoy network television as a distribution mechanism for their live sports. So let's not get ahead of ourselves, but the time will come.
Hey, Ross, finally, with a minute or two to go, I want to follow up with that because I'm fascinated by social media and the way that Amazon by themselves can put big companies out of business just by snapping their fingers. And if Facebook, Amazon, and Netflix say that they want to get into sports and they want to carry live games and they want to get into talent and they want to produce events, they have unlimited cash to come in and do this, but they won't do it at the level that you're doing at Showtime, the way you were doing it at HBO, because you guys got such a head start on doing quality television that I just don't think that some of these big companies that are in Silicon Valley could figure it out, like you said, in the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, they have to kind of hire the right people to create the content. And right now, they haven't shown me that they have people within their organizations that understand our world and know where the good content makers are. So until they kind of figure that out, they'll be paddling upstream. But when they do, then they'll be competitors.
All right.
I wouldn't mind selling a few.
Exactly. Perfect in 76 premieres tomorrow night, 9 Eastern on Showtime. Ross, I always appreciate our conversations. Congratulations on this recent project. We'll do it again.
Thanks, JT. Thanks very much.
You got it. Ross Greenberg. I'm really honored to talk to him. That's one of the great storytellers of our life when it comes to documentaries and features, and what he did from HBO and now at Showtime. He's an absolute genius. And I hope you understood what he was talking about or got into what he said at the end about Netflix and Amazon and all these other companies that are getting into sports. And they're coming fast. 877-99 on Fox as we continue. You always hear the term diva wide receiver. But one receiver says he doesn't mind playing second fiddle. That's next.
The NFL free agency is here! The NFL free agency is here!
Get all the latest right here, right now on Fox Sports Radio.
You don't have to drive like a pro to stop like a pro. All thanks to the new Duralast GT brake pads from AutoZone. They're like the ones used by Team Penske and NASCAR. They're engineered to be race-ready with a V-slot design and carbon fiber technology to reduce wear and increase stopping power. Because when you drive fast, sometimes you have to stop even faster. Duralast GT brake pads, proven tough from the tracks to the streets and sold only at AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
If you're a pro, you don't buy a little of this or that. You buy a lot of this or that. And at the Home Depot, you save even more. Save up to 15% in bulk discounts on select pro-grade products from top brands like 3M, Loctite, and Liquid Nails. As a pro, you work hard for your money. You shouldn't have to work hard to save it. Up to 15% in bulk discounts on select pro-grade products. Only at the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. See store for details.
Who's the microphone assassin?
It's the Ben Maller Show.
Transmitting now.
The 30,000 number continues to come up because that's rarefied air, right? 30,000 points in the NBA. The list of players that have done that include Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the mailman Karl Malone, a failed talk show host, Kobe Bryant, and who else? Jordan's on that list, Wilt Chamberlain, and now Dirk Nowitzki. Now, who doesn't belong on that list? I would put Dirk Nowitzki on the overrated list. I would put him on the overrated list. Why would I put Dirk Nowitzki on the overrated list? He's a one-dimensional player. Now, it's a great dimension, but if you look for like an all-around game and say, well, what else does Dirk do really well? He doesn't pass the ball very well. He doesn't play defense. What he does is shoot the basketball, and he's very good at it.
Ben Maller. The Ben Maller Show.
The microphone throttler.
Weeknights, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific. On Fox Sports Radio.
Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Yeah, hi. I'd like to report a bear sighting.
Location.
In the forest near the side of the road.
No need for alarm, sir. The forest is where bears live.
But this was no ordinary bear.
No ordinary bear?
Yeah, 1 second I'm having a smoke taken in the view. Next thing I know, I am face to face with Smokey Bear.
Let me guess, Smokey had a tip for you.
He did. He must have seen me toss my cigarette on the ground. He told me never to do that because it only takes one spark to start a wildfire.
He's a smart bear. Did you know that 9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans? That means 9 out of 10 wildfires can be prevented.
That's what Smokey said. I had no idea.
That's why Smokey's famous, and you're not.
Good point.
Get your Smokey on. If you see someone in danger of starting a wildfire, step in and make a difference, because 9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans. Brought to you by Smokey Bear, the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Ladies and gentlemen, Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis is coming right for you.
Did you guys see the picture of Russell Wilson and Sierra announcing the birth of their new child? If you have not seen this picture, who is the one that got Future, the rapper that she had the first baby with? So the baby that she had with Future is naked on her chest. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. You can just see the bottom. And then Russell Wilson is behind. You don't even see.
He's
you don't even see Russell Wilson's head. So in theory, it could be anybody. 2 hands coming from behind Sierra that are both reaching onto her stomach. And it is maybe the most awkward birth announcement photo that I've ever seen. If Russell Wilson is listening right now, Russell, you don't even have to admit that it's you.
It's Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis. Weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific. On Fox Sports Radio.
1 out of 5 Americans. That's a lot of people, and you might be one of them. It's the number of adults who take on the role of caring for a sick or aging family member in their home or yours. What's unusual here is that most family caregivers don't see themselves as caregivers at all, but simply as daughters, sons, parents, and spouses doing what any loving family member would do. If this is you, then you know the feeling of doing all you can day in, day out, and still thinking it's not enough. In fact, you can do more for your loved one, but you can't do it alone. Chances are there are organizations right in your own neighborhood that can offer just the help you need to help you do your best. A great first step is to visit Family Caregiving 101. This nonprofit website is a gateway to a whole world of support, service, and advice. That's FamilyCaregiving101.org. A public service message from the National Family Caregivers Association and the National Alliance for Caregiving, with generous support from AZI Inc.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Do your fingers hurt from pushing those buttons from channel to channel? Do you have blisters on your index finger and thumb? Well, if you do, my friend, we have the cure. No, it's not Valtrex. It's Fox Sports Radio. Here at Fox Sports Radio, you'll get the best in sports and entertainment. So chop off your fingers, but leave the middle and put that chronic flipping behind you. It's a gauntlet of speed, chaos, and destruction.
Hammer down now, come on.
When racing's biggest names visit fabulous Las Vegas for the next race of the 2017 NASCAR season. Don't miss the thrill Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox.
Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio's The JT The Brick Show. I'm Deb Carson in for Tom Looney, and we are introducing new Duralast GT brake pads, proven tough enough on the tracks, from the tracks to the streets. Because when you need to go fast, sometimes you need to stop even faster. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The great Deb Carson. Deb, I just talked to my wife. She's at the Pac-12 game with my hooligan sons. They're for Arizona and Colorado, and then I'm going to race over there to see USC, UCLA. And, Deb, you're in L.A. I haven't seen this UCLA team this year up close, so I'm really looking forward to seeing this game tonight. It's the 8:30 tip, 11:30 Eastern, to see ball play with that speed. Should I get excited about seeing UCLA? Do you believe they're good enough to win the national championship?
Absolutely. It's been so much fun to watch the resurgence of this program, too. And again, I think this is one of those years where it really is up in the air as far as anybody could win it. Not anybody, but, you know, there are probably 10 teams that could be national champions this year, but UCLA is absolutely one of them. They are a lot of fun to watch. Like you said, they're fast down the court. As long as they can play some defense, mix that in there, they will be fine.
You know, we were talking about Kansas losing and how they play in a gauntlet schedule, which I agree with. They're in a tough conference, but, you know, whoever wins this Pac-12 tournament, Oregon, Arizona, who's playing now, or UCLA, that's going to take a lot out of the winner of the Pac-12 tournament going into the NCAA tournament. But I really believe that the coaches and the teams that we're looking at in the Pac-12 at the top really want to win this tournament, because only one team, Deb, can win the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
The odds are so stacked against you. So to win the Pac-12 or the Big Ten or the Big 12 or one of these conference tournaments, the ACC, means a lot for these student athletes and coaches. That's why I love this week. You see added great basketball heading into the tournament.
It is. I think that this is one of the most exciting times of the year, one of the most underrated weeks of the year. I know everybody looks forward to the tournament, the NCAA tournament, because they've got their brackets and everybody's got their, you know, $5 or $20 in, and they've got their winner, and they're going to win the whole thing. But this week is so exciting. I think the automatic bid, I know a lot of people are against conference tournament winners getting the automatic bid, but I think it's exciting because it does give a team that had no shot whatsoever to get into the tournament.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Deb Carson in for Looney tonight and tomorrow. Keith out in Indiana. How are you, Keith? Go ahead.
Good. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to weigh in on Jay Cutler real quick. So here's my take on him. The instability in the front office in Chicago was ultimately the demise of Jay Cutler. Going through that many head coaches in 8 seasons, that many offensive coordinators, they finally get a real offensive coordinator, and he leaves after a year to go take a head coaching job. But they never built a system around him. When he had an offensive line, he never had receivers. When he had receivers, he never had an offensive line. He spent the first 4 years in Chicago on his back. So they bought a young quarterback. They sold the farm to get him, and they never invested
But
in him.
Keith, let's be accurate. Hold on a second. Let's be accurate. I agree with you. I don't think Jay Cutler played on these epic, great 85 Bears teams or even the Bears team that Rex Grossman took to the Super Bowl. But there were plenty of times where Jay Cutler had a clean pocket and threw into double teams and threw an interception or lost the game in the fourth quarter. I like him because I think he's got a big arm and he's smart and he can make big decisions and he'd be good for a team. But most teams believe that he's not good in the locker room. He's not a leader. He doesn't sit around and grab the microphone and talk to other people and motivate them. When you're a quarterback in this league, I think you'd agree, Keith, you got to motivate people. He is not a master motivator.
Oh, sure, absolutely. It doesn't come without some fault of his own. And you're absolutely right. So you have to rally the troops and you have to build a team. You have to build a team around yourself to help you out with some situations. But I feel like they never really gave any stability there to really get team chemistry going. Every year you're changing your system, from one system to the next. It's kind of hard to get a team rallied around yourself to help you out.
I would agree. I think that Jay Cutler is the type of guy in his 11 seasons in the league, and right now completely healthy. Another guy, we're all sitting here going crazy over Tony Romo. When you look at overall health, and Jay Cutler's a diabetic, but he has it under control. Jay Cutler is in much better physical shape. He's much stronger. Romo's pretty athletic when he's healthy, but Romo's been getting hurt. Jay Cutler can be athletic. He can make big throws on the run. Look, Jay Cutler came into the league in 2006, and his best season, if you look at this, I thought he put up more yards. He's got 32,467 yards. He's got, let me double check here, 208 touchdowns, 146 interceptions. He was 51-51 with Chicago. And his best year was in Denver in 2008. He threw for 4,500 yards, 25 touchdowns, 18 interceptions. So it's been a while. His great year with Chicago was 2014, 28 touchdowns, 3,800 yards. The problem with Jay Cutler, like Kaepernick, very similar to Kaepernick, I think they're great, epic backups, but I wouldn't want them to be the face of my franchise, would you?
We are Buckhorns!
Great performances don't just happen going 4 for 4 at the plate, shooting under par, or keeping your car running at its peak. They all start with getting in shape. That's why AutoZone carries the right supplies to keep your engine at its best. Right now, you can get a great deal on Autolite Iridium XP spark plugs to help restore lost fuel economy and overall engine performance. So visit your local AutoZone and get your car in shape for the season. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Hi, this is Maury Moreland Morrison, here to tell you Geico has more than just great savings. Much more. Yes, while Geico could help you rack up more moolah faster than you can say metamorphosis, they've also been the fastest growing auto insurer for more than 10 years. That's more like it. Furthermore, Geico has fast and friendly claim service. That might seem like an oxymoron, but it's not. All the more reason to say no other auto insurer has more than Geico. Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
It's pouring rain. It's a little dark outside. Your heart starts beating really, really fast. You've never done anything so hard in your life. This is boot camp. This is the real thing now. It's such extreme pain, you don't understand how you can finish. I began to feel that there was no way I was ever going to have my title, U.S. Marine. It takes special inner strength, courage, and desire to do this. I was just thinking, I'm so close. I'm so close. And when I finished, I was like, I'm done. I did it. The moment I will never forget is when this drill instructor that I admire so much comes up to me straight in front of me, put her arm on my shoulder and said, "Good morning, Marine."
PFC Summer Volkman became a Marine. Can you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Welcome back to the Cat Show. Up next we have Nico. Nico is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right. A group known especially for their sunspot sleeping, ball chasing, leg rubbing, couch purring, bed leaping, and of course companionship.
Wonderful. And what breed would you say Nico is?
I'd have to go with a tabbyish Persian kind of mix.
Tremendous cat.
I'd also like to point out her coat's wonderful mix of colors. Is it black, gray, gray-black, brown?
Somewhere in between.
Indeed.
You know, it's always special when we get to see a cat like this.
Just look how she struts.
It's like she owns the place.
And how she's so incredibly cute in her indifference to commands.
A strong-willed feline.
Ah, and see how she curls up and cuddles her person.
The pitch on her purring is simply perfect.
Nice one.
I know. Fantastic cat.
Fantastic indeed. But really the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Nico is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
How was your day?
what did you do in school? I'm Mike Crusty, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association, and these two simple questions can encourage learning in your home. Showing interest and asking about the school day can help motivate your children and keep them excited about learning. So stay involved, stay curious, and ask specific questions. Student success involves the whole family. Be sure to take the opportunity during daily conversations to talk with your children about what they're learning. Help set academic goals and discuss a plan of action to meet those goals. Whether it's improving on weekly spelling tests or allowing enough time to eat breakfast every day before school. Every small step taken helps build momentum to academic success.
Great public schools are a basic right for every student. A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
Come on, smile. Oh, honey, he's still not smiling.
Maybe he's not a smiler.
Yeah, maybe he's just not a happy baby.
Maybe he's just being a boy.
Or maybe he's teething.
Maybe it's just a phase.
Maybe he has autism, and we can definitely do something to help.
Maybe is all you need to find out more about autism. No big, joyful smiles by 6 months is one early sign. Learn the others at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio. Fox Sports trending now.
Well, it's hoops heaven for those of you into the tournaments. The Big 12 tournament had the biggest upset of the day. Top-ranked Kansas losing to TCU 85-82. Also upset, 10th-ranked Louisville. They lost, though, to 14th-ranked Duke. The Blue Devils with an 81-77 win. Also an upset in the Big East. Xavier knocked off 18th-ranked Butler 62-57. For a complete scoreboard, you can check out foxsports.com. The Redskins have fired GM Scott McCloughan. Won't elaborate any further on that. Defensive tackle Brandon Williams, now the highest paid nose tackle in the NFL. Contract with the Ravens is for 5 years, $54 million. The Texans traded quarterback Brock Osweiler and a 2018 second-round pick to the Browns. The Bears have released Jay Cutler and signed a deal with quarterback Mike Glennon. Eagles signed receivers Alshon Jeffrey and Torrey Smith. Buccaneers locked up Deshaun Jackson for 3 years. I'm Deb Carson.
Okay, FS1. Don't laugh! This ain't reality TV! To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
What I'm about to tell you is very important.
This is JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
And now people have to fight for their team, which is really the essence of this radio show.
This is the most interactive show.
And I'm there every night with energy and passion.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney. Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, here's JT the Brick.
Yeah, we're back. JT, no Looney, Deb Carson in. Deb will have her edition of Pop Carson at the bottom of the hour. You know, we have Pop Looney every night. I get excited for Pop Carson. That's later on this hour. Pop Culture with Deb Carson coming up. Big show so far. We had Jay Glazer, Sam Amick, Ross Greenberg from Showtime on the new documentary coming up tomorrow night, Perfect in 76. Probably the deepest dive and the best look at Bob Knight's 1976 Indiana Hoosiers. Can't wait to see that. We're coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance. Go to geico.com for that free rate quote. A couple of quick things. I'm not a big fan the first day into free agency to do free agent winners and losers, because we still have another couple of days here. I mean, Tony Romo hasn't moved. Adrian Peterson hasn't moved yet. There's some pretty good players out there that are still available. But I will tell you that the Jacksonville Jaguars look to me, and for the wrong reasons. The reason why the Jaguars are winners is they probably overpaid for the two best defensive players. A.J. Boye, the cornerback that came over from the Houston Texans, who's a really good player, and Calais Campbell, who Denver wanted badly, and he ended up going there. Look at what the Jaguars have done in the draft on defense. And we're on in Jacksonville, and, man, I'm sitting here in Las Vegas. You Jacksonville fans should be lighting up the phones, 877-99 on Fox, because you clearly went out and made a statement today. Now, why is Jacksonville spending money in free agency? They have no choice. They have to. They're not good enough to compete. Can you imagine if they had a quarterback? Can you imagine if Blake Bortles, look at how big and strong he is, and he's had a couple of good games. But imagine if Blake Bortles, who had the ability, if he morphed into Aaron Rodgers, or he was the next, big, great, young star quarterback in the league, then you'd have a really good quarterback, you'd have a tremendous wide receiver core, and you'd have about 6 or 7 guys on defense who are unbelievable. Check this out, everybody. Here's the Jaguars' projected depth chart on defense. Calais Campbell at one defensive end, Dante Fowler Jr. at the other defensive end, along with Malik Jackson at defensive tackle. Paul Plesneski in the middle at linebacker, Miles Jack at the other linebacker. Here are the cornerbacks. You ready for this? Put a seatbelt on if you're driving. Here are your cornerbacks for the Jaguars next year. A.J. Boye and Jalen Ramsey. And then Deshaun Gibson is a safety who's pretty good, and Barry Church. This young defense for Jacksonville, holy cow. Now, the offense, you need a quarterback, you need a running back. You got to move the chains. But I love Jacksonville's upside on the defensive side. The other big problem that we're all dealing with, unless you're a Patriot fan, is the Patriots continue to get better, and your team does not. I repeat, the world champion Patriots, who were trailing 28-3 in the Super Bowl, decided to tell all their players other than Tom Brady, you're all on the trade block, we're going to get better, and they jumped into free agency quicker than anybody and went out and got Buffalo's #1 cornerback. So I ask you all, how come the rich keep getting richer? How come the New England Patriots play in a garbage division where they go 6-0 almost every year? They have cap space, and they're able to get rid of good players and bring in better players. I can't believe this. I talked to my dad today about this. My dad and myself, we root against the Patriots. And I'm sitting there, and my dad says the same thing. He goes, it's incredible. They're back in the Super Bowl. I go, come on, Dad. Not back in the Super Bowl yet. He goes, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? They're better than they were when they won the Super Bowl. Yes. They're highly motivated. Absolutely. They play in the AFC East, which is a joke. You don't think the AFC is a dumpster fire? The Miami Dolphins stink. The Buffalo Bills got worse in free agency, and the Jets don't know what they're doing.
They stink.
So the season hasn't even started yet, and I can guarantee you that the Patriots are going to go 6-0 in the AFC East. 5-1, worst case scenario. 5 games halfway to 10. So I just cannot believe that Bill Belichick is doing this well. Another disturbing story today, Raiders linebacker Aldon Smith, who I believe is probably going to be out of the league now. He was hoping to be reinstated this month. He was detained by San Francisco police early in the morning, last night early in the morning, after a vehicle which he was in ran into a police car. He was released at about 2 o'clock Pacific time, and he started talking to reporters, and it was a very uncomfortable interview. The video was all over the place. Aldon Smith told reporters, I had to go handle something and talk to someone. I was talking to a friend who was locked up in there. That's what I went in to do. And as he gave the interview, it didn't look good. So again, what a sad story for Aldon Smith, who the Raiders have been waiting around for to try to get him back on the field, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen anytime soon. The Redskins have fired their general manager, Scott McCloughan, after 2 years. There's been a lot of talk and rumors. He had alcohol issues in the past. Could that be the reason? Look, I'm not going to dance all over this guy's problems. Clearly, there is a power surge and/or struggle in the nation's capital. The president of the team's a good friend, Bruce Allen. I don't know exactly what's happening, but Scott McCloughan's done. He's a really good talent evaluator. He might have some issues in his personal life that could be affecting his job. The Redskins have immediately, effectively let him go. Bruce Allen said that in a statement. Quote, we wish him success in future endeavors. The team will have no further comment on his departure. So it looks like that could be an issue going forward in regards to Kirk Cousins wanting to stay in the nation's capital or not. I don't know, because I think Kirk Cousins wants to play for the 49ers. I think he wants to be a 49er. The other huge news today was Brock Osweiler was traded from the Texans to the Cleveland Browns as a salary dump. In order for the Texans to get rid of that enormous salary, Cleveland picked it up, but they also gave him a second-round draft pick. Many people tonight believe that the Browns are trying to find a way to go out and trade for Jimmy Garoppolo of the New England Patriots. They are armed with 3 first-round picks and 5 seconds over the next 2 years. Let me repeat. 3 first-round picks and 5 second-round picks over the next 2 years. Would you go give up a lot of that to get Jimmy bleeping Garoppolo? What have you seen or have I seen to let us to believe that Jimmy Garoppolo is a franchise quarterback? Other than the New England Patriots who see him every day at practice. I mean, Deb Carson, Jimmy Garoppolo could be great at practice every day, and Bill Belichick says, oh, my God, God forbid if Brady goes down, I got a franchise quarterback. But can you imagine, Deb, if Jimmy Garoppolo leaves and Belichick gets more draft picks and more assets to not rebuild, to make the Patriots better? Well, I mean, there's no stopping Belichick if he trades Garoppolo.
And that's what he has traditionally done throughout building the current franchise that is the Patriots. I mean, everybody, I know we all joke about it's the system, but it does seem to be a system. Obviously, you're lucky to have a quarterback, Tom Brady, but we saw Matt Castle do well with that team and not do so well with other teams. Garoppolo, did well in his couple of appearances when Brady was out, obviously, before he got injured. But who knows, what Belichick sees. He may be able to get more value in other positions for Garoppolo than he currently needs as a backup quarterback.
All right, according to NFL.com, here are the top free agents, the top 10, and if they're available or not. Number 1, they had pegged Alshon Jeffrey of the Bears. He signs a 1-year deal. He's the new wide receiver for Philadelphia. $14 million over 1 year. Wow. Calais Campbell, Arizona, ranked as the number 2 free agent, defensive end. He signs a 4-year, $60 million deal with the Jaguars. Number 3, a guy I agree with, Brandon Williams from the Baltimore Ravens, the D tackle. The Ravens announced today that they've agreed in principle to a 5-year deal. Dante Hightower, Super Bowl champion, last 2 Super Bowls with New England, made 2 of the most important plays in 2 of their last Super Bowls. He's emerged as the best blitzing inside linebacker. He is still available in free agency. A.J. Boye, formerly of the Texans, a great young cornerback. He'll join the Jaguars on a 5-year, $67 million deal.
Great cash, homie.
Number 6, according to NFL.com, which I agree, Stephon Gilmore, quarterback of the Buffalo Bills, not anymore. He agrees to terms with the New England Patriots. Kevin Zeitler of the Bengals, the Browns are signing him to a 5-year, $60 million deal. Number 8, Adrian Peterson, running back of the Minnesota Vikings. Free agent's best back. He is obviously still available. Adrian Peterson. Terrell Pryor, the Cleveland Brown wide receiver. The Washington Redskins are looking at him very, very, very closely as of tonight. Still a Cleveland Brown. And finally, at number 10 from Kansas City, Dontari Poe, the defensive tackle. He is there, and obviously a name being shopped around. I have a list of the 101 free agents available. Martellus Bennett, there could be some interest in Oakland. Some of the other names out there, if you want to talk about it, wide open at 877-99 on Fox. And the Warriors lost last night to Boston. Completely fell apart. Absolutely fell apart in the fourth quarter. Do you believe that the Warriors should be concerned about their future without Kevin Durant? Durant will be out anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. He'll get reevaluated. We don't know. We're not doctors. We don't know if Durant's going to come back. Can the Warriors win without Durant, or must they have him to win the West? 877-996-6369. And we got a lot to get to. We have a lot to get to. Busy here. Pop Carson coming up. Writing job descriptions and sifting through resumes, setting up interviews, hiring people is really hard. But Indeed.com can make it easier. Post your jobs, manage candidates, schedule interviews, all on Indeed. And since independent research shows Indeed delivers 5 times more hires than any other job site, it works. It works easy. Right now, Indeed is giving new users a $50 credit to post a sponsored job on the world's #1 job site. Claim your $50 credit at Indeed.com/credit. That's Indeed.com/credit. Coming up from the Geico Studios, more on the NBA tonight. A couple of big games tonight. We'll get you around there, and we'll talk with Deb Carson about some of these late college basketball games. And Kansas lost again. I look to my left, and I have no Kansas fans on hold. Are they scared? Give me a Kansas fan who can tell me that they have a shot at cutting down the nets at the NCAA tournament.
Bueller.
How could you not beat TCU in the first round of your tournament and win the national championship? Can someone figure out that math equation? Because I can't do it tonight. I can't tell you that Kansas is going to win as the #1 seed if they can't beat TCU. Rock, chalk, Jayhawk. Could that be the most overrated program when you think about it? Not the history of Roy Williams and Danny Manning and Wilt Chamberlain and all the great history. But if you look at a team that underachieves when they're expected to win, where do you put Kansas? 877-99 on Fox. Busy show with Deb Carson the rest of the way. This is Fox Sports Radio.
3, 2, 1. Happy NFL New League year! Pop the bottles. Kiss your wife. Hug your kids. Hug her kids that she had in a previous marriage. Your team is either really crappy or your team is still damn good. Let's celebrate the NFL New League year together on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Looney, the sportscaster with a jingle. As a sports fan, you have to have a lot of confidence in your team that they call the right play, draft the right guy, hire the right coach, design the right logo. But when it comes to buying a car, so much hocus pocus. How much confidence do you have that you're going to get the right price? At True Car, they show you the real pricing on actual inventory from a True Car certified dealer near where you live. And these aren't just any dealers, they're True Car certified dealers, a network of car sellers committed to transparency. They offer competitive prices and an all-around better car buying experience. And don't we all need that? You can even work directly with a True Car certified dealer to establish a fair price before you even show up on the lot. And check this out. For new car purchases, True Car customers save on average over $3,000 off of MSRP. So when you're ready to buy a new or even a used car, visit True Car and enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Learn more at www.truecar.com.
There is more to me, Queen Eliara of Elfgard, than my elven magic. Just as there's more to Geico than saving you money, Geico also gives you 24/7 access to licensed agents online, on the phone, or on the Geico app. And while I am a mighty elf queen, I am also a mighty big fan of barbecue potato chips. Minions! More smoky mesquite.
Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
Napa know-how.
Spend $24 on anything at Napa this month, and you'll get a free Chase Elliott racing cap. You can spend it on oil. You can spend it on wiper blades. Heck, spend it on a year's supply of Pine Tree air fresheners. No matter what you spend $24 on, you'll walk away with a free Chase Elliott racing cap planted firmly on your noggin. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
At participating Napa Auto Parts stores while supplies last. Offer expires 3/31/17. The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Corporal John Vale was on patrol when his truck flipped.
I realized I can't move my legs.
When John arrived at the VA, Paralyzed Veterans of America was there to advocate for him and help John with his claim. PVA has helped hundreds of thousands of veterans get the care and benefits they've earned, and their service is free. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at pva.org.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next, we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch-snuggling, ball-chasing, face-licking, tail-wagging, backyard-hanging, and, of course, companionship.
And what breed would you say Satchmo is?
I'd have to go with maybe a lavish terrier-hound chihuahua-looking kind of mix.
Tremendous dog.
I'd also like to point out Satchmo's coloring, a white, gray, brown, black brindle, simply marvelous.
You know, it's such a treat to watch a dog like this.
Now, let's see him in action.
Look how he makes eye contact with his person.
That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive. And now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance, so common with this group.
And finally, the loving face lick.
It's great how he just gets in there and, well, licks.
Fantastic. But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
America was built by people with a few dollars and a dream. But even today, there's still one path to success that only requires a dream and about $10. Because if your dream is to start or grow your business, something as simple as the right business card could make all the difference. Right now at Vistaprint, you can get 500 customized high-quality business cards for only $9.99. That's $9.99, and your satisfaction is absolutely guaranteed. Just go to Vistaprint.com, use promo code 5757 at checkout. That's Vistaprint.com, promo code 5757.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Can prevent wildfire.
Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330. The Fan.
Just really sexy. It's the best sports talk on your radio.
What's the poll question?
No poll question tonight, but I could.
And it goes down with the names you trust.
Check this out.
Colin Cowherd, Dan Patrick, Clay Travis, Rich Eisen, Steve Gorman, Ben Maller, Jason Smith, JT the Brick, and many, many more.
I'm going to leave that one alone.
Our lineup,
You understand?
kicks the crap out of any other lineup. This is Fox Sports Radio. FS1. Yeah! FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. You look at me!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Welcome back to Fox Sports Radio's JT the Brick Show. I'm Deb Carson in for Tom Looney. What does it mean when Geico says just 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance? Well, it probably means you should have gone to geico.com 15 minutes ago.
Deb, I don't know if you can see, if you can look over the shoulder of Lauren. How many Kansas fans do I have on hold?
I think 0.
That would be 0, right? Just double checking. So why are there no Kansas fans? Do they believe that the phone number doesn't work? 877-996-6369. B, are they scared? Or C, are they so defeated that they believe that losing in the first round, their first round of their conference tournament, is doomsday for the NCAA tournament? I mean, Gonzaga didn't lose in the first round of their conference championship. North Carolina and Duke didn't lose in the first round of their conference championship. Oregon, Arizona, and UCLA didn't lose in the first round of their conference championship. Villanova, Deb, didn't lose in the first round of their conference championship game. Just Kansas.
Just Kansas. Now to their... I don't know, this is not an excuse. They were playing without Josh Jackson, who can't seem to behave himself.
Yes.
And they were playing a fired-up TCU, Jamie Dixon-led squad. But to lose in the quarters is embarrassing. I don't think it's going to impact their NCAA tournament appearance, though. I think they're going to end up losing in the second or third round anyway.
All right, according to Ian Rappaport, after announcing Wednesday that Tony Romo would be released, the Cowboys now are considering a trade for the veteran quarterback. Again, Deb, that's according to Ian Rappaport. He's been pretty active, so I think that Jerry was ready to say goodbye to Tony Romo, but then after watching the Brock Osweiler deal, I think that Jerry's smart and Stephen Jones, Deb, to pump the brakes and go, wait a second. Houston just got rid of Osweiler. They don't have a quarterback. Savage isn't going to the Super Bowl. Maybe Jerry and Stephen are smart to make Houston pick up the phone and try to do, even if they give a 4th-round pick or a 2nd and a 4th-round pick for Romo. Jay Glazer doesn't think it's going to happen, but I think it's important that at least Jerry Jones tests the water on a potential trade.
Well, I think so. And again, we've talked about how close Jones and Romo are, too. I think he wants Romo to be happy wherever he is. I don't think they were, he's not going to envision they're going to be playing the Texans unless it's in the Super Bowl, and I don't think he thinks that the Texans are going to head to the Super Bowl, whether they've got Romo or not. So that allows Tony to stay in Texas. He's got a wife who's due with their 3rd kid in August. It's 200 miles away. It's a safe spot for Jerry to have him.
Wow. So Jerry, you believe would do the deal. I think that if Houston got...
Well, I think Steven would do the deal. I don't think Jerry wants to do the deal. I think Jerry wants Tony just sit on the bench. You never know what's going to happen, And again, as a fan, I would rather him be there. It's like you're not paying your starting quarterback squat. He's on his rookie contract.
Good point. Really good point.
So what does it matter whether you're paying the guy backing him up a gazillion dollars or you're paying the guy starting? As long as the team is winning, and we saw 2 seasons ago they couldn't win with any of their backups.
Deb, you make a brilliant point. He's paying Dak Prescott nothing, 0. So what's the difference if you pay Romo all the money and Dak nothing, or Dak all the money and Romo nothing?
Right.
It still comes from the same pot of cash, and Jerry needs a hedge if Dak Prescott goes down because he's an athletic quarterback. But I think it's the same thing with Kirk Cousins. I really think that Romo wants to tie up his legacy, and he doesn't want his legacy to end being a backup quarterback.
Well, no. And I don't think he's going to, though. Here's the thing. He's got, this coming year left on his contract? Or does he have 2? Just this coming. Okay, so after this contract, then he is in the driver's seat of his deal. So he can leave of his own volition and go to wherever he wants to play. And on the other hand, if Prescott gets hurt, he can say, all right, Jerry, well, tell you what, I'll do you a favor. I'll stay here for another year and franchise tag me or give me another 2-year deal.
No, I was talking about Romo on the way out, but Dak's under contract for several years on that rookie deal.
Right.
And then Jerry will be able to franchise tag him coming off that if he wants to do it. But remember, Jerry's in the same boat that Mark Davis of the Raiders are in. Mark Davis is going to have to franchise tag or pay Khalil Mack and Derek Carr.
Right.
And Jerry Jones is going to have to franchise tag or pay Zeke Elliott and both Dak Prescott. So when you got those guys and they're young and you got them for free, very interesting point. But I think Romo will be out.
Yeah, but both of those guys, they've only played 1 year of their 4-year rookie contract, so you don't have to do anything with them theoretically for 2 years. Yeah.
Reggie, thanks for holding. You're on Fox Sports Radio. Go ahead, Reggie.
Hey, listen, so I'm a huge Pats fan, but listen, if you're the Cleveland Browns, you got to throw all sorts of picks at Jimmy G, and you got to throw them all in the Pats here.
Why? We don't know. Wait a second. We don't know if Jimmy Garoppolo can play. We think he can play. Hold on. We knew that Matt Castle could play. Matt Castle filled in for Tom Brady and played great and won double-digit games. We don't know if Jimmy G can do that.
Well, here's the thing, okay? Jimmy G has done nothing since he's come into the NFL but play and watch under Tom Brady, who, by the way, in case you haven't noticed, is the greatest quarterback to ever play the game.
Yes.
And under Bill Belichick, okay? Cleveland has done nothing but been associated with just losing for year after year after year. So why not bring in someone who does nothing but winning? The guy, all right, look, he just played those 2 games. I get it, but he was phenomenal in those 2 games. And you go out and you draft some quarterback. You know what that kid's going to come in? It's going to take him how many years to kind of learn what it's like to be an NFL quarterback, what it's like to learn a new system, what it's like to, even just stand and hold a clipboard for a couple of years, right? Jimmy G's done that. This guy can step in and play right now. He can step in there and play right now.
You're not sure. I'll give you this much. I think that Jimmy Garoppolo is a better quarterback probably than Trevor Siemian or Paxton Lynch or Geno Smith was when he came out and went to the Jets. When you start looking at these quarterbacks, I think it's fair to say, but the debate that we want to have, the conversation that means the most, is there a possibility that Jimmy Garoppolo could be Aaron Rodgers? They look identically the same. They look the same. Aaron Rodgers came in the first round and had to sit for 2 full seasons into a third behind Brett Favre. That's exactly what Garoppolo's doing. But then, I just finished reading the Steve Young book. It was incredible. If you get a chance to buy Steve Young's book, it's Quarterback. And I read the book, and Steve Young got paid $40 million, mostly in an annuity from the USFL for the LA team, and he played one game in front of 300 people. Then Steve Young's rights went back to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and he played for the Buccaneers, and they were awful. And then Steve Young went and backed up Joe Montana for years. Not games, for years. But he was Steve Young. He's in the Hall of Fame. Aaron Rodgers backed up Brett Favre. He's going to the Hall of Fame. Can we honestly sit here tonight and think that Jimmy Garoppolo's a Hall of Famer? If you're going to move him into a franchise quarterback position for one of the worst franchises in the history of professional sports, say it with me, the Cleveland Browns. We're not moving Jimmy Garoppolo to be the starter in Kansas City with Andy Reid on that team. We're not asking Jimmy Garoppolo to go to Seattle and be the starter with Pete Carroll. You're asking him to go to the back of the line and start fresh with the Cleveland Browns, who have been through roughly 30 quarterbacks recently. I don't have the confidence in that deal. I mean, I could see why you would do it. I'm not knocking you for doing the deal. But who's drunk enough to think that that deal's a home run and it's going to work? I mean, there's a lot of risk to that deal. And Cleveland, the one thing that they have is they have all these draft picks. And their fans are used to losing. So if you go, look, we got 3 first-rounders and 5 second-rounders over the next 3 years. Let's just sit here and draft and take the best player available for the next 2 years and then go get a quarterback. But you want to give up all those assets and go get Jimmy bleeping Garoppolo? Woo! All right. Okay.
That's crazy.
We knew who Eli Manning was and Phillip Rivers were when they came in. We knew Drew Brees was pretty good right out of the gate. We understand that Cam Newton was a Heisman Trophy winner. We don't know nothing about Jimmy Garoppolo other than the fact that he looks like a model and holds a clipboard behind Tom Brady. When you make a franchise quarterback out of those guys, just acknowledge that there's tremendous risk. Tremendous risk along the way. It could put your franchise back another 2 or 3 years. Coming up next from the Geico Studios, Looney may be on vacation, but you'll still get your pop fix. Pop Carson with Deb Carson after what's trending.
Well, the biggest upset of the day in college hoops tournaments happened to top-ranked Kansas. The Jayhawks were upset by TCU 85-82 in the quarterfinals of the Big 12 tournament. For a complete scoreboard, you can check out foxsports.com. Golf news, Tiger Woods announced he won't play in the Arnold Palmer Invitational. Back to the NFL, a plethora of signings. Defensive tackle Brandon Williams, now the highest-paid nose tackle in the NFL. 5 years, $54 million with the Ravens. By the way, 27.5 of that guaranteed. In other NFL news, the Texans traded quarterback Brock Osweiler and a 2018 second-round pick to the Browns. No news from the Cowboys as far as any bites on Tony Romo. The team did not release him today, though. Bears have released quarterback Jay Cutler and agreed to a deal with Mike Glennon for 3 years and $45 million, including $19 million guarantees. I'm Deb Carson.
We are 3, 2, 1.
You may need some time away, but never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd. Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd on FS1.
Oh, that's another triple-double for Russell Westbrook, my MVP. Please don't steal the MVP from Russell Westbrook. They just beat San Antonio. San Antonio's been playing great. For everybody who rips on Russell Westbrook, well, he lost this game. He lost 2 weeks ago. He just beat San Antonio and had his 31st triple-double. Wow. Russell Westbrook should be the MVP of the NBA. Another great performance. Remember, Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, and Magic Johnson never had a season like this. Even with all their championships, they never averaged a triple-double and put up the numbers that Russell Westbrook is doing. Hey, he's not going to win a ring either, but I think he should be the MVP. Pop Carson, hot gossip. Looney's off. She's not a replacement. She's just as good. Here's Deb and Pop Carson.
Good evening, and thank you for that fabulous introduction. And JT, I know Cranky Yankee is, not been called out of the bullpen just yet since we're still in spring training, but I have a story that might appeal to him, and rarely do I hear about a celebrity couple that I actually think, now that is a match made in heaven, but we might have a winner here. They're both hot, they're both rich, they both have roots in the Big Apple, even similarly abbreviated, annoying nicknames. J-Lo and A-Rod are a couple.
Deb, I can't believe it. First off, A-Rod can do no wrong. He found what he does best. He's great on Fox as a baseball analyst.
Yeah.
I mean, even the harshest media critics have been saying A-Rod's great, but J-Lo has been with so many men. A-Rod has been with so many women. Can't they find fresh partners and start a life off without celebrity? I mean, is this the best J-Lo can do, and is this the best A-Rod can do?
Okay, A, no, they can't, and B, yes, it is, because why should J-Lo and A-Rod wreck other people's lives when they have each other now? They reportedly began dating about a month ago after running into each other at an event in L.A. They've known each other socially for years, but were never single at the same time, but apparently sparks flew when they recently crossed paths. The former Yankees slugger had just split with his tech millionaire girlfriend. Lopez was single as well. They rekindled the friendship. They've been hiding it for a few weeks, but Alex was recently spotted at Lopez's All I Have show in Vegas. They kept it under wraps for the kids, but now they apparently feel it's on solid ground. So,
all right. Deb, quickly, you and I are both happily married.
Yes.
That is very rare in sports radio, if you look at the history of sports radio.
Yeah.
Do you believe, if you had a bet, would you say that they're going to make it down the aisle in Vegas, or is this going to make it to the summer? Let me ask you that.
Well, she gets married every other Wednesday, so yeah, it could happen. But no, I don't think they're a forever couple. No, I just think they're a great couple right now for tabloid fodder, and they seem to work for each other's lifestyle.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, this next story is just to add a little perspective for those of our listeners who might have found companionship, shall we say, in a stranger on the other end of a phone call. A Golden Globe and Oscar-nominated actress recently revealed that one of her pre-success jobs was a 3-year stint as a phone sex operator.
Whoa!
You may remember, now visualize, of course, Gabourey Sidibe from the movie Precious.
Yes.
In an interview with People, the 33-year-old actress, who, by the way, says she just had weight loss surgery last year, she talked about the job she had before she hit it big with the 2009 critically acclaimed Precious. Says she considers her phone sex gig great training that helped with her career. Says she never went to acting school but was constantly asked to play other people for her callers. She often played some super young 21-year-old college girl named Melody. So that is where she got her Academy Award-winning or nominated
this is
training.
Too much information from the great Deb Carson. Wow. So a little phone sex Pop Carson going on right here.
That's right.
Wow.
So for those of you who may have a friend you're calling later on, just imagine she may not be what you think she is.
Yeah,
yes.
That's a good way of looking at that, yes.
Now, a lot of folks don't get it when guys spend a lot of money or when sports fans spend a lot of money on paraphernalia, sports paraphernalia. Women evidently have that same addiction, just with a different item of obsession. Now, Barbie, by the way, we want to wish Barbie a happy birthday. The doll turns 58 today. March 9th, 1959, Barbie was released. And there's a 34-year-old originally from Japan who is obsessed with Barbie and has spent $80,000 turning her home into a shrine to her favorite doll. Everything from dolls all over the place, various shades of pink, which she paints her nails, even has a Barbie bed, a Barbie townhouse in her house. She says she has her Barbie doll collection in glass cases in the living room. So how would you feel if you go to pick up a chick on a date and you walk into an $80,000 Barbie collection?
I think that'd be kind of creepy, but I think it would be bad if the gal had $80,000 worth of Barbie plastic surgery. That's where I thought you were going with this, Deb Carson.
No, I think there are probably a lot of those in Los Angeles.
There are a lot of those.
Yeah.
Where you live in Los Angeles as you're going down Ventura Boulevard. Yes.
Exactly. Now, speaking of a lot of money, Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen ordered to pay $140,000 to shore up a class action lawsuit involving former interns, believe it or not. In 2015, about 40 present and past interns for Dual Star Entertainment Group, which is their parent company of their, various films and TV releases, fashion apparel. Well, they allege they were either unpaid or paid less than the minimum wage after working extended hours. By the way, haven't we all done that throughout our career? I mean, weren't we all interns somewhere at some point?
Yes.
But since then, about 180 more present or past interns are believed to be filing because they think they are eligible for the payout. Now, the amount, $140,000, is a drop in the bucket for the twins, obviously, and each applicant or claimant is going to be compensated to the tune of $530.
Weren't we hearing back in the day that the Olsen twins were on pace with their fashion empire to be billionaires with a B?
Yeah.
I heard that years ago. Are they still on pace to do that?
Absolutely. They're fine. Yeah, $140,000, like I said. They could give somebody a tip tonight that was
Bottle
more than
service,
yeah,
yes.
exactly. But yeah, and speaking of rich girls, by the way, the newest bazillionaire is coming soon. It was announced on Facebook, so we don't know if it's real news or fake news.
I love Facebook.
I do too. But CEO Mark Zuckerberg and his wife Priscilla Chan announced they are expecting their second child together, another baby girl. And despite fake news being a theme in recent past on Facebook, this really is real news. Zuckerberg announced the news on Facebook today. He put also some pictures of himself with his sisters as well as his wife with her sisters, saying, quote, Priscilla and I are happy to share we are expecting another baby girl. After a difficult experience having Max, their first daughter. We weren't sure what to expect and whether we'd be able to have another child. And then it goes on in detail, but obviously they are having another baby girl, so of course congratulations to them. They dated for a long time before getting married in 2012, had their baby daughter Max in July of 2015, and are having another little
How could
girl.
you not be happy for the Zuckerbergs? But I would think there'd be an heir, and the heir will be the little girls, but I would assume that Mark Zuckerberg will want a son, Deb, at some point down the road with the empire that he is building and the billions upon billions and billions that he has. I would expect a son over the next couple of years.
Well, maybe, but I think probably a daughter could run the empire just as well as the son.
I agree with that.
Case in point, the Bus family.
Well, case in point, your lovely daughter.
Exactly. Who, by the way, I know you offered to let her come in and do pop
updates for Looney. Yes.
Exactly, yeah. And as soon as actually she does have a work permit, but
your daughter's had less days off this year than Looney, so we're happy about that.
Exactly, and that, my friend, is Pop Carson.
Love it. A round of applause for Deb and Pop Carson. She'll be back tomorrow night. We wrap it up with Speed Brick. Get in and get out. Actually, I think I got the Uber driver outside, or the Cab Chronicles, man. I'm going right down. I'm going right down to the Pac-12 tournament. I got UCLA and USC 8:30 tip-off, 11:30 Eastern, and then Deb, I got a flight at 6:05. Ouch. Ooh.
Where are you going tomorrow?
6:05 to San Francisco.
Oh.
I'm up in San Francisco, hosting the Commitment to Excellence Awards. Is Derek Carr. The quarterback of the Silver and Black wins that award this weekend. When we come back from the Geico Studios, Mike Glennon, 5-13 as a starter, $45 million. You won't believe the numbers that go along with this backup. And another guy just got a job as a quarterback in Canada. We'll wish him well next.
The NFL free agency is here! The NFL free agency is here!
Get all the latest right here, right now, on Fox Sports Radio.
Geico presents a voicemail from your friend, Lightning.
Hey, Bud, Joe Pal Lightning. I was just hanging out in the old Cloudy Roo here. Thought I'd give you a call. I hope you're still not sore about that time I deep-fried your big screen TV with that bolt. Yeah, I've been meaning to pay you back for that one, for sure. A little short on cash at the moment, but any day now. Yep. Well, anywho, talk later.
Lightning won't pay for the damage it causes. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency makes getting coverage a snap. Visit geico.com to see how affordable renter's insurance can be.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Changes in Washington are not only affecting the nation's economy, but your families as well. Quicken Loans can show you how to take cash out of your home to pay off credit card debt or invest in home improvements. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Call 800-QUICKEN today or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Corporal John Vale was injured on patrol in Kuwait.
The truck flipped. The vehicle landed on me. I realized I can't move my legs. I'm looking for one person, one contact that can help me.
When John arrived at the VA, there was someone. Stephen Bush of Paralyzed Veterans of America. He helped John with his claim and became his advocate to get him back into life.
When I approach someone that's newly injured, I want them to feel comfortable that they're not alone.
For over 65 years, Paralyzed Veterans of America, through their national service officers, has helped hundreds of thousands of veterans get the care and benefits they've earned. And their service is free to America's veterans and their families. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at pva.org. Paralyzed Veterans of America, changing lives, building futures.
This heavyweight bout is about to begin. The challenger wears white trunks with a blue stripe, and the champ is wearing, looks like an examination gown from the doctor's office. And from the back we can... Ooh, that's not pretty. Champ, what's with the crazy getup?
I've got to take care of my family.
Yeah, so?
Well, when you love your family, you got to go in and get those important medical screenings. A lot of potentially deadly diseases can be treated if you catch them in time.
So you wear the examination gown because...
Because I'm a real man. Real men take care of their families and get those tests. Real men wear gowns.
Okay, champ. Good luck. Here we go. The champ's not wasting any time. It's over. This fight is over. Champ, you barely broke a sweat. Any words for your fans out there?
Remember, go to ahrq.gov for a list of the tests they need to get and when to get them.
What was that web address again?
ahrq.gov. And remember, real men wear gowns.
Go to ahrq.gov. This message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, AHRQ, and the Ad Council.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I think you, Clay Travis.
Outkick the coverage with Clay Travis is coming right for you.
Did you guys see the picture of Russell Wilson and Sierra announcing the birth of their new child? If you have not seen this picture, who is the one that got Future, the rapper that she had the first baby with? So the baby that she had with Future is naked on her chest. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. You can just see the bottom. And then Russell Wilson is behind. You don't even see...
He's
you
headless.
don't even see Russell Wilson's head. So in theory, it could be anybody. Two hands coming from behind Sierra that are both reaching onto her stomach. And it is maybe the most awkward birth announcement photo that I've ever seen. If Russell Wilson is listening right now, Russell, you don't even have to admit that it's you.
It's Outkick the coverage with Clay Travis. Weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
There are quite literally dozens of words referring to a woman's breasts. Some whimsical, some unflattering or crude. But one thing is clear. Americans seem obsessed with this part of the female anatomy. Sometimes an obsession can prove positive, like when it promotes greater awareness and increased funding to fight breast cancer. Unfortunately, another kind of cancer causes almost twice as many deaths among women. That's why we'd appreciate it if the next time you referred to a woman's pair of lungs, you actually meant her lungs. Lung cancer kills over 70,000 women a year, and while lung cancer rates have decreased for men in the last 20 years, they've been rising for women. So talk to your friends, family, and doctor. Obsess all you want over that set of lungs you can't live without. For answers to questions, log on to our website, nationallungcancerpartnership.org. The National Lung Cancer Partnership. Women. Research. Change.
Fox Sports Radio, 1330 The Fan.
Show or interview live.
Meta World Peace, Sean Payton's our guest.
In the zone with us now, it's Grant Hill.
It's time for us to remind you yet again that you can go to foxsportsradio.com and podcast.
If you're going to intentionally walk somebody, just point to first and he'll take his base.
Draymond Green is not very smart.
You got to choose between Jay Cutler and Colin Kaepernick. Who would you pick? Jay Cutler.
Podcast anything and everything.
Right.
That's foxsportsradio.com for all your podcasting needs.
I feel like getting freaky.
You thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the herd.
Awesome!
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The herd.
Catch the herd on FS1.
Welcome back, everybody, to Fox Sports Radio's JT the Brick Show. I'm Deb Carson in for Tom Looney. And with TrueCar, you can find out what other people in your area paid for the same car you're looking for, and on average save over $3,000 on MSRP. Whether you're looking for a new or a used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience.
Thank you, Deb. Let's get out to Mike. He's in Lawrence, Kansas, home of the Jayhawks. Mike, what happened? Are you nervous about the tournament?
Hi, JT and Deb. Thanks for putting on a great show. I drive about 30,000 miles a year, and you're my first pick. So the Jayhawks, here's my take on it. I am relieved. Every time the Jayhawks have come in as the number 1 overall seed, they have fallen on their face. I think the loss was good for them. I think playing without Jackson as the number 4 and letting Vic go in that spot is good for them. I think having Graham get hurt and giving him some time to rest will make them come back a little bit stronger. So I am glad they're not the number 1 overall seed. In '88, they were number 11 going into the tournament with Manning. In 2008, they were the number 4, the last number 1 seed to go in. So the take from Lawrence, Kansas is, thank goodness we're not the overall number 1.
All right, there it is. I don't know of a fan base. I've been doing this 20 years. I've been a fan for 50. I don't know a fan base better at spinning a loss than the Rock Chalk Jayhawk fans, Deb. I don't know a fan base that knows how to take a loss like the Duke fans just boil. You can see the veins in their foreheads, and they hate it. But Kansas fans are always able to manipulate and spin and tell you what's good about a loss. Look, Bill Self's been winning a lot of games for a long time, but I think this puts pressure on him to get to the Final Four. And even Kansas, Deb, Final Fours aren't good enough. When you're the number 1 team the majority of the year, you got to cut down the nets and win it all.
Absolutely, yeah, more often than they have, certainly. But I don't think it's a bad thing that they lost. I know it's an embarrassing thing that they lost their first game in the tournament, but I don't see it as disastrous. I think, again, it takes the pressure off of them. They've got more time to rest. But again, if they lose in the first couple of rounds, and as you said, if they don't go to the Final Four or better, they're going to get a lot of grief from their fan base.
They're going to get a ton of grief. Sean is out in Bakersfield listening to Fox Sports Radio. Hello, Sean.
Hey, JT. Hey, Deb.
Hey.
How you guys doing? Hey, just want to talk about Bakersfield. Derek Carr, Cody Kessler from our hometown. I was thinking about all the quarterback controversy they have in the draft or in the free agency right now. I think what Belichick needs to do is think about getting Cody Kessler with a first and a second round and trade Garoppolo straight to the Browns, straight across, and just pick up more draft picks.
Well, Belichick, that's what's interesting about Belichick. Belichick has won 5 Super Bowls, and he still has his players nervous about getting traded and about getting released, which is incredible to me. So if you look at the players, Dante Hightower deserves a long-term contract with New England. Dante Hightower is a great player, and New England's letting him test free agency. Malcolm Butler is a hero for New England. Should go into the New England Patriots Hall of Fame 10 years from now, and they're telling him, yeah, we might trade you tomorrow. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. Look at the NBA, the Lakers and their dynasty, the Celtics. They tried to keep everyone together as long as they could, build a family atmosphere. I have no criticism of the Patriots. This is what they do. They tell every player at every practice, every team meeting, that you're expendable. Bring your A game every day and keep going out there and trying to win. And they're able to do it. Belichick is not only a great coach, he's a master motivator. And as we said earlier tonight, there is a sense of fear when you play for that team. You're not loose. You're not comfortable. You never know. Don't buy a house if you play for the Patriots. If you play for the Patriots, don't buy a house in Foxborough. Rent a house because Belichick will let you go. Deb, thank everybody back in Sherman Oaks who put the broadcast together. We appreciate everyone's effort tonight.
We've got the fabulous, of course, Lauren and Alex. And to be honest, let's see, who have we got? Hold on a second. Hold on.
Well, Lauren can come on the microphone, too.
Oh,
see, most
here we go.
producers
I've got it.
are on the microphone on all shows.
Got it, got it.
Go ahead.
I've got it. Lauren Gardner, of course, Alex Tyshirt, Cindy Katz, associate producer, and the fabulous Mike Mayer, associate producer. I just don't know who's editing in tonight, but you guys probably do in the other room.
So I'm going to go see Lonzo Ball tonight. I get mixed up with LeVar, Lonzo, the young kid in middle school. I'm going to go see arguably one of the best basketball players in America in a matter of minutes.
Absolutely, and his father, who's in the media more than he is.
Yes, his father, who might be hosting a show soon on Fox Sports or Fox Sports Radio.
I wouldn't
at this
be surprised.
No doubt
he might
about
have it negotiated into his kid's first contract, too.
No doubt about it. Thanks to everyone who put the show together again. We'll be back here tomorrow. I'm looking forward to Free Agent Frenzy tomorrow. There's still a couple of big names out there. We'll wonder what happens with Tony Romo, Adrian Peterson, some of the big names. The wide receivers went pretty quick. The cornerbacks and the defensive tackles are really important. With Dante Hightower out there and still a couple of good defensive players, free agency goes pretty quick when we're done with free agency. Next week, we'll tell you all about our bracket contest. Go to foxsportsradio.com and click on the JT the Brick Show and be a part of our bracket contest. We definitely want you on it. Fill out your bracket. Do it over the weekend when it comes out on Sunday and be the first to sign up. Check out our podcast also on iTunes. We threw it up there on iTunes, and we're pretty happy about that. I'll be in San Francisco hosting the show tomorrow night. And we'll wrap up these conference championship games and get you ready for the madness in March. Find me after the show at JT the Brick. We also have a Facebook page at JT the Brick. For Deb Carson, I'm JT. Thanks for a great night, everybody.
We are Buckhorns.
You don't have to drive like a pro to stop like a pro. All thanks to the new Duralast GT brake pads from AutoZone. They're like the ones used by Team Penske and NASCAR. They're engineered to be race-ready with a V-slot design and carbon fiber technology to reduce wear and increase stopping power. Because when you drive fast, sometimes you have to stop even faster. Duralast GT brake pads, proven tough from the tracks to the streets and sold only at AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
It's Sam Adams. We're constantly improving who we are, what we do, and how we brew. We may craft over 60 styles of beer, but it's Boston Lager that has captured the heart of America since 1984. With its deep amber color, caramel notes, and signature hop character, what better to have in your pint glass? Sam Adams Boston Lager. Pursue better.
Boston Beer Company, Boston, Mass. Drink responsibly.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next, we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch-snuggling, ball-chasing, face-licking, and, of course, companionship. Now, let's see him in action. Look how he makes eye contact with his person. That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive, and now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance will come in with this group.
But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
When I grow up, I want to be a glass countertop in a new home.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's best birthday present.
When I grow up, I want to be a football stadium.
When I grow up, I want to be a warm fleece on a cold day.
When I grow up, I want to be a fancy backsplash.
I want to be a bike that races around the country. When I grow up, I want to be a bench on a forest trail. I want to be a rocking chair on a sunny porch. I want to be a skyscraper. I want to be
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle.
Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. A public service advertisement brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Blue is my favorite color. What's yours? What's yours? Red is my favorite color. What's yours? What's yours?
Well, yeller's sweller for this little feller.
And me, I'm keen on green. So what's your favorite color? Tell us, please.
Kids will spend 20 minutes listening to songs like this.
What's your favorite color? Tell us, please. What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite?
How about 2 minutes to brush their teeth? Brushing for 2 minutes now can save your child from severe tooth pain later. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. 2 minutes twice a day. They have the time. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives and the Ad Council.
WoundedWarriorProject.org.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Stay tuned.
What would you say to the fans, and you're going to have to say this to the fans who aren't going to be able to get past that video?
I respect how they feel. I can't get past the video. It's hard. I'm the one who did it, and unfortunately, I'm the one who has to live with it. I wouldn't keep dwelling on, thinking of something that happened 3 years ago. I understand that it happened, unfortunately, and I can't take it back. I mean, if I could, I would.
When do you think you're going to get drafted, Joe?
Honestly, I don't know. I can only hope for the best, and that's going in the first round.
But you haven't been told, because I don't know if teams are going to draft you in the first round, even though you have a first-round grade. So I understand where there's uncertainty there, but it feels like it's going to be second or third day for you. You haven't been told anything, any specifics?
I haven't.
That's Joe Mixon, the Oklahoma running back.
The Dan Patrick Show. Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Store. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
A plethora of NFL signings, and the top team in the country goes down. But first, what does it mean when Geico says just 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance? Means you probably should have gone to Geico.com 15 minutes ago. The top-ranked Kansas Jayhawks upset in the quarterfinals of the Big 12 tournament. TCU, the big winner, 85-82 over the Jayhawks. Meanwhile, the Redskins have fired GM Scott McCloughan and say they won't elaborate on the parting. Defensive tackle Brandon Williams, now the highest-paid nose tackle in the NFL. 5-year, $54 million deal with the Ravens, a reported $27.5 million guaranteed. Texans have traded quarterback Brock Osweiler and a 2018 second-round pick to the Browns. Houston remains a possible landing spot for Tony Romo, whom the Cowboys have not released so far. I'm Deb Carson.
We are Fox Sports.
FS.
Want to catch Colin Cowherd?
FS what?
Come find me. FS what? Catch the Herd weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
On FS what?
The Herd.
Catch the Herd
on FS what?
It's the Jason Smith Show.
So much fun, it should be illegal.
That covers you from coast to coast.
One guy's from New York.
I've actually started my own line of Geno Smith erotic fiction.
One guy's from Chicago.
I'm all about the Bears. No, Tressman.
And they broadcast the show from Los Angeles.
Hey, turn the Lakers off. There's a car chase on.
Whoa! He's out. He's trying to run. Oh, he's trying to carjack somebody.
Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios with Michael Harmon, here's Jason Smith.
And we're actually watching a police chase right now. How about that? Guy drove right by our studio. What we is waved. It with this?
We went out and waved.
Yeah.
The police helicopter paid no mind to us.
I don't know what it is now. It seems like all the police chases we're watching on television, they drive by here like, oh, hey, the Jason Smith show is on. I'll go wave. Hey, it'll be great.
Really has been an inordinate amount of that of late.
Go ahead, Golden Headphones. That's your dad's car?
That's actually Jay Cutler on his way to New York. Got lost and turned around along the way.
I don't want to go. He's just yelling out the window, I'm not going.
No. Well, you go to a place where there's absolutely no expectations.
Where? Zero. New York?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. You could be playing with 7 guys on offense, and fans are still going to go, we got to win this game. I don't know how we do, but we got to win. It's got to happen.
Did you see how quickly people started putting the cigarette in the mouth of Mike Glennon in every photo they could? It's like people were sifting through the Internet archives. I've got 3,000 photos of Glennon. Only 4 of them is his mouth open wide enough for us to put a cigarette in.
Listen, in 15 minutes, we'll get into Jay Cutler.
Relax.
We'll get into Mike Glennon. We'll get into Trevor Siemian.
Go Cats!
We'll get into all of that.
Yeah.
Trust me. But we have to start with Osweiler.
You don't have a choice, really.
We're live from the Geico Studios where 15 minutes can save you 15% or more in car insurance. More information, visit geico.com. The trade that has shaken the world. The Houston Texans traded Brock Osweiler and his $16 million salary, along with a second-round pick and a sixth-round pick to the Browns for a fourth-round pick. So basically, it's like one of those NBA salary dump trades where the Browns say, listen, we'll take the salary of Brock Osweiler. We'll take him and his $16 million. You're also giving us a second-round pick and a sixth-round pick. The Browns are giving up a fourth-round pick for all of this. So for Brock Osweiler, his contract, a second-round pick and a sixth-round pick, the Browns are giving up a fourth-rounder.
What about the guy that gets released who's been sitting on his couch? Right? Because they usually trade one of those contracts to make it work out.
Yeah.
Guy's still sitting there in his uniform waiting for the call.
Right now, the most upset guy in the world is Phil Jackson. I can't trade Melo's contract, but he's able to trade the Osweiler contract? Rick Smith, damn you! That's what's happening right now
in the NFL. This happens, where it never happens. But it's only appropriate that you have a baseball guy helping to make things move.
Out of Cleveland are that the Browns are not going to keep Osweiler. They're likely going to try to trade him.
Good luck. You got to spin him off.
There's only one sucker in the NFL, and that was you. They're either going to try to trade him, or they're just going to waive him and eat the $16 million. Now,
well, you
why
might be able
to
trade him as a backup somewhere.
For $16 million?
No. You have to You have to eat a lot of that cost.
If you eat all $16 million, I'll take Osweiler as a backup.
I don't know that you're going to have to do all of it, but we saw some crazy money floating around. We talked about Brian Hoyer yesterday. He might make $10 million when it's all said and done for the 4 games he's going to play. So, I mean, it's the quarterback position. We've talked about it. That's been the mantra of the show as everybody loses their minds and sets their hair on fire when it costs money to grab a quarterback.
But this is Osweiler. He has the lowest stock of anybody that people would rather have Josh McCown than have Brock Osweiler.
I saw Josh McCown's name floating through the cycle and great pictures of him when the Osweiler trade was consummated.
I'd almost rather, if you said to me, Jason, who would you rather have as a quarterback on your team? If you had to pick Osweiler and Geno Smith, that'd be like, I would need like days to figure that out. I would need to do one of those cleanses and go into the desert and
long walk on the beach,
walk around,
walk the earth
in like 1,000-degree heat and figure things out and come to it like I'm a shaman or something.
Oh, look like you're gonna get one of those kind of visions in the Vision Quest is what you're looking for, I think, right?
So here's the deal now: the Browns. And everybody is saying, what a great move, what a great move. It's like everybody's decided, let me see if I can say something different about the Browns and say what a great move it was for the Browns. Yes, they got a second-round pick and a sixth-round pick, and they inherited Osweiler's contract. Why were they able to do this? Because the Browns had $108 million in cap room.
Ponder that for a moment.
And that's a lot of money. That's like basically the whole salary cap. All right, it's most of it.
We have 4 guys. All of it's invested in Joe Thomas right now. We have nothing else.
We're paying Joe Thomas, and we're still paying Tim Couch. So they have $108 million in salary cap room. And they were going to have trouble spending it. This is what everybody is defaulting to. What a great move by the Browns because they got a second-round pick, and now maybe they can trade Osweiler and get a pick, and they can still absorb the money and pay for his contract. Oh, what a great move by the Browns. Great move by. No, this today illustrates just how badly the Browns are run. Number one, really? You got problems spending $108 million in salary cap? You know what? You hired DePodesta to try to do Moneyball in the NFL. I could have walked in and had a better day. Because you know what I would have done? I'd have walked in and said, we're having trouble spending $108 million. Okay, show of hands. You guys like Alshon Jeffrey? Anybody? You guys? Okay, you guys don't do. Okay. Alshon Jeffrey is going to go to the Philadelphia Eagles for a 1-year deal. Okay? You guys see this today? Yeah, we saw. Okay, great. He's going to go to a 1-year deal. And he's only going to get, I say only because he is banged up a little bit, but he's getting $14 million. Okay? What's your point? What if we say, Alshon, how about $20 million to come to Cleveland? Done. And Alshon Jeffrey is a Cleveland Brown. And you got him for 1 year and $20 million. And before you think that's not going to work, A.J. Bouye decided today, best cornerback in the free agent market, to choose the Jaguars over the Texans. Why? Because the Texans had a $12 million hard line a year for him. And the Jaguars went $1 million more. They went $13 million. He said, hey, I'll go suck in Jacksonville for a while because I'm getting $1 million extra dollars than what I would have gotten in Houston.
No state tax?
Guys take the money.
In both spots. You weren't losing anything there.
There's a difference between Jacksonville is very nice and Cleveland is Cleveland.
But also
that's why it's extra $6 million.
No, you have to go extra. And you're looking
Doesn't
at
matter.
State tax in Ohio is 5%.
Okay. All right.
In that tax bracket.
I'll give you $21
so
million.
At a minimum, you've got to come up with an extra 5% and pay off that.
But that's the thing. You can get guys to come. It's not that, we have time. No, you can get guys. You could have called Deshaun Jackson and said, Deshaun Jackson, what are the Bucs giving you? We'll give you $5 million more a year. And suddenly, you have Deshaun Jackson. You could spend this money. Suddenly, it's a bad thing to have $108 million. There are teams that would kill to have this kind of money. This is what you do in the NFL. You pay. You have to pay for players. This is how it works. It's not Major League Baseball. I know DePodesta's got this. Look at all the draft picks we're garnering. You know what? You've sucked in the draft. You have sucked in the draft. So I don't care.
Well, he's still getting his feet wet in that, though.
I don't care if you have 25 picks in a draft. You got to draft the right guys. You have shown you can't do that. So what does it matter how many draft picks you're accumulating? Let me give you this one last part. So $108 million, I can spend that. Anybody can spend it and make a team better. Hey, Pierre Garçon, what do you want, Pierre Garçon? We'll give you a little bit more. And suddenly now, we've remade the offensive line, which is what the Browns did as well, which is a very good thing. But now you got playmakers coming in, and now you're loaded. Now you're ready to go. You can spend that money. But it's this Moneyball philosophy that, what we're doing, we're going to do something that's different. We're setting the NFL on its ear. No, this is still not going to win. Because the other flip side of this is it's your fault that you had $108 million and couldn't find a way to spend it. Why have $108 million if you think you can't spend it all? I mean, this is just me, sports talk radio host, sports fan, watching the NFL for most of the 46 years of my life. And these are guys that do it for an actual living. And they say, we're going to try to outsmart everybody. Like they turned on draft day and said, you see what Kotzer did there with the 3 second-round picks and got their pick backs out? Let's do something like that. That's what the Browns are. That's what the Browns have done. It's a lot of smoke and mirrors. It's a lot of, look at this, and we got this. No, you need $108 million. I could get you a phenomenal team in free agency myself. Now I know GM of the Browns, that's a job I could do.
Don't have a quarterback.
I'll get one.
Playmakers.
Doesn't matter. I'll get one.
All the way through. It's the question of when you're going into free agency, how hard a sell is Cleveland? Just the history. Even if you're throwing money and attempting to throw money, I guess. Let's say for an instant that DePodesta and that team, they're scratching their heads because they've been basically busting out the novelty check, and nobody's signing it. Nobody's coming for the photo op. How do you change that? Because I have to believe at some point they've made competitive plus offers to free agents who still told them to go to hell.
No, you can't just make competitive. That's why.
No. But I'm saying competitive plus, like to where you're in the marketplace. But what is that multiple? What is that gap that's going to get a guy to say, okay, I'm going to Cleveland?
It's whatever.
You got to get him courtside seats from LeBron?
I think I could do that.
I don't think you can structure that into a contract directly.
But sure you can.
Yeah.
Here's $20,000 allocated for entertainment.
Yeah, no, I think you could do that if they're the South Park creators and they want Super Bowl tickets when they're making a movie as part of their payoff. I think you can do it there. I don't think you can do it with a free agent.
You always have to, when you're in a situation like Cleveland, you can't just be competitive and go a little bit over the top.
Just,
you have to overpay.
No, it's
That's why I say, look,
it's not the same. They're not playing the same game.
When you think about the A.J. Bouye trade, the A.J. Bouye deal, he chose Jacksonville. So he's going to go and stink now for years and be on a team that's terrible.
No,
he chose
that
$1 million
defense
extra
has
dollars
risen
a
up,
year.
and Tom Coughlin is on the front of all their merchandise.
After you get your best.
It's going to be great, though.
I'll come over the top, and then suddenly it's, hey, who wants to come play quarterback here? Because we got Garcon and Deshaun Jackson, and now we got Alshon Jeffrey, and hey, We're loaded, and we got the number 1 pick in the draft. We're loaded. What do you want? Who wants to come here?
Well, you got
now everybody would show up.
11 picks, and you're still figuring out your quarterback position. You're going to go wishing, wanting, hoping into...
No, you go draft Deshaun Watson.
No, well, you're going... Well, that's the process. Which if we went through your process...
Pulled a move that no one ever thought they could pull, which is why the headline of every story is stunning trade, absolute stunner, shocker, because nobody ever thought they could dump this guy. All the Browns did was, instead of pushing forth a philosophy of this is how we should do it, no, let's try to do things differently and interesting and we'll show you that we're going outside the box. No, there was still, this is how you build a football team, and they are failing at it.
Well, what's great about it, watching it from the Houston perspective, and we'll get into what their choices are and all this, but Rick Smith was basically able to do what you always do as you're trying to create a document, a PowerPoint presentation, graphics, video, whatever you're doing, and you get to go up to the left and you get to click undo. He got a playoff appearance and still got to click the undo button on the rest of that deal.
Twitter at How About a Fresca, the Jason Smith Show. Twitter at How About a Fresca, phone number 877-99 on Fox. We're live from the Geico Studios. Coming up next, okay, it's time. Cutler.
I'm very, very excited about it.
Shut up, Tim! You're playing the outfield tomorrow. Simeon, Glennon, Cutler, and me. Fox.
3, 2, 1. Happy NFL New League year!
Pop the bottles! Kiss your wife! Hug your kids! Hug her kids that she had in a previous marriage. Your team is either really crappy or your team is still damn good. Let's celebrate the NFL New League year together on Fox Sports Radio.
As a sports fan, you have to have a lot of confidence in your team. That they'll call the right play, draft the right guy, hire the right coach, design the right logo. When it comes to buying a car, how much confidence do you have that you're getting the right price? At TrueCar, they show you real pricing on actual inventory from a TrueCar certified dealer in your area. And these aren't just any dealers. TrueCar certified dealers are a network of car sellers committed to transparency that offers competitive prices and an all-around better buying experience. You can even work directly with a TrueCar certified dealer to establish a fair price before you even show up on the lot. You need more confidence? TrueCar customers, on average, save over $3,000 off MSRP for new car purchases. $3,000. So when you're ready to buy a new or even a used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Learn more at TrueCar.com. That's TrueCar.com, 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 TrueCar.com.
The 4,000 ASC certified technicians at Firestone Complete Auto Care will tell you, you don't need to spend a pretty penny to stop on a dime. Right now, get up to $70 off per axle after rebate on a standard or lifetime brake service. Whatever you drive a Firestone.
Offer valid March 1st through April 30th. Most vehicles per axle. Partial discount reflected in point of sale, remaining through mail-in rebate. Not to be combined with any other offer on same product. No cash value. Offer void or prohibited. See store or driveafirestone.com for full details.
Hey, Lucy, you're the CFO of this company.
That's why you pay me.
We need a better way to manage our expenses.
Concur.
Automated expense reports.
Concur.
Faster invoice processing. Timely financial data. A whole system that helps us make better decisions around how we spend our money.
Concur.
While I appreciate your enthusiasm, I'm actually looking for ideas, not agreement.
That's why we're getting Concur for expense, travel, and invoice. Everything you described scaled perfectly to our business, and it's surprisingly cost-effective.
Lucy, you're a genius.
I concur.
Expense, travel, invoice. Learn more at concur.com.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
There's always a moment of truth where it's either put up or shut up. We were yelling our hearts out. Even in our weakness, even in our pain, we continued to push. I don't know where the pain went to, but all I know is that I had what it took. I am a United States Marine.
PFC Darrell Willis serves his country as a Marine. Will you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES.
The flu is unpredictable and can be serious. even for healthy people. A flu vaccine is your best protection. Who needs to be vaccinated against the flu? You. Protect yourself, your friends, and your family. Get a flu vaccine. For more information, www.flu.gov.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing. Bottom line, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
A flat tire can ruin your day, but an improper tire repair can put your family at risk. When that next pesky nail punctures your tire, remember this. Repairs are limited to the inner tread area only, never the sidewall. And punctured tires must be removed from the rim to assess and fix damage on both the inside of the tire and the outside. Learn more. Visit betiresmart.org. A message from the Rubber Manufacturers Association.
Brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Podcast us everywhere.
Damn.
Check the list. iHeartRadio, iTunes, Google Play, and Stitcher.
Everywhere, anytime.
Let me repeat that again.
That's iHeartRadio, iTunes, Google Play, and Stitcher.
I listen
Everywhere.
You missed something? You can always podcast it.
Everywhere, anytime.
This is Fox Sports Radio.
Everywhere.
These drivers are taking a run at glory, looking to make a name for themselves, to battle it out on the racetrack in hopes of one day becoming a legend. The NASCAR Xfinity Series, live from Las Vegas, Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern on FS1.
'20-year anniversary of the death of Biggie. Fox Sports Radio, The Jason Smith Show. Jason, Mike Harmon, live from the Geico Studios. I have to admit, Mike Harmon, I don't know what I'm rooting. I don't know what I'm rooting for.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm rooting for because with the way free agency went today, Brock Osweiler gets traded to the Browns. Now the Browns are trying to wheedle him someplace else. They go, hey, there's another sucker here. Oh, just us, huh? All right. We'll pay $16 million to a guy we're going to cut. We could have just taken that money and gone over the top and gotten another free agent. No. Let's do it our way in Cleveland.
But you still would have needed someone to throw him the ball.
I would just say our quarterback is, look at one of these guys, and here's a highlight of Deshaun Watson, and here's Mitch Trubisky. And
then in the corner, someone's sitting there watching every down ever taken by Garrett and salivating, where there's literally a bucket underneath his mouth. Hey, I need another rag to wipe away off of that big play. Oh, and did you see the combine results? We can't draft a quarterback, can we? It's a mess.
I guarantee you DePodesta was somewhere today going, hey, what about Josh McCown? Oh, he was here. Oh. Well,
he'll come back, won't he?
Okay.
He liked it here.
All right.
He'd come back.
So, it's true.
You can bring Josh McCown.
You would go back to Cleveland. Think about that. Going back to Cleveland.
For a guy who was out of football, 4 years ago, who's amassed a lot of money between Chicago, Tampa, and Cleveland, you wouldn't go back for one more big paycheck?
That's like when Poe tells Finn in Force Awakens, we're going back to Jakku. What? Why do we want to go back to Jakku? Why do we got to go back?
If there was an extra
back to Jakku.
Big novelty $5 million check on Jakku with some bonus structured in, I'm there.
But despite Brock Osweiler we have other fish to fry when it comes to NFL free agency. But first, I want to tell you that dating, much like trying to find a quarterback, can be difficult. If you are not using Match, you are missing out. Start searching, connecting for free today at Match.com. That's Match.com, 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 MATCH.com. Golden Headphones, you got a match?
Yeah, please match Jay Cutler and the Jets. Please, football gods, please.
Jay Cutler, with the signing of Mike Glennon in Chicago, have waived Jay Cutler. Glennon getting 3 years and $45 million. But this is about Jay Cutler.
Why are you laughing at that?
I'm just saying, buddy, your team.
What the market will bear.
You know, honestly, I like that move because what do I always say? If a guy is better than what you have, go for it. And obviously they had to turn the page on Cutler.
Well, but that's the larger thing. What do I always say? You got to figure out where you are on the continuum. Are you an A to B guy, or you can jump from A to C? Or you got to take the rest away. After 8 years with Jay Cutler, you can go through the laundry list of offensive players that have come through. We can talk about the number of coordinators. We can talk about the failures of the front office and the ownership overall, but that's a longer, more nuanced conversation that only people from Chicago will really care about. But the fact of the matter is, you've had 8 years. It's time to move to a new opportunity. Even though his contract at this stage of his career was actually much friendlier than the first couple of years of the extension.
But it was not friendly.
No.
Yeah, no.
And it was brilliantly orchestrated.
Yeah.
Kudos to him and his agent for what they were able to pull off. But now it's time to cast him off into the good night. And a 6'7" guy with a big arm, not a bad way to flip it out.
No, this is why I like Glennon before we get into Cutler. Everybody's ripping Chicago. I like the move for Glennon. Why? Because the Bears are not going 2-14, and they're going to say, okay, we're going to draft Josh Rosen or Sam Darnold next year. It's not. So if you're not going to finish 2-14, where are you going to get a quarterback? You're going to get one late in the draft. You're going to take a year or so to develop a guy. You're going to get him middle of the first round, early in the second round. That's what you have to do. Maybe it takes a year. Maybe the guy you take doesn't develop, and you're taking a quarterback again next year. Unless you know you're going to be in that position to draft that quarterback, you have to have somebody to play. You have to have somebody to tell the fans we're trying. We're trying to win with this guy. He's a bridge quarterback, sure, but you know what? If he's good, great. And I've seen him do a lot of good things, Mike Glennon. Now he's getting a chance after sitting in mothballs for a while, but still, you have to say we're trying to win with this guy while we're doing something long-term. There was nobody else out there better you were going to get than Mike Glennon to sit when you're saying, all right, we're going to get our quarterback of the future somehow, but outside of finishing in the top 5, I don't know that we're going to do it. And the Bears aren't that kind of team. So you go get Mike Glennon, and you try to hit it late with a quarterback or in the second round or whatever it is, and that's it. And in the meantime, instead of saying, well, we'll have Brian Hoyer for 6 games and then we're cutting him, or somebody else is going to get hurt, you have Mike Glennon, who's a guy that, okay, conceivably can be a player for you for a couple of years.
Well, the bigger thing in Chicago isn't the move they made. It's the one they couldn't get done. When you're talking about Gilmore, you're talking about all the other pieces in the secondary.
Yeah, thanks for letting Gilmore go to the Patriots, buddy. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Well, if we
Thanks
had
for that,
Cleveland money. Actually, they don't have quite Cleveland money, but they have a lot.
I could have got Gilmore. I could have got Gilmore away from the Patriots with my Cleveland money, with my $108 million, and suddenly we're having trouble spending it. Really? Really?
And here's a pair of LeBron gamers while you're at it. Here's a pair of shoes.
Yay. But I don't know what I'm rooting for with Jay Cutler. Cutler, who was tied to the Jets right after he got cut, and there seems like there's 2 scenarios for the Jets right now. They're either and for Jay Cutler. The Jets are either going to sign Jay Cutler, or they may figure out a trade for Trevor Siemian, depending on what happens with Tony Romo. Romo right now, the Cowboys want to trade him to the Broncos or the Texans. The Texans maintain they will not trade for Romo. They don't want to do that. They are interested in him if he winds up getting cut, but now the Cowboys looking to make a move. So if Romo gets traded, that would in theory free up Trevor Siemian. So the Jets are either going to get Jay Cutler or Trevor Siemian. With Cutler,
sweet.
I tell you what, here's why I don't know what I'm rooting for. The professional side of me says, well, Jay Cutler in New York. I mean, we don't need any other stories. We have the Browns and Brock Osweiler will take us for a while, and then we just need Cutler in New York. And is he better than what the Jets have? Absolutely. But this is a team that's starting over. They're absolutely rebuilding from the ground up. Everybody's young. The offensive line is young. It's a little bit unproven, but it's young. Cutler just doesn't seem to fit on a team where we're all starting over again. But is he better than what we have? Yeah, despite the fact that he's injury-prone and he throws a lot of interceptions and who knows what's going to happen with the New York media. I don't know what I'm rooting for. I don't. I kind of feel like I have accepted that if we get Cutler, great. If we don't get Cutler, great. I mean, that's really where I'm at right now. I've accepted. You know what? I can't say one way or the other that I'm going crazy for one part.
I really want to see Jay Cutler down in Houston. Is where I think it could be a lot of fun of him winging it downfield.
Off his back foot to DeAndre Hopkins.
Well, between Hopkins, Miller, Fuller.
Yeah.
Hey, go straight down the field. Go get it. And Fedorowicz over the middle. That could be a lot of fun. As you see that Lamar Miller out of the backfield, there's a lot of opportunity there.
Oh, and Cutler overthrows Fedorowicz again. Another interception in the middle of the field.
But here's one thing to throw out just in the midst of all this. This was probably reported on quite a bit and read in dramatic fashion in Chicago. But Kyle Long went out on his Instagram account and just kind of gave people a glimpse of what Jay Cutler was in the locker room and how he looked after guys. Name another guy making $100 million who calls the rookie right guard every morning at 6 a.m. to make sure he's on time for work. Name another quarterback that shows up at your house on an off day just to make sure you're behaving. And goes on and on. Just talking about Jay Cutler, the teammate.
The misunderstood Jay Cutler.
Perhaps a little bit different. He didn't need to do this. Jay Cutler's out the door. Right? He doesn't need to try to salvage any kind of relationship. But he felt compelled to at least give a little glimpse into what it is and gives a shout-out to his wife at the end of having a cool family. So, maybe there's a little more to the story.
We're live from the Geico Studios, and now you know the rest of the Jay Cutler story. Coming up next, Jay Glazer stops by. The latest on Romo, the latest on Osweiler, the latest on Cutler. Yikes! But first, here's what's trending.
Well, we've already had one upset today in the Big 12. Top-ranked Kansas losing to TCU 85-82. Horned Frogs in the quarterfinals of the Big 12. Upset alert for 9th-ranked Baylor. Baylor trailing Kansas State by 5 with about a minute to go in that one. Another upset, Xavier topped 18th-ranked Butler 62-57 in the Big East quarterfinals. And in the ACC, 10th-ranked Louisville ousted by Duke, an 81-77 victory for the Blue Devils. For a complete scoreboard, foxsports.com. Defensive tackle Brandon Williams, now the highest paid nose tackle in the NFL. 5 years, $54 million to the Ravens, $27.5 million of that guaranteed. Meanwhile, the Redskins fired their GM Scott McCloughan earlier today. Won't elaborate on the parting. Texans traded quarterback Brock Osweiler and a second-round pick in 2018 to the Browns. Bears released Jay Cutler, signed a deal with Mike Glennon. I'm Deb Carson.
We are Buckhorns!
MLS is back. This Sunday, don't miss the LA Galaxy as they take on the Portland Timbers. Live at 7 p.m. Eastern on FS1.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. Jason, Mike Harmon live from the Geico Studios. Call 1-800-947-AUTO and find out how much you can save on auto insurance. Joining us now on the hotline after a very crazy day in free agency, NFL on Fox insider extraordinaire Jay Glazer. Jay, what's happening?
Oh, man, I'm just chilling out here, man. Just watching all the craziness, and it's craziness because of, I don't know if you guys saw it the other day. It's whenever you have this time of free agency, these teams, I've said Zeitler was the one guy that every team loved. A.J. Boye was a guy a lot of teams really liked. Other than that, man, there really wasn't a lot of, in my opinion, great automatic game changer names out there. And I know it's hard to understand that because fans go crazy. It's almost like fantasy football. But when you have these phenomenal, you have a player who's who's really like a huge part of your building block process. Normally, you lock those guys up. You don't let them leave. So, I know we all get excited about, oh, my gosh, all these names that could be out there and that could be out there. You go back to free agency, I think, somebody asked me earlier today, like, what's some of the greatest moves you've seen? And, look, obviously what Peyton did with, Manning, you still see that awful lot when, with the Colts. But I think where free agency works great is a guy like DeMarcus Ware when he got brought in for the Denver Broncos, and the impact he made there, but also the impact he made with Von Miller. I think some of these offensive linemen, believe it or not, Andrew Whitworth, I think even though he's older, a guy like that can come in and change a culture. When, free agency, when you have the Steve Hutchinson move there with the poison pill, that's a guy who changes your whole culture. But guys like that they don't get out there an awful lot.
You mentioned Denver and Peyton Manning, and let's go there right now with Tony Romo's situation up in the air. The Cowboys say they want to trade him. The Texans don't want to trade for him. They are interested if he gets released. What happens with Romo? What are you hearing?
Well, I mean, from what I understand, they were putting him as a June 1 June 1 release to help them with the cap, how they're going to handle the cap hit. But you can't really trade for that contract. That's the problem. I mean, his contract is just so big. And then the other problem there with Tony is you got to make sure that you have something backed up there, because until Tony changes his off-season workout program and builds up that body armor, you got to be concerned about durability. And I've told him that a couple of weeks ago at the Super Bowl. You look at what Drew Brees did years ago. He's a smaller quarterback, and he kept getting hurt his first few years, and that's why the guy threw everything in his workout. He's built up that body armor, and he's become a very durable quarterback over time. And Tony's had all his injuries. He has to do the same thing. That guy has got to throw himself into changing his body and body armor around completely, so he has the durability to go along with all the other intangibles.
Jason Smith Show, Fox Sports Radio, coming to you from the Geico Studios. On the hotline right now, NFL insider, Fox Sports, the Unbreakable Performance Center owner and founder of MVP, merging vets and players and touchdown dreams. You can follow him on Twitter at Jay Glazer. Follow the foundation at vetsandplayers.org. So we saw a combination of baseball and basketball maneuverability by the Cleveland Browns today. Is Brock Osweiler their quarterback, or is he going to be shipped out somewhere else?
No. Brock Osweiler, absolutely not. Brock is not their quarterback, not the guy they're looking for. They definitely are looking for a guy like Garoppolo. And I got to tell you what, this is the year. Yeah, I mean the Patriots should trade him. I do think that he does have the intangibles of that franchise quarterback. While the Patriots, look, when you have Tom Brady, you learn how to get that sickness, how to be great. You're trying to being great. It's got to be a sickness. You got to be institutionalized by being great, and Tom has it. And Garoppolo though is one of those guys. He's helped by the system and helped by Tom, but he already had a lot of it going in. But I do think he is a quarterback who could be an upper echelon quarterback. However, with that said, because of Tom and because of the system, if you trade Jimmy, they can go out and get somebody this next year and build him up in the preseason and make him look great. And, they can continue to do that until Tom decides, what, I'm out of here. But, man, Tom is not showing any signs of slowing down whatsoever.
Well, we've got his meal service on order for Jason. We're going to see if that works.
Well,
plant-based diet.
I can't wait for turnip curds and stuff. That sounds outstanding. I'm very excited about that.
It was interesting, though. I was telling a story earlier today that Tony Gonzalez, obviously the greatest tight end who ever lived, he's been working with our tight ends at Unbreakable now. And he was telling one of these guys a story 2 days ago about the first time he worked with Brady, which was, a few years ago. Tom said, hey, would you come over and, I want to throw some balls to you in the offseason. And he's like, man, this guy, he said, it was unbelievable. The best balls, the way he threw the balls. And then after, he said, man, I'm sorry that I threw him over here. I should have had him more pinpointed over here, because the research that I've done has shown that you're able to get 3 more yards after the catch if I place the ball over here. And he's like, what? Who is this crazy? But that's what he thought, but that's what it takes to be great. And that's the type of stuff that you're learning. And Tony's like, here I am. I already, I pride myself on work ethic. I'm learning from this guy to a higher level, the next level. And that's where, the Patriots are one up, where they can constantly continue to get guys like that and guys to grow, to learn from guys like that.
Well, I also think, Jay, a little bit you're burying the lead talking about Tony Gonzalez. You had Tony Gonzalez and Sly Stallone at Unbreakable today.
Oh, my God. Was that funny? Did you see that? Please, folks, go to Stallone's Instagram. It was so funny. And, it was funny. Strahan's in there one day, and Stallone, I love Stallone. And where he's great is he's jumped in our emerging veteran players thing, but he comes in, he talks about the original John Rambo, saying the original John Rambo's kind of he was really off the reservation. He said, I did the movie to show how hard Vietnam vets were, their struggle after with the VA. And he said, here we are 40 years later, and our vets still have the same issues. So it's really, and he's telling all our veterans, guys, it's got to be on you. And it was really great that he took the time to come and give this great message. But here he is in the gym, and he's like totally, you think I'm immature? And I am. But I am like not even sure he's rubbing off on him. He's like throwing water on people. And Strahan says, you're someone that isn't to you. I'm like, you're damn right I am. Absolutely. I'm not looking to grow up. But please go look at him trying to stimulate Tony Gonzalez as our tight ends coach today. It was freaking hilarious.
Stallone's official Instagram account is official Sly Stallone. That's official Sly Stallone. And, of course, Jay on Twitter, at Jay Glazer. That is at Jay Glazer. The link to it also in the front of Jay's page. Don't forget, vetsandplayers.org, Jay, as well. Jay, appreciate it, man. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
See you, Jay. There goes Jay Glazer. Sly Stallone is in there working with Tony Gonzalez and the tight ends at Unbreakable.
We really need to go join that gym. I could use a little bit of technique as a budding tight end.
It's like every first day of free agency, Jay Glazer has a crazy story. And, here's the first day, and he's got Stallone at his gym while things are happening. What was it last year, Frostberg? Was it last year when Jay did a hit from Unbreakable on a morning show in L.A., and he broke a free agent signing because someone texted him while he was on the air?
100%. Yeah, last year.
Jeanette, before we go on, I want to just say that, this move just happened.
That's Glazer. That's what he does.
Twitter at How About a Fresca. Twitter at How About a Fresca, the Jason Smith Show. Jason, Mike Harmon, we are live from the Geico Studios. If you think a train will stop if it sees your car on the tracks, you're right. It will. About a mile after it hits you. Stop, because trains can't. Coming up next, more from day one in NFL free agency. One team shows they really get it. One team shows they really still don't. Fox.
The NFL free agency is here! The NFL free agency is here! Get all the latest. Right here. Right now. On Fox Sports Radio.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. It's a great time to buy a home. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or an experienced one, Quicken Loans has options that may help you get pre-approved for a mortgage with as little as 1% down. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Call 800-QUICKEN today or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
It's Sam Adams. We're constantly improving who we are, what we do, and how we brew. We may craft over 60 styles of beer, but it's Boston Lager that has captured the heart of America since 1984. With its deep amber color, caramel notes, and signature hop character, what better to have in your pint glass? Sam Adams Boston Lager. Pursue better. Boston Beer Company, Boston, Mass. Drink responsibly.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole, or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your fly. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives and the Ag Council.
There are quite literally dozens of words referring to a woman's breasts. Some whimsical, some unflattering or crude. But one thing is clear. Americans seem obsessed with this part of the female anatomy. Sometimes an obsession can prove positive, like when it promotes greater awareness and increased funding to fight breast cancer. Unfortunately, another kind of cancer causes almost twice as many deaths among women. That's why we'd appreciate it if the next time you referred to a woman's pair of lungs, you actually meant her lungs. Lung cancer kills over 70,000 women a year, and while lung cancer rates have decreased for men in the last 20 years, they've been rising for women. So talk to your friends, family, and doctor. Obsess all you want over that set of lungs you can't live without. For answers to questions, log on to our website, nationallungcancerpartnership.org. The National Lung Cancer Partnership. Women. Research. Change.
The Big Lead. This is The Big Lead with Jason McIntyre.
Kevin Durant gets hurt. The sky is falling. Oh, the Warriors are not going back to the finals. Super teams are wrong. Oh, my gosh. They don't have Kevin Durant. He's a superstar, no doubt. But they still have their most indispensable player, Draymond Green. They've still got the best backcourt in the NBA. And they've got a bunch of pretty good pieces on the bench. Now, yes, I will concede their bench is not as good as it was last year. But listen, that's kind of what you got to deal with when you take a chance and go after a star like Kevin Durant. Don't look in the rearview mirror and say, we didn't have to get Kevin Durant. Of course you do. Why would you not want him? And this whole, oh, well, they may not be the number one seed. Who cares? Kevin Durant, as long as he's back healthy for the playoffs, they'll be fine.
This is The Big Lead with Jason McIntyre. Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
When I was little, we could talk about anything.
I still want you to talk to me.
When I was little, you taught me to follow rules.
I still want you to guide my life.
When I was little, we laughed and played.
From the Fox Sports Studios in Los Angeles. Here's Deb Carson.
Two big upsets now in the Big 12. Earlier today, top-ranked Kansas lost to TCU. The Horned Frogs with an 85-82 upset win over the Jayhawks. And now bubble team Kansas State.
You're my parent, and I'll always need you.
No matter their age, your children never stop counting on you. Stay close to your kids. Stay connected. Visit parenting.org for helpful resources or call the Boys Town National Hotline at 800-448-3000 for free parenting advice.
Fox Sports Radio.
AM 1330.
The Fan.
Sounds incredible. You like it like this?
Up the middle. 15, far side 10. Goes in. Touchdown.
Or like this?
Curry, deep three, right side. Are you kidding me?
And what about this? Whatever it is that you like, we've got it covered.
Here we go.
It's sports the way you like it.
It blows my mind.
Mind blown. On Fox Sports Radio. Okay. FS1.
Don't laugh! This ain't reality TV!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Fox Sports Radio, it is the Jason Smith Show. Just to let everybody know, we have an intern whose job it is to click refresh at NewYorkJets.com, waiting for the announcement that the Jets have signed Jay Cutler.
I can already send you some Photoshop Jay Cutler.
Refresh.
Jets images.
Refresh. I believe the last Jets quarterback to wear number 6 was Bubby Brister.
Sweet!
And that's how you know how that turned out.
Don't you disrespect Bubby Brister like that?
What does it mean when Geico says just 15 minutes can save you 15% or more in car insurance? It means you probably should have gone to Geico.com 15 minutes ago. What does it mean when Jay Cutler's your quarterback? It means you should have gotten somebody else 15 minutes ago.
Whoa.
No, let me go back in time. You're one of those Hermione time turners from Harry Potter. Let me go back to before Jay Cutler. This is what's happening right now.
Okay.
Jay Cutler is not a Jet.
No.
We know for a fact that Jay Cutler has spoken with the New York Jets, and the Jets are also in the process of speaking with the Denver Broncos when it comes to Trevor Siemian. Now, obviously, the big domino that needs to fall is Tony Romo. We'll have more on Tony Romo coming up in about 12 minutes. If Romo gets traded to the Broncos, then suddenly they have an excess, and Trevor Siemian becomes a Pro Bowl quarterback who the Jets could trade for. You like how he could be a Pro Bowl quarterback?
I like that.
The Jets could trade for. But let's talk about a team that gets it and a team that doesn't.
Well, this is the fun part of day one of free agency.
Free agency today, a team that gets it, the Philadelphia Eagles. They sign Alshon Jeffrey for 1 year and $14 million. Why do they get it? Why are they smart? Why are they now a team that will contend for the NFC East title? Because when you have a franchise quarterback that you drafted number 2 overall, that in retrospect would go number 1 overall, you have to get him help. You have to. You have to get him receivers to throw the football to. He didn't have anybody last year. And Carson Wentz was pretty bleeping good. He was good in the beginning of the year. Then they figured him out a little bit. But like all good quarterbacks do, here's my initial success. You figure me out. Now I'm going to figure you out. And the end of the season, he was great. And he had nobody to throw to.
Well, Nelson Aguilar leaving a lot of balls on the ground.
All Jags.
Jordan Matthews.
Jag.
Number 2.
Jag.
Solid in spots.
Jag.
Ertz hurt frequently.
Jag.
So now you bring in Jeffrey and Torrey Smith. Torrey Smith, look, he dropped a lot of balls, a lot of issues in San Francisco.
Torrey, you go long.
That's fine. He clears out the safety. You got to pick your poison.
I'm not a big fan of Torrey Smith, but I'm a fan of the philosophy. We have a quarterback, and we had nobody to throw to. And he was still really good. I love everything I saw about Carson Wentz last year, especially the end of the year, the way he was able to adjust and play well without anybody to throw to. That's how you do it. Now, maybe these moves don't work well, but you know what? All right, you're into Jeffrey for 1 year. That's not that big a deal. You can move on. You're going to get guys in the draft. You're going to bring guys in. You're going to continue to do that because the Eagles get it. When we have a franchise quarterback, we have to keep getting him help. This is what the Patriots do with Tom Brady. It's what the Colts did with Peyton Manning for so long. It's what the Packers do with Aaron Rodgers. Sometimes the moves work out and sometimes they don't. It doesn't mean that every move is great, but it doesn't matter. We're going to keep doing it. We're going to keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it. They get it. Who doesn't get it are the Rams. The Rams went out and signed Andrew Whitworth and gave him a ton of money. He's 35 years old, but he's still a pretty good left tackle. So, okay, you have to get better on the offensive line. All right, fine.
Well, it at least gives you the stopgap for a year or two to where you – because he'll be there as long as it will take for you to decide what Jared Goff is.
No, because he would have been there last year and for you to decide to know that Jared Goff stinks, because he does. But
I was trying to be kind because there wasn't a lot. That was the version that we saw on the field last year of that Rams offense was that electric football game you had as a kid where the guys were just running around and the quarterback would randomly start going in circles. You could buy that now. There's a new company making those.
Oh, I thought you were going to say I could buy the Rams now. I could buy that now. Stan Kroenke, you'd love to give it away.
It is in a depressed market for the team after last year's shenanigans.
Here's the thing. So the assignment, okay, fine. You know what? Not my favorite, but you did get better. You're paying him a lot of it. You're hoping he stays healthy at 35 years old. But what'd you do? Kenny Britt left for the Browns. Speaking of guys leaving for money, Kenny Britt leaves for the Browns. So what do you have to do? You have to get Jared Goff help because Jared Goff needs guys around him. You have nobody. You overpaid Tavon Austin. What do? They go out and sign Robert Woods for 5 years and $39 million. You went out and got Kenny Britt, not as good, 5 years younger.
The less explosive.
That's what you did. That's how you're going to make Jared Goff good? Get ready for more of the same in Los Angeles this year because it's clear the Rams still don't get it. And what baffles me is that you watch Sam Bradford get run out of town in St. Louis because what happened? The Rams never got him help. They never kept drafting him help. They never got him stud wide receivers. They never went out in free agency and said, okay, here's a lot of money. Come here. We're going to pair you up with our franchise quarterback. They didn't do any of it. They never got Sam Bradford help. And so you would think they would have learned, okay, here's a guy we took number 1 overall. We got to go get him help. There were guys out there today. There are plenty of guys out there today. And your signing is, we're going to give Robert Woods money, a guy who's going to catch about 50 passes and score 5 or 6 touchdowns. How is that going to make the Rams better? It's not. The Rams are going to stink. It's going to be just like it was last year because he's going to have nobody to throw to. Jared Goff, at best, is a guy who, if you surround him with a lot of talent, can maybe be good. You know me. I watched him for half a season. If you don't flash in a half season, you're not going to be a good quarterback in the NFL. But at least you have to go through the charade and say, let's get him help and let's see if he can do it. The Rams basically just ran in place today when it comes to that. Ran in place.
Got the less explosive guy, younger, so we don't know if he was held back by what Buffalo had to offer. We're talking about that a little bit.
But he's been hurt too, Robert Woods.
No, but that's just it. You got a team, though, that was such an unknown, and now we look at you go into the Rams. I can only hope that there's a giant check being sent to Martellus Bennett. Say, hey, you're going to be a broadcaster. That's going to be one of the many arms of your businesses, right? Come to Los Angeles. Come work with Jared Cook. You could be the #1 receiver in L.A.
Live from the Geico Studios, the Jason Smith Show. Jason, my Carmen, phone number 877-99 on Fox, or get in on Twitter at How About a Fresca. That's on Twitter at How About a Fresca. So the Eagles get it, and the Rams continue to prove, even though there's no Jeff Fisher, I wouldn't have signed Robert Woods, I might have gone and gotten Deshaun Jackson. They still don't get it. Coming up next, we'll dive into what's going on with Tony Romo, and we'll tell you what move today is going to turn one quarterback into a top 5 fantasy quarterback next season.
Now you're getting to the nuts and bolts.
Fox.
We are Fox Sports.
You don't have to drive like a pro to stop like a pro, all thanks to new Duralast GT brake pads from AutoZone. They're like ones used by Team Penske and NASCAR. They're engineered to be race-ready with a V-slot design and carbon fiber technology to reduce wear and increase stopping power. Because when you drive fast, sometimes you have to stop even faster. Duralast GT brake pads proven tough from the tracks to the streets and sold only at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Okay, keep your eyes closed.
Okay.
I want to show you my first ever painting.
All right.
Okay. Open your eyes.
Oh, that's a lot of colors and shapes.
So be honest. What do you think?
Well, I like how if you switch to Geico, you could save hundreds of dollars on car insurance.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Here, why don't I hold your paintbrush while you call them?
Geico, because saving 15% or more on car insurance is always a great answer.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
This is boot camp. This is the real thing now. You've never done anything so hard in your life. You don't understand how you can finish. It takes inner strength and desire to become a Marine. When I finished, I was like, I did it. The moment I will never forget is when this drill instructor that I admire so much comes up to me and said, "Good morning, Marine."
PFC Summer Volkman became a Marine. Can you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES.
Families come in all sizes and shapes. Sometimes your friends are your family by choice, or sometimes you're just stuck with Uncle Charles. But what we know is that you want to protect the people that are close to you. But the flu can unravel everything. Your flu vaccine protects you and your family. No matter what draws your family together, protect yourself. Protect your family. Everyone needs a flu vaccine.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him opening his own clothing store at the age of 18? 1 in 138,000. Excited to be a part of pop culture, he packed for the big city. The odds of finding someone to invest in his vision? 1 in 4.5 million. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. I encourage you to learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
They came from every corner of the country, from small towns and big cities. But they all shared one thing in common. They belonged to a family called Marines. A tough and determined few dedicated to protecting everything we
celebrate the history of those proud few who have earned the title Marine.
Just Hall of Fame Foundation and the Ad Council.
Ladies and gentlemen, Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis is coming right for you.
Did you guys see the picture of Russell Wilson and Sierra announcing the birth of their new child? If you have not seen this picture, who is the woman that got Future, the rapper that she had the first baby with? So the baby that she had with Future is naked on her chest. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. You can just see the bottom. And then Russell Wilson is behind. You don't even see.
He's
you
headless.
don't even see Russell Wilson's head. So in theory, it could be anybody. Two hands coming from behind Sierra that are both reaching onto her stomach. And it is maybe the most awkward birth announcement photo that I've ever seen. If Russell Wilson is listening right now, Russell, you don't even have to admit that it's you.
It's Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis. Weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Stores. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
Now have a pair of upsets in the Big 12. Top-ranked Kansas lost earlier today. TCU 85-82 win over the Jayhawks. And just moments ago, bubble team Kansas State strengthens its bid for the NCAA tournament. It upset number 9 Baylor 70-64. The Wildcats with the win there. Had an upset in the Big East as Xavier took down 18th ranked Butler 62-57. In the ACC quarterfinals, 10th ranked Louisville was a loser to Duke 81-77 Blue Devils. For a complete scoreboard, foxsports.com. Tiger Woods announced he won't play the Arnold Palmer Invitational. The Texans traded quarterback Brock Osweiler and a 2018 second-round pick to the Browns. The Bears released Jay Cutler and agreed to a 3-year deal with quarterback Mike Glennon. I'm Deb Carson.
FS1. Yeah! FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. You look at me!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Fox Sports Radio.
This is the Jason Smith Show.
Everybody love it.
It's Jason Smith.
877-996-6369 on Twitter.
How about a fresco? Huh?
This is the Jason Smith Show.
Can't do anything in elevators anymore. Always assume you're on camera. Don't pick your nose. Don't adjust yourself. Don't do anything crazy because someone's watching.
Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios with Michael Harmon. Here's Jason Smith.
We're getting a phone call from the bosses in 3, 2, Fox Sports Radio. The Jason Smith Show. Jason, Mike Harmon, live from the Geico studios, where 15 minutes can save you 15% or more in car insurance. More info, visit geico.com.
Did I say something wrong? Did we say Cutler's name too many times?
As far as you know, no.
I didn't curse, did I?
No. Not yet, anyway.
No, I got another hour before I can start doing that, right?
We'll be ready for the end.
Yeah. Channel 83.
That is true.
83 is the channel on satellite on Sirius XM. You can listen to us all 3 hours of the show right here now. Fox Sports Radio, The Jason Smith Show, Channel 83. And if you miss any of the show, you can go to iTunes right after the show is over, and our full show podcast will be up. It is awesome. Go to iTunes, download it. Again, it goes up right after the show is over. Rate it. Give us 5 stars. Yep. I will love you forever. If Jay Cutler rates our podcast 5 stars, I will love him forever.
But take us wherever you go. You're going to the gym, you're going to bench press more because we're going to say something to infuriate.
Don't guarantee that. Don't guarantee that.
Oh, in a 3-hour show?
I don't want someone saying,
once.
I'm putting some more pounds on the rack, and then, wait, help, I need a spotter. No,
I didn't say, you got to do so responsibly. But you're going to feel swole, and you're going to want to be swole, and you're going to go out and dominate in whatever you're doing.
Again, our intern working very hard tonight, just hitting refresh on the Jets' Twitter account, waiting for the inevitable.
His fingers
Welcome, Jay Cutler.
sticking in that pose now. It's like when Johnny Unitas, towards the end of his life, was signing autographs. Couldn't move one of his fingers, so he kind of held the pen awkwardly.
Why do you talk about a dead guy? Why do you do this all the time?
Because I started making the signing motion. Like I was Johnny Unitas.
I'm pretending to be Johnny U as I pretend to sign
Why
things.
not? On a free agent day like today, we're talking quarterbacks. Why not talk about some good ones?
What do you got, Golden Headphones?
The Jets made a massive deal today. What are you talking about?
No, we did. Did I miss it?
Yeah, they signed Josh Martin.
Hey, he wants to play more linebacker. He's good on special teams. The Jets are saying nobody out there is good, and there's not a lot of guys out there who are good, so we're going to re-sign our young guys that we like. I am okay with what the Jets are doing in free agency
How's
so far.
his punching power?
If he's defending a quarterback...
Well, Gino's not there anymore.
Listen, what are you talking about? Yes, he is.
Stop. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Listen, look. If anybody thinks in all these stories the last couple of days, Geno Smith could be going back to the Jets, he put on his Twitter account, like, never say never, something stupid
One
like
can
that.
only hope he does.
No.
Hey, it worked for Sean Connery. Never say never again.
Here's the thing.
You only live twice.
And TJ, the Jets will say Dr. No to Geno Smith for a future
Let's just
contract.
keep going through.
Gone! Jets fans will want to evacuate to the Moonraker if Geno Smith is signed by the Jets. No matter
Keel
what.
could have been a hell of a pass rush.
And just like our president and Woody Johnson, from Russia with love comes Geno Smith, TJ. No matter what, you want fans to come to the game. You don't want to alienate your fan base so much by, I'm not even going to go. I'm not even going to watch. That's what would happen if you bring back Geno Smith. You can't. You just
a lot
can't
of tickets
bring
donated
the guy
to
back.
kids and families that never get to go to games.
You can't. No, I don't care. 1-877. No, I can't. You can't. You have to have people who want to come to the games, and no one but people will unplug if you bring him back.
I'll fly out to a home game if that's the case. Are you kidding?
That's it. I'm done. So that's why
I'm
he's not
taking you
coming.
on a plane, and we're going to go see Gino.
But before we get too deep on Cutler, because Cutler, the only team we know that has had an interest in Jay Cutler is the Jets. Hey, he really doesn't fit with what the Jets are doing. The Jets are stripping things down, and they're signing the young players they want, and they're going to go get a quarterback in the draft, whatever it is. A 33-year-old, 34-year-old quarterback with a strong arm who clearly is an upgrade over what they have, that doesn't fit. That
And
doesn't
one of your
fit with
top
we're
wide
starting
receivers
over.
is missing the first month of the season because of
No, he's not a top wide receiver.
Well, for the Jets, he
No,
is.
he's not. Not a top wide
Jalen
receiver.
Marshall is now
He's
elevated in the depth chart.
He was maybe a fourth wide receiver. Now he's not going to be.
And no, he's not.
But that doesn't fit. That's why I don't get the Jets' interest in Jay Cutler.
Just
It doesn't
dangerous
make
enough
any
to
sense.
win a couple of games and screw up future
No, not
plans.
even that. But it's like I feel like it's Jay Cutler, and it would be like with like a bunch of little kids. You know, like right, hey, come over here, do this, stop this, stop this. That doesn't fit.
I read you the Kyle Long story before. He's a leader.
Trevor
Guys
Siemian,
in the locker room love him.
Trevor Siemian fits because now at least the broadcasters could go from, Ryan Fitzpatrick's a smart quarterback to, Trevor Siemian's a smart quarterback. He fits. He fits with, okay, come here and look, we don't know what's going to happen, but you'd be third string in Denver anyway. I know you went to the Pro Bowl last year, but you're third string. Or you were invited to the Pro Bowl, but you're third string. So come here and start. That makes sense.
Well, because you're not sure what he
It
is at this
doesn't make
point.
sense. No.
Right,
But
you
Cutler
know what
doesn't
Jay
make
Cutler
sense.
is. Right.
If I am having a birthday, it's like this. If I'm having a birthday party for my daughter Zoe, right?
Uh-oh.
I'm going to invite.
This could go sideways.
I'm going to invite all of her friends. Right? It's like the Jets signing.
Are we
Jay
going to get
Cutler.
into the whole clown thing again? Because that's one of the great sound bites in show history.
The Jets signing Cutler would be like me saying, all right, I'm going to have a party for Zoe, and I'm going to invite all of her friends and Harmon. And what do you
I'm
mean?
highly
No,
entertaining.
You're just going to be part of the party.
Your daughter loves you.
You don't fit into this party. It's a bunch of 8-year-olds. Yep. But you're in your 40s. Yep. Why are you here? I don't know.
I'm just
I got invited.
I'm like Kramer taking taekwondo.
I'm just here for the moon bounce. That's all. I mean, it doesn't.
I heard
make
there'd
sense.
be pie.
I would say him retiring would be more of an option, just because it's the Jets, and Sense sometimes leaves the building in Florham Park, but I just don't get. That's not along the lines of what they want. I don't.
Well, if you're going to do a complete rebuild, do the complete rebuild. Just be done with it. You've got a couple of potentially nice pieces at wide receiver. We don't know what they are overall at this point, because most of those games you're trailing and you're just winging it around, and so the stats don't necessarily match up with what reality was in a lot of those games. But you're going for the whole youth movement, and trying to bring it back, from ground up. Having the veteran quarterback who's been in the league for a decade really just doesn't fit the profile.
No.
Go figure out what Trevor Siemian is. You've got a couple years left on the rookie deal, so you got no money invested there. So if it goes to hell, you can clap your hands and move on because you'll have already gone out, whether Hackenberg's the guy you're grooming, you decide there's enough to salvage him, or you go back into the draft and do your theory of drafting 4 guys at the back end.
4, 5, 6, and 7
and let
every
them
year.
battle it out on the
Every year.
field, and in the post-practice, because they'll have to be on Hard Knocks,
Mhm.
they'll be in the cage. So it'll be a tag team match every night.
See, you're coming around to my thinking.
Round
Draft a quarterback
No, I'm
4,
just looking
5,
for
6, and
reality.
7 every year when you need one.
Look, I'm trying to become a mogul like Seacrest.
All right.
I got to have as many entertainment ventures out of this as I can. So there's Hard Knocks and there's Hard Knocks After Dark, where we've got these
Hard
guys
Knocks
in the-
After Dark. I like that.
Yeah.
Like, what happens on Hard Knocks After Dark?
Oh, we don't know yet.
Play the George Michael music. What happens on Hard Knocks After Dark?
You could be slide over baby time.
Okay.
Maybe they're out in the clubs.
All right.
I don't know that there's any clubs in Portland for them to go visit, but we could find a couple.
It's
You
Hard
don't
Knocks
say.
After Dark.
Because I know when I used to visit Latrobe on my training camp tours, which I hope to do this summer, the big thing was to go to the bowling alley. Which is not a bad
That's
place
not
to meet
after
people.
dark. Come on.
No, bowling alley after
Bowling
dark.
alley after
Cosmic
dark.
bowling.
That means it's
$2 drink specials.
That means it's dark. That doesn't mean after. That just they turn the lights off.
Doesn't mean that there isn't a little bit of
met-
connection.
Did you ever meet someone bowling? Seriously, unless it was one of those things where a bunch of us are going out and one person's single, another person's single. Hey, but I mean, really ever meet somebody bowling? Like maybe someone cute's going to be in the lane
Yeah,
next
but
to
you're
me.
saying it can't happen.
Hey, you have nice form. Ow, you dropped your ball on my toe.
People are matching everywhere.
Shut up, Donnie.
Activity. And maybe you got the perfect form today. You just drop people dead in their tracks. Going, whoa, look at that guy.
League game, Smokey. League game.
You know, they call me the Jesus.
I was really just trying to prompt as many Lebowski quotes as I could by getting into the bowling world.
Twitter at How About a Fresca. Twitter at How About a Fresca, the Jason Smith Show. Jason, Mike Harmon, live from the Geico Studios. Call 1-800-947-AUTO and see how much you could save on auto insurance right now. Meanwhile, as we wait, Tony Romo is in limbo with the Dallas Cowboys now seemingly bent on trading him, which could leave the Houston Texans out of the mix because they don't want to trade for him. They just want to sign him if he's available after they dump Brock Osweiler today. We'll go to Cleveland for an update on that situation coming up in about 8 minutes from now.
We should try to hit the high notes of Bon Jovi's Never Say Goodbye. Because clearly they're just dragging this out as long as they can.
When you get drunk, I'll be your quarterback. Oh, no. Wow, you had that fast, Alex Teicher. You had that fast.
Well, band's in town. They were in town last night. I know probably about 30 people that went to that show.
Last song of the night, everybody. If you need a quarterback,
it's 2 a.m. We're going bowling.
You know, the more I drink, and the closer it gets to closing time, the prettier the quarterbacks get.
It's funny because it's true.
How about you? You want to go home with me, Gino? What?
It's broke.
One.
It's broke. It's broke. It's broke. It's broke. It's broke. It's broke.
But there was one move today when you talked about getting to something that matters. Jameis Winston will be a top 5 fantasy quarterback next year. Tampa Bay went out today and got Deshaun Jackson. Really?
Wow.
That's the last time I give your
Look at
happy-ass
that.
fantasy advice.
Look at
Tyson.
that.
Yeah? No, what's going to happen this fall when you are going to go, hey, so I got a question. I got Terrell Pryor, and I have Robbie Anderson. What do you guys think? Yeah, now go screw yourself.
Do I really
with
sound like that?
No, it just sounds better for the
okay.
radio. Yeah, it just sounds better.
I'll just tweet you.
Yeah, block Alex Teicher. Deshaun Jackson, long rumored to go to Tampa Bay. He's there now. You talk about Lob City. Now, with Mike Evans and Deshaun Jackson, you're going to get every other game, you're going to get an, oh, by the way, 85-yard touchdown, where Winston just chucks it up and Jackson runs by everybody. He's 30 years old. He's got at least another 2 or 3 good years left.
As long as those
This
hamstrings
year,
hold up.
And being healthy is the key for Deshaun Jackson. But now, can you double Mike Evans? It's going to be hard to. It's going to be hard to do. You get a lot of speed on the other side of the field. Jameis Winston, we've shown his talent. Look, he's a knucklehead, and he's a tough guy to root for, but reality is reality. When it comes to fantasy, nobody cares. I don't care what a guy does. I want him as my quarterback.
Is he active? I'm in.
He'll be a top 5 fantasy quarterback next year. This addition of Deshaun Jackson, this is a huge thing for Winston. He's going to beat that guy. If you're looking for somebody, who's that quarterback that's going to rise up? It's Jameis Winston. Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. Jason, Mike Harmon live from the Geico Studios. I thought we were going to hear John Bon Jovi there again at the end. Coming up next, we're going to go to Cleveland. The scene of the biggest story of the day in sports. Brock Osweiler traded from the Texans to the Cleveland Browns. It happened. It's real. And we're there. Coming up next. Put a lighter up, everybody. Fox.
The NFL free agency is here! The NFL free agency is here! Get all the latest. Right here. Right now. On Fox Sports Radio.
If you're single and not dating on Match, then listen up. Match is not only number 1 in first dates, but second dates, too. In fact, they've surveyed over 5,000 U.S. singles to get the top tips and advice when it comes to dating in 2017. Here we go. You want to impress a first date? Put your phone away. 45% of singles would be turned on if you visibly turned off your phone during a date. This is my issue, but the Mets are on it. It's like the 8th inning, and they're going to the bullpen. Millennials are 270% more likely than other generations to be turned on by someone who is binge-watching the same TV shows like Stranger Things or OA. Singles flirt everywhere, but flirting at the bar, in the laundromat, or at the gym are the most successful. I like to just say, hey, can I fold your clothes? Oh, see, now I get to, I don't know, but I would like to fold your clothes. Dating can be difficult, so if you're not using Match, you're missing out. Start searching and connecting for free today at Match.com. That's Match.com, Match.com, MATCH.com.
Truckers, you can't afford to make a blind guess when it comes to your career. At Schneider, we're committed to helping you get answers and achieve your career goals. Start at SchneiderJobs.com. An easy zip code job search. 150-plus career-focused blog posts. Details on recruiting events throughout the country. Call a recruiter. Set up job alerts. Connect with other drivers on social media and more. All at SchneiderJobs.com. Make an informed decision about your driving career at SchneiderJobs.com.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Changes in Washington are not only affecting the nation's economy, but your family's as well. Quicken Loans can show you how to take cash out of your home to pay off credit card debt or invest in home improvements. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%. APR 4.35%. Call 800-QUICKEN today or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie. Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
A message from DAV to all returning veterans. Thank you. Thank you for doing your duty. Thank you for doing our bidding. Thank you for laying it all on the line. Thank you for stepping up and not backing down. Thank you for putting your future on hold to put our enemies on notice. Thank you for putting your buddies' lives ahead of your own. Thank you for putting yourself in harm's way. Thank you for defending our freedom, for displaying your honor. for being a hero, even though you don't want to be called one. For all this and more, DAV thanks you. And we're here to help you. Expert DAV advisors will make sure you get the health, disability, and financial benefits you were promised and earned. If you're a veteran, visit DAV.org for free help. And again, thank you.
Come on, smile. Oh, honey, he's still not smiling.
Maybe he's not a smiler.
Yeah, maybe he's just not a happy baby.
Maybe he's just being a boy.
Or maybe he's teething.
Maybe it's just a phase.
Maybe he has autism, and we can definitely do something to help.
Maybe is all you need to find out more about autism. No big, joyful smiles by 6 months is one early sign. Learn the others at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch snuggling, ball chasing, face licking, and of course companionship. Now let's see him in action. Look how he makes eye contact with his person. That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive, and now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance so common with this group.
But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Mary's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
A message from the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio, 1330 The Fan.
Are you a chronic flipper? Do your fingers hurt from pushing those buttons from channel to channel? Do you have blisters on your index finger and thumb? Well, if you do, my friend, we have the cure. No, it's not Valtrex. It's Fox Sports Radio. Here at Fox Sports Radio, you'll get the best in sports and entertainment. So chop off your fingers, but leave the middle and put that chronic flipping behind you.
3, 2, 1.
You may need some time away, but never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd.
Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd
on FS1.
To absorb his contract. Holy cow. Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. 30 years ago today, the Joshua Tree. In the face! Released. Making every single member of my class so incredibly happy. Because everybody loved U2. Because they were deep and they meant things. And they wore pea coats. And, oh, I love U2. Everybody was a U2 guy. I'm the only hair metal guy. What about Poison? What about U2 is
going on
U2.
tour. Actually, U2's on tour, but Poison's going on tour as well.
Poison will be touring long after U2 is gone. It will be
the unskinny bop for everyone.
It'll be Poison's kids touring. And TJ, no more talking dirty because we're on the radio. The big news of the day, of course, Brock Osweiler and his contract absorbed by the Cleveland Browns in a trade with the Houston Texans. The Browns also get a second-round pick and a sixth-round pick. They give back a fourth-round pick. So basically, they get Brock Osweiler, a second and a sixth, and all they do is give up a fourth. Now what? Joining us now on the hotline, no one better to break this down. He's been waiting all day for these next few minutes. Cleveland Browns insider, Kenny Rhoda, longtime Mr. Cleveland friend of the show. Kenny, we have to start with the obvious. J.R. Smith's coming back.
Yeah, right. Hey, when's the last time we're going to talk about the Browns doing something better than the Cavaliers on this show? Tell me the last time I was on your show when we are actually going to give credit to the Browns and question the Cavaliers as they lost their third in a row tonight as J.R. Smith came back, couldn't throw it in the ocean. But that's okay. He'll be fine come playoff time. But the Browns outdid the Cavaliers today with their free agent signings and then the trade for Brock Osweiler, which I don't know if he stays. They trade him. I don't know who would want him. If they release him, what the hell do they do? I don't know what they're going to do with him and his $16 million contract, but at least they got a second-round pick for the headache that is Brock Osweiler next year, and they add that to their haul of draft picks from this year and next year.
Here's my thing, Kenny, is that looking at the Osweiler trade, look, I love, remaking the offensive line, going the Dallas Cowboys model of if we have a good offensive line, anything else can happen for us. We're going to do that. I like that part of it. But they went out and got Osweiler. And here's my point. They have $108 million in salary cap room. And the general consensus defending the Browns today was, well, they're going to have a tough time spending all that money. You know what? I could be the GM of the Browns, and I could have said, oh, you have trouble? Hey, we can get Alshon Jeffrey. Let's give him $20 million for next year. He's coming to Cleveland instead of going to Philadelphia. Oh, yeah, great. Let's get Alshon Jeffrey. I just can't believe they're crying, oh, we have so much money we can't spend it. If you overspend, everybody's going to come because you're giving them money. That's how the NFL, it's how the NBA, it's how all sports work.
Without question. You look at Zeitler, however you pronounce his name. He's coming here. They made him the richest guard in the NFL, and it weakens a team in their division. And he comes to a 1-15 team. Why? Because they overpaid him. They have this money, and really, that's what you have to do. If I call them the Harvard hierarchy, Sashi Brown, Paul DePodesta, Andrew Barry, those guys, they realize that in order to get somebody's attention, to consider Cleveland after a 1-15 season and no true quarterback, even though they made this trade, they're going to have to overpay guys like Batonio to stick around, Kenny Britt to come here, Treader they pick up from Green Bay. If he can stay healthy as their center, he's better than the human turnstile, Cam Irving, who they drafted a couple of years ago. So they improved their offensive line. I don't know if they improved their quarterback position. Let's call it a wash with Britt and Terrell Pryor, because their numbers were, 5 yards off, I think, from last year, just over 1,000 yards. So now the question is, what do they do next? Where do they go from here? Do they keep Osweiler and give him a chance to battle for the starting job? Or do they go out in the draft and take Myles Garrett 1, but then try and get a quarterback at 12, depending on if it's Trubisky or Watson? Or is this all done to try and go get Jimmy Garoppolo from the New England Patriots? Because rumor has it that if the price is right, Bill Belichick will be willing to trade the future Hall of Famer, as they're making him out to be, for what they're asking for him, Jimmy Garoppolo. And I was on my show today begging the Browns, please don't give in with 2 first-round picks to Bill Belichick and the Patriots for a guy that started 2 games in the NFL, and you look back at Ryan Mallett, Matt Castle, and Brian Hoyer, and that's all I need to know about backups coming from the New England Patriots.
Let's see, Tennessee, Baltimore, and San Francisco, those destinations for those quarterbacks. But if you're New England, why give them away? Because you see how pathetic on the large scale the quarterbacking crop is. Nobody that's any good gets to free agency, and if you're staring down at Cleveland and they've got 22 picks, you want a bunch of them. I would, I wouldn't budge a bit.
Not at all. Think about this. If you're Belichick and if Cleveland's in love with Garoppolo, come on, you remember when you were in high school, you'd do pretty much anything to get a date with that girl, right? You buy her a necklace, flowers. You buy lunch for a month for her and carry her book. You do whatever it took to see if she'd go out with you. Well, the Browns, if they're that in love with Garoppolo and Belichick gets that feel, he's going to ask for, a couple of first-rounders, maybe a third round. And so it all comes down to beauty in the eye of the beholder. How much do the Browns, if they truly do love Jimmy Garoppolo, how much do they love him? Do they love him to give up number 12 this year and a second-rounder next year? Do they love him so much they'd be willing to give up the first pick in this year's draft? I saw one story about that, and I just nearly threw up in my mouth even considering that. So for me, I'm not a Garoppolo guy. If they want, let's see, he was drafted in the second round at number 62. I start there, maybe move up a little bit and say I'll give you 2 or 3 second-round picks for him, but you ain't getting my first, my 12th, or my first next year, because the Browns are going to suck this year, and that pick's going to be in the top 5 as well.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. Jason, Mike Harmon talk with Mr. Cleveland, Kenny Rhoda, Sports Talk host, 3 to 7 p.m. afternoon drive on 1480 WHBC in Ohio. Now, let me throw this scenario at you that could have solved everything, and I want to know why this didn't happen.
All right.
Instead of Osweiler, let's go back, if I had a Hermione Granger time turner from Harry Potter, and I could go back to 3 hours before you make the trade for Osweiler. Why don't the Browns, or maybe they did, and I don't know, but why didn't the Browns just call the Redskins and go, hey, we'll give you the number 1 pick. Give us Kirk Cousins. Why was that something that wasn't really discussed?
We don't know if they kicked the tires on that one, if they put their toes in the water on that one or not.
Who are they calling? Wait a minute, that's the problem. Who was picking up the phone?
You're calling Daniel Snyder. You have to call Daniel Snyder. Yeah.
Absolutely, because we know he runs everything just like Jerry does in Dallas.
Yeah,
and
I'm not calling Jay Gruden.
I'll tell you what, if Kyle Shanahan were still here, but he's not, nice job in the Super Bowl in the fourth quarter, by the way, Kyle Shanahan. But if he were here, maybe he'd go and make that call and try and get Kirk Cousins. But he's not now. He's the head coach in San Fran. Instead, he went and got Brian Hoyer, and we'll see if they're going to draft one of the rookie quarterbacks. But we don't know if Sashi's Browns made that call to Washington to see if he was available. Mike Glennon was the best free agent quarterback on the market, in my opinion, and the Bears went out and picked. Now, it wasn't a great quarterback market, let's be honest, but the best of the best or the best of the worst, my bad, you take him. But now the Browns, do they keep RG3 and Brock Osweiler and Cody Kessler? Maybe they have 13 quarterbacks in camp and see, who looks best behind this new rebuilt offensive line, or they go out and they get the local kid, Mitchell.
Yeah, right.
He changed his name
Very
now.
good.
Tony Dorsett, Mitch Trubisky, Mitchell Trubisky, whatever. Maybe they go and get the local kid from Mentor, Ohio, who's used to playing in this weather, and keep Osweiler for a year, or RG3 for a year, and then turn it over to him. It's going to be fun to see what they do. They have 22 picks over the next two drafts. They've got, in this year's draft, 5 of the top 65. And so, for me, the first 3 picks in this draft for them, they have to get starters. 1, 12, and 33. They must get starters, and maybe one of them will be a quarterback. So we'll see what they have up their sleeve with all their draft picks, 11 this year, 11 next year, and 5 of the top 65 this year, and 5 of the top 70 next year.
He is at the Kenny Rhoda, 1480 WHBC in Ohio. No one better than Mr. Cleveland. Kenny, as always, appreciate it. And if the Browns sign Geno Smith in the next 2 hours, we'll call you back.
Please do. I would love to talk about slinging Geno, all right?
See you, buddy. Have fun.
See you, Kenny.
All right, guys. See you. Bye.
There goes Kenny Rhoda right there. Boy, you think about that quarterback room. It's going to be RG3 and Brock Osweiler. Why not bring in Sanchez, get Geno Smith, bring in Tebow? Why not?
You know, I had a bunch of stuff to do early this afternoon. Mm-hmm. I really wish I could have just kicked my feet up and listened to some Cleveland sports talk after that went down.
Twitter at How About a Fresca, the Jason Smith Show. Jason Mike Harmon from the Geico Studios. Coming up in 1 minute, you want to know who the Sacramento Kings and New York Knicks are in the NFL? Well, after today, that has become really clear. We'll tell you who the worst franchise in the NFL is in a minute. But first, this is what's trending.
2 upsets in the Big 12 quarterfinals action in Kansas City saw Kansas go down to TCU, 85-82 win for the Horned Frogs, and also an upset, bubble team K-State topping 9th-ranked Baylor 70-64. So the Wildcats strengthened their case for the NCAA tournament. 10th-ranked Louisville is out of the ACC, losing in the quarterfinals to Duke 81-77 Blue Devils. Xavier upset 18th-ranked Butler 62-57 in the Big East quarterfinals. In the NFL, defensive tackle Brandon Williams, now the highest-paid nose tackle in the NFL, a 5-year, $54 million deal with the Ravens. Texans traded quarterback Brock Osweiler to the Browns. Bears released Jay Cutler and signed Mike Glennon to a 3-year deal. The Eagles signed a pair of receivers, Alshon Jeffrey and Torrey Smith. Deshaun Jackson inks a 3-year deal with the Buccaneers. I'm Deb Carson.
We are Buckhorns.
I feel like getting freaky.
You thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the herd.
Awesome!
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The herd.
Catch the herd on FS1.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. Jason Mike Harmon, live from the Geico Studios, where 15 minutes can save you 15% or more in car insurance. More info, visit geico.com. Well, you want to know who the worst franchise in the NFL is? Who's the biggest mess? Because now there's an easy answer. Easy. Who? Easy.
They fired Jed York yet?
Who is it?
Hey, made a phone call. Trent Baalke on the way out. Hey, I'm getting fired. Just thought I'd do an interview while I'm walking out with my stuff, everybody.
Then he yelled, King Kong got nothing on me.
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere.
The Niners are bad. I will give you that.
Are they on the medal stand?
I would say on the medal stand, one of the top 3 worst. Ooh, the Raiders have righted themselves, so they'd be off that list.
Yeah, they're not there anymore. Jets are around there.
Yeah, the Jets are there. The Browns
are circling there.
Oh, the Bears with Glennon, sure.
It's not Glennon. It's the body of work, Jason. It's not one signing.
The Rams are right there. I don't know if.
But they got rid of Jeff Fisher though.
But they still have Jared Goff.
But they might be bringing Eric Dickerson back to a place of prominence in the organization.
We'll give Eric the football a few times a game.
No, that's when you say they still have Jared Goff. See, we were running a bid.
I'm a grown-ass man.
We still
that
have
is
Jared
right.
Goff. But the worst, biggest mess franchise in the NFL that I would steer clear from like a mushroom cloud was emanating from its facilities are the Washington Redskins. Think about the last week for Washington and what's going on. They decide to franchise Kirk Cousins. They still don't know if they want the guy long term. And now he's pissed off. Now he wants a trade. He said today, I'll sign my tender, but I want to be traded. Because obviously you don't believe in me. I want to go someplace else for a team who believes in me. Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco.
You want to cue up the Duff McKagan, Believe in Me, and play that in the background?
Hey, sorry, but we signed Hoyer, so we're kind of good. Sorry about that, Kirk. So you have taken a quarterback who you're not sure you want to keep around long term, who has done good things for your team, and now you've alienated him while keeping him on the roster for one more year. So that's just Kirk Cousins. That's number one. You've allowed 2,000-yard wide receivers from last year to walk away in free agency. See you guys. Thanks for coming. Bye, Pierre. Bye. See you. See you in the shot. See you. Bye. See you guys. Boys, we're gonna struggle now.
But there's a lot of young guys, and you're hoping that Jordan Reed plays more than 4 or 5 games.
Mm-hmm. He'll play 3 games, get hurt, and then and Jordan Reed comes back. And then your general manager, Scott McCloughan, who was stripped of all the power he had with the organization. The soap opera that began with his not being with the team because, as the team said, he was dealing with a family tragedy, the death of his grandmother. His grandmother died nearly a month ago. But he's not around the team. He's not appearing with the team for anything, and the Redskins don't say anything about him. Yet the last couple of days, we get video of him in the greater D.C. area wearing Redskins gear, walking his dog. Then there was video of him in the same Redskins gear the next day shopping at Whole Foods. What's going on? Anytime the Redskins were asked about Scott McCloughan, they would say, no, we don't know. He's not. We're focused on free agency. During this time, McCloughan's wife tweets out a picture of her hand, which has 2 Super Bowl rings on it from when McCloughan was a scout and a front office executive with a couple of other teams, most recently the Seattle Seahawks. She tweets out, these things are hard to get. Insiders say that picture really pissed off the Redskins. And now we find out today McCloughan is fired, and the excuse coming out of Redskins Park is that McCloughan had a relapse into his alcohol problems that have plagued him throughout his life. This was something that was well documented, and in recent interviews, or interviews like a year or so ago, McCloughan basically said, I'm drinking less. I haven't stopped drinking, but I'm drinking less. I think it was an ESPN The Magazine interview in which he said, I'm drinking less, but I'm not drinking as much now, which is kind of weird. If you have a problem with alcohol, drinking a little bit's not going to help you curtail your problem. And then some insiders actually said today, after McCloughan gets fired, going back to the end of the season, we predicted that they would use drinking as an excuse to can Scott McCloughan, and that's exactly what happened today. Mike Jones from the Washington Post tweeted that out, that he predicted way back they're going to use that excuse to get rid of him. And now that's what they've done. They've fired Scott McCloughan. You tell me, is that an organization you want to go play for, that you want to go coach for, that you want anything to do with? I think Redskins fans want to go back to the old days when it was just, people just hated our nickname. At least Daniel Snyder could deal with that. It's free publicity for us. Now it's you don't even know what's happening. You don't even know what direction the team wants to go in. They don't have a GM. They don't know what they want to do with their quarterback, and they've pissed him off. And they let two good receivers walk out the door with no replacements. Are you trying to win? It's like, I don't know if you can get fired from being an owner, but it's like Daniel Snyder's trying to get fired from being an owner, that the other NFL owners would get together and go, yeah, this is such a horrible job, we're firing you. I don't get it. This organization is a complete mess from top to bottom.
Well, they're starting to rival the top stories of the NBA over the last couple of months with all of the madness that's going on. A month ago, you had Chris Cooley on ESPN 980 wondering aloud about McGloin and whether he was drinking again and why he wasn't meeting with the media and why they weren't getting information. And then you go through the combine and everything else. It was just a holding pattern. And you're wondering what the organization is doing. And for Daniel Snyder, who's always kept everybody at arm's length, saying, I'm going to do it myself anyway, it just took it to another level, right? It was always, you at least still had football guys that were in the process and were the outward face when it came to, actually doing the jobs, unlike Jerry Jones, who, for all intents and purposes, until Steven took over, was holding all those hats. Daniel Snyder at least still had guys that were figureheads, if nothing else. And here he was running the show solo, which I think is why you have such a gaping hole when it comes to communication with Kirk Cousins, is that you've got an angry owner because he can't beat anybody. Everything he's tried to throw up against the wall in terms of turning the franchise into its once proud form has failed. And now he gets to take it out on a GM, and it's really ugly that this is the turn it takes.
Oh.
Just say the guy wasn't getting the job done. In two years, you couldn't see eye to eye. Because this is the guy Kirk Cousins has been dealing with for 2 years, McGloin, if the actual job functions matched up with the descriptions. So you've got an untenable situation. We'll see if this gets litigated or if the league has to step in some way as this information gets out, because it's just a huge, terrible look in one of the biggest markets in the game.
This makes the Kings and the Knicks look like the Spurs and the Patriots, the way they conduct their business.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, well.
Now, the Lakers?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
you got to keep them in the mix. You can't
right.
push them out. They're part of that triad of misery.
Vladdy and his cigarette showing up in Washington. If you think a train will stop if it sees your car on the tracks, you're right, it will about a mile after it hits you. Stop, because trains can't. The Jason Smith Show, Fox Sports Radio, foxsportsradio.com, and iHeartRadio. Don't forget, you can download our podcast after every show. Go to iTunes. It goes up pretty much right after the show is over. Listen to the show in its entirety. Rate it. Give us 5 stars. We will love you forever and ever and ever and ever again. iTunes right after the show. Get it right there, and you can listen to all of the auditory pleasure that we bring to you. Coming up next, what is next? Make a left. Oh, Tony, you're trying to get to Houston. Oh, make another left. What is next for Tony Romo, the soap opera that just won't stop? It's pretty easy, and we'll tell you. Fox.
Flip the script. Make a U-turn.
You want to mess with the best?
Take me outside. How about that?
We're taking on everyone.
You got knocked up out, man.
Ooh, that hurt.
On your smartphone, in the car, outside, inside, we don't give a bring it, because you know who we are.
You know how to find me, homie.
Fox Sports Radio.
Great performances just don't happen. Shooting under par, going 4 for 4 at the plate, or keeping your car running at its peak. They all start with getting in shape. That's why AutoZone carries the right supplies to keep your engine at its best. Right now, you can get a great deal on Autolite Iridium XP spark plugs to help restore lost fuel economy and overall engine performance. So visit your local AutoZone and get your car in shape for the season. Visit AutoZone.com today and find an AutoZone store near you. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
ADT presents What to Consider When Considering Home Security. An ADT sign is more than a sign. It's a line in the sand. On one side, your family. On the other, an uncertain world.
For over 140 years, more people have chosen ADT to help prevent crime than anyone else. Get ADT starting at just $28.99 a month.
Tested, trusted, proven ADT.
With 36-month contract for licensing and terms and conditions, visit ADT.com.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing. Bottom line, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ag Council.
You must be your fairy godmother. Yes.
It doesn't take a fairy godmother to tell you that the right fit means everything.
Good heavens, child. You can't go in that.
Children under 4'9" need to be in a booster seat because they aren't ready for adult safety belts alone. Many parents miss the important step of booster seats.
Maybe you better explain things to him.
Booster seats raise your child up so that a safety belt designed for adults will fit and protect them properly.
Oh, that does make a difference.
Remember that 4'9" is the magic number, and get your little pumpkin there safely in a booster seat.
Hop in, my dear. Oh, thank you.
And like Cinderella, you can live happily ever after.
It's like a dream. A wonderful dream come true.
For more information, visit boosterseat.gov. This has been a message from the U.S. Department of Transportation and the Ad Council.
Listen to this. This is Steve Gorman Sports.
Steve Gorman Sports. If you want to have a quick spring training update, it helps to have a football player involved. Tim Tebow.
Love it.
2 strikeouts.
Not bad.
Hit into a double play.
Nah, not great.
Kind of screwed up on the bases.
Yeah, he got doubled up. He got hit by a pitch.
He did lean into one. He did get hit by a pitch.
And he had words with the ump today.
What words? Bless you? What? I mean,
he probably said something like, "You look like you didn't comb your hair this morning." Just something like that's about as bad as he could go. Lowe's.
I disagree with the call, but I fully respect that you know more about the game than I do, sir.
Exactly.
As he huffed and chuffed his way back to the dugout.
Come on, what's wrong with Tebow at spring training? I love it. But he's a mascot. What's wrong with that? He's a mascot for the Mets.
There's some kid that loves baseball.
No, there's not. No, there's not. No, there's not. You're wrong on that.
Steve Gorman Sports.
That's a good way to cap it.
Weekdays at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Yeah, hi. I'd like to report a bear sighting.
Location?
In the forest, near the side of the road.
No need for alarm, sir. The forest is where bears live.
But this was no ordinary bear.
No ordinary bear?
Yeah, 1 second I'm having a smoke taken into view. Next thing I know, I am face to face with Smokey Bear.
Let me guess, Smokey had a tip for you.
He did. He must have seen me toss my cigarette on the ground. He told me never to do that because it only takes 1 spark to start a wildfire.
He's a smart bear. Did you know that 9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans? That means 9 out of 10 wildfires can be prevented.
That's what Smokey said. I had no idea.
That's why Smokey's famous, and you're not.
Good point.
Get your Smokey on. If you see someone in danger of starting a wildfire, step in and make a difference, because 9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans. Brought to you by Smokey Bear, the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. Only you can prevent wildfires.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
It's the best sports talk on your radio.
What's the poll question?
No poll question tonight, but I could.
And it goes down with the names you trust.
Check this out.
Colin Cowherd, Dan Patrick, Clay Travis, Rich Eisen, Steve Gorman, Ben Maller, Jason Smith, JT the Brick, and many, many more.
I'm going to leave that one alone.
Our lineup, you understand, kicks the crap out of any other lineup. This is Fox Sports Radio.
FS.
Want to catch Colin Cowherd?
FS what?
Come find me.
FS what? Catch the Herd weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific
On FS what?
The Herd.
Catch the Herd
On FS what?
Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. Jason, Mike Harmon. What does it mean when Geico says just 15 minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance? It means you should go on to geico.com 15 minutes ago. A big day in NFL free agency, but one of the big dominoes, the two big stories outside of Brock Osweiler, which we'll get back into coming up in 10 minutes. What's going to happen with Jay Cutler? What's going to happen with Tony Romo? The only team to contact Jay Cutler has been the New York Jets.
I would have a Cutler Jets jersey on my back so fast. Just to torment you.
I don't know what
every
I'm
Monday and Thursday through football season.
He's a weapon.
There's certain times. Shut up, Bill Belichick. This has nothing to do with you. There's certain times in my life.
Well, if Jay Cutler goes to the Jets, it sure as hell does.
You can imagine what the pick six pool for the DBs is going to be in New England. Oh, we're playing Cutler. Who's going to get the pick six? No, I'm putting 20 in for me. No, I'm putting 50 in for me. That's how it's going to go. But there's certain times in my life where I feel like, you know what? Some big decision in sports that normally I am polarized on one side or the other, I just realize whatever happens, I will deal with it. And that's how I feel about Cutler, because I don't know what I'm rooting for, because he's an upgrade, because we don't have anything. He doesn't fit with what we're doing, so there's that. He throws a lot of picks, and there's that. If we get him, okay. You know, Cutler's free now. The Bears signing Mike Glennon earlier today. If they don't get him, okay, that's great too. We'll rebuild without Jay Cutler. Really, whatever. It's like I found religion. You know, hey, whatever happens, man, I'm good, dude. Whatever happens with Cutler, I like him, and I'm good, man.
It's not a bad life philosophy.
That's all it is.
That you're trying to undertake here on, what is it, March the 9th from the Geico Studios.
Yeah.
You're just saying, whatever happens, happens.
Ah, dude, whatever, man.
You want to start
Ride the
singing
wave.
Que Sera, Sera while you're at it?
The Lisa version? Que Sera, lost in emotion. You know the crush I had on Lisa when I was 17? Oh, was she hot. Telling me things I really should have known. Baby, really?
What are you doing?
You don't know Lost in
Don't
Emotion?
do that.
You don't know I was trying to dance like her.
No, it was awful.
I was shaking my shoulders like
that
Lisa.
was so wrong on so many levels.
I was shimmying. You don't know that song?
No.
You know
Happily,
that
I missed that.
I'm lost in emotion.
Are the backup singers going to a deep... That's a good bass line.
This is a song.
Why are you encouraging this?
Hit the beat now. You still don't know the song? Really?
I'm going to claim no.
Yeah.
I know that line, but the rest of it, eh.
All right. Look up pictures of Lisa circa 19...
I'm just going to happily say...
1987.
I'm not doing that in the Geico
3-hour dance
studios.
party,
HR is
man.
going to be down here
3-hour
like stink
dance
on a
party.
monkey.
You know that I'm lost. So I'm okay.
This is terrible.
I'm okay. I didn't say it was great. It was popular.
But you remember it. Things like that
song.
are that bad, I'm able to just grab out of my brain, and I hit a big J into the waste paper basket here. From downtown.
There's lots of worse songs than this, I remember.
That you remember?
Yeah, I remember. Look up, trust me, Lisa, 1987. You will never forget her. Oh. Tight shirt?
Whoa.
My hand's
Lost in
Harmon's
emotion.
clearly never been to a bar mitzvah.
So I've accepted Jay Cutler.
As your new old dark Lord.
Do you accept Jay Cutler into your life as your savior? Yes, I do. I accept Jay Cutler. Like religion. I've accepted whatever it is, I've accepted it. But
I'm
Tony
very, very
Romo,
excited
shut
about
up, Tim. Just play outfield tomorrow and don't strike out 3 times.
Too far.
Romo is the big domino now because the Texans have started to play hardball with the Cowboys. The Cowboys are not just going to cut Tony Romo. They realize, we got a bidding war here. We're going to try to get something for him. Broncos and Texans, those are the only 2 teams. They're the only 2 ones. And the Texans played the first trump card by saying, we're not trading for him. You cut him, we'll take him. We're not trading for him. This now, the Cowboys have to figure out their next move because this now hurts their bargaining position with the Denver Broncos. Because the Broncos say, we're bargaining against ourselves now. That 4th-round pick, and I say this, that 4th-round pick is now a 5th. Or that 5th-round pick is now a 6th-round pick. Because who else? They said they're not doing it. Go ahead. We'll wait you out. John Elway's got a first-round quarterback that's got to play at some point. I'll wait you out. You want to wait until June 1st and cut Tony Romo? We will wait you out. Dallas went from being in a position of strength to now they're on their heels, and they're going to have to make a decision because you can have a bidding war with two teams. You can't have a bidding war with one team. Now the next move for the Cowboys is the big thing, but they have lost their advantage right now.
Yeah, but the trade of Brock Osweiler at least gave us a Jim Ross, by God, it's Pete Rose kind of moment in this NFL free agency day one. So for the Broncos, as you say, you've got Paxton Lynch, you have a tradable chip in Trevor Siemian. So they've got ample moves that could still be made, and we've seen them be creative come draft day and making deals as well, so they can always go down that well ahead of June 1st.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. Jason, Mike Harmon, live from the Geico Studios. 877-99 on Fox, 877-996-6369, or get it on Twitter at How About a Fresca. Coming up next, while Harmon peruses the internet for pictures of Lisa, we'll tell you exactly what the Browns did by trading for Brock Osweiler. And it ain't what you think. Next, Fox.
We are Fox Sports!
As a sports fan, you have to have a lot of confidence in your team. That they'll call the right play, draft the right guy, hire the right coach, design the right logo. When it comes to buying a car, how much confidence do you have that you're getting the right price? At TrueCar, they show you real pricing on actual inventory from a TrueCar certified dealer in your area. And these aren't just any dealers. TrueCar certified dealers are a network of car sellers committed to transparency that offers competitive prices and an all-around better buying experience. You can even work directly with a TrueCar certified dealer to establish a fair price before you even show up on the lot. You need more confidence? TrueCar customers, on average, save over $3,000 off MSRP for new car purchases. $3,000. So when you're ready to buy a new or even a used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Learn more at TrueCar.com. That's TrueCar.com, 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 TrueCar.com.
Honey, the train is backed up again. I thought we just had this fixed.
Again? I was told we should have just called Great Lakes Sewer and Drain. They would have done it right the first time, and we wouldn't have this problem.
Then call them. I am sick of this backing up.
Even the smallest backup in your home or office can be a disaster. Whether it's your kitchen sink, toilet, or main sewer line, Great Lakes Sewer and Drain knows how to get the job done right the first time. They're Erie's #1 full-service sewer and drain care specialist, and they are proud of the work that they do, and they know you will be too. The only thing that Great Lakes Sewer and Drain leaves behind after solving your issues is a happy customer. Great Lakes Sewer and Drain. Call 454-5921. That's 454-5921. Or go to GreatLakesSewer.com for more information. Great Lakes Sewer and Drain. Done right the first time.
Corporal John Vale was injured on patrol in Kuwait.
The truck flipped. The vehicle landed on me. I realized I can't move my legs. I'm looking for one person, one contact that can help me.
When John arrived at the VA, there was someone. Stephen Bush of Paralyzed Veterans of America. He helped John with his claim and became his advocate to get him back into life.
When I approach someone that's newly injured, I want them to feel comfortable that they're not alone.
For over 65 years, Paralyzed Veterans of America, through their National Service Officers, has helped hundreds of thousands of veterans get the care and benefits they've earned. And their service is free to America's veterans and their families. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at pva.org. Paralyzed Veterans of America, changing lives, building futures.
This is Joey Logano, driver of NASCAR number 22 Discount Tire Car. You know something? You and I aren't all that different. I drive a car, you drive a car. My car has tires, your car has tires. I may be going just a little faster than you each weekend, but we both need to keep those tires properly inflated to stay safe. So be tire smart and do your part. Check your tire pressures once a month and before every long journey.
Visit BeTireSmart.org. A message from the Rubber Manufacturers Association.
When I grow up,
I want to be a new pair of blue jeans. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer. Warm place on a cold day. I want to be a bike that races around the country. I want to be a bench on a forest trail. When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
It's the fellas, Anthony Gargano and 3-time Pro Bowler Lincoln Kennedy.
I know today is all about three-pointers and shooting the three, and I was going to ask you about the three ball. I hate it. Would you move the line back?
I would. I would move it back.
There is such a thing where it feels like there's too many threes. I think the three needs to be in the game, but it's just like the league is turned over. And that's why we talk about analytics and utilizing the three, and it makes the mid-range game obsolete.
True.
And so, but the minute you start shooting the ball with the propensity which they shoot it from beyond the arc, the mid-range game's dead.
To me, there's nothing more discouraging than seeing 7-footers shoot threes.
Gargano and Kennedy, the fellas. Pay attention. Saturday mornings at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Store. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
Well, the Dallas Cowboys still have not released nor traded Tony Romo yet. More NFL in a moment, but we've had a couple of upsets in the Big 12. Top-ranked Kansas losing to TCU in the quarterfinals of the Big 12 tournament. 85-82 Horned Frogs with the upset win. Bubble-team Kansas State. They upset 9th-ranked Baylor 70-64. Xavier upset 18th-ranked Butler 62-57 in the Big East quarterfinals. 21st-ranked Virginia lost to number 22 Notre Dame 71-58, Fighting Irish with the win. 10th-ranked Louisville out of the ACC quarterfinals. They lost to 14th-ranked Duke 81-77. Meanwhile, in the NFL, defensive tackle Brandon Williams, now the highest-paid nose tackle in the NFL, 5 years, $54 million. The Texans traded Brock Osweiler to the Browns. I'm Deb Carson.
It's a gauntlet of speed, chaos, and destruction. Hammer down now, come on. When racing's biggest names visit fabulous Las Vegas for the next race of the 2017 NASCAR season. Don't miss the thrill Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox. It's the Jason Smith Show.
So much fun it should be illegal.
That covers you from coast to coast. One guy's from New York.
I've actually started my own line of Geno Smith erotic fiction.
One guy's from Chicago.
I'm all about the Bears. About the Bears. No, Tressman.
And they broadcast the show from Los Angeles.
Hey, turn the Lakers off. There's a car chase on.
Whoa! He's out. He's trying to run. Oh, he's trying to carjack somebody.
Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios with Michael Harmon, here's Jason Smith.
Final hour of the show, the Jason Smith Show. Jason, Mike Harmon live from the Geico studios. Call 1-800-947-AUTO and find out how much you can save on auto insurance. As Mike Harmon is finished watching the Lisa and Cult Jam fave, Lost in Emotion. Can you see now why I had a big Lisa thing when I was a kid?
Yeah, I just wish you would have forgotten the song.
I mean, well, that was her big song, was Lost in Emotion.
No, but I'm lost in a glass case of emotion.
She also
Milk was a bad idea.
No, it's not.
Oh, Baxter.
Her other song was All Cried Out. But I'm all cried out over him. You know that one?
No.
Come on. How do you not know Lisa? You're only a couple of years younger than I am. You know this with the piano and everything? 5 o'clock on a Sunday morning. Harmon's getting up to do a show with Dan Beyer. I'm sleeping. I mean, I made up the lyrics for you.
I was going to say, that was... Should have gotten her instead of the encyclopedia, the sports almanac from Back to the Future. Here, predict me some winners.
I had Lisa on March 7th for the Jason Smith Show. I win the odd off-the-rails prize of the night.
A lot of hair.
Yeah, well, hair was big in the... I don't know why big hair ever went away. I'm such a fan of big hair. Texas and Jersey. That's where I need to go.
See, and then you can start singing Bon Jovi
I'll tell you,
songs again.
if you've ever wanted to go to Texas, sometimes just go to places in deep Jersey, and you will feel like you're in Texas. You don't need to. Don't go all the way deep into Jersey, and you'll feel like you're in Texas.
I go to Texas a couple of times.
Yeah, no, don't need to.
At least once a year.
Go to Jersey.
Yeah.
It's cheaper, and you'll stay somewhere for less money.
Okay.
But the big news of the day in the National Football League is we've been on free agent overload over the course of the night. Tonight we talked Kirk Cousins, Cutler, Simeon, the Eagles, the Rams, Deshaun Jackson, everything that went on today. Brock Osweiler is a Cleveland Brown, but for how long? In a stunner, which I know it's a stunner because every internet headline said stunner. Texans.
You know what you do after you see stunner? You start yelling, "Stone Cold! Stone Cold!" That was the finishing move.
The headline may as well have been, "Holy blank! Can you believe they actually traded Osweiler?" You thought
giant picture of Rick Smith. He's now on Mount Rushmore.
Stone Cold. He is the executive of the year in the NFL already.
Oh, it's done.
I was the guy that traded Brock Osweiler. You're also the guy that signed Brock Osweiler. Let's not talk about the past.
But he got a playoff appearance with no J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
So in the end, it doesn't look as bad as it could have. And he got to hit the reset button.
Go ahead, Golden Headphones.
I could have sworn you said GM of the year.
Yeah, okay.
No, this guy's going to Hall of Fame for this.
But he also signed
Osweiler.
Osweiler.
Gold jacket now.
And he also signed him.
Yeah, but he was able to get rid of him.
Yeah.
He showed that no matter how bad the situation, that's for Cleveland, that's for the Bears, that's for the Jets, that's for the Redskins. I can keep going.
Yeah,
all the bad organizations say you can hit the reset button.
Here's why you can't do that for Rick Smith. Here's why. Let's just say, Frostberg, you fell asleep on the couch one night and you left a bunch of food spilled on the floor and you got ants all over your apartment. Okay, so say last Tuesday when you fell asleep and you spilled all your Chinese food or whatever you were eating onto the ground and ants are all over your apartment. Okay? Why is that a spoiler alert?
It's part of the movie that I've been writing.
I got ants in TP's room. I got ants, Jerry. Ants. And then you get rid of them. Does your wife say, "Oh, great job getting rid of the ants," or does she go, "We wouldn't have had them if you didn't bring them in the first place"?
Oh, I'm going to go with B.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Thank you so much, babe, for cleaning them ants and getting rid of them. Yeah.
Yeah, but you brought...
No, we live in L.A. They're already here.
No. They would still have been in the walls if you didn't spill your food on the ground. You did it. You absolutely did it. You brought the ants in. There was nothing else. You brought the ants in. You got rid of them when nobody thought you could get rid of them, and you thought, well, we're going to have ants forever. No, you got rid of them, and I give you credit. But you also brought the ants in when the ants were perfectly fine not being in your apartment.
So what you're saying is that I am up for GM of the year.
Yes, but not the Hall of Fame. Not the GM Hall of Fame. Lolook,
that's the way to process things.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah, I mean,
he held up well under questioning.
Hey, you may fold under questioning. Brock Osweiler, here's the terms of the deal. Osweiler goes to the Browns. The Texans trade him in a $16 million salary for 2017, along with a second-round pick and a sixth-round pick. What do the Browns give up? A fourth-round pick. So the Browns get Osweiler, his salary, a second-round pick, and a sixth-round pick to give up a fourth-round pick. Right now, the plan is for the Browns to try to flip Osweiler and trade him someplace, which is not happening.
They're going to fix him up a little bit, and then they're going to flip him like a house.
Hey, now we can flip it. All right, there's only one sucker in the NFL that's going to trade for Brock. I say this, and the Jets will trade for him in 5 minutes. Keep hitting refresh at Jets.com. Hit refresh. It's either Cutler or Osweiler. Who's it going to be? So they're able to trade him, the Texans are, and get out of it, which is an awesome move. But for the Browns, they get Osweiler and his $16 million. They're going to just have to cut him, and they're going to absorb the $16 million salary. Why are they able to do this? Because they have $108 million in salary cap money. And suddenly, this was a bad thing. And I'm watching everybody today decide, well, today's my day to defend the Browns. I don't know about that. I like the offensive line moves, but I don't know. You saying you're having trouble spending $108 million? Really? You're an NFL team, and you were having trouble spending? No, you're not having trouble. You decided to go the Moneyball route with DePodesta and whatever else you're doing there, and it's stupid. Okay? Everybody spends money. Really, you're having trouble. First of all, if you don't like having $108 million to spend, it's your fault you had $108 million to spend. So you can't sit here and go, oh, well, we're out of that fix. No, you're not. Because you have $108 million, and you figure we're just going to absorb Brock Osweiler's contract and get a second-round pick. That's what it is. Because you're getting a second-round pick. You're trading a fourth, and you're getting a sixth, which is a guy that's probably not going to make your team. So you're getting a second but giving up a fourth. When all you could have done is this. You can't tell me teams have problems spending money. Because in the NFL, players chase the dollar more than any other sport. Because careers are shorter, and the guys want to bank as much money as they can. You're telling me I could be GM of the Browns, and I could have remade this team in a day.
With no training. Here's another one of those jobs Jason can do. We should make that a segment once a week.
Yeah.
Jobs Jason can do. And
GM
you just
of the
pick
Browns.
some random thing. It's not quite Mike Rowe where you have to get dirty, but you got to go do some jobs saying, I got absolutely no training. Let's get it on.
Joe Theismann would fight me to be GM of the Browns, though, because he wants to be GM of the Browns. But here's why. $108 million, something that's a bad thing. Teams that would kill themselves to have $108 million in salary cap money. You can't just decide, we're going to do this and grab draft picks. This is how you do it. This is how teams try to do it in baseball and Moneyball and the NBA. Draft picks are good as long as you hit on them. You're the Browns.
They have 22 of them.
Yes, that's great.
In the next 2 years.
But if you don't draft well, it doesn't matter how many you have. You could draft every pick in the first round if you don't draft the right guys, and clearly the Browns have not drafted the right guys. It doesn't matter how many picks you have.
Well, I'm going to send them my draft board.
Oh, good. Well, that would help them.
Do not screw up number one. Just draft Garrett now and be done with it. We're on the clock. We're not on the clock. We moved on.
But here's how I remake the Browns. $108 million. Oh, we're having trouble spending all of it. Really? You watched A.J. Boye today.
Yeah.
Leave the Texans to go to the Jacksonville Jaguars. The most highly sought-after player in free agency. Look, Jay Glazer was with us today and said, listen, there's two guys out there. The Browns got one of them, and Boye going to the Jaguars. There's not a lot of great talent out there in free agency. Why did he go? The Texans said it's $12 million a year for you, and that's our ceiling. That's it. We're not going past it. The Jaguars gave him $13 million a year, a little bit over 13.25, I think. So for an extra $1 million, $1 million, he decided, I could stay in Houston where I could maybe contend and go to the playoffs and be on a team that matters, or I can go suck in anonymity with the Jaguars, because that's what's going to happen. So for an extra $1 million, he chose the Jacksonville Jaguars. I could have come up with some kind of great offer for A.J. Boye. 13. How about if we gave you $18 million a year? Suddenly, guess who's a Cleveland Brown? Alshon Jeffrey, 1 year, $14 million with the Philadelphia Eagles. Hey, Alshon, how about 1 year and $20 million? Would you come play for the Browns? Oh, great. Then suddenly I got Boye, I got Jeffrey, and I'm remaking the team. This is how easy it is.
You have a money cannon like Steve Ballmer wants to have a hot dog gun. You need more money? And you're shooting.
My money cannon would sound a lot better than that. It wouldn't go. It would go. It would be one of those things.
No, because then if they're fat stacks, now you're bruising the guy you're trying to sign.
No, it would
sound needed to be a little less forceful, because the money, you just wanted to make it rain on the guy. You don't want it to hurt him.
Oh no, I want one of those Terry Crews guns from the Expendables, when he's just blowing through walls in the first one. You hear it in the back and everything.
Funny, he had one of those in Idiocracy as well.
Yeah, no, but it was a better one in the Expendables.
Oh, okay.
It was a better one there.
Yeah.
That's how easy it is to spend money. Don't tell me you can't spend money. In the NFL, guys chase the money because of the career length. They would go to the Browns. Alshon Jeffrey, he turned down more security with the Well, okay. He doesn't want to commit there for long. 1 year and $20 million. You can make $6 million
more. He's betting on
more
himself
here
to get healthy.
Right.
Watch the market change a little bit. Wide receiver money going up.
Bet on yourself for an extra $6 million. Why not? Boy, you want to go to the Jaguars? Listen, I get we'll have to give you more money because it's very sunny every day in Jacksonville, and in Cleveland it's not so much. You're going to have to deal with LeBron James. But instead of $13 million a year, what about $18 million? I mean, it's easy to spend that kind of money, and you spend it on the right guy.
By the way, Cleveland still had a roster spot after losing Bogut. That could have been one of the chips to play to get you to come there as well. But you look at Boye, I want to know the timing. Did they cap it saying we're not giving you more than 12? He leaves for Jacksonville, and then they make the trade of Osweiler. Then Rick Smith's throwing stuff through windows. Oh, man, now we got that money. We could have spent it.
Is that final? Is that final? No, we can have. But that's what people aren't taking into account. They say, "Oh, you have trouble spending it all." No, you're a bad GM.
No.
If you can't spend $108 million.
But that's the bigger thing.
You run an organization very badly.
But if you legitimately are having trouble spending the money, one, you've got to look at your offers based on where market is. Two, you've got to look inward and wonder how much of it is about your organization and how it's been run to that point that agents would still steer people away. Because for all we know, they made better offers. Maybe not.
Guaranteed money is guaranteed. It's not like suddenly if you go to the Browns, you may not. It's not like the old days with the Raiders when Al Davis would sign a guy, and if he stunk us, I'm not paying you the rest of your money.
And I get that.
You're getting this money.
But it still may just be that toxic an environment that guys are just saying, I'm not going there.
No way. No, anybody for that kind, you have to overpay. I give you. You can't just say, hey, A.J. Boye or Alshon Jeffrey, $14 million. We'll give you $15.5, maybe. No, you got to go over because you have to. When you're in a position of weakness, you have to go over the top and overpay. There's guys out there to overpay for. You would have got the best cornerback, shutdown cornerback on the market. Yep. You would have got a really good wide receiver that if he stinks, all right, it's only 1 year.
Right, if he gets hurt.
It's only 1 year, that's it.
He's gotten hurt.
Really, you really can't.
You either get the 1,400-yard guy or you get the 800 and half a year. I still want to know why they haven't signed Terrell Pryor. Nobody to throw to him. The guy flashed some pretty big things.
Let's go get Kenny Britt. Great. Don't fall for the false narrative that the Browns did such a great job today with us. No, all they did was move stuff around and make you think they know what they're doing when clearly they still don't. Twitter at How About a Fresca, the Jason Smith Show, Jason Mike Harmon from the Geico Studios. Coming up next, round 3 of our conversation involving and revolving around Cutler, Glennon, Simeon.
He's a weapon.
Shut up, Bill. Fox.
The NFL free agency is here! The NFL free agency is here!
Get all the latest right here, right now, on Fox Sports Radio.
As a sports fan, you have to have a lot of confidence in your team. That they'll call the right play, draft the right guy, hire the right coach, design the right logo. When it comes to buying a car, how much confidence do you have that you're getting the right price? At TrueCar, they show you real pricing on actual inventory from a TrueCar certified dealer in your area. And these aren't just any dealers. TrueCar certified dealers are a network of car sellers committed to transparency that offers competitive prices and an all-around better buying experience. You can even work directly with a TrueCar certified dealer to establish a fair price before you even show up on the lot. You need more confidence? TrueCar customers, on average, save over $3,000 off MSRP for new car purchases. $3,000. So when you're ready to buy a new or even a used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Learn more at TrueCar.com. That's TrueCar.com, 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 TrueCar.com.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. If you own a home, there's a good chance its value has gone up. In fact, year over year, housing values nationwide have risen by more than 6%, one of the largest increases this decade. Quicken Loans has smart ways to help you take advantage of your home's rising equity. You could take cash out to consolidate debt, or you could refinance to eliminate private mortgage insurance. No matter what's happening with the housing market, it's always a smart move to call us at 800-QUICKEN. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Experience the confidence that comes from working with a mortgage partner that has your best interest in mind. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the 3rd year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN today or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit JDPower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
160,000 kids stay home from school every day for the same reason, bullying. This is Mike Crossie, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association. Bullying impacts nearly 1/3 of all students every year. But parents, educators, and concerned adults can make a difference. It takes just one caring adult to intervene and help stop the bullying. Victims need an adult that will listen, will stand up for them, and most importantly, show them they are not alone. Bullying and cyberbullying have far-reaching effects, from a decline in academic performance to physical illness, depression, or worse. Help us create a safe, bully-free learning environment for all students in Pennsylvania. One caring adult can make all the difference. Take the pledge to be that adult at NEA.org/bully-free.
A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
I heard on the news about that 5-year-old who found his uncle's gun. The kid didn't know it was loaded.
I heard on the news about that 14-year-old girl who was bullied online for like a year. She couldn't take it anymore, so she got her dad's gun from his nightstand.
I heard on the news about that guy who broke into someone's house, stole a gun from the hall closet.
He accidentally shot his cousin in the head.
She killed herself.
And later, killed the owner of the store he was trying to rob.
If you own a gun, you have a full-time responsibility. When you aren't using it, be sure it can't get into the hands of curious children, troubled teenagers, a thief, or anyone else who might misuse it. Your family, friends, and neighbors are all counting on you. Remember, always, lock it up. For more information on firearm storage safety, visit ncpc.org. This message brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Ad Council.
A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330. The Fan.
Meta World Peace. Sean Payton's our guest.
In the zone with us now, it's Grant Hill.
It's time for us to remind you yet again that you can go to foxsportsradio.com and podcast.
If you're going to intentionally walk somebody, just point to first and he'll take his base.
Draymond Green is not very smart.
You got to choose between Jay Cutler and Colin Kaepernick. Who would you pick? Jay Cutler.
Podcast anything and everything.
Right.
That's foxsportsradio.com for all your podcasting needs. These drivers are taking a run at glory, looking to make a name for themselves, to battle it out on the racetrack in hopes of one day becoming a legend. The NASCAR Xfinity Series, live from Las Vegas, Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern on FS1.
It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everybody sucks. You don't really know why, but you want to justify. If someone's head off, no human contact. And if you interact, your life is on contract. Your best bet is just stay.
What's worse, this or Lisa Lisa?
No, this is Lisa Lisa. That's a classic song.
You know what's great? Listening to this as the background to USC, UCLA holding on to a 7-point lead. 7 minutes remaining as we watch from the Geico Studios.
Limp Bizkit, one of the bands that stands for the vast, barren wasteland of rock and roll from the years 2000 through 2009.
Sounds like Nookie, but it isn't.
The Nookie. I did it for the Nookie.
He stinks. Whoa.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. Jason, Mike Harmon live from the Geico Studios. Quick update from the Pac-12 tournament right now. UCLA in a bit of a dogfight. LeVar Ball not happy about this. 67-70 over USC, still just under 7 minutes. 60. What did I say?
67-70.
67-60.
You were that substitute sports reader brought in to do the news.
You know how awful...
it was 9-14.
Oh, that, certain things that upset me so much is that, the score was 9-14. No, it's 14-9. That's one of those things that always catches. I apologize profusely for that malaprop I had.
You were too busy thinking about LeVar Ball.
They lost 2-3. Oh, okay, no, they lost 3-2. You are a moron. LeVar Ball not happy about that. LeVar Ball also not happy about another development that happened earlier tonight we'll get into coming up in about 10 minutes because I know he is not
I'm
happy
incensed
at
by it.
all.
I asked Frostberg, just into his ear going, what are you doing? Why are you winning this game?
Look, LeVar Ball is 6'7", 340. You do not want to upset LeVar Ball.
No, he's not going to catch me.
All right. Just understand that if you draft Lonzo Ball, that's what he's going to look like.
I don't sweat him. Just like, hey, yesterday birthday boy Burt Young. He didn't sweat at anybody.
How old is Burt Young?
Oh, I don't know.
I told you the story. He was at
a funeral.
He was at a funeral for one of my relatives.
How about that?
I wasn't at the funeral. I was too young, but Burt Young was there.
That would have been pretty
Took a
sweet.
picture with my aunt with a cigarette in her hand.
Did he have a little pork chop?
No.
The pork pie hat on?
Hey, Rock, I don't know about this place. No, he was...
You give me this stinking X-Lax watch.
I really got to find that picture of her with my Aunt Sally.
And now they're banging each other.
No, stop! Stop! That's not even right. My Aunt Sally, my wonderful 90-year-old Aunt Sally, I got to think of in between the sheets with Burt Young now.
Hey, Rocco. No sex. I mean, he's only 77, so that would have been...
Burt Young is only 77?
Yeah.
No way.
According to the IMDb.
That means he was what, 28 when he was Uncle Paulie? I mean, come on. There's no...
He would have been in his...
He would have been 35.
He would have been in his late
35 Uncle Paulie? Wow. I'll tell you the picture.
He aged rapidly and then stayed there.
Okay, all right. I'm okay with that.
Well, he said he was born in 40.
I said he was. He was at the funeral. It was in 1982.
All right.
He was 40. The picture, he looks like he's 60. He's 42.
That's fine.
Oh, my goodness.
But that would have been good for Aunt Sally.
Oh, no. My Aunt Sally was already a widow then.
Much younger man.
Yeah, well, yeah, suddenly. Oh, I'm living with Burt Young. Been taking a drag off her cigarette. My Aunt Sally's someone who I picture would actually smoke during sex. She smokes so much. She's 90 years old, still alive, still kicking. She smoked every day, pack a day, her entire life. I bet she was. I bet you she was that kind of. Yeah. You know what? I'll ask my.
We just took a big left turn.
I'll ask.
You know what? If you hadn't lost your cell phone, you could dial that right now. We could do that live on air.
No, I'll ask my Uncle Alfred next time I talk to him. Do you think your mom smoked while she was having sex? I don't know.
You're going to make her son think about this?
Well, if I got to think of it now, you got to. You made me do it.
And you got Shia LaBeouf and Burt Young into the conversation.
Here's my day. I lost my cell phone.
Yeah.
I have a replacement coming tomorrow. So I have my cell phone all day today. And the Jets look like they're getting either Jay Cutler or Trevor Siemian.
That's a pretty good day to not have a phone.
Yeah, that was a good day.
Because Frostberg and I were really firing things back and forth to each other going, oh, he doesn't have a phone. This is no fun.
The latest news involving Jay Cutler, who was let go today by the Chicago Bears after they signed Mike Glennon to a 3-year, $45 million contract, which we'll get to in a few minutes. But Jay Cutler is now free and clear. The first team, and right now the only team we know that made contact with Jay Cutler are the New York Jets. Because, of course. Meanwhile, my phone! Where's my phone? Where'd you find it? Where'd you find my phone? You found my phone? Now you tell me after I ordered a new one? No!
I'll give you $50 cash, no check.
Oh! Yeah, you found my phone. I ordered a new one earlier tonight. Oh, Frostberg.
Your phone is in good hands.
You couldn't have found that like 5 hours ago?
You should have checked your email. Somebody emailed you.
Who emailed
me? Somebody emailed you.
How am I going to check my email? I don't have my phone.
You can't check.
Really?
You have a computer?
2017.
If I'm not home, how are you going to get in touch with me if I don't have
You weren't home all day.
Somebody sent
you
you
were
an email.
emailing me stuff at some point.
I was out.
But you were emailing me
today.
early.
I was out from 4 o'clock today until I came into work.
The email was sent last night.
To where?
To your work email.
Oh, I didn't check in my work email. Oh,
lesson learned.
As all the people upstairs say, hey, it's good that he's looking out.
Hey, as all the people who I talked to today, they said, yeah, we all asked. Nobody turned in a phone. Nobody's got a phone. Nobody has your phone. Now they find my phone.
Don't lose your phone.
That's
R-E-L-A.
That's
Zoe's old enough for
it's $150. I got to tell my wife. Yeah, we're eating that $150.
That's okay. You have another phone. So when you lose this one again, or maybe you just keep one here and you keep one at home.
Yeah.
Or or use one only as something to take pictures.
I have two phones, like Walter White in Breaking Bad now.
Why
I have
not?
two phones.
And every other crime drama that there's ever been. You now have a very expensive burner phone. It's only hey, it was only $150. Could have been a lot worse if you didn't have that insurance.
Oh, that's it. What's that insurance? You know, that insurance that it sounds like it's pretty good when you say it. Aflac! I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't think it was Aflac. Or was it Geico in this case?
My phone is found.
Yeah, but you can parlay it on like Craigslist with that picture of your granny and the phone.
No, I got to find that picture of Aunt Sally. And
Or
you know
Aunt
what?
Sally, yeah.
At least you got me out of thinking about Aunt Sally having sex with Burt Young. Smoking.
Why did you have to bring that back?
And now they're banging each other.
Thank you for the play-by-play, Susan.
So my day started with losing my phone and getting either Jay Cutler or Trevor Siemian, and now with this big breaking news in the last 3 minutes, my day is now just we're getting Jay Cutler or Trevor Siemian.
So it's all a win now.
Yeah, hang on. So the Jets, I've talked to Jay Cutler. They're going to continue talking. The Jets are also talking to the Broncos. It depends on what happens with Tony Romo. If the Broncos get Tony Romo, even if they don't, I mean, they're going to have to give Paxton Lynch the job if they don't get a quarterback. So I know, Trevor, you can't leave your former starting quarterback on the roster as a backup, especially if he made the Pro Bowl and beat out the guy that you drafted last year. But they want to wait and see what happens with Romo, so that would shake Trevor Siemian loose, and the Jets would possibly have interest right there. Coming up next, we will have an adult, a positive, a proactive, an important, meaningful conversation about Jay Cutler. But first, here's what's trending.
I'll have some upset alert for you in the Pac-12 quarterfinals matchup between third-ranked UCLA and USC. Right now, the Bruins up just by 2, 71-69 with 4 minutes to go in the game. Had a pair of upsets in the Big 12. Kansas, the top-ranked team in the country, losing to TCU 85-82. Horned Frogs with the win. And K-State upset 9th-ranked Baylor 70-64. For a complete scoreboard, you can check out foxsports.com. NBA, Russell Westbrook with another triple-double in the Thunder's 102-92 upset of the Spurs. Chris Bryant has signed a one-year, $1.05 million contract. He's now the highest-paid player in his second year of service in Major League history. Still no news on Tony Romo. The Cowboys have not cut him. They are reportedly working on a deal to trade him. Defensive tackle Brandon Williams, now the highest-paid nose tackle in the NFL. Deal with the Ravens for 5 years, $54 million. I'm Deb Carson.
We are MLS is back. This Sunday, don't miss the LA Galaxy as they take on the Portland Timbers. Live at 7 p.m. Eastern on FS1.
Hello? What the deal? Big. I got two phones, one for the plug and one for the load. I got two phones, one for the features and one for the dough. Think I need two more. Line popping, I'm ring, ring. Count money while it ring. Trap jumping, I'm ring.
Fox Sports Radio. You know,
he's got two phones.
I got two phones. Here's the thing.
You do?
This is what upsets me. Okay?
Yeah. $50 cash. No
Whoever found my phone last night.
Yeah.
What do you think I'm doing today trying to find my phone?
Looking at your work email and emailing from your work email.
I'm trying to call it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do find my phone. No, but whoever found my phone turned it off. So I couldn't do it. So I figured, okay, my phone is gone. It's absolutely gone. Because why turn the phone off? When I called here today, and Ryan Music, who produces Steve Gorman Sports, I say, hey, is my phone there? I can't find my phone. And he says, I'm calling your phone right now. It's going right to voicemail. I'm like,
yeah, because there's no chance it died. There's no chance it died.
No, it's at full battery. Full bleeping battery because I had it charged. It's working. Think it's working?
Relax.
Is it working? I don't know if it's working anymore.
Just the anger.
I think it's shut down.
Just the anger with which someone found your phone.
Now it's not working.
You ungrateful, miserable.
And now it's not working.
It's not?
No. Well, you know what? Zoe's going to get a nice little phone to play games on.
Your phone's not working now?
No, because Pam ordered me a new one, and we ordered a new one, and so they shut the other one down.
Is Jay Cutler at least your background on it?
No.
You got one for the photos.
Mm.
You can still play games.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. I appreciate that.
Hey, I'm Mr. Brightside for you here, pal.
Mr. Brightside. Jay Cutler could be a Jet. Trevor Siemian could be a Jet.
Yes.
This is what we know. Here's why Jay Cutler to the Jets doesn't make sense to me, and why it's probably not going to happen. I don't know why they reached out to him. Maybe Mike McCagnon meant to call Jay Cutler's agent about somebody else, and Jay Cutler's agent says, well, I want to pretend that he called me about Jay, so I'm going to let that leak out there. Maybe Mike called and said, hey, how you doing? Want to talk to you about a couple of your players. Hey, just want to make sure, is Jay okay? Yeah, Jay's doing fine. Send to Jay Glazer. Jets have called me about Jay Cutler. So I don't know why. Because everything the Jets are doing, this doesn't make sense. Because what they've done is they have cut their roster. They've got rid of all their high-priced veterans. Got rid of everybody. And I like what they're doing so far. There's not that many fines in free agency. There are a few really good players. Now, you need a quarterback out of this, but you're figuring things out. You've re-signed your young players that would go somewhere else if they hit the market. And they've done that, and I like that. I like what they're doing. So you're going with all these new players, and there's lots of playing time. You got a couple of good young wide receivers. Your defensive line is pretty good, but it's very, very young. Why are you going to sign a 34-year-old quarterback who's interception-prone and injury-prone, and it's just going to be a placeholder to you? I don't understand that. Siemian makes sense because he's young, he's cheap, he's going to be eminently available when the Broncos figure out their quarterback situation. So whatever you give up for, as long as you get something better than the 7th rounder they invest in him, they'll take it. Hey, here's a 5th rounder for Trevor Siemian. Awesome. And, Siemian was okay last year. He wasn't great. He was okay. He makes sense. Cutler doesn't. I don't see this happening. Because, believe me, for what we do for a living, I would love to see it. It would be awesome. But I don't see it because it doesn't fit with the scheme of what the Jets are doing, and that is we're going back, we're building through the draft, and we're going young, and that's how we're doing it.
Just all a question of whether they've hit the stop button on the purge of veterans, right? We had Mangold let go while he was at Disney World. We had Rivas finally, officially, it's done as of today. You go all the way down the line, they've purged a lot of salary and a lot of age. As you go through, you look at a young wide receiving core, okay offensive line, some good parts on defense. Obviously not built to win, but certainly you set up what your paradigm is for success. We're going to just start over. So bringing Jay Cutler in is all right, we still want to be competitive, I guess, when you're looking at it, trying to appease your season ticket holders or whatever, and you'll at least know, hey, we're going to dominate some storylines if we have him. Trevor Siemian makes more sense because of the cost, 2 more years on his rookie deal. Again, as a 7th-round pick, not exactly breaking the bank. So perfect in terms of the structure. And then you're not married to him if it goes asunder, his shoulder pops back out, or you decide you come draft day, you still want to go early in the early rounds and grab a guy to compete, that you can still do that. And again, you're not on the hook for what becomes a $10 million a year backup. So I think the Siemian move, not just because I want to see a Northwestern guy as a starting quarterback consistently in the national.
He's a smart quarterback. They'll go right from Ryan Fitzpatrick. Boy, he's a smart quarterback.
I'd look good in that Siemian Jets jersey, by the way. But the fact of the matter is it just fits the profile of what they're doing more. But I could see the Cutler signing of we still need someone who creates a bit of buzz, for better or for worse. Because they won the back pages already just for the mere mention. Let me get this headline up. The Daily News, let's see, Play Ball, that's the top nav is coming Sunday, the best fantasy baseball guide in town. But the headline, Myers, ex-Chicago QB Cutler is the best of Grizzly group for gangrene. Grin and bear it.
TJ, grin and bear. Listen, everybody wants to see it happen. Everybody wants to see it. Of course they do, because Cutler in New York would be a train wreck. Look, is the guy as bad as everybody says he is when you talk about, he's surly, he's this, he's that? Yeah, he hasn't done himself any favors, but you had a lot of his teammates, a lot of former teammates say really good things about him. What does Cutler do? he throws too many interceptions. That's really what it is. And he's got bad body language. That was always the rap on Eli Manning for the longest time. I don't like Eli Manning. Why? Eli Manning has horrible body language. He has that horrible face when he throws a pick. He goes up, oh, and he walks off and his shoulders slump. That's why people didn't like Eli Manning. Horrible body. Same thing with Jay Cutler. He's got terrible body language. He's had a couple of sideline blow-ups at coaches. That does him no favors. But bottom line, I don't know what everybody thought about Jay Cutler. He was never a great quarterback. He was simply a guy with a great arm. And because he wasn't able to blossom how everybody thought he was going to be, doesn't mean the guy still wasn't good. He was good. He just came with a lot of issues, like many quarterbacks did. It happens with all that. Now, at this point, if this was 8 years ago and the Bears let Jay Cutler go when he was 24, 25 years old, like he was with Denver, I'd snap him up in a minute because of that potential. But it's now because he's 33, 34, and who knows about his motivation to play, and he's injured a lot. That's why I can't have the guy. That's why I feel like, okay, if we get him, he's just going to get hurt. If we don't get him, all right. Like I said, I feel either way about it.
Well, any of the bad habits, you're not getting those out at this point. If you haven't been able to coach him out, the only chance you had is if you'd had a longer run with Adam Gase. We saw the turnovers down. They didn't score a ton of points, but they were more efficient in terms of the way the offense produced going between the 20s. Sadly, as a guy working here from the Geico studios and still keeping an eye on Chicago games and cursing them every way, I know that it didn't end up in a lot of touchdown celebrations, but they certainly had more of an efficiency. But you're not going to coach out those mistakes with another OC, especially with the young receivers that he'd be working with with the Jets. You have no choice but to force the ball downfield to some of these guys because they're not going to be able to make the play necessarily for you, running the precise route trees and all those things that you would like, which means he's putting the ball up for grab and he's winning the back of the fish wraps once again. But, it goes back to the larger scale on quarterbacks, since that's what's dominated the news and will for the next couple of days. Go back to the graphics that kept coming up through the AFC playoffs. You've got very few guys that have made their run to a Super Bowl. It's Brady, it's Manning. You got the outlier of Joe Flacco, and you have Ben Roethlisberger. On the NFC side, a little more variety, but still the same guys contending pretty much every year in NFC title games. Same group of teams. So not a lot of turnover, which means you don't have a lot of great quarterbacks running around. So you're taking the best of what's left.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. Jason Mike Harmon live from the Geico Studios. If you think a train will stop if it sees your car on the tracks, you're right. It will. About a mile after it hits you. Stop, because trains can. Coming up next, a big move in free agency today that many people hate, we love, and a very special play of the night. Fox.
Our growth, is massive. Why? Check it. iHeartRadio, SiriusXM, iTunes, Google Play, and Stitcher. We're everywhere. iHeartRadio, SiriusXM, iTunes, Google Play, and Stitcher. This is Fox Sports Radio.
You don't have to drive like a pro to stop like a pro. All thanks to new Duralast GT brake pads from AutoZone. They're like ones used by Team Penske and NASCAR. They're engineered to be race-ready with a V-slot design and carbon fiber technology to reduce wear and increase stopping power. Because when you drive fast, sometimes you have to stop even faster. Duralast GT brake pads proven tough from the tracks to the streets and sold only at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Burger King presents Breakfast Stories. Here's Pete, Tony, and the 2 for $4 croissant deal.
The other day, Pete and I go to Burger King for my croissant. They're just 2 for $4. Oh, it's my favorite. I'm like, what? Yeah, so I got 2 croissant, and I get one of this guy. I'm like, who are you? I'm the guy that just paid for your breakfast. That's my favorite guy.
You guys. The croissant deal is 2 for $4. Now made with 100% butter for a soft and flaky croissant. Get 2 croissant sandwiches now for $4 only at Burger King. Price and participation vary.
Okay, so 5 tacos of cheese and a large soda, that's $10,012. Please drive around.
Wait, 10,000 what?
It's obvious you're buzzed and driving.
I've only had a few. I'm fine.
Yeah, the food's $12, but getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Please drive around. Actually, just park and come in.
Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
A message from DAV to returning veterans. Thank you for doing your duty and doing our bidding. Thank you for stepping up and not backing down. Thank you for putting yourself in harm's way and putting your buddies' lives ahead of your own. Thank you for defending our freedom and displaying your honor. DAV thanks all veterans by fighting to get them the benefits and support they were promised. Visit DAV.org for free help. And again, thank you.
Oh, hi, Jessica.
Hi, Mrs. Johnson. Is Megan there?
Sure. Follow me. The kids are in the kitchen making sandwiches.
Hey, Julie. Hi, Megan. Hey, Megan.
Yeah?
You're a total freak. God, you're ugly. And dumb. Oh, and your makeup makes you look like a tramp. Tommy Morris told me you guys made out. Everybody knows. The whole school knows. He said your breath smelled like garbage, and he almost puked. He says you're the most desperate girl he knows. And that dress is totally hideous. You look like a big fat clown. Disgusting. Oh, and by the way, nice zit.
If you wouldn't say it in person, why say it online? Delete cyberbullying. Don't write it, don't forward it. For more information, visit ncpc.org. A message from the U.S. Department of Justice, Crime Prevention Coalition of America, National Crime Prevention Council, and the Ad Council.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney. K-E.
Mike Glennon.
Who? Mike Glennon.
Who?
Mike
He's
friggin'
never
heard of him.
He's going to make $15 million to play quarterback, and he can't play quarterback at the starting level. So Aaron Rodgers was on the radio talking about his salary compared to that.
Mike Glennon, who I'm sure is a nice guy and has started 18 NFL games at quarterback, is going to be getting $15 million a year. Does that lead to any sort of discussions about your own contract situation?
I think it has to. I don't think I need to expand on that.
Good for him. That's what you want out of an interview. Because you got to ask the question. And a lot of times when you ask a question like that, they see you coming a mile away, the brighter guys, and they stay away from it. In this case, I like his bluntness. Yeah, and then I'm worth $100 million.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
Why do you talk first? I wanted to talk first.
Weekdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
As a young teenage boy, I didn't even know what autism was. How do you even spell that? A few years later, I heard that a friend's cousin's son had been diagnosed with autism.
I still wasn't sure what that really meant.
When I went to college, my roommate's brother had autism. When I moved to the city for work, my best friend called me and told me his son had been diagnosed with autism. We were both in shock. I still remember the day I walked into the house and saw that look on my wife's face. I knew something was wrong. I'll never forget how I felt when she said, "Our son has autism."
Autism is getting closer to home. Today, 1 in 110 children is diagnosed with autism. That's a 600% increase in the last 20 years. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio, 1330 The Fan.
We're lying when we said you can podcast us everywhere.
Damn.
Check the list. iHeartRadio,
iTunes, Google Play, and Stitcher.
Everywhere, anytime.
Let me repeat that again.
That's iHeartRadio, iTunes, Google Play, and Stitcher.
I listen
everywhere.
You missed something? You can always podcast it.
Everywhere, anytime.
This is Fox Sports Radio.
Everywhere. Okay. FS1.
Don't laugh! This ain't reality TV!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Come gather round, people, wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown, and accept
Cutler is coming to the Jets very soon. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do.
Then you better start swimming or
you'll have to buy a new phone. Time. All right. In the Geico Studios having some fun. Unless we're not.
I found my
Jason's
phone.
still struggling with the
I'm
phone.
very upset. Whoever found my phone here last night, shut it off and put it in the drawer.
You mean your iPod?
Oh, now it's an iPod. At least I have some people on Twitter saying I can get credit for it with my provider as long as it's in good shape, and it is, so that's a good thing. So I could do that, or I could do what Lamont says and said, now you have a burner to call Jeannie Bus.
You probably shouldn't left it in the bathroom last night, Jason.
Was that where it was?
Spoiler alert.
I was in the bathroom. I checked the bathroom.
I told you that. What did I tell you? Did you drive back?
No, because I just thought when I got home and I emptied my bag and I said, oh, my phone's probably in the car. I'll just get it when I get up in the morning. And that's what happened.
See, I started coming up with theories. He was either covered in glitter, Big Mac sauce.
Yeah, you can still take good pictures.
Yeah. I'll see what we can do on it.
$50 cash, no check.
Stop. It's going to be an iPod if it's anything.
Just to spite me? What, am I lowballing you? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I got 100.
No, Teicher's going to give me $100.
He doesn't have $100.
I'm like the Cowboys now. What do you give me for Roma? What do you give me for this phone? What do you give me for a broken phone that's not working?
$100 and
Come
2
on.
song picks.
What do you give me?
$100 and 2 sound drops is what he's giving you. How about that?
Oh, really? I get the it's broke
All right,
for
just
free
one
every
now.
night.
Well, yeah, I mean, you just requested the Derek Tarr, so.
I thought we'd get more Lisa.
So let's
Lisa.
hear him.
It's broke. It's broke. It's broke. That's your new ringtone.
And now he asked for Lisa, so you might as well just finish the job.
What makes you think that's not my ringtone already? It's actually Tebow getting called out on strikes. That's my
I'm
my
very,
ringtone.
very excited about it.
Or jet sprinklers.
Before we get to the play of the night, we touched on all the free agency moves over the course of the show tonight. One thing that I like that many people don't, the 3-year, $45 million contract the Bears gave to Mike Glennon. $19 million of it is guaranteed. So it's not like, they gave him $45 million guaranteed. Here's why I like it. The Bears aren't a team that's going to go 2-14. They're not the Browns. So if you don't go 2-14 and you don't pick in the top 3 or top 4, where are you going to get your quarterback of the future? You're going to have to get him later in the first round or in the second round, where likely he's going to need a year or some time to see if he becomes into something that's good. Maybe he plays right away and shows you he's great, but maybe he doesn't. And if you're taking a quarterback in the second round and he shows you he can't do it, then you're moving on to somebody else. So while you're trying to figure out your quarterback, because the only place you're really going to get a guy is in the top 3 or 4 of the draft. If you can't get a guy there, you have to play somebody. You got to play somebody to show your team, hey, we're trying to win. You can't just sit here and go, yeah, we're tanking next year. No, look, if the Jets don't get a decent quarterback, why would the players even show up to play? You don't care. You're just looking at 2018. Why should I give a crap about you? Why should I even show up to practice if you don't care about getting us a quarterback? You got to get somebody. Somebody's got to play. At least with Mike Glennon, the Bears are saying, hey, he was a sought-after guy. We liked what he did because in a very small amount of time, he played very well for the Buccaneers. Hasn't played in about a year and a half, but you got to have somebody. And he's one of the best guys. He was the best guy that wound up being available. So if you sign him, you can still spend the next couple of years looking for your quarterback, which you're going to do anyway. So if you do that, now you have somebody who was sought after and potentially could be pretty good. I don't see why people are all down on this.
6'7", big arm, and the average value of this contract is 22nd as of right now in the National Football League. 22nd. They didn't pay him top 12 money. They didn't pay him top 15 money. He's 22nd in terms of average value, and that's if he gets all $45 million. So while it's not one that gets you all excited, if you're a Bears fan and the people of Chicago, certainly there were a lot of people photoshopping cigarettes into Glennon's mouth on different photos that they had.
Smoking Mike Glennon.
As they're trying to turn the page on Jay Cutler, many people happy and ready to kick him out the door. Really just missing any of the other dysfunction and problems that this organization has had for a very, very long time. But that aside, it goes on the quarterback. Too much credit, too much blame. Jay Cutler, because of the interesting way that he'd orchestrated this last contract, became public enemy number one. It was he and Tony Romo because they had big deals and didn't win big games. Somehow Matt Stafford's gotten a pass in this whole process. But Glennon's contract is average 22nd. I think you'll pay that for a guy to find out whether he's your quarterback of the future or not, because you're still going to be drafting high enough that you'll find that guy, or at least in theory you will, because the Bears historically never have.
Now, speaking of Tony Romo, he is our play of the night. While we are still waiting to find out what's going to happen to Romo, is he going to get traded to the Texans? Is he going to get traded to the Denver Broncos? The Cowboys now want to try to deal him. Romo will be an ex-member of the Dallas Cowboys, and he took to Instagram earlier today, which is why we played Bob Dylan, to send this message out to the Cowboy faithful.
Hey, everyone. I just wanted to come and tell you it's been a crazy 48 hours here, and me and my family felt the outpouring of support and love from all of you. It's been overwhelming, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So I want to say thank you, and we have a lot to think about here going forward, but we'll see what happens. Till then, I'm just going to keep listening to Bob Dylan.
Hey,
That's my wife. She just loves me unconditionally.
You know, at a crossroads of my life, I've pocketed over $200 million in my career, and now I don't know if I can play football again. I need to be introspective and listen to Bob Dylan because I don't know where my next meal is coming from.
Pretty good thought process from a previously undrafted free agent. Hooked on with the Cowboys in 2003.
Had sex with Jessica Simpson.
Multiple times.
There's no sex.
Twitter, how about a Fresca?
Went on a famous vacation.
For Mike Harmon, I'm Jason Smith. We'll have an update on Tony Cabo and Smoking Jay Cutler tomorrow. We'll let Bob Dylan take you out tonight. My buddy Ben Maller coming up next on Fox.
Your walls for the times they are a-changing.
All right, people, let's start the meeting off with a round of quick-fire questions, shall we? Whoever gets the most correct answers gets tomorrow off. First question. What's the most efficient way to manage our expenses? Concur. How can you capture invoices electronically and manage approvals from anywhere? Concur. Last question. By switching to blank, we now have the tools that give us full visibility into company spending, which helps our bottom line. Concur. Bob, very impressive. You get tomorrow off. But tomorrow's Saturday. You get tomorrow off, Bob. Thank you. Expense, travel, invoice. Learn more at concur.com.
It's Sam Adams. We're constantly improving who we are, what we do, and how we brew. We may craft over 60 styles of beer, but it's Boston Lager that has captured the heart of America since 1984. With its deep amber color, caramel notes, and signature hop character, what better to have in your pint glass? Sam Adams Boston Lager. Pursue better.
Boston Beer Company, Boston, Mass. Take it responsibly.
This is Chris Askins of Askins Cremation Funeral Services. We keep our overhead costs low and pass that savings on to the families we serve. Plus, when we give you a price quote, there are no hidden fees or surprise costs. So if you're ready to pre-plan or if you need 24/7 emergency service, we are here to assist you. Located 1/2 mile south of Interstate 90 on Route 8. Visit AskinsCremation.com or call 616-4022 for more information.
A flat tire can ruin your day, but an improper tire repair can put your family at risk. When that next pesky nail punctures your tire, remember this. Repairs are limited to the inner tread area only, never the sidewall. And punctured tires must be removed from the rim to assess and fix damage on both the inside of the tire and the outside. Learn more. Visit betiresmart.org. A message from the Rubber Manufacturers Association.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him opening his own clothing store at the age of 18? 1 in 138,000. Excited to be a part of pop culture, he packed for the big city. The odds of finding someone to invest in his vision? 1 in 4.5 million. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. I encourage you to learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
I never get the flu.
My kids don't need more shots.
I don't have time.
We're all healthy.
My asthma's under control.
But I'm pregnant.
I've had the flu before. It's not a big deal.
My kids are too old for flu.
The media is exaggerating.
I can fight it naturally.
My diabetes, it's under control.
No matter how you build your excuses, the flu can blow your house down.
I can't believe I used up all my sick time.
I missed a week of school during finals.
Now my baby has it because of me.
The hospital? Death?
Keep your foundation strong. Vaccinate. Learn more at flu.gov.
A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
For those with mental or substance use disorders, what does recovery look like? It's a transformation. It's a supporting hand. It's new beginnings. When does recovery start? It starts when you ask for help and support. Join the Voices for Recovery. Speak up. Reach out.
For confidential information on mental and substance use disorders, including prevention and treatment referral, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Kind of what you got to deal with when you take a chance and go after a star like Kevin Durant. Don't look in the rearview mirror and say, we didn't have to get Kevin Durant. Of course you do. Why would you not want him? And this whole, oh, well, they may not be the number one seed. Who cares? Kevin Durant, as long as he's back healthy for the playoffs, they'll be fine.
This is The Big Lead with Jason McIntyre. Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. On
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Stores. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
News from the NFL, where after early reports surfaced that the Cowboys were going to release veteran quarterback Tony Romo, Dallas is now reportedly pursuing trade offers from both the Broncos and the Texans. Speaking of the Texans, they traded quarterback Brock Osweiler and his $16 million in guaranteed money, plus 2nd and 7th round picks to the Browns for a 4th round pick. Cleveland is expected to cut or trade Osweiler. The Bears signed quarterback Mike Glennon while releasing veteran quarterback Jay Cutler, and the Redskins have released GM Scott McCloughan. A Washington Post source said that he had a relapse with alcohol abuse. NBA games of note: the Thunder beat the Spurs 102-92. Russell Westbrook gets his 31st triple-double of the season, 23 points, 13 rebounds, 13 assists. Cavaliers lose to the Pistons 106-101 despite a triple-double from LeBron James, who had 29 points, 13 rebounds, and 10 assists. I'm Eddie Garcia.
We are Fox Sports.
FS1. FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. You look at me!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. This
now here's the thing.
Is the Ben Maller Show.
You ever heard of that?
No.
I have that prop.
Ben Maller.
We are in the air everywhere. The vast Fox Sports Radio Network.
Big Ben Maller.
Welcome in the beginning.
All hands on deck! And now, live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, here he is, Ben Maller.
At this point, the Cleveland Browns should just change their name to the Pack Rats. All they're doing is hoarding draft picks. They're not trying to win. They're not trying to get good players. They're just merely trying to acquire as many future assets as they possibly can. And the dopey Browns fans are like, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. Oh, this is so exciting. Yeah. There's a bucket of ice water. Welcome in the beginning of the Ben Maller Show. We are in the air everywhere. The vast Fox Sports Radio Network, emanating live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on your car insurance. Just visit geico.com for a free rate quote. The beginning of the roster change period in the NFL. Free agency, much fanfare, a transaction palooza in the NFL. And a lot of players who aren't very good changing teams, players just cashing in. Good for them. Might as well make as much as you can. Go for it. And the move that had everyone buzzing, everybody, people that don't even know what a football looks like were buzzing. The Cleveland Browns acquiring Brock Osweiler. And they also got a 2016 or 2018 second-round pick. That'd be something if they got a 2016 second-round pick. They got a 2018 second-round pick and a 2017 sixth-round pick and some other fine print there. The Texans also threw in a 2017 fourth-round pick. So there's a lot of rounds. There's a lot of picks. And the chatter is that Brock Osweiler will never play a down in Cleveland. Just the fact that he was acquired, even if it's only a temporary move, whether he ends up being outright released or traded, and that's what the spin is from the Cleveland Browns part of this, that's secondary, right? There's another dump. I don't believe that anyone will take him again, so let's put the kibosh on that. I think that's highly unlikely that Brock Osweiler will be traded again, and that's fine. But I wanted to talk about this. Essentially, the Browns spent $16 million to get a second-round pick. Right? $16 million, considering that Osweiler's not going to be around for long. And while many of the elite pigskin pundits, the guys that wear the makeup on TV and they have 3 cell phones and they know everything. They're much smarter than you and me. They know everything. They are fawning all over this, right? You heard. Oh, what a savvy move by the Brownies. Now, I've kind of let you see my hand here. Like, I'm playing a game of poker, and you're looking over my shoulder. You know where I'm going with this. So how do I feel about the salary dump of Brock Osweiler? It is another, I'll use the word, desperate move by the Browns. And as a professor of sports talk radio, I would like to present the Maller report card on this trade. I'm going to give the Cleveland Browns a C-. I'm going to give the Browns a C-. The Houston Texans get an A+. Plus. That's what the Texans get. And here's why. Right? Number one, this trade, a classic dumparoo. Right? All you needed was the dump truck. That's all you needed by the Houston Texans. The fact that Houston was able to find an accomplice is the stunning part of this, is the amazing, mind-boggling part of this trade. It's like calling every other team in the NFL and saying, I've got a bag of anthrax. Would you like it? But I'll give you an extra draft pick. It's unreal. The assumption had been what? You know what the assumption was if you care about this kind of stuff. Brock Osweiler's performance was so bad. How bad was it? It was so bad when you combine that with his salary. This is the ultimate white elephant. No one will touch it. He's the fruit pie right at Christmas that you give as the gag gift and no one wants it. However, the old line applies here. My knee-jerk reaction, right? We tweeted this out. There's a sucker born every minute. And when you have a player that nobody wants, a guy so toxic he's deemed untouchable, you can't get near him. Not even with a 10-foot pole you can't get near a guy like this. Who are you going to call? The Cleveland Browns. That's who you call. Cleveland is putting, I would say, 99.9% of their focus. They have tunnel vision on the NFL draft. They have been compulsively hoarding draft picks. They make Danny Ainge in the NBA in Boston seem like an amateur when it comes to hoarding draft picks. The Cleveland Browns are at a whole new level. They now own 8 picks in the first and second rounds alone of the next couple of NFL drafts. Overall, if you look at the first 3 rounds, Cleveland now has 22 picks in the 2017 and 2018 amateur drafts for the NFL. It is enough. If you are a draft geek, you are aroused right now just thinking about 22 picks in the first 3 rounds. Guess what? I'm not. I am not a draft geek and a draft nerd. It's never a good idea to put everything in that basket. It's not, especially in this case, considering the track record of blunders and bewildering moves of the Cleveland Browns. Now, I know the argument is, well, these are new people. Give them a chance, man. These are new executives in Cleveland. And they got that guy from the Moneyball, D. Podesta, the old Dodgers GM, is now in Cleveland. Yeah, that's great. I'm so excited. And I got no skin in the game. I'm not a Cleveland Browns fan. Clearly, I was for 1 year. I was voted by the listeners. It was a long year, a couple years back. But anyway, here's the deal. Listen, having a lot of draft picks is kind of like going to one of those old casinos where there's a bunch of old people playing Keno, and you get a bunch of Keno numbers. It means nothing unless you actually turn them into something of substance. It's easy to amass a ton of draft picks. The hard part is actually turning those into good players. And I shouldn't be surprised at this point, because this happens all the time, but I'm taken aback by how confident the gullible Cleveland fan is that this is nirvana, that we've reached utopia for the Cleveland Browns. The NFL draft, as we have repeated the mantra, and we've got 17,000 more monologues about the draft coming up, about how it's the ultimate crapshoot, right? There was a study done a couple of years ago, and I've referenced this from time to time. I haven't used it in a while, though, so maybe you forgot about it. That of the first-round picks, there was a 10-year study done a couple of years back, 10-year study, and there is at least a 33% chance that your first-round pick will be a total bust. Not a partial bust, a total bust. 33% chance of failure. And they looked at the overall body of the draft, and they determined that your typical draft pick, the top few rounds of the draft, showed that there is a 46% fail rate. 46% fail rate on draft picks. It's almost a flip of the coin. And yet, here we are, another big draft move, picks piling up for the Cleveland Browns. And they're going to draft a bunch of guys who were stars in college, most of them. And they will be given the endorsement by the pundits, and this guy's the next Ray Lewis, and that guy's the next Aaron Hernandez, and that guy's the next Ray Rice. Right? And they'll just go through the list, and they'll go on and on how great these guys are. Their perceived potential, remember, potential, we don't need to go down that road. You know how I feel about that. And they'll eventually, most of them will become failures. And they will then get run out of the NFL. The second thing here, from the Houston side of things, this is a win-win. It's an A+++++. Because not only do you wash your hands of Brock Osweiler, who I thought would be decent and sucked, they only had to give up a meaningless draft pick to the Browns to take the bait. That is a sucker move by the Cleveland Browns. And now the Texans, they can go hard after Tony Romo or some of the other available quarterbacks there. And draft picks are not nearly as important as many are led to believe. It is a renewable resource. Every year there's a new crop. Each team's allotted a certain number of picks every year. It's nice to have them. It makes you feel good. You're selling some false hope to your fan base. It's great. The public buys into it. Overall, the transactions, that was the one that got the most buzz. And the bottom line, real quick here, bottom line on this, and we will give out the number here in a minute. So you want to yap at me and tell me how stupid I am. The bottom line, though, the same people who are celebrating and praising the Houston Texans are the same, or the Cleveland Browns, rather, are the same people that are looking back a couple of years ago, the St. Louis Rams, right? Then in St. Louis, the Rams, remember when they got the mother load of draft picks from the Redskins in the RG3 trade? Oh, man, trade of the century. Trade of the century. What a brilliant move by the Rams front office. A bunch of boobs in Washington. Well, how'd that work out? None of the Ram draft picks turned out to be a star. Even a real impact player in the NFL. Did RG3 flop with Washington? Yes. The Redskins, though, were they okay? Yeah. They made the playoffs twice since they traded all those great draft picks, those great assets, to the Rams for the rights to draft RG3. So they traded all these picks. They got RG3. He sucked, and they've made the playoffs twice since that trade went down. The Rams have not sniffed a playoff spot. They rarely even get close to 500. And so here we are. Here we are analyzing all this nonsense here. But Brock Osweiler, you got to think he's on the condemned list. Like, he's going to be, I would think, released. Unless somebody like Jacksonville takes him. That's the only other option If I'm the Browns, I call Jacksonville. This guy was overwhelmed. He was given the keys to the kingdom in Houston, and it was a disaster. He just could not adjust his throwing motion. He was much too methodical and choreographed the way he threw the ball, and it gave the defense, especially the secondary, a chance to close the gap. You got to get rid of the ball quicker, or you have no chance of succeeding. And he never did, and he never will. And I keep hearing that mantra from people back when the Texans got Brock Osweiler. There's never been a successful quarterback the size of Brock Osweiler, and there still hasn't. All right, Edmund Dallas Garcia is with us on the radio show, sir. Our last show of the week here. We've survived another week. I didn't know that we were going to survive another week, but we have survived another week,
yes,
and I'm so
yes,
excited.
we have. I'm excited as well.
Yeah. I had my goodbye note ready. I was prepared, but we didn't need it. So I'll file that one away.
Well, hopefully you won't need it for quite some time, but we're all very happy to be here.
It is exciting to be here, yes. Did you see one of the great characters of the NFL got traded a few hours ago? The guy that doesn't believe in, is it mermaids? He believes in mermaids, but not dinosaurs. William Hayes. Remember the guy William Hayes from the Rams? No?
Vaguely, yes.
You didn't watch Hard Knocks last year.
I did not watch Hard Knocks.
Yeah, because you didn't, Well, William Hayes was the star. He believes in mermaids, but he does not believe in dinosaurs, and he is no longer an L.A. Ram. He has been traded to Dolphin Mike's Miami Dolphins. One of our P1s.
The Dolphins like to swim with the mermaids.
Does he believe in dolphins? Does William Hayes believe that dolphins are real?
Well, yes, they're going to be sending him checks. So,
and it's possible that he believes dolphins are like a mythical creature, and it could be, right?
Well, with him, I will not put anything past him.
Well, Hayes was the oldest. He was the only player older than Sean McVay, the new coach of the Rams, and he's been traded. But the Rams signed some offensive lineman I've never heard of, and he's older. So, big news, Eddie. Big news day in the NFL.
Lots of big news today.
Do you like the transaction? Do you enjoy the transaction? Do you get excited about the transaction?
Yes, I enjoy the transaction.
It's a fun time, the transaction.
Absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with the transaction. It's a good thing, the transaction, yes?
Absolutely. Gives us something to talk about. Just about every team, except for my Steelers. They never do anything in free agency. That's all right. That's fine.
You're fine with that? You sound a little bitter about that.
No, I'm used to it.
Kind of sucks, though.
At one point, I was like, why don't they ever do anything? But they draft really well, and that's how they usually get their players.
Kept Landry Jones around. It's huge. As a future Pro Bowl quarterback, Landry Jones. You kept him. On the cheap.
I would disagree with that assessment of him. Yeah.
Solid. You got
not very solid.
Got rid of Carlos Williams. Got rid of some dead weight. That's a big move for the Steelers.
No, not really.
No?
That's all right.
What else did they do? I don't know.
They did what they usually do.
Nothing else?
Nothing as far as free agency.
That's the list? That's all?
That's it.
That's the list? All right, we'll take your phone calls. Danny G. Koopaloop are here. There's a nice smell of pizza in the studio. My friends Jason Smith and Mike Harmon had a pizza party, and I can't eat pizza. I'm on a low-carb diet, so I get to smell pizza for the next 4 hours. That's enjoyable. That's a good thing.
Coop's head is popped up. Yeah. Coop's head just popped up like a groundhog out of the hole.
Harmon walked out cuddling the box of pizzas, so I don't think there's any pizza left. Unless you can track down Mike Harmon's car on the 405 freeway, you can probably find the pizza. So, anyway. All right, 877-99 on Fox. That's the number, and I'm not going to give it out too much. I gave it out 0 times the first 3 hours yesterday, but 877-996-6369. And the infamous, Eddie, you're going to love this. There's a mystery team for Colin Kaepernick. There's a mystery team. We'll reveal the mystery. We'll get to that. We'll do it next.
The NFL free agency is here! The NFL free agency is here!
Get all the latest right here, right now on Fox Sports Radio.
It's Ben Maller here for TrueCar. As a sports fan, you have to have confidence in your team. Trust that they'll draft the right guy, hire the right coach, or get rid of that bozo player. But when it comes to buying a car, how much confidence do you have that you're getting the right price? At TrueCar, they show you real pricing on actual inventory from a TrueCar certified dealer in your area. And these aren't just any dealers. TrueCar certified dealers are a network of car sellers committed to transparency that offer competitive prices and an all-around better buying experience. You can even work directly with a TrueCar certified dealer to establish a fair price even before you show up to the lot. You need more confidence? TrueCar customers, on average, save over $3,000 off MSRP for new car purchases. So when you're ready to buy a new or even a used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Learn more at TrueCar.com. That's TrueCar.com.
Want the look of hardwood, but not the worry of water? Get the best selection of Woodlook waterproof floors, up to 34% off at Lumber Liquidators Spring Flooring Sale. Choose from more than 60 varieties of Woodlook tile, vinyl plank, and new click ceramic plank. And get new Dream Home X2O highly water-resistant laminate at introductory prices. More from 69 cents and special financing. Bring on the spring showers. We've got you covered with incredible deals on waterproof floors and more at the Spring Flooring Sale at Lumber Liquidators.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's opponents on Man versus Train. At the crossing, we have Rick, a 175-pound frustrated man who's running late for work. And on the tracks, we have Bull, a million-pound freight train that takes a mile to stop. Let's see who comes out on top.
You can't beat a train, so don't try. Stop. Trains can't. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
How bad do you want to get in shape? Feel better when you wake up in the morning, or just plain fit back in your spring wardrobe? Enjoy an open workout environment at the new Iron Oxygen Fitness, formerly Best Fitness. Get free unlimited group fitness and free personal training. Start now for just $1 to join, and first month for just $9.99. You deserve a gym dedicated to you, to power your lifestyle. Get everything you want now for just $1 to join and $9.99 the first month. Visit IronOxygenFitness.com for passes and promotions. Join for $1. Iron Oxygen Fitness. Power on.
There are those who dedicate themselves to a sense of honor, to a life of courage, and a commitment to something greater than themselves. They have always defended this nation and each other. They still do. The few, the proud, the Marines.
How was your day? What did you do in school? I'm Mike Crossie, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association, and these two simple questions can encourage learning in your home. Showing interest and asking about the school day can help motivate your children and keep them excited about learning. So stay involved, stay curious, and ask specific questions. Student success involves the whole family. Be sure to take the opportunity during daily conversations to talk with your children about what they're learning, help set academic goals, and discuss a plan of action to meet those goals. Whether it's improving on weekly spelling tests or allowing enough time to eat breakfast every day before school, every small step taken helps build momentum to academic success.
Great public schools are a basic right for every student. A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
They came from every corner of the country, from small towns and big cities. But they all shared one thing in common. They belonged to a family called Marines, a tough and determined few dedicated to protecting everything we hold sacred. And still, they come. Celebrate the history of those proud few who have earned the title Marine.
Crime Prevention Coalition of America, National Crime Prevention Council, and the Ad Council.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Sounds incredible. You like it like this?
Up the middle. 15, far side 10. Goes in. Touchdown.
Or like this?
Curry, deep free right side. Are you kidding me?
And what about this? Whatever it is that you like, we've got it covered.
Here we go.
It's sports the way you like it.
It blows my mind.
Mind blown. On Fox Sports Radio.
3, 2, 1.
You may need some time away.
Whoa!
But never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd. Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd on FS1.
You got to come original. You got to come original. Our entertainers come original. You got to come original. You got to come original. Our entertainers. You are come original. It ain't nothing strange. You got to represent. You got to come full range. And full range of rubbing. Full range of styles. When you come to town, you have them coming 4 miles. And come original. You got to come original. Our entertainers.
The Ben Maller Show has been called a show about nothing. However, Twitter is definitely something. Join the Charm Circle by following Ben on Twitter. He's at Ben Maller. And you can follow me, Eddie Garcia. I'm at Eddie on Fox. I don't care. I'm leaving. Goodbye. And now live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, it's the manatee of insanity, Ben Maller.
Is there a mystery team for the kneeling quarterback that used to play in Northern California? We'll get to that in a couple of minutes, but as we yap the night away here, we're talking about the big trade, the Browns acquiring Brock Osweiler, whether it's temporary or not, from the Houston Texans in exchange for a second-round pick. There's other draft picks involved. I think it's highway robbery by the Houston Texans. It's addition by subtraction. No one thought it was even possible to get a fool to take Brock Osweiler's contract, and then the Cleveland Browns stepped up and said, what about us? What about us? Let us know what you think. You can call in 877-99 on Fox. Also, tweet away, and that's at Ben Maller. That's at Ben Maller. You can be part of the festivities. So, Majestic Maniac says, we were talking about pizza. He says, would you like, well, I just mentioned the smell of pizza, which I'm smelling here, which is like torture. I feel like I'm in a camp somewhere, and they're torturing me with the smell of pizza. Majestic Maniac says, would you like me to send you another salad with extra ranch? No. That's a no. I don't want any part of that. I'd rather just suffer. Frank says, because ranch dressing is the devil's blood. Frank says, Coop's reaction, even when someone utters the word pizza, and then he's got a meme there of somebody just dancing away there, Coop. That's you. And we're losing Sean. 12 years this guy's been listening to the Ben Maller Show and its different versions, and he's moving to the day shift on Monday. The dreaded day shift, but
podcast, my man.
He says he's going to be a P1 podcaster. Woo! Now, I was thinking about the podcast, Eddie. We gotta crank the numbers up on the podcast. Now, we've done pretty good. We're now on iTunes and a bunch of other platforms I've never heard of.
Stitcher.
Yeah, Stitcher and Google Play. But the iTunes thing, that's the most popular. So I want to get the numbers up. Do I have to bribe people? Is that allowed? I know we can't do payola on the radio, but can I pay people to listen to the podcast? Is that allowed?
I don't
think so. That's illegal also?
Well, Ben, I also want to mention that just because you're a P1 podcaster doesn't mean that you can't interact with the show.
That's right.
Because on a daily basis, when I wake up sometime in the early afternoon, I'll check my Twitter feed and I'll interact with some of the podcast listeners who are having a delayed reaction to what happened on the show the night before.
I used to love when Wrong Button Bob was the producer because he just could not get the podcast up, and then I would just get hate mail all day from people. F you, screw you, you don't care about us. All these. It's like the guy the other day that freaked out because he couldn't get the podcast and was convinced that we were done with. He couldn't hear the show anymore. He just had like a hissy fit. So just relax. All right, let's keep it going to the phones we go, and the belly of the beast, Chris in Houston is on Fox Sports Radio. Hello, Chris.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Chris? Welcome. Talk to me.
Oh, man, I just wanted to give a little message to the people in Cleveland. I have some magic beans for sale. If you need any, just let me know. I think Rick Smith, the GM of the Texans, I think he went and had a talk with Daryl Morey and found out all you need is one fool. Because you remember back a couple of years ago when the Rockets had signed Jeremy Lin and Omer Asik to those big deals, they said, oh, no, you can't get rid of them. So he found New Orleans. Houston got a knack for that, man. We got a knack.
Yeah. Well, you just have to find. Yeah, you're right. You got to have vision to see the bad teams, to see the suckers. That's what you got to do. And so apparently you've got good vision in Houston sports teams. Just try to avoid signing. I guess the next step is to try to avoid signing players to terrible contracts. That would be like the next layer of that. Yes? Let's see here. Where do we want to go? How about we go to Sean in Massachusetts, who's on Fox Sports Radio. Hello, Sean.
Hey, what's up, Ben?
Welcome.
I want to play a little devil's advocate here. You're going to be the Cleveland Browns, and I'm going to be Bill Belichick. You're calling me up saying you want Jimmy Garoppolo.
All right, hold on a second. Ring, 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 ring.
Yep, that's fine.
Bill, you there, Bill?
I'm here.
You smiling?
Oh, I'm never smiling.
You on that? You on that boat?
Of course. 7 rings.
Shouldn't be on the boat. It's at night. You shouldn't be on the boat at night. It's not safe. Bad job by you.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, it's named 7 rings, but
All right.
Anyways.
All right, let's get to it, Bill. I'm the Cleveland Browns, Bill. I want Jimmy Garoppolo, Bill.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want the 12th round pick this year.
All right, you got the 12th round pick. Done.
I want a 2nd round pick next year. I want Hayden.
Who?
You can have Jimmy Hayden,
Joe
the
Hayden.
cornerback. Joe Hayden.
Sure.
Yep, and then you can have Jimmy Garoppolo.
All right. No, I'm not going to take that trade, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to trade you the number 1 overall pick in the draft this year. I'm going to trade you the number 1 overall pick this year, and I'll trade you the number 1 pick next year.
I might do that too, but...
Hey, we got a trade! We got a trade! We just completed a trade! Coop, I just talked to one of Bill Belichick's representatives, and we worked out a trade. Sean, I consider you a representative of the New England Patriots, so we've just completed a trade, Sean.
Well, that'd be great.
Yeah,
that'd be great. I'd love 2 number 1s for him.
Yeah. You get 2. You get this year's number 1 and next year's number 1. I don't care. I've just got 17,000 draft picks. I'm the Cleveland Browns. What do I care? It's irrelevant to me. I got every other draft pick I could possibly want.
But you mentioned Danny Ainge earlier, stocking up on all those trades too.
Yes.
On all the draft picks.
Well, I don't listen. The thing about Ainge is this Celtic team. You saw him beat the Warriors the other night, a wounded Warrior team. But this team, with Cleveland also hurting, that one big addition at the trade deadline would have propelled the Celtics past Cleveland. They didn't do it. And I can't stand holding on to draft picks. It sucks.
Yeah, what I always say around here is I'd take both Brooklyn picks and trade for Karl Anthony Towns. Celtics need a big man.
Minnesota's dumb enough to do that. Yes, of course you would make that trade. No question, Sean. All right. Tell everyone around you, Sean, to download our podcast, please. You got to tell them.
Absolutely.
All right.
You're the best. I wish you were on earlier.
All right. So do I. All right. Thank you, Sean. All right. There you go. There's Sean. Go to bed. All right. So the Ben Maller Show on Fox. We'll get to that mystery team around Colin Kaepernick. I think I'm a pretty good negotiator. He wanted all those random things. I just gave him the number 1 pick. I said, let's get this done. I'll give you the number 1 overall pick. I don't care. You're going to have it. All right, the mystery team for the protesting quarterback, we'll get to that. And the still for sale list is out. We'll get to that as well. All of it, 60 seconds, no long commercial break. But first, let's find out what's trending.
This update is brought to you by TrueCar. When you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar and enjoy a more confident car buying experience. In NFL news, after earlier reports surfaced, the Cowboys were looking to release veteran quarterback Tony Romo. Dallas is now reportedly pursuing trade offers from both the Broncos and Texans for the veteran quarterback. The Texans traded quarterback Brock Osweiler and his $16 million guaranteed salary, plus a 2nd and 6th round pick to the Browns for a 4th round pick. Cleveland's expected to cut or trade Osweiler. The Bears signed quarterback Mike Glennon while releasing veteran quarterback Jay Cutler, and the Redskins have released GM Scott McCloughan. The Washington Post says that he had a relapse with alcohol abuse. In college basketball, checking bubble teams that won games in their conference tournament, TCU knocks off number 1 Kansas 85-82. Also wins for Kansas State, Xavier, Seton Hall, Michigan State, Cal, and Vanderbilt. I'm Eddie Garcia.
We are Longhorns.
I feel like getting freaky.
You thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the herd.
Awesome.
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The herd.
Catch the herd on FS1.
Check it. I grew up, screw up. Got introduced to the game, got an outfit. Chopping rocks overnight. The Biggie Smalls trying to turn into the Black Frank White. We had to go dreads to change our description. 2 cops is on the milk box missing. Show they clothes, you know they got stepped on. A fist full of bullets, a chest full of Teflon. Run from the police, picture that. I'm too fat. I fuck around and catch an asthma attack. That's why I bust back. It don't faze me.
The Ben Maller Show is coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com and get a free rate quote. And now it's the underdog of monologues, Ben Maller.
We got a slight problem. Remember that brouhaha with Deshaun Watson, the Clemson quarterback the other day, who could be the first quarterback drafted?
With you and him, a Twitter war.
Wow, it was bloody. I pulled out my baseball bat. I had to. I had no choice, and I won. He walked away. He deleted. Anytime you delete the tweet, I've won. Right? If there's a tweet deleted and I'm not the one that did it, and you sent it to me and then you deleted it, I've won the battle. And so he went his way, I went my way, and this is like a delayed reaction. But take a guess which one of our, let's just say one of our muscle guys has picked up the cause here against Deshaun Watson.
Muscle guy,
yeah. Consider him one of the goons of the show. Every good radio show needs a goon, a muscle. Got to go out there and shake it up a little bit.
Angry Bill?
Not Angry Bill. Not Angry Bill. Coop, you want to take a shot at this?
I know for a fact it's one of 2 people.
Okay.
It's either Blind Scott or Mark the full name guy.
Okay, and now, Danny G, who do you think it is?
Could be Pete coming to your rescue.
That's true. He's been part of our muscle brigade. You got it right, Coop. It's Blind Scott.
Yeah.
Blind Scott is a ravenous piranha. And he is going after... He's just,
a blind ravenous piranha.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Blind Scott is, like, Deshaun Watson will see his name and think, well, he's a blind guy. I got to be nice to him. He's good. You feel some empathy, right, for Blind Scott. And Blind Scott's like the most vicious person when it comes to these kind of things. And he's Twitter bombing Blind Scott, our friend in Boston, is Twitter bombing Deshaun Watson, trying to get him to listen to the podcast. He says you can put the podcast on when you're on the can.
Well, that is true. You can.
It's just tremendous, just outstanding. Jacob is in San Diego on Fox Sports Radio. Hello, Jacob.
Hey, what's going on, Ben?
Well, I'm sitting in a rather dark studio, and I am talking into a microphone, and there's a couple people in the other room. And then if you turn the corner and make a left...
Man, that's depressing. Just stop. No, but no, man, I called up to defend the Browns, dude. I'm in San Diego, but I was born in Louisville, Kentucky. There's no pro teams there, so I always rooted for Cleveland, unfortunately. So,
well, they're not a pro team
got back
either.
my team.
That's not a pro team either. You could have picked a real pro team.
I
bet
that's a good point.
You sound like a young guy. Your entire life, the Browns have sucked, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, I told my buddy the other day, I got them 10 more seasons, I'm going to give them a deadline, and if they don't make the playoffs in 10 more years, I'm just going to throw all the other teams in a hat and pick one, and then there you go.
Well, that is a
Because, man, I buy the
hard-liner
shirts,
right
I waste
there.
money on them. It's that thing.
Now,
only 10 years?
I want to know, how old are you? Like, I'm curious, like, your age range.
24.
Oh, yeah,
24.
you're screwed. Like, I'm old. I remember the Browns making the playoffs. I'm like a dinosaur now. I remember the Browns in the playoffs, like, when they were relevant. They were in the AFC Championship game. I remember that.
Oh, man.
Yes.
Yeah, my grandfather's talked about that. That sounds fun.
The games weren't even on television. They were only on radio back then. It was so long ago.
The endings were not fun, trust me.
Did your grandpa ever teach you about Ernest Biner, the legend of Ernest Biner?
No, give me that. The fumble?
Yeah. Oh, more. He screwed up. He botched 2 games for the Browns in the playoffs. Yeah, he was a disaster. Yeah. All right, so Jacob, you're defending the Browns. You've called up to defend the Browns. You think this is wonderful. You love hoarding draft picks. You support hoarding. The Browns are hoarders, and you're supporting them.
Well, yes, I hoard stuff, the same stuff that Coop hoards. I like to hoard that.
Oh, really?
But besides that,
doesn't that go up? That goes up in smoke, though, doesn't it? Yeah. Do you work in
that's good, but it's a renewable resource, like the draft picks.
That's a good point. Yeah,
I'm so wasted.
Back in my face. All right, very good. Yes, I like that. It's good listening.
But no, I'm saying I do agree with you part ways. I mean, halfway. They did make a bad decision in not getting enough back in compensation. But I think, hey, you have all this cap space. There's no good free agents out there to spend it on.
I don't know about
get a couple extra draft picks.
I don't know about that. My argument is this. Draft picks are about a 50-50 proposition. There's a 46% fail rate on higher draft picks. So if you get a veteran player, I'd rather spend $16 million and sign. You could probably sign 2 or 3 guys for $16 million, depending on who they are. I'd rather do that than just get another second-round draft pick. To me, that you've already got enough. You don't need another one. You've got it. You've had your share. You're good for the next couple of years. It's unneeded. So, but they've
true. I like what your other caller was touching on. Though, what they're going to do is turn those around and get another player. You'll see, either Garoppolo or another. They're going to use those picks.
That's what you're assuming.
They won't keep them on.
You know what happens when you assume. It does not end well. It does not end well when you assume.
Yeah, since it's going to be another bad year. I'll call you guys back in like 10 years when I have to pick a new team and ask you what you think.
All right. Can't wait for that. I'm sure we'll still be here in 10 years. Our careers will not improve at all. We'll still be here. I thank you, Jacob. There he goes. All right. Oh, he had one more thing, but I hung up on him. Because one more thing is the curse of my career. Every time I do one more thing, it never works out well. But you can download the podcast. I recommend it. At iHeartRadio, you can hear the live stream, and at iTunes, just type the Ben Maller Show in and subscribe. And as I always say, my boss doesn't like when I say this, but just download it. And, even if you here's my advice. If you want to help the show out, even if you hate the podcast, I don't care. Download it. And then if you're charging your phone, you don't have your phone near you, like you're charging at the other side of the room, just start playing the podcast and walk away. I don't care. That's fine with me. I'm good to go, right? Are we all good with that? We're all good with that, yes? All right. Colin Kaepernick. Do you hear about this? The mystery team for Colin Kaepernick. There's a lot of connecting of the dots. Where's Kaepernick going to go? Because we got to get him a team. It's very important that Colin Kaepernick, who sucked for 2 years, needs to get a job in the NFL. And the team, what is the mystery team for Colin Kaepernick? Well, the dots are being connected. The finger is being pointed at you if you are in Seattle. Colin Kaepernick, potentially a Seattle Seahawk? Why? Why would that make sense? Well, a couple of reasons. Number one, Colin Kaepernick needs a job. Number two, he's not going to find a starting job because he sucks and he's got a bad attitude. He's a douche, so he's not going to find a starting job. And number three, of all the teams in the NFL last year when Kaepernick was doing his little protest dance against the world, the one team that really had his back was Seattle. Right? They were all about it, right? They had the silent protests. They were all about that. They had their own little shindig in Seattle. So the locker room would accept him. The Seahawks need a backup quarterback. It's a divisional transactions because Kaepernick knows the NFC West, although he doesn't play well in it the last couple of years. He's pretty good against the Rams, I guess, but that's about it. You buying Colin Kaepernick? Eddie Garcia, you buying Colin Kaepernick ends up in Seattle?
Possibly. Was it Trayvon Boykin? That's the backup?
Like I said, they don't have a backup.
Yeah, he's better than him, so sure.
I don't know about that, but he's a bigger name. And it'll be good because Kaepernick will never play because Russell Wilson, he's got those nano bubbles. He never gets hurt, so they'll just leave him out there.
He does get dinged up quite a bit.
Yeah, but he plays.
He does play. Yeah.
He bitches about it, but he plays. He goes out there and he does his things. All right, so the Ben Maller Show on Fox. We have the NBA Pick'em coming up a little bit later in the hour. The NBA Pick'em, which is mildly popular. There's a bunch of big-name players that have not signed contracts yet. And I say big name, that's a relative term. It's a relative term. It depends how big a football geek you are. Like, if you follow this intensely. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know most of these names, but I have no life. I come in here every night and talk about the same stuff every night. The names, the big names that remain, among the notable free agents. Let's see if this gets any of these names get Eddie excited. Dante Hightower is available. The former.
Not excited
about Dante Hightower of the Patriots. Eddie Lacy. We'll talk more about him later. Eddie Lacy. Does that excite you at all?
Oh, wait a minute. The linebacker for the Patriots. Sorry. Yes. No. He's a good player.
You just said you weren't excited.
I was thinking of the running back.
Okay.
Hightower.
Tim Hightower? Yeah, okay. That's a different Hightower.
Yes.
Well, all Hightowers are the same. Dante Hightower. So you are excited about Dante Hightower?
Yes.
Okay. Eddie Lacy.
No.
Not excited. Adrian Peterson.
No.
Who else? Poe from the Chiefs is available. You excited about him?
Poe. Oh, Dontari Poe?
Dontari Poe, the big, fat defensive guy.
Excited, no. He could possibly help the team.
Gets hurt a lot, though. He gets hurt a lot.
Excited is a guy that's going to be a difference maker.
Terrell Pryor.
No. I'm not excited about him.
Danny's excited because he's going to go talk to the Raiders. Martellus Bennett.
Again? He's going to go back to the Raiders?
Well, he was a quarterback, wasn't he, last time he played for the Raiders?
Well, they asked him if he would, try for tight end or a receiver position. He said no back then.
He said no. He said, I'm going to go play baseball for the Mets. I'm not going to do that.
Then he goes and plays receiver for the Browns, and Raider fans like, what's up with this dude?
So Pryor's a possibility for the Raiders. And Martellus Bennett. Would that Jones you up if Bennett came to your team? Would you be all excited, Eddie?
I wouldn't mind Martellus Bennett.
Yeah.
And he's a good blocker, too. He's a good blocking tight end.
Yeah, but he was kind of like a secondary guy until last year, right? He's got some cachet now because the Patriots won the Super Bowl. But he played on the Bears for a while, right? Didn't he play with the Cowboys and the Giants also? He's bounced around.
Cowboys definitely, yes. I don't remember the Giants.
No? I thought he had a stopover with the Giants. Maybe I made that up. And the great T.J. Long, Eddie. You excited about T.J. Long? Does that do anything for you?
Who's T.J. Long?
He's an NFL player.
Okay.
T.J.
Never heard of him.
Yeah. Or T.J. Lang? Did I screw that up?
That's why. You're talking about Chris Long?
Yeah. You combined the two.
I was close. I was in the right.
It's one letter.
It's all the same. If you look at the motto of this show, it's to be somewhat close so you can figure it out.
We're like the area play.
It's like a riddle. It's a fun part of listening to the show, whether it's live or on the podcast, to see if you can decipher and decode what I'm saying, right? You're usually pretty close. All right, time. We've got the Who Am I game right now. Here it is, the Who Am I game. I am the player who has the highest career passer rating of any quarterback who has not won a Super Bowl. Again, I want you to listen very closely. Now, there's a minimum number of games played because there's a million quarterbacks. And if you played one game and you completed all your passes, who the hell cares? But again, the player that has the highest career passer rating of any quarterback who has not won a Super Bowl, and that's the Who Am I game. The answer next.
This is Fox Sports Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
And we're taking over your city.
Oh, yeah.
About time. It's a survive and advance mentality.
It's what we do.
I want people to pull over and call me.
I'm called Ben. He's your number one homosexual.
So get used to it. This is Fox Sports Radio.
Here's a special message for those of you who owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes. The IRS has special programs in place that could eliminate or reduce your tax debt by thousands of dollars. With a call to National Tax Helpline, you can stop the wage garnishments, levies, and tax liens now. Once you've qualified and enrolled, the IRS will stop all the collection activities against you. These unique programs have been allocated to help the economy and significantly reduce or eliminate your tax burden. The IRS is currently accepting reduced settlements and other favorable programs. You may qualify for substantial savings, so get the help you need. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, call now for free information and to see if you qualify. Take down the number now for the Tax Helpline, 800-295-4036. That's 800-295-4036 for free information. 800-295-4036. That's 800-295-4036.
Families come in all sizes and shapes. Sometimes your friends are your family by choice, or sometimes you're just stuck with Uncle Charles. Sometimes you've got an office family. And sometimes Team Family has got your back. But what we know is that you want to protect the people that are close to you. The flu can unravel everything. Your flu vaccine protects you and your family. No matter what draws your family together, protect yourself. Protect your family. Everyone needs a flu vaccine.
There are quite literally dozens of words referring to a woman's breasts. Some whimsical, some unflattering or crude. But one thing is clear. Americans seem obsessed with this part of the female anatomy. Sometimes an obsession can prove positive, like when it promotes greater awareness and increased funding to fight breast cancer. Unfortunately, another kind of cancer causes almost twice as many deaths among women. That's why we'd appreciate it if the next time you referred to a woman's pair of lungs, you actually meant her lungs. Lung cancer kills over 70,000 women a year, and while lung cancer rates have decreased for men in the last 20 years, they've been rising for women. So talk to your friends, family, and doctor. Obsess all you want over that set of lungs you can't live without. For answers to questions, log on to our website, nationallungcancerpartnership.org. The National Lung Cancer Partnership. Women. Research. Change.
Listen to this.
This is Steve Gorman Sports.
Steve Gorman Sports. If you want to have a quick spring training update, it helps to have a football player involved. Tim Tebow. Love it. 2 strikeouts. Not bad. Hit into a double play. Not great. Kind of screwed up on the bases.
Yeah, he got doubled up. He got hit by a pitch.
He did lean into one. He did get hit by a pitch.
And he had words with the ump today.
What words? Bless you?
He probably said something like, you look like you didn't comb your hair this morning. Just something like that's about as bad as he could go. Low as
I disagree with the call, but I fully respect that you know more about the game than I do, sir.
Exactly.
As he huffed and chuffed his way back to the dugout.
What's wrong with Tebow at spring training? I love it. He's a mascot. What's wrong with that? He's a mascot for the
there's some kid that, loves baseball.
No, there's not. No, there's not. No, there's not. You're wrong on that.
Steve Gorman Sports.
That's a good way to cap it.
Weekdays at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, this is Robert. And I'm Bob. We have the same shirt, same shoes, same haircut, same car, but not the same financial institution. I have my money in a bank where it's protected by the FDIC. And my money is in a credit union protected by NCUA. Of course, FDIC protects my money up to $250,000 per account. Hey, wait a minute. NCUA protects my credit union money up to $250,000 per account. And a new law makes this coverage limit permanent. Let me guess. For both. You got it. NCUA. FDIC. $250,000. $250,000. Both backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government. So they're virtually, identical.
Use the e-calculator at ncua.gov to make sure all of your money is NCUA safe.
Fox Sports Radio. AM 1330. The Fan.
Sounds incredible. You like it like this?
Up the middle. 15, far side 10. Goes in. Touchdown.
Or like this?
Curry, deep free right side. Are you kidding me?
And what about this? Whatever it is that you like, we've got it covered.
Here we go.
It's sports the way you like it.
It blows my mind.
Mind blown. On Fox Sports Radio. FS. Want to catch Colin Cowherd? FS what?
Come find me.
FS what? Catch the Herd weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch the Herd on FS1.
Thinking about the times you drove in my car. Thinking that I might have drove you too far. And I'm thinking of the love that you laid on my table.
Known as the most unique show on sports radio, the Ben Maller Show Facebook page is a must-visit destination. Check out our page at facebook.com/Ben Maller Show. Now live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, it's... Hold on one second. The weeknight win bag.
The drama.
Ben Maller.
The human emotion as Eddie tries to find the nickname list. All right, here's the Who Am I game. I am the player who has the highest career passer rating of any quarterback who has not won a Super Bowl. Minimum 3,000 attempts on this. Minimum 3,000 attempts. Mr. Nice Guy's going with Doug Henning as his answer. Very funny. Dan Marino, guessed by William. Rich Gannon, thrown out by Dante the Egg. Cody says it's got to be Adam Sandler. Clearly. Who else? Frank?
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to
Frank's going with Achilles Smith. A lot of Dan Marino guesses. Danny White thrown out by Van. Chuck Long from Brad. Let's see here. Finn Breezy going with Phillip Rivers of the Chargers. All right, Eddie, do you have an answer?
Is it your boy Tony Romo?
Tony Romo! Yeah, Romo! Tony Romo!
God, he's so excited.
And he can be yours.
Homosexual.
Tony's got the highest career passer rating, 97.1. Any QB that hasn't won the Super Bowl. He's third behind Aaron Rodgers and Brady all time. Those guys have won, of course. Romo's ahead of Steve Young and Peyton Manning on the list. They've won also. Let's get to it. Here we go. It's the NBA. Pick 'em. We got to fly, Coop. We're not much time. Who's got the first pick? Our daily fantasy.
That would be Eddie Garcia.
All right.
Go ahead, Eddie.
James Harden.
I would not have picked him number one. Danny G Radio.
Carl Anthony Towns.
Damn, that's the guy that I wanted. Screw you. I will go with John Wall. John Wall, Coop.
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Such a typical pick. Yeah.
And Jimmy Butler.
The Butler did it. Butler's off the board. He's going to break out of his slump for the Warriors. Steph Curry. Danny G Radio.
Isaiah Thomas.
Eddie, back-to-back.
DeMar DeRozan.
You got
and
him.
Paul George.
Paul George. Danny, quickly.
Bradley Beal.
Bradley Beal. I'll go Andrew Wiggins. Coop.
Draymond Green.
Hey, we got it in this time. It's a miracle. It's amazing.
Picture this. You're at home, and you're thinking that there's nothing you'd like more than a nice, cold, delicious iced coffee. But you're at home, remember? So just how are you going to get a great iced coffee? With the Hyper Chiller, that's how. Just pour or even brew fresh hot coffee from your single-cup brewer into the Hyper Chiller. And in about a minute, you'll be enjoying an amazingly delicious iced coffee. It's that simple. No long brewing process, no complicated recipes. There's no faster, more convenient way to make the iced coffee you love at home. The Hyper Chiller rapidly chills up to 12.5 ounces of coffee at once, without any dilution. Plus, when 5 o'clock hits, you can use it to chill a glass of wine or whiskey. The hype is real. Save money, save time, and drink great iced coffee at home with Hyper Chiller, dishwasher safe and BPA free. Get $5 off your order when you enter the code RADIO at hyperchiller.com. That's code RADIO at hyperchiller.com.
It's the Luck of the Limo Month. Rupp Limousine has all of the hottest limos in Erie. Enjoy a chauffeured ride in one of the many unique 2, 4, 6, 10, 14, or 26 passenger limousines. Opportunities are endless when booking a limo. Concerts, airport transportation, wine tasting, arrival to a party, just a night out with friends. Endless opportunities. Looking for special offers? Add Rupp Limo on Facebook and be sure to like and share them. Rupp Limo, your local limo company, servicing Erie County. More info at rupplimo.com.
Why would you ride in anything else? Rupp Limousine.
Hey Erie, this is Dave Warren, owner of Dave Warren Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in neighboring Jamestown, New York. You probably remember my voice. And now I'm proud to be reaching out to you as part of a large auto group offering 12 different franchises and over 400 pre-owned cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs. You have my personal guarantee that the short drive to Jamestown will be worth your time and money. You still just pay PA sales tax, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Check us out where we're always open at DaveWarrenSavesYou.com.
Rolling down this road in
Anbar Province.
All of a sudden
There's a huge explosion.
We knew right away.
It was an IED.
Then we started taking sniper fire
and RPGs from the hills.
Today's servicewomen face the same combat dangers as men.
It's pretty amazing.
We made it out alive.
But at home, women veterans face different challenges. DAV understands this and fights to get women veterans the health, disability, and financial benefits they were promised. Visit DAV.org for free help.
If you own a gun, you have a full-time responsibility. When you aren't using it,
be sure it can't get into the hands of curious children, troubled teenagers, a thief, or anyone else who might misuse it. Your family, friends, and neighbors are all counting on you. Remember, always, lock it up. For more information on firearm storage safety, visit ncpc.org. This message brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next, we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch-snuggling, ball-chasing, face-licking, tail-wagging, backyard-hanging, and, of course, companionship.
And what breed would you say Satchmo is?
I'd have to go with maybe a lavish terrier-hound chihuahua-looking kind of mix.
Tremendous dog.
I'd also like to point out Satchmo's coloring, a white, gray, brown, black brindle, simply marvelous.
You know, it's such a treat to watch a dog like this.
Now, let's see him in action.
Look how he makes eye contact with his person.
That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive. And now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance, so common with this group.
And finally, the loving face lick.
It's great how he just gets in there and, well, licks.
Fantastic. But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
And the Ad Council.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
What would you say to the fans, and you're going to have to say this to the fans who aren't going to be able to get past that video?
I respect how they feel. I can't get past the video. It's hard. I'm the one who did it, and unfortunately, I'm the one who has to live with it. I wouldn't keep dwelling on, thinking something that happened 3 years ago. I understand that it happened, unfortunately, and I can't take it back. I mean, if I could, I would.
When do you think you're going to get drafted, Joe?
Honestly, I don't know. I can only hope for the best, and that's going in the first round.
But you haven't been told, because I don't know if teams are going to draft you in the first round, even though you have a first-round grade. So I understand where there's uncertainty there, but it feels like it's going to be second or third day for you. You haven't been told anything, any specifics?
I haven't.
That's Joe Mixon, the Oklahoma running back.
The Dan Patrick Show. Weekdays 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific. Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Store. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan. Fox Sports trending now.
News from the NFL, where after early reports surfaced that the Cowboys were looking to release quarterback Tony Romo, Dallas is now reportedly pursuing trade offers from both the Broncos and the Texans for the veteran quarterback. The Texans traded quarterback Brock Osweiler and his $16 million in guaranteed salary, plus second and sixth round picks to the Browns. For a fourth round pick, Cleveland's expected to cut or trade Osweiler. The Bears signed quarterback Mike Glennon while releasing veteran quarterback Jay Cutler, and the Redskins have released GM Scott McCloughan. A Washington Post source says that he had a relapse with alcohol abuse. In NBA games of note, the Thunder beat the Spurs 102-92. Russell Westbrook gets his 31st triple-double of the season, 23 points, 13 rebounds, and 13 assists. And the Cavaliers lose to the Pistons 106-101 despite a triple-double from LeBron James, 29 points, 13 boards, and 10 assists. I'm Eddie Garcia.
It's a gauntlet of speed, chaos, and destruction. Hammer down now, come on. When racing's biggest names visit fabulous Las Vegas for the next race of the 2017 NASCAR season. Don't miss the thrill Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox.
Outstanding.
This is the Ben Maller Show.
It has been stimulating. It has been breathtaking.
Ben Maller.
It is everything you could have hoped for.
Big Ben Maller.
Cheesy, scripted comedy. We'll break it all down right now. Next!
And now,
who are they?
Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, here he is, Ben Maller.
Playing hardball the Patriot way. Jimmy Garoppolo in the crosshairs for many in the NFL. We'll discuss, and yet another conversation about a cousin. Not my cousin, not your cousin, Kirk Cousins. Welcome in the beginning of another hour. It's the Ben Maller Show. We are in the air everywhere. The vast Fox Sports Radio network emanating live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on your car insurance. Just visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Back at it again and we begin this hour yapping about all the nonsense that has happened in the NFL. In this case, though, something that has not yet happened. And one of the great things about this portion of the calendar, when it comes to football stuff, is you can pretty much throw anything you want on the radio, and it is somewhat passable. It's the silly season, right? It's in full effect. It's make-believe time, and some of that make-believe stuff actually happens. Take Jimmy Garoppolo's name, front and center. Now, Adam Schefter said last week there is no way that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be traded. That's what he said. Have you heard the latest, though? Because the latest is that there are a lot of vultures out trying to get a piece of Tom Brady's cabana boy. They want to hang out with Jimmy Garoppolo. They want to have some fun with Garoppolo. And Cleveland is said to be lusting about a trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. And I took a call last hour from a guy in Massachusetts he was a surrogate of Bill Belichick. And we worked out a trade. We already worked out a trade. He wanted all these multiple draft picks and Joe Hayden. I said, I'll just give you the number one pick. I would. And ironically, that might be what it's going to take, right? If you believe the scuttlebutt, which is floating around now, to get the 25-year-old gunslinger out of Foxborough, because the word is that the only way on God's green earth the Patriots will consider trading Garoppolo is for a freight train full of goodies, including the number one overall pick and other draft pick compensation as well. So I want to talk about this a little bit further, and I want to expand on what we were yapping about earlier. If you missed it, you can go back and hear the podcast, which is on iHeartRadio and now on iTunes. We're excited about that. But let's go through the whole exercise in speculation. Right? We'll take it at face value. As we always say, we must couch everything and say it's at face value. Now, one of the gifts that I have here, I am an unpaid consultant for all 32 teams. I am a consultant for all the teams in the NFL, including the Browns and the Patriots. And my professional opinion is this. And I was kidding a little bit with the caller last hour, but now I'm going to get serious because this is sports talk radio. And we have to be very serious when we talk about this stuff. I would absolutely trade the number one draft pick to get Jimmy Garoppolo. I would do it. I wouldn't be upset about it. I wouldn't have any second thoughts about it. I would absolutely do it. And I'll tell you why. A, the Cleveland Browns need a quarterback. Check. He's a quarterback, and is he guaranteed to succeed? No. He's not guaranteed to succeed. Neither's anyone in the draft or anyone else you were to acquire. There is about a 35-pound weight that you have on your back when you wear the Browns helmet. It is dead weight, and you have to play, and it's very difficult to succeed when you've got that on your head. Desperate times, as the old bumper sticker says, call for desperate measures. The Browns are a headless franchise. They have to find someone to guide them back from the abyss, and Garoppolo, even though he only played a couple of games, was really, really good. Now, the question you have to answer, was that a product of the system, right, the Belichick Patriot way, or was that a sign of a future star that just needs the opportunity to play all the time? Bill Belichick, I found this telling, and my guys in Boston know where I'm going with this, but Bill Belichick, who rarely gives over-the-top praise for any of his players, in the case of Garoppolo, he fawned all over Garoppolo. It was like he was giving him a shoulder rub. And it's very rare for Belichick to do that. When the sourpuss of coaches gives his endorsement, that's got to mean something. Right? This is not your typical garden variety coach that just says every player is the greatest. Oh, he's so good. I like him. Oh, my God, he's amazing. No. Belichick doesn't do that. It's not how he operates. It's just not his style. And B, the other part of this year, the Browns have been hoarding draft picks, as we have documented here for several years. That is the easy part. The end game, what is the end game? There is no end game. It's like what it reminds me of? The Philadelphia 76ers. Trust the process. Right? The Sixers for years go out there, they keep getting draft pick after draft pick after draft pick. Trust the process. They still suck. Right? The Sixers win a couple of games and people get all excited. Right? They drafted a bunch of these can't-miss players, and either they're not as good as advertised or they're hurt in Philadelphia in the NBA. I just crossed the streams there. Is what I crossed basketball and football. You're not supposed to do that. So it's Sports Radio 101, no. And I just did it. But if you're not a basketball fan, just trust me on that. I'm not making that part up. Some stuff we make up, but that part I'm not making up. And so you've got to go for it, right? And the Browns don't know what they're doing. Right? They don't know what they're doing. The magic trick is to turn those draft picks into good players, and that's where the Browns get screwed. Last year, you probably forgot, but at the NFL draft, the Cleveland Browns, take a guess how many receivers the Browns drafted. You got a guess? All right. Let's see here. Danny's going with 6. You went too high. You went too high. That's a bad job by you. It's only a 7-round draft. The Browns drafted 4 receivers, okay? Which is fine. 4 receivers. Who's the player that they signed this offseason to add to their roster? A wide receiver. They signed Kenny Britt away from the Rams. So you drafted 4 receivers in the 2016 draft, and your first big free agent addition the following year is another wide receiver? That's the Cleveland Browns? Yes, that is the Phi Beta Kappa move of the Cleveland Browns, unless it isn't. So, all these people, trust the Browns. They know they're going to figure this out. It's different now. Right? And who cares? You trade the number 1 pick. There's no great quarterback in this draft. And if the Patriots, if that's what it takes to get this guy to accelerate the revival of a dormant franchise in Ohio, then you do it. Now, I know it's easier to keep the 7,364 draft picks you've gotten, and you can pacify the fan base that just buys into this, right? Fans always will go for prospects. They love the young players. They get excited about youth in sports, and they think that this is the way to go. Everyone's been brainwashed that way. And I realize I'm going against the tide here, and it's very difficult to swim against the tide. And I was getting all kinds of blowback from these same Cleveland fans. I'm starting to think that Stockholm Syndrome applies when it comes to the Cleveland Brown fan. Not all, maybe not you, but a lot of the Cleveland Brown fans. Right? All these years, the Browns continue to be the Three Stooges, and the fans defend it. It's like, no, give them a chance. It's different now. No, it is not. It is not different now. And if Tom Brady, we'll look at this. Well, the last thing here, if Tom Brady stays healthy, then Garoppolo's never going to play, right? If you're the Patriots, I would say there's still a 60% chance that you're willing to trade Jimmy Garoppolo before the start of the NFL draft, because common sense tells you that the longer Garoppolo doesn't play, out of sight, out of mind, right? The rust factor applies there, and if he is collecting dust and rust on the bench, he will no longer be worth a Brinks truck worth of draft picks or other goodies on the trade market. It's the Ben Maller Show on Fox, and we'll take some phone calls in a second. 877-99 on Fox. The Patriots were very active. They actually made some real transactions. They got Stephen Gilmore from the Buffalo Bills. He had been in Buffalo recently. He got like $40 million in guaranteed money, a defensive back. That is an un-Belichickian move, to give $40 million to a defensive back. And you know where that's leading, Eddie. You know where that's leading, right? You know, people who are trying to decode the mind of Belichick, they've already pinned what's going to happen now. You gave Gilmore $40 million guaranteed from Buffalo. You know what that means?
What's that mean, Ben?
That means that Malcolm Butler's days are numbered. The Super Bowl here, the man that broke the hearts of all the Seattle Seahawks fans, the 12s haven't recovered from that goal line pass by Russell with muscle that was picked off. The Patriots, the word on the street, Eddie, they are shopping Malcolm Butler. This is getting cranked up. And one of the hot rumors early in the day was Malcolm Butler to the Saints for Brandon Cooks. Would you make that trade? Would you trade Butler for Cooks?
Brandon Cooks, huh?
Not a fan. You don't seem excited about Brandon Cooks.
Not all that excited. No, I would not make that trade, no.
Yeah. Well, the argument
would you?
Well, I wouldn't, because I'll tell you, I wouldn't be excited about it. I'll tell you why. Because Malcolm Butler is a better player than Brandon Cooks. So you're not getting Now the argument is that Cooks could be just so much better with the Patriots, but I don't know if I buy that because he's playing with a Hall of Fame quarterback in Drew Brees. How much better could he be with Tom Brady? They're both really good quarterbacks. Although Brees a little slow, slowing down a little bit last year. He had a couple games, had a patch of games that were terrible for the Saints. So, but that's the rumor that Malcolm Butler's being shopped. If I was the Raiders or any of the top teams in the AFC, I would absolutely try to get Malcolm Butler. But I would trade a draft pick. I wouldn't want to give up any established players. All right, so Ben Maller's show on Fox. The Washington Redskins. This is. Where do we start? I mean, there's just so much. The Redskins they finally fired their GM, Scott McCloughan, who is apparently a raging alcoholic. Depending on what you believe and who you get your information from. In fact, the GM of the Redskins himself, the whole alcohol angle is being played. That is the reason. Right? Alcohol problems were the reason that the Redskins got rid of this guy. And
will he be contacting Steve Sarkisian's attorney?
Good question. Well, he's going to get guaranteed money, though. Didn't he sign a 4-year contract, and he's like in year 2? So the Redskins
you get guaranteed money if you get fired for cause, though?
Yes, it's just like in radio. It's the same thing. They pay you tons and tons of money. Well, the Redskins cited alcohol relapse as the reason.
Right.
So that's the official explanation from the Redskins. And you had to figure that something was not right because he was at Whole Foods dressed like a Redskins ball boy this week. That's a troubling sign for McCloughan.
Well, going to Whole Foods is not a good idea.
But I read this whole big story a couple of months.
Are they a sponsor, by the way? No,
okay. They've got enough money. They overcharge for their food. They don't need us. But McCloughan, I was reading a story a couple months ago. We talked about it, that he never stopped drinking. He lost other jobs in the NFL because of his alcohol stuff, and he never actually stopped. He just kind of cut back. He was a functional.
That doesn't work. Yeah, functional alcohol.
I don't know. It worked for him. He got another job out of it.
Well, it works for a little while, but it's not going to, sustain you.
Apparently not. Apparently not. So there likely will be some lawsuits. I think you're right, Eddie. I think there will be some litigation if Dan Snyder does not pay him, because he'll argue, and I think McCloughan's got a pretty good point. If his argument is, hey, I never stopped drinking, the Redskins knew I never stopped drinking, and they hired me anyway, how can they fire me for drinking when I never stopped drinking? So it's on them. I'm not the guilty party here.
Interesting argument.
Well, wouldn't that be your defense? I never stopped drinking.
No, because everybody can drink, but when you start to abuse it and it affects your job, then that's when there's a problem.
Well, his argument would be it didn't affect my job. They just didn't like that.
Well, you weren't showing up for the combine, so apparently it did, right?
Well, wasn't that more of like a suspension thing? They told him to go away.
But there was a reason why. Well, he had to not be performing his task.
What if it was just that he wanted to sign Kirk Cousins to a long-term contract, and Snyder said, no, I don't want to sign him to a long-term contract? What if it was just that?
Then he would have cause, yes.
Okay, all right. Ben Maller's show on Fox. Later on, Big Ben's lame jokes of the week. That's right, Big Ben's lame jokes of the week. Well, we got a lot of jokes. I got 4 pages of people submitting different jokes. We won't get to half those, but we will have that coming up later in the show. Also later this hour, Maller to the third degree. And now the oddest toothpaste story I have ever heard. Yes, we'll be talking about toothpaste on Sports Radio. We'll get to that. We'll do it next.
3, 2, 1. Happy NFL New League Year!
Lock the bottles. Kiss your wife. Hug your kids. Hug her kids that she had in a previous marriage. Your team is either really crappy or your team is still damn good. Let's celebrate the NFL New League Year together on Fox Sports Radio.
It's Ben Maller here for TrueCar. As a sports fan, you have to have confidence in your team. Trust that they'll draft the right guy, hire the right coach, or get rid of that bozo player. But when it comes to buying a car, how much confidence do you have that you're getting the right price? At TrueCar, they show you real pricing on actual inventory from a TrueCar certified dealer in your area. And these aren't just any dealers. TrueCar certified dealers are a network of car sellers committed to transparency that offer competitive prices and an all-around better buying experience. You can even work directly with a TrueCar certified dealer to establish a fair price even before you show up to the lot. You need more confidence? TrueCar customers, on average, save over $3,000 off MSRP for new car purchases. So when you're ready to buy a new or even a used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Learn more at TrueCar.com. That's TrueCar.com.
Attention, men. If you have tried or wanted to try Viagra or Cialis, or if you've ordered an over-the-counter product in the last few years, Noxitril is an option that is completely private, has received tremendous reviews, and can be at your door in just days. Pharmaceutical companies dislike us because we present a real option to their higher prices and insurance limitations. After years of research, Noxitril has been developed and formulated in U.S. FDA labs, packed with the highest quality potent ingredients. Noxitril is a true breakthrough in male potency. This remarkable all-natural pill is being called Viagra on steroids and is known as a sure winner. So what are you waiting for? Call now and ask how to get your free supply.
Call now and find out how to get a free bottle of Noxitril while supplies last. Call 1-800-605-1707. That's 800-605-1707. Free bottles for a limited time, so call now. 800-605-1707. That's 800-605-1707.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps demonstrate their commitment to defend the American way of life. Since 1775, wherever the mission takes us, we always remember the land we call home. As Marines, we take a stand for our nation, for us all. The few, the proud, the Marines.
In 50 feet, turn left. Why are you driving so slowly?
After a few drinks, I'm taking it slow.
Well, you're not fooling the cop behind you.
What?
Get ready to pay in 0.1 miles.
Getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
160,000 kids stay home from school every day for the same reason, bullying. This is Mike Crossie, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association. Bullying impacts nearly 1/3 of all students every year, but it takes just one caring adult to intervene and help stop the bullying. Take the pledge to be that adult at NEA.org/bullyfree.
A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps demonstrate their commitment to defend the American way of life. Since 1775, we have served our nation as a force in readiness. From combat operations to humanitarian assistance in every corner of the world. No matter where the mission takes us today, or wherever our country needs us tomorrow, we always remember the land we call home. As Marines, we take a stand for each other, for our nation, for us all. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Fox Sports Radio, 1330 The Fan.
Are you a chronic flipper? Do your fingers hurt from pushing those buttons from channel to channel? Do you have blisters on your index finger and thumb? Well, if you do, my friend, we have the cure. No, it's not Valtrex. It's Fox Sports Radio. Here at Fox Sports Radio, you'll get the best in sports and entertainment. So chop off your fingers. but leave the middle and put that chronic flipping behind you.
These drivers are taking a run at glory, looking to make a name for themselves, to battle it out on the racetrack in hopes of one day becoming a legend. The NASCAR Xfinity Series, live from Las Vegas tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern on FS1.
Friday!
All right, former Heisman winner from USC. He killed 2 people, cut their heads off.
Carson Palmer.
What?
Carson Palmer.
No, you idiot! All right, Pat.
The Ben Maller Show has been called a show about nothing. However, Twitter is definitely something. Join the Charm Circle and follow Ben on Twitter. He's at Ben Maller. And you can follow our executive producer. He is the liar, and the menace of the Fox Sports Radio Network. It's the Coop de Loop, Justin Cooper. He's at UH Bronco Fan.
I'm so wasted.
And now live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, it's the pinnacle of cynical, Ben Maller.
Just a follow-up to the Washington Redskins and their assault on GM Scott McCloughan, the former GM. There are now people rallying around Scott McCloughan saying that there's a hate campaign, that the Redskins are trying to take out their failures with McCloughan on him. Like they are... Yes, that's exactly what they're doing there. And there's all these stories being leaked about McCloughan being a functioning alcoholic and a drunkard and all this. Just going on and on and on about what actually happened behind closed doors with the Washington Redskins. Now, I bring that up because there is a report I read that through Bruce Allen, the president of the Redskins, and Dan Snyder under the proverbial team bus, right, claiming that both Allen and Snyder are well known in the Washington, D.C. area as being what was described as social drinkers in the Washington, D.C. area, and also being pinned as accomplices to the downfall of Scott McCloughan, and that they were complicit, right? Because they when they let their steam go, they have a couple of pops, which a lot of people do, but McCloughan, let's just say it's not good for him, and considering his past. And there was one report by a former writer for the Washington Post, who's now at the Four Letter, that got a lot of attention. And he claimed here that Bruce Allen, this is from a former position coach, told this sports writer, that Bruce Allen, the president of the Redskins, brushes his teeth with blank. What do you think he brushes his teeth with? Eddie, you want to take a guess? I love the blank game. I love filling in the blank. And you listening in
this could be anything.
You listening in your car, I would like you to also come up with your answer. There's a former
so many choices.
I know. Former position coach told a sports writer, a guy named Mike Wise is his name, the sports writer that passed this on, that Bruce Allen brushes his teeth with blank. Eddie, what do you think he brushes his teeth with? Go ahead.
He brushes his teeth with nacho cheese.
Nacho cheese. Now, that would be a good...
that's what I would do.
That would not be bad. That neutron bomb nacho cheese, which was never actually cheese at any point. All right, Danny G., Bruce Allen, president of the Redskins, brushes his teeth with blank.
Moonshine.
Moonshine. I like that. That's good. I like that. All right, Koopa Loop, what do you think here? Bruce Allen, president of the Redskins, according to this report, brushes his teeth with blank.
Baking soda.
Baking soda. All right, that's actually good for your teeth.
It's a very sensible answer.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
I'm being serious here.
All right, no. According to this, Bruce Allen, president of the Redskins, you got your answer? He brushes his teeth with, wait for it, Coors Light. Yeah! Woo!
Just flows out of his bathroom sink.
Well, he just has a bottle near the sink, and you put some on there, and you're good to go. Yeah, that's great. And the good thing about Coors Light is it's affordable, right? And it doesn't fill you up too much. It's a light beer. That sounds like the perfect man for Jeannie in Medford, doesn't it? I don't know if Bruce Allen's married or not, but if Bruce Allen's a single man, I've got the perfect woman for you.
Oh, that isn't funny.
What do you think Jeannie brushes her teeth with?
Oh, that's Blue Ribbon. What are we looking at here? What do they sell?
Wild turkey.
Wild turkey.
Rubbing alcohol.
Yeah. Well, on Mondays it's bourbon. On Tuesdays it's whiskey. I think there might be some moonshine in there. I think Danny was right. I think there might be some moonshine mixed in there. So that's awesome. It's not true, right? Bruce Allen doesn't actually brush his teeth with Coors Light. That's just a way.
Tall tale.
Yes, it's a fun tale though. It's a good. I like that. I brought it up on the radio, so I think that's pretty good. I would also like to address Daryl, listener Daryl, he's a troll. Daryl's upset with me. He says, "You sound like a damn fool, Ben." He's referring to some things I said last hour. You're calling a Kaepernick a douche, and you have Twitter beefs with a college kid entering the draft. That's from Daryl. All right, let me address each of those things, Daryl, because I would like to clear the record. I value your opinion. First of all, if you look up the definition of a douche, it is an obnoxious or contemptible person, typically a man. To me, Colin Kaepernick is both obnoxious and contemptible. So he fits the definition of a douche. That's what he is. Now, maybe he'll change and he'll no longer be a douche, but that's what Kaepernick is. And as far as the brouhaha with the potential number one pick in the NFL draft, Deshaun Watson, that was his doing. All I said was a factually correct statement that he was playing the woe is me card, right? The whole woe is me, no one thought we could do it and all that stuff. No one believed in me, which is standard operating procedure. Rather than just own it and say, yes, that's what I'm doing, he tried to fight that, Deshaun Watson, and used terrible grammar, horrifically bad grammar, and then he deleted it. So I caught him in it, and I reposted it. And how's that somehow I'm ripping a college kid? That's on him. That's completely on him on this. All right, so the Ben Maller Show on Fox, and we'll take some phone calls here in a second. Also, Maller to the third degree. Some of the guesses the guys had for what was being the teeth being brushed with. Daryl did respond to that. He said tequila, and our friend Jimmy went with peanut butter. That would be an awkward experience. You're brushing your teeth with peanut butter. Would you do chunky peanut butter? Or you'd have to do the smooth peanut butter. There's no way the chunky peanut butter would work there. That would be a problem. Maller to the third degree. We get to that. 60 seconds. No long commercial break. But first, let's find out what's trending.
This update is brought to you by TrueCar. With TrueCar, you can find out what other people in your area paid for the same car you're looking for, new or used. Visit TrueCar and enjoy a more confident car buying experience. News from the NFL. After earlier reports surfaced that the Cowboys were looking to release veteran quarterback Tony Romo, Dallas is now reportedly pursuing trade offers from both the Broncos and the Texans for the veteran quarterback. The Texans traded quarterback Brock Osweiler and his $16 million in guaranteed salary, plus second and sixth round draft picks to the Browns in exchange for a fourth round pick. Cleveland's now expected to cut or trade Osweiler. The Bears signed quarterback Mike Glennon and released veteran quarterback Jay Cutler. And the Redskins have released GM Scott McCloughan. A Washington Post source says that he had a relapse with alcohol abuse. In college basketball, checking bubble teams that won games in their conference tournaments. TCU knocked off top-ranked Kansas 85-82. Also wins for Kansas State, Xavier, Seton Hall, Michigan State, Cal, and Vanderbilt. I'm Eddie Garcia.
We are Longhorns!
MLS is back. This Sunday, don't miss the LA Galaxy as they take on the Portland Timbers. Live at 7 p.m. Eastern on FS1.
Shows coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. And now back to the big cheese of the radio tease. That was from Uncle Ern. It's Ben Maller.
Uncle Ern? Who's Uncle Ern?
Uncle Ern on Twitter.
Oh. Hi, Uncle Ern. I don't remember when I was a kid. I don't remember having an Uncle Ern. I had an Uncle Harvey, an Uncle Mel.
Do you remember the Great Kazoo?
I do.
That's Uncle Ern's avatar on Twitter.
Oh, I love the Great Kazoo, Flintstone fame. Yeah, it's great. All right, Ben Maller Show on Fox. We've got Maller to the Third Degree coming up in a couple minutes. Right now to the phones. And Blair is in Southern California on Fox Sports Radio. Hello, Blair.
I think
sleeping
caller.
Yeah, we got a sleeper.
I thought I heard some breathing initially.
That's good he's alive. And it doesn't work so well when they don't snore. He has no sleep apnea. It's not good for the radio. Yeah, that's good. Is that Hollering James?
That's Hall of Fame snoring right there.
I miss that guy, Hollering James. Although last time he called, it was a little scary. So, I don't know how much I miss him. But Hollering James was a big-time caller for the show for a long time. We need a new type Hollering James call. What happened to Hot Nuts? People are emailing. What happened to Hot Nuts? He called for 2 weeks. He stopped calling. Did you chase away Hot Nuts, Eddie?
I don't think so.
You were a big fan of his work.
We won one of the games together.
Yeah. I got an email. I was going through my email because I do the lame jokes. I put them together. A listener complained we haven't heard from Real Talk this week. And he said, I've chased away another caller of the year.
It's trash.
Too soon to say I've chased away Real Talk. Probably busy. There's a big shot there in New York City. He's probably on Wall Street, wheeling and dealing the stock market, becoming very wealthy.
Hot Nuts!
Hot Nuts, I don't know. He's looking for helicopters in Houston is what he's doing. Low-flying helicopters in Houston. Are you there, Blair? Blair, wake up, Blair! No, not there. We're up against the hard one here. Thank you. James is in Ohio on Fox Sports Radio. Then we get to the Third Degree. Hello, James.
Hey, what's going on, Ben? Hey, Danny, Eddie, Coop, you guys are awesome. Keep up the good work. I took a day off work tomorrow, so I'm up all night and thought I'd give you a call since I listen every day but can't call because I got to work. I'm a Browns fan. I don't know what to say about that except I just always got to have hope, and I hope that they are going to be doing the right thing with all these draft picks and maybe we'll have a better football season.
Well, I have good news for you. I have exciting news for you, James. We are told here, and I can't confirm this, as you know, I cannot confirm this, but we are being told off the record that the Browns have so many draft picks that you are being considered as a 7th-round pick for the Cleveland Browns. So I hope you are prepared to go to training camp and the off-season work because they don't know which players to draft. They're even thinking about drafting fans, and your name did come up, James, in the war room. They're considering drafting you. So.
Well, that would be awesome. I'd even take the league minimum.
Oh, you'd say, which is like $500,000 or something like. How generous of you! How generous of you to do that, James. Very kind of you. You are you're a Renaissance man. What position? what position would you play, James?
Well, I'd like to think I'd try quarterback at the
Why not? They don't have a quarterback. That would be perfect. That would be
the 30th starting quarterback since '99.
Yeah, we'll get your name on that famous jersey that goes all over the internet with all the names on the back of it. It would be nice. We'll put your name on a piece of tape.
Then I could get Johnny Manziel's number, and then I could stay up every night and call you, Ben.
Absolutely, man. Hey, it goes without saying, when you play quarterback for the Browns, you better be a raging alcoholic. You have to be, right? At least part of you has to be, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, James, you're a good guy, James. Thank you. And you listen to the podcast, right? You're a podcast guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna make you #1 in America.
All right. Thank you. Now tell all your friends, and remember, they don't actually. If they hate the show, just tell them to download it anyway. Because we get credit for that.
Sir.
We don't really care if you actually listen.
And push play and walk away.
Exactly. Push play. Here, the advice is charge the phone, start the podcast, walk away, and then come back. And then by the time your phone's charged, if it's low, the podcast will have played all the way through. We get credit. You don't have to hear the show. We're both good. We're both happy.
Hell yeah. Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
all right. Thank you. There he goes, James, who's the 7th-round draft pick for the Browns. Big news here at Fox Sports Radio.
It's Maller.
How about that?
To the third degree. This is when Big Ben gets grilled.
All right, let's do it here. It's Maller to the third degree. And for the final time this week, the Coop de Loop. He's like a hound dog. He smells pizza. He smells food. Got a really good sense of smell, Coop.
Thanks. I've developed it. It seemed like Chris Johnson had maybe found a career rebirth with the Arizona Cardinals in 2015.
CJ!
Before his season ended early after 11 games. Then in 2016, Johnson only appeared in 4 games, rushing for 95 yards before suffering another injury. Now, Johnson is a free agent, and he had set up some goals for next season and the rest of his career. Johnson said that he wants to start, and if he can't do that, he wants to at least contribute on a regular basis. Ultimately, Johnson would like to become only the 30th player in the league history to rush for 10,000 yards. Now, Ben, CJ2K is 463 yards away from that milestone. Do you think he'll be able to accomplish that feat?
Yeah, I'll use the word unlikely to describe this. I believe it's unlikely that this is going to happen, and let me walk you through why. A, Chris Johnson has that lethal combination of age, injury, and poor performance. That is the trifecta of damage to one's career. He turns 32, CJ, 2K, turns 32 next NFL season. He was limited to 4 games. He had 25 carries in the Valley of the Sun last year for various reasons. There's a lot of wear and tear on the body. And then you add it all up, and it creates a rather unattractive portrait that you're trying to sell at the art auction. And B, CJ, 2K, he is going to have to fight tooth and nail just to get a training camp invite from someone. There's a shot you can get the last guy on a roster situation where you're like the third running back, but you're not going to get the 2009 version. He's going to be the low man on the totem pole, which means he's insurance if he makes an NFL roster. And I think he gets invited to training camp. The way I read it, he gets invited to training camp, whether it's Seattle or somewhere else. But making a roster when there are going to be cheaper options, cheaper and younger options, at 500 yards is, I'll use the word doubtful now. So it's not only unlikely, it's doubtful. There's a less than 25% chance. Next!
Mike Glennon. Who?
The great Mike Glennon.
Yes,
the
Mike
draft.
Glennon.
The draft of the Chicago Zoo.
He's reportedly getting a deal from the Chicago Bears worth close to $15 million per season.
God bless him.
Yes, now when Aaron Rodgers signed a $110 million extension a little less than 4 years ago, it was the most lucrative extension in NFL history. Now, heading into this season, Rodgers' cap number of $20.3 million is tied for 7th among quarterbacks. When asked if Glennon's deal should lead to discussions about his own contract, Rodgers replied, "I think it has to." Ben, do you think the ever-expanding cap and the growing market for quarterbacks will cause quarterbacks to seek shorter-term contracts?
Well said. I'm going to go with by no means. I'm going to go by no means here. Number one, you have seen what Kirk Cousins has done, the temper tantrum in Washington he's had behind closed doors, and his surrogates yelling at the media and feeding stories about how he's unhappy and he wants to trade. Cousins is going to end up, if he signs that franchise tender, with close to $50 million on 2 one-year franchise tag contracts. And yet, he's spitting fire. He's not happy. Right? He's trying to leave the Redskins, if you believe all these reports. And number 2, I don't feel bad for Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers negotiated the best possible deal he could at the time his contract was up. If the Packers want to do him a solid, that's up to them. I don't think they will, but that's their choice. But to answer your question, the market dictates the price of the contract. It's all about timing. Timing. And because of the injury risk, I will argue that it is illogical if you're a quarterback to take a short-term deal and go from contract to contract because of the risk of injury, right? Contracts, if you go with the shorter contract, you get hurt, you don't get that next contract, that next big, huge contract. Now, some guys would be willing to do it, but the vast majority wouldn't. It's all about security and bonus money spread out over a number of years. Next!
And when Kevin Durant went down, the idea that the Warriors couldn't get it done without him seemed ridiculous. They still have the same core that won them 73 games last season, right? Well, after their loss to the Celtics on Wednesday, it seems apparent that something just isn't right. Now, more than anything else, it seems that Steph Curry has not been able to return to MVP form, something that's obviously needed in KD's absence. Now, Ben, do you think that Durant being on the team this season has stunted Curry in a way?
No, that's far-fetched media gibberish is what that is. Here's the deal. First of all, it is possible that the NBA has finally figured out the cheat code to slow down Steph Curry. Right? He was having out-of-body experiences in the Bay Area on a nightly basis. If you look at Steph Curry's shooting from the floor, from three-point range, they have both gone down, and it is trending down. I looked it up over the last 3 months, January, February, and we've only had a partial sample size in the month of March, but the numbers are down across the board for Steph Curry. He is getting worse as the season goes on, not getting better. And secondly, Kevin Durant is a convenient fall guy for Steph Curry, right? And for those that like Steph Curry. However, I am not buying this narrative. I'm not. It is a work in progress at this point. Now, it is possible that Steph Curry was distracted by winning another MVP award the way the Warriors lost to Cleveland. And what if he didn't put the work in? What if he was out on speaking engagements and corporate sponsor gigs and all that, and he didn't spend as much time in the gym, and now he's paying the price? My conspiracy theory, my working theory on this, is the phantom injury. I'm going with the phantom injury here. That for months and months he's been playing hurt, and then at the end of the year, whenever the Warriors season ends, Steve Kerr and some other big shots for the Warriors will say, oh, no, he got hurt, in December. We didn't say anything, but he's been hurt all year. He needs some kind of surgery. Right, there it is. Maller to the third degree. How did we do?
Then you pass this edition.
That's a winner! Time now for the Insta Trivia. And if you pay close attention, you should get this right away. If you pay close attention to everything I say, which I know is not true, you get about 1 out of every 7 things I say. It goes through your head. Here it is, though. Here's the Insta Trivia. Which active player has appeared in the most NFL games without making the postseason? And for the active player that has appeared in the most NFL games without ever making a postseason, that's your Insta Trivia. The answer next.
You want to mess with the best?
Catch me outside. How about that?
Here! We're taking on everyone.
You got knocked up out, man. Oh, that hurt.
On your smartphone, in the car, outside, inside, we don't give a
Bring it!
Because you know who we are.
You know how to find me, homie.
Fox Sports Radio.
If you're single and not dating on Match, then listen up. Match is not only #1 in first dates, but second dates too. Want to impress a first date? Put your phone away. 45% of singles would be turned on if you visibly turned off your phone during a date. Now I'm going to hook you up. For my listeners, go to Match.com/game for 7 days free. That's 7 days completely free to search and connect for my listeners. This free offer only found at Match.com/game. That's Match.com/game.
If you think trains will stop if they see a car on the tracks, you're right, they will. About a mile after they hit you. In 2015 alone, 230 people were killed at railroad crossings. Don't become the next fatality. Stop. Trains can't. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
Mike Glennon.
Who? Mike Glennon.
Who?
Mike friggin'
Never heard
of him.
He's going to make $15 million to play quarterback, and he can't play quarterback at the starting level. So Aaron Rodgers was on the radio talking about his salary compared to that.
Mike Glennon, who I'm sure is a nice guy and has started 18 NFL games at quarterback, is going to be getting $15 million a year. Does that lead to any sort of discussions about your own contract situation?
I think it has to.
I don't think I need to expand on that.
Good for him. That's what you want out of an interview. Because you got to ask the question. And a lot of times when you ask a question like that, they see you coming a mile away, the brighter guys, and they stay away from it. In this case, I like his bluntness. Yeah, and then I'm worth $100 million.
JT the Brick with Tom Luning.
Why do you talk first? I wanted to talk first.
Weekdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Close your eyes in Chicago, and you can hear the sound of zebra braying in Africa. Look hard out your window in D.C., and you can see the snow-covered peaks of the Andes. Stand on a corner in L.A. and feel the hot wind of the Sahara brush across your face. The world is that small. We are that connected. Please visit earthshare.org and learn how the world's leading environmental groups are working together, making it so simple for you to make a difference. Because we are many, and we are one. Please visit us at earthshare.org to learn more. Earthshare. One environment. One simple way to care for it all. A public service message from Earthshare and the Ad Council.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
What would you say to the fans, and you're going to have to say this to the fans who aren't going to be able to get past that video?
I respect how they feel. I can't get past the video. It's hard. I'm the one who did it, and unfortunately, I'm the one who has to live with it. I wouldn't keep dwelling on, thinking of something that happened 3 years ago. I understand that it happened, unfortunately, and I can't take it back. I mean, if I could, I would.
When do you think you're going to get drafted, Joe?
Honestly, I don't know. I can only hope for the best, and that's going in the first round.
But you haven't been told, because I don't know if teams are going to draft you in the first round, even though you have a first-round grade. So I understand where there's uncertainty there, but it feels like it's going to be second or third day for you. You haven't been told anything, any specifics?
I haven't.
That's Joe Mixon, the Oklahoma running back.
The Dan Patrick Show. Weekdays 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
If you had to decide who deserves to go to college, who would it be? A single mom coming back to class with dreams of being a nurse? Or a high school grad intent on a biotechnology career? A police officer learning more about Homeland Security? Or an out-of-work technician who needs new skills to get a job? Every American deserves a chance for a better future, and community colleges are that gateway for millions of Americans. Our communities and local businesses depend on the students we educate. Today, enrollment at community colleges is growing dramatically, but funding to serve these students is not keeping pace. We need your support to keep the door of opportunity open for all. Important futures are riding on community colleges, including our nation's. Community colleges, the face of America, the future of America. This message is from the American Association of Community Colleges.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Really sexy. It's the best sports talk on your radio.
What's the poll question?
No poll question tonight, but I could.
And it goes down with the names you trust.
Check this out.
Colin Cowherd, Dan Patrick, Clay Travis, Rich Eisen, Steve Gorman, Ben Maller, Jason Smith, JT the Brick, and many, many more.
I'm going to leave that one alone.
Our lineup, you understand, kicks the crap out of any other lineup. This is Fox Sports Radio. Okay. FS1.
Don't laugh! This ain't reality TV!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Never been as broke as me. I like that. When I was young, I had 2 pair of leads. Besides that, the pinstripes in the gray. The one I wore on Mondays and Wednesdays. Flirt, I'm throwing tigers on my shirt and alligators. They want to see the inside, I see you later. Here come the drama. Oh, that's that with the fake. Wow, why you punch me in my face? Stay in your place, play your position. Here come my intuition. Go in this pocket, rob them while his friends watching.
Follow our exclusive Reddit page. Find our subreddit, Ben Maller Show, and be a part of our revamping Post Stories and Message Other P1s. Now live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, it's the Huzzah of Hyperbole! Ben Maller.
The instant trivia, we're looking for the name of the active player that has appeared in the most NFL games without making the postseason. That is the question. What is the answer? And do you know it? If you know it, you can answer it right now on Twitter at Ben Maller. That's at Ben Maller. Carlos was the first one to get this right. It's a good job by him. Who else do we have? Will went with Lamar Miller as his answer. Rich said Jimmy Superfly Snuka as the answer. Justin checks in with Gordon Lightfoot. Cody got it right. Who else? Blake Bortles, guessed by Ronald. Let's see here. Nerd Christina went with Tony Romo. Very funny. Jay Cutler, guessed by our friend Ivinson. Edmund Dallas Garcia, what say you?
I remember Takeo Spikes used to have the record for most games played without winning a playoff game.
Briefly part of the Fox Sports Radio family.
Is that right?
Yes.
I
Very briefly.
I don't have an answer for you.
You do not know.
I don't have an answer.
The correct answer, he just signed with the New York Giants, Brandon Marshall. All active players, Brandon Marshall. Most games played without the postseason. How many games? 167 games for Brandon Marshall.
Yay.
Are the Giants a playoff team next year? Not a lock, right? The Cowboys? Cowboys will be pretty good again next year. Redskins look like they're downgraded. The Eagles have been very active, though, picking up some good, potentially good receivers. Yeah, Alshon Jeffrey, if he keeps his head on straight, you figure he'll be pretty good. And so... does Philly compete with the Giants, and that means the Giants aren't a playoff team? I kind of hope the streak continues because it's a fun streak. I'd like to see that. And do you know who's second? Here's the one most people don't get. The one that's next closest to Brandon Marshall among active players that have missed the playoffs. That would be from the Cleveland Browns, Joe Thomas.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Are they going to trade Joe Thomas, the Browns?
They keep saying that his name's popping up. But
yeah, I'm just going to continue to torture him. And make him wear that clown costume in Cleveland.
We are Fox. A few years ago, my wife and I went shopping for amazing quality luxury bedding we could actually afford. And what did we find? Nothing. Hi, I'm Scott Tannen. Missy and I started Bull & Branch because we want you to be able to afford the best bedding in the world. By cutting out the middlemen and only selling online at bullandbranch.com, our award-winning sheets cost less than half of designer brands and are twice the quality. Every set is crafted from 100% organic cotton. They get softer and softer over time. That's why we have thousands of 5-star reviews, and even 3 U.S. presidents have Bull & Branch sheets. There's no risk. Try them for 30 nights. If you don't love them, send them back for a full refund. Go to bullandbranch.com today for $50 off your first set of sheets, plus free shipping when you use promo code BEDDING. That's $50 off, plus free shipping right now at bullandbranch.com. Promo code BEDDING. bullandbranch.com, spelled B-O-L-L, and branch.com. Promo code BEDDING.
It's the luck of the limo month. Rupp Limousine has all of the hottest limos in Erie. Enjoy a chauffeured ride in one of the many unique 2, 4, 6, 10, 14, or 26 passenger limousines. Opportunities are endless when booking a limo. Concerts, airport transportation, wine tasting, arrival to a party, just a night out with friends. Endless opportunities. Looking for special offers? Add Rupp Limo on Facebook and be sure to like and share them. Rupp Limo, your local limo company, servicing Erie County. More info at RuppLimo.com.
Why would you ride in anything else? Rupp Limousine.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer. When I grow up, I want to be a glass countertop in a new home. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's best birthday present. When I grow up, I want to be a football stadium. When I grow up, I want to be a warm place on a cold day. When I grow up, I want to be a fancy backsplash. When I grow up, I want to be a bike that races around the country. When I grow up, I want to be a bench on a forest trail. I want to be a rocking chair on a sunny porch. I want to be a skyscraper. I want to be When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. A public service advertisement brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
I never get the flu. My kids don't need more shots.
I don't have time.
we're all healthy.
No matter how you build your excuses, the flu can blow your house down.
I can't believe I used up all my sick time.
I missed a week of school during finals.
Now my baby has it because of me.
The hospital?
Keep your foundation strong. Vaccinate.
How was your day? What did you do in school? I'm Mike Crusty, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association. And these two simple questions can encourage learning in your home. Showing interest and asking about the school day can help motivate your children and keep them excited about learning. So stay involved, stay curious, and ask specific questions. Student success involves the whole family.
A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
Blue is my favorite color. What's yours? What's yours? Red is my favorite color. What's yours? What's yours?
Well, yeller's sweller for this little feller.
And me, I'm keen on green. So what's your favorite color? Tell us, please.
Kids will spend 20 minutes listening to songs like this.
What's your favorite color? Tell us, please. What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite?
How about 2 minutes to brush their teeth? Brushing for 2 minutes now can save your child from severe tooth pain later. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. 2 minutes twice a day. Save the time. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Drafted, Joe?
Honestly, I don't know. I can only hope for the best, and that's going in the first round.
But you haven't been told, because I don't know if teams are going to draft you in the first round, even though you have a first-round grade. So I understand where there's uncertainty there, but it feels like it's going to be second or third day for you. You haven't been told anything, any specifics?
I haven't.
That's Joe Mixon, the Oklahoma running back.
The Dan Patrick Show. Weekdays 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studio in the historic Boston Stores. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
News from the NFL. After earlier reports surfaced that the Cowboys were going to release veteran quarterback Tony Romo, Dallas is now reportedly pursuing trade offers from both the Broncos and Texans for the veteran quarterback. Speaking of the Texans, they traded quarterback Brock Osweiler and his $16 million in guaranteed salary, plus second and sixth round draft picks to the Browns for a fourth round pick. Cleveland is now expected to cut or trade Osweiler. The Bears signed quarterback Mike Glennon while releasing veteran quarterback Jay Cutler, and the Redskins have released GM Scott McCloughan. A Washington Post source says that he had a relapse with alcohol abuse. In NBA games of note, the Thunder beat the Spurs 102-92. Oklahoma City star Russell Westbrook gets his 31st triple-double of the season, 23 points, 13 rebounds, 13 assists. And the Cavaliers lose to the Pistons 106-101 despite a triple-double from LeBron James, 29 points, 13 boards, and 10 assists. I'm Eddie Garcia.
We are Fox FS1. FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. Look at me!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. This is the Ben Maller Show.
Is that nut big enough?
I don't think so, Ben.
Right?
Big Ben Maller.
Bam!
Ben Maller.
Sounds good to me, jerk.
Roll the ugliness.
And now, live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios.
Y'all be cool.
Here he is, Ben Maller.
Spinning the roulette wheel of running backs in the NFL. Welcome in the beginning of another hour. It's the Ben Maller Show. We are in the air everywhere. The vast Fox Sports Radio Network emanating live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on your car insurance. Just visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Our in-depth team coverage of the NFL start to free agency, the new league year, a transaction palooza in the NFL. And a reminder before we get going with the latest ranting and ravings of your lunatic overnight talk shows, Sunday into Monday, a bracket buster Sunday. It's NCAA tournament madness. Are we allowed to say that? Craziness? What's trademarked? I don't know. But we'll have some fun coming up next week. And like all great dopey radio shows, we will have a contest that you can be a part of. We'll tell you more about it next week. But we are going to have a pick'em contest. You have no chance of beating me. I am an expert at college basketball. I have a vote for the most coveted award in sport. It's not the Heisman Trophy. That's ancient. That's old. That's yesterday. It's not the MVP award in baseball or basketball or football. None of those things. Or hockey. The most relevant, most meaningful award in all of sport is the John R. Wooden Award. And I vote for that. And so I clearly am a better person than you. Clearly, and I know more than you. So I am going to win unless I'm not.
Hey, Toadstool.
Stop. All right. I'm just having some fun. Why can't I be proud of myself? What's wrong with you? You got to hit that stupid buzzer every time. You got to hit the damn buzzer. All right, well, let's do a belly whopper into the deep end here. We continue. I like to think we have Zapruder film coverage of the free agent signing period in the NFL, or agreeing period. If you don't know what the Zapruder film is, you should just Google it. Just Google it. But let's focus in on the running backs. They don't get enough attention. You've got Eddie Lacy, Adrian Peterson, and Jamal Charles. Those are the big three that have my attention. And have you followed the latest on these three people? Adrian Peterson is getting treated like a fat guy at a bar. No interest. The ladies are not showing him any interest. Very rude. Giving him the evil eye there. So Adrian Peterson getting the cold shoulder. And as far as we've been able to uncover from everything that I've tracked down here, our sources tell us, no one has even kicked the tires yet on Adrian Peterson. Now, Jamal Charles is drawing some interest, but it's mild interest. It's very tepid from the Seattle Seahawks. Seattle's desperate to get some help at running back. The Seahawks also yapping about Eddie Lacy. He's on the radar. The big tubby running back late of the Green Bay Packers. The Packers could bring Eddie Lacy back, but the Seahawks, the Vikings, and also the Packers all in the mix there. Now, as a radio advisor to NFL franchises, I would like to break this down because it's very simple to do here. I have a couple of thoughts. First of all, let's start with the rotund running back, Eddie Lacy. Now, we don't have to sugarcoat things. It's one of the benefits of being on late at night. We don't have to worry about that. Eddie Lacy has, what's the old line? He's got more red flags than a China National Day parade. I mean, there are red flags everywhere. He can't control his weight. He's got bad ankles. He's coming off ankle surgery. Not committed to football. This is a gigantic reclamation project. Other than that, what's not to like? Eddie Lacy for 3 or 4 games is really good. Really, really good. When he's focused, he's healthy, ready to go. He's a punishing, swashbuckling back in the NFL. It's like he walks around with a machete, and he runs through the hole, and he's just swiping people right and left. And even with his many troubles of late for the Green Bay Packers, since he came to Green Bay, Eddie Lacy has averaged 2.1 yards after contact. That's 6th best in the NFL since he entered the league. So he's been able to, like a bowling ball, he's been able to bounce off. I guess bowling ball is bad analogy. How about I got ping? What am I thinking of here? Pinball. That's the game. When's the last time I played pinball? It's been years since I played pinball. But anyway, he just bounces around, Eddie Lacy, so he's able to get some extra yards. And he has to bounce around because Lacy's not going to run by anybody. Now, that being said, I would rather try to get the proverbial light bulb to go off for Eddie Lacy than hope that you get a reawakening from Adrian Peterson. Like, the Vikings have an option here if they want. If they want to go hard, the Vikings can get Eddie Lacy. They can get Eddie Lacy in Minnesota, which would certainly help the food industry in Minnesota and would it annoy Packer fans? Now, you wouldn't be annoyed. Like, if you don't like Lacy, rather, maybe like a switch What if Lacey ends up in Minnesota and Adrian Peterson ends up at Lambeau Field? And swap players through a weird free agent situation. But it's pretty obvious. If this is accurate, these lists that are out there of the running back interested teams, the Seahawks and the Vikings they're big on the Father Flanagan thing when it comes to running back. And the second part of this, Seattle is going overboard in their search for a running back. Not only are they interested in Eddie Lacy, but in addition, mentioned Jamal Charles, Latavius Murray has been mentioned, and CJ, Chris Johnson. Those are all possibilities for Pete Carroll and the Seahawks. And if I were to rank those guys on who you would want to have, who I would want to have, I would put Latavius Murray number one, and mainly because he's on the right side of 30. And there's another guy. He's not a complete player. I mean, Latavius Murray, there are plenty of rough spots. But there's still that belief that he can get to where these other guys were at one point. So I would put Latavius Murray number one. I would then put Jamal Charles number two. And he's only played a handful of games. I think he's played 8 games in the last 3 years or something like that. It's been bad. It's been really bad. He can't stay healthy. He's got bad knees. But other than that, he's fine. And then you got Eddie Lacy, who's someone who enjoys a good meal. I enjoy a good meal. He's got a bad ankle. Commitment issues. And last on that list would be CJ. Chris Johnson, he has regressed, not progressed. He's on the wrong side of 30. He's got bad health. He's got all that going against him. So considering the Seahawks, they already have Thomas Rawls, and they have a couple other guys in the backfield, you would think they're just going to go veteran. I mean, Latavius Murray, you believe he gets a decent contract. Not a great contract, but a decent contract. But if you get like a veteran just trying to hang on, that would be the way to go. All right, it's the Ben Maller Show on Fox. Now, let's play a fun game. Who got the best of it? Talking about wide receivers. Who's going to play better with their new team? The two big receiver moves in the NFL were what? Alshon Jeffrey goes to Philadelphia from the Chicago Bears. He's been hurt a lot. He got suspended for performance-enhancing drugs last year. He gets a 1-year contract. Turned down multiple year offers from the Vikings and other teams to play in Philadelphia as the man in Philly. And then Deshaun Watson, the former Eagle, the former Redskin, going down to Tampa. The Buccaneers agree to terms with Deshaun Watson. He gets a 3-year contract for a bunch of fake money and a bunch of guaranteed money as well. So, all right, let's break it down real quick. Who's going to do a better job with their respective team? Deshaun Watson or Alshon Jeffrey? All right, first of all, Deshaun Watson is the better player. He's had a better career, Deshaun Watson, and he's one of the great deep threats in the NFL. However, in this particular case, Alshon Jeffrey is going to have the better season in Philadelphia, and I'll tell you why. Because Alshon Jeffrey, he's I think 27 or 28, and this is a bounce-back situation. More importantly, though, the Philadelphia Eagles need a number one receiver. Alshon Jeffrey slides in to that number one spot on the depth chart as the playmaker. If you look at the Eagles' offense, which was hit and miss last year, right? Hit and miss in Philadelphia, Alshon Jeffrey steps up and becomes the man. The Eagles also went out and got Torrey Smith, who sucks. At least he stuck with the 49ers. So you got Carson Wentz under center, and if he's going to do anything in the passing game, most of it's going to go through Alshon Jeffrey. This was a desperation situation for the Eagles. They had a new level of stinkage at the wide receiver position last year. So, again, I'm going to go with Alshon Jeffrey. I give him the edge over Deshaun Jackson in that scenario. It's the Ben Maller Show on Fox as we yap the night away. Don't forget about the podcast available on iTunes. Download. 5 stars. Eddie, what do we want, Eddie? What do we want? We want 5 stars. 5 stars. I was reading some of the reviews.
Doing your Bill Belichick there? No days off. 5 stars.
No days off, please. The podcast you can listen to whenever you want on demand. So on iTunes you can do the reviews and stuff. But I was looking at some of the reviews, and they were really funny. Like, we have some really funny people that like the podcast that were sending some hilarious messages.
Can you give us an example?
Well, I don't have them in front of me here, but
just the gist of it. Doesn't have to be verbatim.
Well, they were kind of mocking my nicknames, and
that's good. I like that.
There was one guy that says he hates the show, but he wanted to give me a good review anyway. I mean, there's stuff like that. It was enjoyable. I got a kick out of the reviews. I was laughing at some of the things people were saying about the show. So I enjoyed that.
I'm gonna pull a couple up right now.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Danny will have
we were reading them in the studio yesterday, and
yeah,
very witty, well written.
Danny will now review the messages that we're getting on iTunes. These are all 5-star reviews. All 5. At some point, the people at iTunes are going to realize that this is a scam and they're going to shut us down. But until then, keep sending the 5-star reviews. Just keep sending them in there. So, all right, Ben Maller Show on Fox. And while Danny is bringing that up, you can call us up at 877-99 on Fox, and also hit us up on Twitter at Ben Maller. That's at Ben Maller. You can be part of the festivities. So a lot of fun. And later this hour, Big Ben's lame jokes of the week. I am still getting lame jokes submitted. I just got a Coop lame joke sent in by a friend of the show. So it's pretty cool.
Here's a very well-written one. It says, 5 stars, sports and sarcasm at its finest. Such an entertaining show. Hot sports takes? Rarely, but they are there. Best radio show during the primetime overnight hours.
Yeah.
If you want game shows with a lot of whining or want to hear wacky and belligerent callers, look no further. Bill Miller is joined with his 3 awesome and memorable talents, Teddy Garcia, Coop to Scoop, and Donnie B. I just can't get enough of this show, ... unless I can.
Oh, I like that. And then, of course, the whining part of that, he was referring to you, Eddie, when you whine during our game shows and you have a hissy fit.
I win. I win. You whine.
I think that's actually true. I mean, you guys, again, this week you screwed me out of a medal situation. We don't need to go back down and revisit that. It's a new day, and we'll leave that in the past.
No, our program director declared yesterday that Ryan did indeed have a ferocious
How
comeback.
about that? The boss has chimed in.
The program director of Fox Sports Radio.
What if I told you, and he
watch out now?
What if I told you that he told me that I won? How about that? What if I told you that maybe he won?
Bald-faced liar.
Yeah, we were on the conference call, and he
did not say that. He didn't listen. Yep. He didn't say. You are making that up. He never said that to us. We had a conference call. We got in trouble.
You calling our boss a liar?
We got called into
you are on thin ice.
I was on the. Did you hear it? I didn't hear it on the conference call.
I was on.
Eddie, tweet that out on the special Fox Sports Radio.
Breaking news. Ben Maller has called our boss a liar.
Bye, everybody. See you later. I'm out of here. No, he didn't. I listened when I'm in a meeting with management. Okay, I have laser-like focus. I hang on every word the boss says, okay? This is the gospel. From the top of the mountain down to the minions. We are just peons. And I listen to every word the boss says. He did not say at any point, Ben, you did not win.
Not while you were on the conference call.
It doesn't count.
Oh,
it doesn't count. It does
they
not
hired
count.
us to somewhat control you.
It counts to him.
To control me.
Yeah.
What am I, a wild beast or something like that?
Look, Ben,
pretty much.
Our conference call, it was supposed to be less than 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Our boss knew that if he mentioned the fact that Ryan got in the word in time, that he would have been on the phone with you arguing for 35 minutes.
You do not know that's true, number one. Number two, I believe our boss has great integrity, great character, and great morals. And if he listened to that, then he would know that I won.
Oh.
So clearly he didn't listen accurately, or maybe he's got a hearing problem. I recommend a hearing aid if that's the case. I won. That's it. I was... You didn't get it in. Your guy didn't get it in before the buzzer had sounded.
By the way,
happen.
Go back to the Monday podcast, Monday and the Tuesday, and you'll hear how Ben Maller got whooped.
Got screwed is the proper way to say that. Got screwed would be how we say that. All right, again, 877-99 on Fox. We have lame jokes later in the hour. Big Ben's lame jokes. And is it going to be a case of buyer's remorse? We'll get to that. We'll do it next.
The NFL free agency is here! The NFL free agency is here!
Get all the latest right right here, right now, on Fox Sports Radio.
It's Ben Maller here for TrueCar. As a sports fan, you have to have confidence in your team. Trust that they'll draft the right guy, hire the right coach, or get rid of that bozo player. But when it comes to buying a car, how much confidence do you have that you're getting the right price? At TrueCar, they show you real pricing on actual inventory from a TrueCar certified dealer in your area. And these aren't just any dealers. TrueCar certified dealers are a network of car sellers committed to transparency that offer competitive prices and an all-around better buying experience. You can even work directly with a TrueCar certified dealer to establish a fair price even before you show up to the lot. You need more confidence? TrueCar customers, on average, save over $3,000 off MSRP for new car purchases. So when you're ready to buy a new or even a used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Learn more at TrueCar.com. That's TrueCar.com.
A few years ago, my wife and I went shopping for amazing quality luxury bedding we could actually afford. And what did we find? Nothing. Hi, I'm Scott Tannen. Missy and I started Boll & Branch because we want you to be able to afford the best bedding in the world. By cutting out the middlemen and only selling online at BollandBranch.com, our award-winning sheets cost less than half of designer brands and are twice the quality. Every set is crafted from 100% organic cotton. They get softer and softer over time. That's why we have thousands of 5-star reviews, and even 3 U.S. presidents have Boll & Branch sheets. There's no risk. Try them for 30 nights. If you don't love them, send them back for a full refund. Go to BollandBranch.com today for $50 off your first set of sheets, plus free shipping when you use promo code BEDDING. That's $50 off, plus free shipping right now at BollandBranch.com. Promo code BEDDING. BollandBranch.com spelled B-O-L-L and branch.com. Promo code BEDDING.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
How bad do you want to get in shape? Feel better when you wake up in the morning, or just plain fit back in your spring wardrobe? Enjoy an open workout environment at the new Iron Oxygen Fitness, formerly Best Fitness. Get free unlimited group fitness and free personal training. Start now for just $1 to join, and first month for just $9.99. You deserve a gym dedicated to you, to power your lifestyle. Get everything you want now for just $1 to join and $9.99 the first month. Visit IronOxygenFitness.com for passes and promotions. Join for $1. Iron Oxygen Fitness. Power on.
A promise was made, a promise that hit the beaches of Normandy, a vow that captured Iwo Jima, a contract that weathered Tet, a pledge that stormed the desert in Iraq, an IOU that braved IEDs in Kandahar. A promise was made to America's veterans. DAV fights to keep that promise, so all veterans and their families get the benefits and support they earned. For help, visit DAV.org.
America was built by people with a few dollars and a dream. But even today, there's still one path to success that only requires a dream and about $10. Because if your dream is to start or grow your business, something as simple as the right business card could make all the difference. Right now at Vistaprint, you can get 500 customized high-quality business cards for only $9.99. That's $9.99, and your satisfaction is absolutely guaranteed. Just go to Vistaprint.com, use promo code 5757 at checkout. That's Vistaprint.com, promo code 5757.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole, or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your fly. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
By the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Meta World Peace, Sean Payton's our guest.
In the zone with us now, it's Grant Hill.
It's time for us to remind you yet again
that you can go to foxsportsradio.com and podcast.
If you're going to intentionally walk somebody, just point to first and he'll take his base.
Draymond Green is not very smart.
You got to choose between Jay Cutler and Colin Kaepernick. Who would you pick? Jay Cutler.
Podcast anything and everything.
Right.
That's foxsportsradio.com for all your podcasting needs.
3, 2, 1.
You may need some time away, but never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd.
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd
on FS1.
Been called a show about nothing. However, Twitter is definitely something. Join the Charm Circle by following Ben on Twitter. He's at Ben Maller. And you could follow our technical producer. He plays all the music and most of the funny sound bites on the Ben Maller Show. His first name is Danny. His last name, mystery to most. But you can follow him at Danny G Radio.
Never go in against a Sicilian.
And now live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, it's the mogul of mischief, Ben Maller.
All right, here's a question. Have you watched more conference tournament games this week or World Baseball Classic games? What have you watched more of? I'll go first. And I have watched slightly more of conference tournaments. And we had the World Baseball Classic on here quite a bit because there were games going on in Korea, so they were on live early in the week. But I don't count that because I have locked in on the radio. I'm not distracted by all the TVs and all the bells and whistles and the radio station. I'm not. I could be anywhere and do this show. And I could be in a broom closet somewhere and do the show. But what about you, Eddie? Have you watched more college basketball this week or World Baseball Classic?
Well, I haven't really watched either. I mean,
it's the wrong answer.
I haven't sat down. When I say watch them, it's like sit down and really focus on them.
Yeah.
I have them on in the background and here at work, but I haven't really, just sat down and focused on what's going on.
Yeah. I have a problem. Like when Gus Johnson's doing a game, a college basketball game, like I have to watch. He could be doing a snail race, and I would be like, that's pretty good. I'll check that out. I'll give him a few minutes to watch what he's doing there. And I like Bill Raftery a lot. Onions!
The kids!
The lingerie! What about you, Danny G?
Plan to no power. I've been watching the World Baseball Classic.
World Baseball Classic. Yeah. Okay. Danny G said World Baseball. What about you, Coop? College basketball, World Baseball Classic. None of the above. Neither. You're watching on how to roll a bong, how to roll a joint the proper way. Is that right?
Oh, I'm watching D'Angelo Russell throw down 28 points in a Lakers victory.
Yes. The Lakers are back. Wake up the echoes.
Ben,
they are back.
Can we have 5 seconds? Just a moment.
Yes, please.
It's Friday.
Brilliant.
You kept calling Deshaun Jackson Deshaun Watson. Can we have 5 of those seconds?
Not that anyone noticed.
Not that anyone. Not that my staff said, "Hey, stupid, knock it off." No. Instead, this is like another example of the difference between the Ben and the Dan
I was going to, but my mic wasn't turned on.
Well, no. Let me explain something. Danny G and Coop, their strategy is, hey, Ben's drowning. Let's not throw him a life preserver. Let's laugh at him as he sinks to the bottom of the ocean. And so I have Deshaun Watson on the head because I have this beef with Deshaun Watson. And so anytime I hear the name Deshaun, I immediately put Watson after it instead of Deshaun Jackson. And again, good producers would say, hey, you misspoke there. Why don't we correct that? On this show, let's point at Ben and laugh.
Ben, I thought you were doing it on purpose. Remember what one of your first program directors taught you?
Yes,
You're so perfect that you do things like that on purpose.
It's a good job, Danny.
Yeah. Exactly.
You're just proving that we're not a recorded show.
I love the snickering of Danny G and Coop in the other room. Oh, he said it again! He said it again! Typical Laker fans. Typical Laker fans, you guys. Yeah. All right. And I was going to take it easy on the Lakers. I was going to do it, but not anymore.
What's wrong with your Clippers?
The Lakers are going to probate court. Probate court. That's where they look over wills.
Speaking of typical, Ben, I waited the entire show yesterday for you to bring it up because
what's that? What?
The first time that I had somebody in the NFL Book'em score me some points, and I brought it up early in the show.
Yeah.
You said, "Oh no, I was going to bring it up. I was waiting on till later, Coop. You jumped the gun."
Yeah.
But what happened? What happened yesterday?
In the fifth hour, we covered it. In hour number 5, we went over it.
Yeah, no, you failed.
We talked about that, and we talked about Barcelona.
You failed to mention that the Chiefs tight end Demetrius Harris, arrested for marijuana possession. Felony marijuana possession.
Please. He's an upstanding citizen in
moving
Colorado.
into second place in the NFL Book'em, the Coop de Loop.
Coop, in your world, he should get a handshake. How are you getting points for that?
See, this was copious research, Danny.
Copious research.
Oh, you knew the marijuana laws in Kansas City?
That's right.
Yeah. Very strict. No one smokes weed at all in Kansas City. That does not happen unless it does.
I also expect David Perry of the Colts to be released to vault me into first place ahead of Ben Maller.
That's all right. I've got several more arrests to look forward to. Several more arrests. Because my strategy on the NFL Book'em, I'm in it to win it for the long haul. And
I'm tanking for a draft pick, apparently.
No Vikings have been arrested yet. I don't think we've had a Viking arrested yet. The Vikings are good for at least one arrest.
Ben,
the Broncos should give me at least like a DUI.
Did you draft the Tampa Bay Bucks because Deshaun Watson might get arrested?
All right. Are you happy? Are you good? Yeah. And I do have Tampa Bay on my board. I do have Tampa Bay. So if Deshaun Jackson gets in trouble, I'll be all right. So again, my new nickname for Koopa Loop and Danny G are the lifeguards of sports radio, and they're the ones when you're drowning, they'll throw a harpoon at you as you're drowning just to make sure that it's not that painful and you die right away. That's the move by my staff there. I had the flop sweat going. I'm drowning, and these guys are snickering and laughing. And no, look, he said it again. He said it again. He said the wrong name again. All right, we'll get to Big Ben's lame jokes of the week. We'll do that in 60 seconds in the memory of Deshaun Watson. I'll do it all in 60 seconds. No long commercial break, but first, let's find out what's trending.
This update is brought to you by TrueCar. You can find out what other people in your area pay for the same car you're looking for, new or used. Visit TrueCar and enjoy a more confident car buying experience. News from the NFL. There were earlier reports that surfaced that the Cowboys were going to release veteran quarterback Tony Romo. Now there are reports saying that the team is pursuing trade offers from the Broncos and the Texans for the veteran quarterback. Speaking of the Texans, they traded quarterback Brock Osweiler and his $16 million guaranteed salary, plus a second and sixth-round draft pick to the Browns for a fourth-round pick. Cleveland is expected to cut or trade Osweiler. The Bears signed quarterback Mike Glennon while releasing veteran quarterback Jay Cutler, and the Redskins have said goodbye to GM Scott McCloughan. A Washington Post source said that he had a relapse with alcohol abuse. College basketball checking bubble teams that won games in their conference tournaments. TCU knocked off number 1 Kansas 85-82. Wins for Kansas State, Xavier, Seton Hall, Vanderbilt, Cal, and Michigan State. I'm Eddie Garcia.
We are Sparkboys.
I feel like getting freaky.
You thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the herd.
Awesome!
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The herd.
Catch the herd on FS1.
Ben Maller Show's coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com so you can get a free rate quote. And now, back to the Grand Goober of Gab, Ben Maller.
And we have Big Ben's lame jokes of the week coming up in a couple of minutes. All of the best one-liners, all of the best zingers coming your way. Brian writes in, says the show, another nickname. He says, nickname number 42 could be Ben Maller, the Dalai Lama of Fox Sports drama. I have a similar cultural impact as the Dalai Lama. Very much respected among the listener, not the staff, the lifeguards that are my producers here. The worst lifeguards ever. Your kid's drowning and they're throwing bricks at your kid. All right, that's
they
cool.
are who we thought they were.
Of course, as I often say when I make a mistake, which never happens, I did that intentionally because usually I'm perfect. I bat 1,000 with my Maller monologues. And so when you're perfect, you don't get reaction. If you ever get a radio show, if you want to be in radio, and there's a lot of young guys that want to do what I do, and I think that's great. Good radio is a dying art. It is. There's a lot of people that have no business being on the radio that get on the radio because they're good at something else. But radio as itself is a dying art. And I love that there's some guys that want to do this. I think it's great, and I wish you the best of luck. But if you ever get a show like this, remember, if you want to know what kind of impact and what kind of audience you have, just completely botch a segment. Just make a bunch of mistakes. Intentionally, like I did, and then all of a sudden...
That's exactly why we didn't say anything to you. We thought you were doing it on purpose.
Well, of course I was. Yeah, now, in retrospect, now that I look back, I've now realized what was going on. Clearly, that was what was going on. All right, it's Ben Maller's show on Fox. Jeannie in Medford is on Fox Sports Radio. We've got Big Ben's lame jokes. Hello, Jeannie in Medford.
Come on in, man. Oh, Ben. Knox. Say, who's there? Hurry up. We're waiting.
Hold on a second. Who? You're on the air, Jeannie.
Knox.
No, it's knock. It's not knocks.
Don't blow my joke before I get to the punchline.
All right. Hold on a second.
Jonas.
That's my job.
Did you just say Jonas? Did he say
Jonas Knox. Anyway, Bubby got a new toy today.
Do you call Jonas Knox? Do you call
I don't
Jonas?
even know who he is.
Oh.
I know the name.
All right. Very good. I'm sure he appreciates that.
I don't
So,
sleep with
Bubby,
that memory. What?
you sleep with Jonas Knox? What?
No, I sleep with Bubby.
You know, he's single, Jonas. If you want, I can set you up on a date if you'd like.
No, I got a line outside the door. I don't know.
Oh, really? Wow.
Well, no, but they're nice, and they know better.
I understand. Sure, yeah. All right, very good, Jeannie. We have lame jokes. You want to hear the lame jokes? Would that excite you? Would you be happy to hear the joke?
Can I tell the first one?
Well, you can tell. Yeah, we've got Serious Sean that wants to tell one, too. But if you want to start out, you can tell a joke, and then we can have Serious Sean tell a joke.
What's his name?
Oh, hold on a second. Let me put you on with Serious Sean.
Single, honey?
I don't know. Serious Sean? Are you a single man, Serious Sean?
I'm here, Ben.
Are you a serious... He's very serious here. He doesn't want it to... Are you a single man, Sean?
Yeah.
You are? Well, Jeannie in Memphis, say hi.
No, he laughed when he said yeah.
I think he's a little young for you, Jeannie. I think you might be a little young.
Share.
Oh, Jeannie, please. How dare you?
I have other friends.
I'm sure you do, yes. Oh, wow. You are quite the woman, Jeannie. Look at you.
I don't know why.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well,
I
what?
didn't do it on purpose.
Let's have a contest, because we love contests on the radio.
Let's do that.
All right.
I'm ready to play.
Oh, wow. All right. Well,
No, play ball like baseball.
yeah, exactly. I knew you meant that. All right, Jeannie, will you please... Stop. I'm talking. Jeannie, give the joke. Go ahead.
Knock.
Who's there?
Oh, wait, I got it backwards.
All right, stop. Play the open of the thing. Go ahead. Hit that button right there. Go ahead.
Knock. Who's there?
Lame Week.
Lame Week who? It's Big Ben's Lame Joke of the Week.
All right, now we're official, Jeannie.
All right, let's do it.
And Serious Sean. Now we're official. We're kicking off Big Ben's Lame Jokes of the Week. Now, we've got listener-submitted jokes. I'll be reading the jokes, but we're going to start out with caller-submitted jokes. We've got Jeannie, and as I mentioned, Serious Sean. Jeannie's in Medford, Oregon. Jeannie, go first there, Jeannie. Go ahead.
What did the guy on the railroad car say to the woman on the other berth with the ironing board.
Gene, that's much too long, Gene. I can't repeat that. I don't know.
She said, "But yeah, how am I going to get back?" I think he has something long and hard.
Wow.
That's not even funny.
I agree. It's not funny.
Okay.
All right. Serious Sean, go ahead. Serious Sean.
All right. Where do dogs go if they lose their tail?
Where do dogs go if they lose their tail? I don't know, Sean.
The retail store.
All right, thank you, Sean. Batting leadoff again. Serious Sean. Much funnier than Jeannie in Medford, I think you'll agree. All right, let's do it. The way this works, I'll read the joke. Eddie will bounce it back to me. I'll give you the punchline. Danny G will play this. If a joke is funny, you'll hear that. Bam, bam, bam. If it's not funny, you'll hear this. You know what to do, and every once in a while a joke could go either way, and then you'll hear this. I'm married. My wife likes to dress up. What? Yeah. All right, and Cuba Loop is going to contribute some offensive jokes. Here we go. Surgeons, Eddie, removed 915 coins that were swallowed by a sea turtle.
Yeah, I saw about that.
Yeah, you saw that. You didn't.
Yeah, saw about that.
Yeah. Doctors say things need to change. It's from Manny in New York who sent that. Thank you, Manny. Now that Adrian Peterson is a free agent, he was stunned by the lack of NFL interest, but several baseball teams are interested in Eddie.
Is that right?
Yeah, they're looking for a switch hitter. It's from Tony in New Jersey. It's Big Ben's lame jokes of the week. Well, sad news, Eddie. This is just into Fox Sports Radio. Koopa Loop, this is his last night producing the Ben Maller Show.
That is breaking news.
That's big news. The good news, though, is that President Trump has appointed him the ambassador of Weedville.
Did Andrew in Fremont come up with that joke?
No. A very powerful figure in the state of Nevada sent that joke in. All right, the Nets have announced that they are going to have a thing called Biggie Night on Sunday, Eddie.
Biggie Night?
Yeah, they'll be honoring Sean Bradley. It's from Steve in Hoboken who sent that. Thank you, Steve. All right, it's Big Ben's lame jokes. He's a podcast listener. Big Ben's lame jokes of the week. And here we go. What did the sticker say to the piece of paper?
What did the sticker say to the piece of paper? I don't know, Ben.
I'm going to stick you up.
Terrible.
Eddie, you just ripped a 6-year-old child. That joke was written by a little guy in Beaver Dam. And he said that joke very proudly. He was told that joke was going to be said on the radio. And Danny booed it. And you said that joke was terrible.
I'm sorry.
What about a
awful,
6-year-old child?
Yeah.
How dare you? What's wrong with you? All right,
what about a 9-year-old girl?
Here's one from Dave in Sharonville, Ohio. Why don't people eat clocks?
I don't know. Why don't people eat clocks?
Because it would be too time-consuming.
How old was that person that sent that in?
I don't know how old they were. They weren't 6 years old. I think we're okay. Do I want to read the one from Steve in Iowa? I don't know. Steve, I'm going to pass on that this week. What's the Laker coach Luke Walton's sleep number?
What is the sleep number of Lakers head coach Luke Walton? I don't know, Ben. What is it?
We're not sure, but we know it's below 500. Oh!
Go to hell, Bill Miller.
That was from Kurt from Earth. Very funny, Kurt. Why did Coop de Loop want to be an environmentalist?
I don't know. Why did Coop de Loop want to be an environmentalist?
Because he heard they were having a green party.
He has a green party every night.
Exactly. Yes, he does. All right, Coop, what do you got?
No, I'm going to hold off
wait.
for now.
All right, you're going to wait.
Come on.
It's getting weak here. Did you know that Bartolo Colon is a huge consumer of the podcast?
He's a huge consumer of everything, from what I understand.
He actually downloads the show off PyTunes. Kurt from Earth there. All right, here's one from a guy in Boston. What do you call a fat psychic?
I don't know, Ben. What do you call a fat psychic?
A fortune teller. Well, two kayakers had a once-in-a-lifetime experience, Eddie, when a whale lifted their boat out of the water. Can you imagine that?
Well, it could be once in a lifetime because you get killed from that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Andy Reid said he had no idea the kayakers were above him.
Oh,
yeah. Mike sent that one in. It's Big Ben's lame jokes of the week. Well, there was a protest across the country known as a Day Without Women.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, this week there was a big protest, a Day Without Women. Ben Maller, I guess this is awkward for me reading this way, but it was written this way. Ben Maller, a trailblazer in this area, Eddie, he had a day without women through his 20s and 30s. That's from George in Florida. That's not wrong, George. I'm very proud to say I was Tebow before Tebow, but not by choice. All right? not by choice. The female gender had decided, they had colluded. There was collusion among the ladies to stay away from Big Ben. All right, Big Ben's lame jokes of the week. Samsung has announced that they're going to release the new Galaxy 8, but it's been delayed, Eddie.
Oh, really? Why is that?
A spokesman for Samsung said the phones, they want to release them with Burning Man. I guess the same time as Burning Man? Yeah. That was Dale. Bad job by you, Dale. Shame on you. Big Ben's lame jokes. So we want to pause for the cause here, and we'll have more. The big finish. I'm really happy with the last couple of jokes. I think the last couple of jokes are really good. We'll get to those. We'll do it all. Coop's got his offensive jokes. It's Big Ben's lame jokes of the week. We'll get to all that. We'll do it next.
Our growth, is massive.
What?
Check it. iHeartRadio, SiriusXM, iTunes, Google Play, and Stitcher. We're everywhere. iHeartRadio, SiriusXM, iTunes, Google Play, and Stitcher. This is Fox Sports Radio.
Picture this. You're at home, and you're thinking that there's nothing you'd like more than a nice, cold, delicious iced coffee. But you're at home, remember? So just how are you going to get a great iced coffee? With the Hyper Chiller, that's how. Just pour or even brew fresh hot coffee from your single-cup brewer into the Hyper Chiller. And in about a minute, you'll be enjoying an amazingly delicious iced coffee. It's that simple. No long brewing process, no complicated recipes. There's no faster, more convenient way to make the iced coffee you love at home. The Hyper Chiller rapidly chills up to 12.5 ounces of coffee at once, without any dilution. Plus, when 5 o'clock hits, you can use it to chill a glass of wine or whiskey. The hype is real. Save money, save time, and drink great iced coffee at home with Hyper Chiller, dishwasher safe and BPA free. Get $5 off your order when you enter the code RADIO at hyperchiller.com. That's code RADIO at hyperchiller.com.
Welcome back to the Cat Show. Up next we have Nico. Nico is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right. A group known especially for their sunspot sleeping, ball chasing, leg rubbing, couch purring, bed leaping, and of course companionship.
Wonderful. And what breed would you say Nico is?
I'd have to go with a tabbyish Persian kind of mix.
Tremendous cat.
I'd also like to point out her coat's wonderful mix of colors. Is it black, gray, gray-black, brown?
Somewhere in between.
Indeed.
You know, it's always special when we get to see a cat like this.
Just look how she struts.
It's like she owns the place.
And how she's so incredibly cute in her indifference to commands.
A strong-willed feline.
And see how she curls up and cuddles her person.
The pitch on her purring is simply perfect.
Nice one.
I know. Fantastic cat.
Fantastic indeed. But really the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Nico is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Have you eaten here before? Nope.
Good morning, gentlemen. Can I share our specials with you?
Sure.
First, we have the seafood special. It's actually been sitting around here for a week. Then there's the cream of chicken soup. It's had no refrigeration since it was made yesterday. We're known around these parts for our food poisoning.
Yeah, don't think we can stay for lunch.
Wouldn't it be great if you could be warned of life's risks? If you have diabetes, you can. There's a simple blood test called A1C that can help measure your risk of complications from diabetes. Why is it important? Because more than 600 people every day die from diabetes and its complications. If your A1C is above 7, your doctor can show you how to lower it. If you have diabetes, know your risk. Know your A1C. Ask your doctor. Or for more information, go to www.diabetesa1c.org or call 1-877-TEST-A1C. Brought to you by the American Diabetes Association, Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation International, and the Ad Council.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
What would you say to the fans, and you're going to have to say this to the fans who aren't going to be able to get past that video?
I respect how they feel. I can't get past the video. It's hard. I'm the one who did it, and unfortunately, I'm the one who has to live with it. I wouldn't keep dwelling on, thinking something that happened 3 years ago. I understand that it happened, unfortunately, and I can't take it back. I mean, if I could, I would.
When do you think you're going to get drafted, Joe?
Honestly, I don't know. I can only hope for the best, and that's going in the first round.
But you haven't been told, because I don't know if teams are going to draft you in the first round, even though you have a first-round grade. So I understand where there's uncertainty there, but it feels like it's going to be second or third day for you. You haven't been told anything, any specifics?
I haven't.
That's Joe Mixon, the Oklahoma running back.
The Dan Patrick Show. Weekdays 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
During the Civil War, it was called soldier's heart. After World War II, they called it gross stress reaction. It's been called shell shock, war neurosis, and battle fatigue. Today, we call it post-traumatic stress disorder, and it affects 1 out of every 5 warriors returning from battle in Iraq and Afghanistan. It's not a wound that you can see, though it can have an even more significant impact. Post-traumatic stress disorder can prevent warriors from living a normal life, hurt their relationships, and affect their ability to hold a steady job. The Wounded Warrior Project offers comfort and support for warriors with post-traumatic stress disorder and all other scars of war, whether those scars are visible or hidden. Find out what you can do to help, because for warriors, the greatest casualty is being forgotten. Please visit woundedwarriorproject.org.
Fox Sports Radio,
1330 The Fan.
We're lying when we said you can podcast us everywhere.
Damn.
Check the list. iHeartRadio, iTunes, Google Play, and Stitcher.
Everywhere, anytime.
Let me repeat that again.
That's iHeartRadio, iTunes, Google Play, and Stitcher.
I listen
Everywhere. You missed something? You can always podcast it.
Everywhere, anytime.
This is Fox Sports Radio. Everywhere. FS. Want to catch Colin Cowherd? FS what?
Come find me.
FS what? Catch the Herd weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS what?
the herd.
Catch the Herd on FS what?
Friday! Friday! It's been said the Ben Maller Show is the best kept secret in sports radio, but you can help change that. Word of mouth advertising is the best advertising. Post about the show on social media and help keep the show growing. Now live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, it's the emissary of embellishment, Ben Maller.
And right back to it we go. It's Big Ben's Lame Jokes of the Week, the best jokes as submitted by you, the home listener. And we thank you for keeping the bit going. We had 4 pages of jokes. We're not going to get to most of them, but we thank you for sending your jokes in, and we'll keep it going. And you can send jokes in the future. Ben Maller Show, care of the Ben Maller Show at Gmail. Very simple to do. Did you hear about the report released that the Minnesota Vikings Stadium is it's a killing field for birds, Eddie?
Yes, I did hear about this.
Yeah, it's been reported that Bartolo Colon was spotted in the Viking parking lot with a deep fryer. Some hillbilly Mike. I've determined that when Cologne retires, Eddie, the bit's over. We're done with this.
We'll find a new fat guy.
Okay. Did you hear about Donald Trump's ban on pre-shredded cheese, Eddie?
Donald Trump's ban on pre-shredded cheese. I did not hear about this.
Yeah, he wants to make America great again.
Coop liked it, yeah.
That's as long as Coop liked it. That's all that matters. What do you got, Coop? You ready for this big offensive joke? You want me to give some more jokes?
Well, I've got two. I'm going to do a nerdy joke first, which none of you will get. Maybe Eddie.
I'll get it. I'm cool.
No, you won't. But then I've got my offensive joke. How many Sony and Microsoft fanboys does it take to turn on a light bulb?
I don't know.
Well, I don't know either. They won't go near the switch. No? 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 All right.
Yeah.
The Nintendo Switch.
Good try. Yeah.
All right.
I did not get it.
What do you call a cheetah with sunglasses?
A cheetah with sunglasses?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. What do you call that?
A Cheeto. So
Martin's joke was better than that one.
Martin in Colorado. What's Rex Ryan's favorite children's movie?
I don't know. What is Rex Ryan's favorite children's movie?
Happy Feet.
Yeah.
From Martin in Aurora, Colorado. He says he's my daddy. A pizza delivery guy, that's also from Martin, a pizza delivery guy in Boston complained of being yelled at and kicked out of a house while delivering a pizza.
That doesn't sound good.
Bill Belichick's not apologizing yet. He's not. Not a fan of that. Well, tap water at a town near Edmonton has turned bright pink, Eddie.
You know I'm not a fan of water.
Yeah. It turns out it was actually just Bartolo Colon dreaming of pink lemonade. That's all it was. All right, Coop, you got anything else there? What do you got?
What bounces and makes children sad?
Why, I don't know.
The checks that I write to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Can we dump that, Danny? Just dump that.
Well, you said it. Move on.
Apparently the answer is no.
Yeah, apparently not.
He's like, no, you're going to live with that one.
Well, men accused of stealing 100,000 diapers from a charitable organization, Eddie.
Was Coop.
Yeah. All these diapers, and they're still knee-deep in poop. Did you hear about the mobster who ate so much that several items were added to the endangered species list? Big story.
No, I did not hear about that.
His name is Bartolo Capone. From Adam in Maine. Let's see here. Should we get the closer in right now? So many good jokes we passed on. Tom Brady is selling vegan meals for $78 per week, Eddie.
Yeah, I know.
Each meal plan comes with a Super Bowl. From Aaron Bender, the news guy at KFI. Sent that in. I'm going to save these other jokes for next week, though. These are good. I like them.
We are If you're single and not dating on Match, then listen up. Match is not only #1 in first dates, but second dates, too. In fact, they've surveyed over 5,000 U.S. singles to get the top tips and advice when it comes to dating. Now I'm going to hook you up. For my listeners, go to Match.com/game for 7 days free. That's 7 days completely free to search and connect for my listeners. This free offer only found at Match.com/game. That's Match.com/game.
Hi, this is Maury Moreland Morrison, here to tell you Geico has more than just great savings. Much more. Yes, while Geico could help you rack up more moolah faster than you can say metamorphosis, they've also been the fastest growing auto insurer for more than 10 years. That's more like it. Furthermore, Geico has fast and friendly claim service. That might seem like an oxymoron, but it's not. All the more reason to say no other auto insurer has more than Geico. Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
Hi, I'm Craig Morgan. You might know me for my songs, but before I sang country music, I served in the United States Army, where I stood side by side with some of the most resilient people I've ever met. They taught me that one small act can make a big difference during tough times. If you're a veteran or service member in crisis or having thoughts of suicide, the Veterans Crisis Line can help. One conversation can save a life. Call 1-800-273-8255 and press 1 or visit veteranscrisisline.net.
This is Chicago-style hot dog here. I'm not feeling too good. Turns out, along with all the other bad things my cholesterol does, they say it's a risk factor for strokes. Strokes? Sheesh. Good news from National Stroke Association. Exercising, eating right, and asking your doctor about medicines that can help lower your cholesterol, like statins, may reduce the risk of a first stroke. And if you've already had a stroke, it's even more important you lower your cholesterol.
Lower your chances of stroke by controlling your cholesterol. Visit stroke.org today.
Today, my new dad threw a barbecue.
I burnt everything.
Ah!
And then we played catch.
I broke Mr. Lewis's window. And then, somehow, my hand.
My hand! And then my dad even let me drive his car.
The hospital's on the right! It was a rough day.
It was a great day.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of kids in foster care will take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org/PA. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day, making sure they brush their teeth, is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes 2. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese!
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzzed driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzzed driving, because buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
In the Ad Council. In this column, you can see third quarter earnings are up 7% above projected growth. Oh, and as I mentioned to the board of directors, I'm an abusive father. Not only do I physically abuse my 2 young children all the time, I neglect them as well. I often leave them alone for hours at a time without any supervision.
If only child abuse was this easy to recognize, perhaps then more people would report it. If you even suspect abuse, call Child Help at 1-800-4A-CHILD or visit www.childhelp.org. We've helped millions of people help millions of children, and we can help you. All calls are anonymous and confidential, so remember, 1-800-4A-CHILD or visit www.childhelp.org. Child Help. Trust your instincts. A public service message brought to you by Child Help and the...
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Store. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
News from the NFL, where earlier reports surfaced that the Cowboys were going to release veteran quarterback Tony Romo. Now Dallas is reportedly pursuing trade offers from both the Broncos and the Texans in exchange for the veteran quarterback. Speaking of the Texans, they have traded their quarterback Brock Osweiler and his $16 million guaranteed salary, plus second and sixth round picks to the Browns in exchange for a fourth round pick. Cleveland is expected to cut or trade Osweiler. The Bears signed quarterback Mike Glennon while releasing veteran quarterback Jay Cutler, and the Redskins have said goodbye to GM Scott McCloughan. A Washington Post source says that he had a relapse with alcohol abuse. In games to note in the NBA, the Thunder beat the Spurs 102-92. Russell Westbrook gets his 31st triple-double of the season for Oklahoma City. 23 points, 13 rebounds, 13 assists. Cavaliers lose to the Pistons 106-101, despite LeBron James going for a triple-double. I'm Eddie Garcia.
We are Fox. It's a gauntlet of speed, chaos, and destruction. Hammer down now, come on. When racing's biggest names visit fabulous Las Vegas for the next race of the 2017 NASCAR season. Don't miss the thrill Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox.
I believe this man is the most famous sports fan in North America.
This is the Ben Maller Show.
He has become a larger-than-life champion.
Ben Maller.
Let me explain what I mean by that. This is not a Belichickian situation.
Big Ben Maller.
You wonder where else this could happen.
And now, live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios.
Right?
Here he is, Ben Maller.
The rest of the NFL world is locked in on a player that was supposed to be released on Thursday but wasn't. Tony Romo. It's all about Romo. It's all about Romo. Welcome in the beginning of another hour. It's the Ben Maller Show. We are in the air everywhere. The vast Fox Sports Radio Network emanating live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on your car insurance. Just visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Back at it again this hour. It's a transaction palooza in the NFL. And no, I am not going to rant and rave about Jay Cutler. I'm not. Although he did send a sappy note to the Chicago Bears fans that we will address. We're not going to ignore that. We will not ignore that. But we're going to start with Tony Romo, because Tony Romo was supposed to be sent packing on Thursday. It did not happen. We had a flurry of trades. The Houston Texans even found the biggest sucker in the NFL, the Cleveland Browns, to take the contract of Brock Osweiler. Even though he's likely not going to play for the Cleveland Browns, the Browns still are going to be punished by Roger Goodell. They're going to have to wear the dunce cap and stand in the corner of the room during the second and third round of the NFL draft when they have a bounty, a big war chest filled with draft picks. But of all these moves that happened, all these moves, and Jay Cutler I mentioned getting released, and Brock Osweiler traded, and a bunch of free agents, mid-level free agents changing teams. Tony Romo, that domino has yet to fall. Right? Lots of erroneous reports. It's been all about erroneous reports. It's creative writing 101. I used to run a rumor website back in the day, and I loved this time of the year because it was the most amazing time, because so much stuff was thrown around that wasn't true. Some of it was. A lot of it was just nonsense. The roller coaster ride of Tony Romo. Let's go on. It's like an old wooden coaster, a Woody. It goes all over the place. You know, it's filled with exciting loops. There's some corkscrews, some cobra rolls. We got a little bit of everything on this Tony Romo roller coaster. And just to give you a snapshot of the past couple of weeks, here's how it went in the world of Tony Romo. The Cowboys were going to trade Tony Romo. Now, wait a minute. They're going to release him. They're going to release Romo. That's it. They're going to release him. Yeah, that's the ticket. They're going to release Tony Romo. No. Why don't we wait a second? You know what? Why don't we trade him? Lies, lies, and more damn rumors. So what's the latest? Well, again, Wednesday it was assumed that Romo would be released. And it was going to happen on Thursday. It's now Friday morning, and Tony Romo has yet to be released. Instead of releasing the greatest regular season quarterback in Cowboy history, Dallas is trying. They're searching high and low, turning over every rock, trying to find someone to trade a draft pick for Romo. They believe, whether it's true or not, might be a false thought, that they can get a late-round draft pick in exchange for Tony Romo. That would be the steal of the NFL offseason. So what would a Tony Romo trade mean in the hierarchy of the NFL? I have the answer. And I want to talk about this. The winner of the Romo sweepstakes. Now, there's two main players in this, the Broncos and the Texans. I have a feeling that there'll be a mystery team that will enter the fray. That throughout the day today, if you follow this closely on social media or here on Fox Sports Radio, our in-depth team coverage of the transaction palooza, that you'll hear another team mentioned. I just have a feeling. I don't know. I'm just speculating. I don't have any inside information on this. I have a feeling that a third team will be thrown into the mix. But the two that are mainly talked about with Romo are the Broncos and the Texans. So if Romo goes to either one, they become a legitimate threat to win the AFC. Yes, to win the AFC. And here's why. Let me spell it out for you. To begin with, Tony Romo has been resting up for the past couple of years. He is ready for a biblical resurgence. And all he needs is the opportunity, right? Opportunity, change of scenery, whatever you want to call it. You're going to get a top 10 gunslinger. This is a no-brainer. A no-brainer. Tony Romo has the highest quarterback rating. We talked about this earlier. Go back and hear it on the podcast. Highest quarterback rating all time for any quarterback that has not won the Super Bowl. It's going to happen for Tony with a new team. When Tony Romo walks in to either the Broncos or the Texans locker room, it's like a jolt of caffeine. It's going to energize everybody on the roster. It's going to energize everybody on the roster. Tony Romo would be replacing either Brock Osweiler or Trevor Siemian in the respective cities. Osweiler's obviously not going to come back to Houston. We know he's been traded. That job is open. And Trevor Siemian is the de facto starter in Denver. Think about this. Going from either one of those guys, Osweiler or Siemian, to Tony Romo is kind of like you've been driving a Nissan Versa or a Chevy Spark, and all of a sudden I hand you the keys to a Maserati or a Bentley. That's what Romo is. That's what you're getting. You get both style, comfort, dependability in terms of talent, and it's just going to be great. And for now, the Broncos, they have Siemian and Paxton Lynch, and in Houston they have Tom Savage, and that's about it, at least as far as we've heard of. Players we've heard of. Now, in addition, the Broncos and Texans are in a very similar situation. Both have talented rosters. The Broncos are more talented, but both teams have a black hole at the quarterback position. It has been a wasteland. I think you'll agree. It's been a wasteland in Houston since that franchise came around. Expansion team not that long ago. It's been a while now, but they haven't had a lot at the quarterback position. And in Denver, the last year and a half, actually the last 2 years, they've used Scotch tape and paper clips to put together the career of Peyton Manning at the end. They pushed his hospital bed across the finish line, thanks to the Geyer Clinic. Shout out Charlie Sly. Shout out the dark side. And so they've had unacceptable quarterback play for a couple of years because Siemian was like the 19th best quarterback in the NFL or 21st in the NFL last year. Playing for either the Broncos or the Texans, Tony Romo would be surrounded by more elite talent than he had when he was in his heyday with the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, Tony Romo had to carry those sorry-ass Cowboy teams year after year. And while Denver is a more talented team than Houston, Houston gets the benefit of being a slightly better situation. And I'll tell you why, because of the division, the competition. You go to the Broncos in Denver, you've got to compete with a very good Raider team and a very good Kansas City Chiefs team. You go to the Texans division, and the AFC South, you're competing with the Titans. They've got Malarkey as their coach. Jacksonville, which is a laughingstock now, even with Tom Coughlin, and the Colts with Jim Irsay and his pharmaceuticals. That's your competition. So from that standpoint, it's an easier road to go to the Houston Texans. It is. And you go back and look at the salad days of Tony Romo's career, and he did not have the kind of talent either one of these teams had. Now, the last thing on this, Romo, he has said his goodbyes. Tony Romo has said his goodbyes to the Cowboy fans. It was a very bizarre thing. Now, as much as I enjoy Romo's performance on the field, it's a little too sappy, a little too cornball for my taste, Tony Romo. With us. Now, we have the audio on this. Now, what I would like, do we have the sappy music? Can we play the sappy music underneath this? Because Romo on Instagram posted a video, and he referenced a well-known musician during this. But just imagine, he's like in some kind of weight room. Looks like he's sitting down. And we'll play some music just to give you the proper vibe. But this is how Romo does it. He said, "Arrivederci" to the Dallas Cowboy fan.
Hey everyone, I just wanted to come and tell you it's been a crazy 48 hours here, and me and my family felt the outpouring of support and love from all of you. It's been overwhelming, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So I want to say thank you, and we have a lot to think about here going forward, but we'll see what happens. Till then, I'm just going to keep listening to Bob Dylan.
Hey,
That's his wife, buddy.
She just loves me unconditionally.
Oh, that's love. A couple of lovebirds. Romo and the missus.
Homosexual.
Now, while Houston would be the better situation, Edmund Dallas Garcia, personally, I would like to see Romo with the Broncos, because then Koopa Loop and all the nasty and mean-spirited things that Koopa said about Tony Romo over the years.
I've never said anything mean about Tony Romo.
Not what the listeners tell me. And you will have to cheer for this guy. You're a Bronco suck-up, and you will have to support Tony Romo.
Yeah, but that would mean that you and Coop would be...
Yeah, we'd be
doing
side by side.
What are some of the terms you like to use? Giving each other sponge baths,
a little toe rub, you know.
Yeah, and that doesn't work with our show.
Oh, it'd be great. It'd be more like these other big time daytime shows where everyone gets along, and it'd be great.
But we are different. Remember?
Is that our slogan?
Yeah, we are different.
We are different. We are different. We sleep during the day. We got called into the principal's office yesterday, by the way. We did. We got a little time out. We got a little bit of a scolding.
We're going to share that?
Well, no, not too much.
Okay.
There are limits to this, but it's one of those things. When you get the call from the boss or the email saying, hey, we want to meet with you.
Yeah, all of you.
Yeah.
Not just one of you.
Last time that happened, I didn't make it out with a job.
You're fired.
It was it. It was 09. It was January 20th of 09, the beginning of the Barack Obama presidency. I was looking forward to watching him be sworn in. I like politics and all that. And unlike some other people who get all upset